Johnny, I don't like this. Something tells me we should have ought to minded our own business.
Look, Sam, helping a damsel in distress is your business, my business, everybody's business.
Oh, what's a damsel?
It's, a dame.
Okay, then it's your business. I want no part of it.
Yes, it's time for another Johnny Fletcher Mystery. Brought to you by the National Broadcasting Company and starring Albert Decker as Johnny Fletcher and Mike Mazurki as Sam Cragg in Frank Gruber's best-selling murder mystery, The Navy Colt. It is mid-afternoon, and we find Johnny and Sam on a busy street in New York making a fast pitch, their customary method of earning an honest dollar whenever they're broke, which they usually are.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. You see here the strongest man in the world, my pal and partner, Sam Cragg. A short time ago, Sam was a puny weakling who weighed only 98 pounds. Now look at him, a magnificent specimen of manhood, 6'5", 250 pounds of brawn and brawn. As evidence of his enormous strength, Sam is going to fill his mighty lungs with air and snap that 2-inch log chain wrapped about his chest. Are you ready, Sam?
Yeah.
Then go on and break it, my boy, and let the links fall where they may. Observe, ladies and gentlemen, the ease with which he pulls apart that symbol of slavery. For the love of Pete, busted.
I'm trying to, Johnny. You must have melted that link too strong.
There you are, my friends. There you are. A miracle of strength has been performed before your very eyes. A broken chain lies at my feet. A man, a real man, has released himself from the fetters of masculine weakness. Ladies and gentlemen, you too can be marvels of strength like Sam Cragg. This book of mine, every man of
Ixnay. Here comes that cop again.
Where?
Other side of the street.
Oh, sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get out of here, Sam.
What a life. A man can't try to make an honest living anymore, but what some flat-foot crabs the act.
You know something, Johnny?
No, what?
We wouldn't be broke all the time if you was to stick to one thing or another. Why, you got brains, you got the gift of gab, and you got me.
A three-way handicap, if I ever heard one.
No fooling, Johnny. You got all the makings of a big business typhoon. Why don't we decide either to be a businessman or an amateur detective? One or the other, but not both.
Go on, Sam. You interest me strangely.
Oh, nuts. You know what I mean, Johnny. But it happens continuous all the time. We get a good start selling books or some kind of business that looks easy, and what pursues? Somebody gets their throat cut or found dead in a trunk or something, and you horn your way into the act.
That's my way of having fun.
I know, Johnny, but a guy can't have much fun on an empty stomach. And that's what usually happens. We got nothing else but... Johnny, something tells me we're being followed.
Mister.
Oh, hello, miss.
May I speak to you a moment, sir?
Oh, why not?
Well, I saw you gentlemen break that chain back there, so you must be awfully strong.
Oh, you want to buy a book, huh? Get one out, Sam.
Oh, no, not a book. Do you gentlemen want to earn $10?
Lady, right now for $10, I'd go over Niagara Falls in a mustache cup. How do we earn the sawbuck?
No, Johnny, no. This is like the way it always starts.
You're right, Sam. Sorry, sister. Some other time, maybe.
Oh, please. You gentlemen must help me.
Look, sister, let's get this straight. We're not gentlemen. I'm just a guy named Johnny Fletcher, and this rugged character is Sam Cragg, my pal.
I'm happy to know you, Mr. Fletcher and Mr. Cragg. My name is Hilda Nelson.
Oh, yeah? Where do you live?
Park Avenue.
Park Avenue? Well, is that anything to feel bad about? Well, Park Avenue is just another word for millionaire.
Oh, I know what you mean, but honestly, $10 is all I can give you.
Say, how did you get those nasty-looking bruises?
Well, I'd rather not say.
You mean somebody did that?
Yes. That's why I asked if you wanted to earn $10.
Why didn't you say so in the first place? Now, what is it you want us to do?
Uh-oh, here we go again.
You mean you'll do it?
Yep, you've talked us into it.
Oh, thank you. Well, here's $1 down.
Oh, thank you. And what are we supposed to do in return for this shower of wealth?
I want you to go to 205 East 63rd Street, Mr. Maxwell's apartment. It's on the 12th floor. You just ring the doorbell.
Oh, sure. I'm quite a hand with doorbells. Is that all?
No. When Mr. Maxwell opens the door, I want you to hit him just as hard as you can, right on the nose.
Oh, that sounds like fun, doesn't it, Sam? Anything else?
Yes. As you hit him, I want you to say, Hilda sends this with her compliments.
Better and better. But I'll let Sam hit him. He hits harder than I do, don't you, Sam?
Oh, now listen, Johnny,
Never mind. A man that'll abuse a girl ought to get the stuffings knocked out of him.
Just on the nose will be enough. Oh, but I want proof that you did it.
Oh, sure. I'll bring you Sam's bruised knuckle. That do?
No, that won't be quite enough.
Any suggestions?
Well, let me see. Mr. Maxwell always wears red neckties, ugly red ones. That's it. Bring me one of his red neckties. Then I'll give you the other $9.
A bust in the nose, a red necktie. Then where do we meet you to get the other $9?
Well, how soon can you finish the assignment?
Oh, Sam and I haven't any really pressing engagements at the moment.
Very well. I'll meet you at the Grand Central Station in an hour.
Here it is. James Maxwell. Ring the bell, Sam. Now, remember when he sticks his puss out, let him have it.
Well, what do you guys want?
Now, Sam, now. You heard that, Johnny?
Oh, nothing a couple of hospitals and a bunch of doctors can't fix. Help me up, Sam.
What a rat in cheap clothing. Hitting a guy when he ain't looking. I'll fix him.
Oh, you had your chance, Sam. He won't come out again.
Then I'll bust that door down.
So you two jerks want more of the same, huh? Look out, Sam. He's got a gun.
No. Grab the gun while I hold him.
Okay. There you go, I tell you. I got it.
Now I'll sock him. Here you are, fella. Hilda sends this with her compliments. Now get in there.
That was a narrow squeak.
I guess he didn't shoot you. I don't see no blood.
Of course he shot me, you lunk. Right through the coat sleeve. Look at that hole.
Gee. Oh, well, maybe you can get it rewove. Remember that sport coat that I had? What?
Who shut the door down the hall?
I don't know.
Somebody's been getting an eyeful. No telling who saw us. We gotta get out of here. Let's don't keep Hilda waiting.
This is John Storm. You're listening to The Navy Colt, a Johnny Fletcher mystery. But before we rejoin Johnny and Sam, you would place your first sales message here. You have presented the first of your sales messages, so we return to our own job of selling you the Johnny Fletcher Mystery Series. We catch up with Johnny Fletcher and his pal Sam Cragg at the Grand Central Station, where they were to meet Hilda Nelson and collect an additional $9 for hitting, as Miss Nelson so naively put it, a certain Mr. James Maxwell on the nose.
Let's scram, Johnny. The kid ain't gonna show up. I'm tired sitting here. And besides, I'm hungry.
So am I.
We got enough to eat on?
Well, not great big baskets full.
Hey, maybe we can hike that gun you took off Maxwell. And he done that a couple of times.
Could be. It's big enough.
Yeah, what a rod. Must be 2 feet long. I never seen one that big before.
Neither did I, except in a museum. It's what they call a Navy Colt.
Colt? It looked growed up to me.
Sam, a Colt is a revolver. You know, what's got me puzzled is this microfilm I found in one of the chambers of the gun.
What is that stuff?
Well, it looks like a photostatic copy of some legal documents.
You took the words right out of me mouth.
They must be important. After we collect our $9 from Hilda, we'll take them to a photographer and have him blow them up big enough to read.
Uh-oh. Look who's here.
Oh, I'm so sorry I'm late. I was afraid you'd leave.
No, we like it here.
Well, did you, sock him?
Sister, how can you ask? Look at this thing I used to call a jaw.
Oh, dear.
Hey, what about our $9?
Well, did you get the red necktie?
Red necktie? Red necktie? Sam, did we get his red necktie?
Nah, he wasn't wearing no necktie.
That's right, lady. Please, the $9.
Well, that's what I came to tell you. I couldn't get the rest of the money.
Uh-oh.
I'm sorry, really, I am. Here, I'll write a check.
Oh, not for me, sister.
Why not?
Check means getting identified. And getting identified means, you get it?
Yeah.
Well, come on, Sam. Let's eat. Goodbye, Hilda, dear. Nice to have had the pleasure of your acquaintance.
Gee, with that big bundle of chow in me, I'm a new man.
Don't tell me you're not going to have another piece of pie.
No, I'm filled up clear up to here.
Cigarette?
Thanks.
Hold the light.
Sure. Here you are. You know, Johnny, you did all right hocking that old gun for $4. Funny speed it gives that old guy about it belonged to your grandfather. Present from Jesse James. You really think him up.
Paper, latest edition. Paper, mister. Read all about the East Side killing.
Yeah, here's some.
Thanks, mister. Read all about the big murder. Read all about it. Paper here. It's the latest edition. Paper.
Uh-oh. Hold on to your chair, Sam.
What goes?
Get a load of this. James Maxwell, 205 East 63rd Street, was found dead in his apartment late today. According to the police, his death resulted from a gunshot.
Hey, that's the guy we popped.
And listen to this. Miss Cornelia Spatz, living in an adjoining apartment, told the officers she was an eyewitness to the killing.
Say, that's who slammed the door right down the hall.
Hey, how do you like this? Miss Spatz testified that one of the men was tall and slender with dark hair. Tall and slender with dark hair. The other was a huge hulk of a man, about 6 feet 4 inches, weighing about 250.
The nerve of that dame. Saying I'm 6 feet 4. I'm 6'5".
Let's see what else they know. The police say, continued on page 4. Here it is. An old-time Navy Colt revolver is missing from a gun rack on the wall and may have been the murder weapon. They are scouring the city for such a gun, which may provide a clue to the killers. Come on, we got to move fast.
Where are we going?
Get the gun out of hock before the cops beat us to it. It's got our fingerprints all over.
What an alley. Black as your hat.
Yeah. Come on, open up!
Maybe the old guy don't live in the back.
Yes, he does. There goes a light. Here he comes. The Navy Colt man. I want to get the gun out of hock. No. I keep dreaming about Indians. And I got to go back and shoot them.
Come in.
Let's make this fast, will you, Pop? Here's your $4.
Getting me up out of such a nice sound sleep. Yes, $4 it comes to.
All right, here's your 4, and here's your ticket.
I'm glad to get rid of this thing. It scares me to look at it.
See you later, Pop.
I hope not.
Gee, I never seen an alley so black.
Yeah, pretty dark.
Hey, Johnny, I forgot our newspaper. I left it laying there on the counter in the hock shop.
Oh, let it go.
Oh, no, I got to go back and get it.
What for?
I ain't read the funnies.
Oh, for the love of Pete. All right, I'll wait here for you.
Hey, Pop, don't lock up yet. I forgot the funnies.
What a character. At a time like this, he forgets the funny.
Hey, Bert, get a match?
Yeah, guess so. Hey, where'd you come from so quick?
Never mind that. See what this is, fella?
Yeah, the gun. Anybody could tell that. Stick up, huh?
That's right.
Well, if it's dough you're after, chum, I'm broke.
Take it easy. All I want's that Navy Colt.
Sure. Help yourself.
Okay, bud, here's your payment.
Hey, Johnny, where are you?
Over here. A guy stuck me up.
Which way did he go? I'll go get him.
No, don't go after him. All he got was our gun.
What's any guy want with that old broken-down horse pistol?
Sam, do you believe in ghosts?
Huh? Ghosts? Well, kinda. I'm human, I guess. Why?
The guy that held me up was James Maxwell, the man we're supposed to have murdered.
Holy cow!
R-I-2-8-4-2-2.
How do you know that's Hilda's number?
Gotta be. The only Nelson in the phone book on Park Avenue.
Kind of tough waking the kid up this time of the night.
Wake her up, she better wake up. I'll drag her up with her hair, the little double-crossing.
Hello?
This is Johnny Fletcher. I want to see you right away to have a talk.
Oh, why, that's absurd, Mr. Fletcher. I ought to hang up.
Smile when you say hang, sister. You got us in plenty of trouble.
Well, I didn't tell you to kill Mr. Maxwell.
Kill Mr. Maxwell. Are you screwy? Now, look. You meet us in the waiting room of the Grand Central Station in 1 hour.
But, Mr. Fletcher, it's so late.
The Grand Central in 1 hour. And you better be there or else. Sit down, Miss Nelson. Sam, keep an eye out for anything that looks like a cop.
Okay.
Now, young lady, what was the idea of trying to frame me and Sam for the murder of this Maxwell guy?
Frame you? I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do. You fixed it all up with a spat stain to poke a schnozzle out of a door in time to catch Sam and me doing your rough stuff.
That, I don't even know her.
Don't give me that. Sister, I want it right on the line. Who is this Maxwell and why did you want him socked?
Mr. Fletcher, I don't think
Look, babe, this is no time to kid around. Any minute now, the cops are liable to move in on us, so spill it all. All of it. What about this Maxwell guy?
Mr. Fletcher, I've kept it all back for such a long time. It's going to be a relief to tell someone like you. I know I shouldn't.
Who was Maxwell?
Well, he was the son of a man who was once my father's business partner.
Well, why did you want Maxwell socked?
He kept forcing me to give him money. Lots of money.
Blackmail, huh?
Yes.
Well, why did he hit you and put those bruises on you?
Because I couldn't get any more money for him. He was furious, so he began to beat me. I managed to get away. It was right after that I saw you and Mr. Cragg.
You weren't ever in love with this baboon by any chance, were you?
In love with him. I despised him. I loathed him. I always have.
Well, how did he force you to give him the dough?
Well, he showed me a letter his father wrote when he was dying. It accused my father of killing his father.
Why was your father supposed to have killed him?
So my father could take over the business they started.
Well, who is your father and what business is he in?
He's Helmer Nelson, one of the biggest manufacturers of railroad ties in the country.
Oh, I see. Well, why didn't you tell your father?
Oh, no, I couldn't do that. Mr. Maxwell said he'd kill Dad, and me too, if I ever did.
Hilda, there's something maybe you can explain. The man Sam and I socked was not the man who was killed.
What?
The man we thought was Maxwell. The guy we hit. Held me up last night and took a Navy Colt revolver away from me. The one I took from the guy I thought was Maxwell.
Honestly, Mr. Fletcher, I can't explain that. What kind of looking man was he?
Oh, a big gorilla about the size of Sam there. Had a red mustache and a scar across his forehead.
Why, that's Carl Streeter. He and Mr. Maxwell hated each other.
You sure your old man didn't suddenly get wise to what was going on?
I don't really know.
Who do you think killed Maxwell?
Carl Streeter.
You know where I can find him?
Yes. He lives at 804 West 14th Street. Why?
I'd better have a little talk with him. Come on, Sam, let's go.
Looks like Mr. Streeter ain't home. We better try again some other time.
Let me have that skeleton key.
Now, look, Johnny, that ain't honest. Here.
Like the inside of a hothouse. Shut the door, Sam.
Hey, that looks like our gun on that table.
Yeah. We'll take it along so he can't shoot us with it, like he did Maxwell.
Gee, Johnny, what if he used to barge in right now?
Shh. You think of the most unpleasant thing.
Look, that door's shut. Maybe he's in there.
Let's find out.
Do you think we'd better? This is housebreaking or something.
Open the door and quit pretending you're scared.
Who's pretending? Who's pretending? Hey, that's him on the bed. Looks like he's taking a nap.
Yeah, a good long one. The guy's dead. Look, he's been shot.
You are listening to The Navy Colt, a Johnny Fletcher mystery. Here is the place for your second sales message. You have completed your second sales message. Catching up with Johnny Fletcher and Sam Cragg next morning, we find them outside the apartment door of Cornelia Spatt, the woman who described them to the police as the killers of James Maxwell.
Johnny, I think you're nuts. Sticking your neck out like this.
Maybe so, but if this dame can really put the finger on us, it's going to be a tough winter. We got to find out.
But I'm worried.
So am I. Here's the apartment. Miss Cornelia Spatt. Get out of sight.
Okay, but be careful.
How do you do? Miss Spatz?
Yes?
Miss Mallory down on the 10th floor asked me to be sure and see you. I'm selling nylons.
Nylons? Oh, my goodness. Won't you come in, please?
Thank you. You were certainly busy with that typewriter, Miss Spatz.
Yes. I'm just finishing up a story.
Oh, a real author. What kind of stories do you write?
You'd never believe it of me, but they're about crime. Murders, mostly.
A charming young woman like you? Well, somehow you're just not the type.
Well, they're not exactly fiction stories. You see, I'm the New York correspondent for a Chicago magazine called Cunning Crimes. They use short articles each month about actual crimes.
What crime are you writing about now?
Oh, I had such a wonderful experience. I witnessed a murder right out in the hall.
You actually saw the murderers?
Yes, indeedy. And I gave the police a perfect description of them. You know, one of them looked a teensy bit like you.
Like me?
Yes. But he wasn't nearly so good looking.
Oh, Miss Spatz. I can hardly wait to read your story when it comes out. Now, how about the nylons? Shall I write up your order for, say, 6 pairs?
Oh, no, I'll take a dozen. And I'm sure I can get a lot more orders for you from the girls. You see, I'm president of the Pen and Eraser Club. We're all writers, you know. And they'll be simply thrilled to death when I tell them about you. I mean selling nylon.
Oh, that's wonderful of you, Miss Spatz.
How can I get in touch with you when I've seen the girls?
Oh, here, I'll write it down for you. Johnny Fletcher, Eagle Hotel.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Fletcher, and I'm awfully glad you stopped in. Goodbye.
Oh. Goodbye, Miss Spatz.
And do stop in again. Anytime.
Thank you. Oh, phew. Well, that's a load off my mind.
Didn't recognize you, huh?
With those thick cheaters over her eyes, that crackpot wouldn't recognize her own self in the mirror. Mr. Nelson, I'll get right to the point. You've been paying a lot of dough to a guy named Maxwell. The guy that got bumped off the other night.
There's only one answer to a stupid remark like that, Fletcher. Get out of my office or I'll have you thrown out.
Take it easy, Nelson. Whether you know it or not, your daughter got herself into one dilly of a mess, and what's more, she got me into it, too.
Just who are you and what do you want?
I told you. I'm the guy that got into a jam trying to help your daughter.
Ridiculous. I'm perfectly capable of giving my daughter any help she needs.
That's a laugh. Did you know that for years Hilda has been blackmailed by Maxwell?
Hilda, too? Why, that...
Now, Mr. Nelson, don't speak ill of the dead. Especially when you may have had a hand, shall we say, in hastening his death.
Are you accusing me of Maxwell's murder?
Could be.
Well, you're wrong.
That's what they all say. But
what do you want?
Your side of the story, Mr. Nelson. Did you ever see the letter Archer Maxwell wrote accusing you of his death?
Yes. James Maxwell has held it over my head for years. But I didn't kill his father. It was an accident. Archer must have been out of his head when he wrote that note.
Just what was in the letter?
Oh, I don't remember the exact wording, but it accused me all right. Strange part about it, a piece of the letter was missing, torn off.
Did you see the torn piece?
No, but Maxwell had me. He could smash my business and send me to the chair on the strength of that letter. So I kept dishing the money out to him.
How does Carl Streeter tie into the setup?
He and James Maxwell were two of a kind. I don't know what street I had on Maxwell, but he got a cut in the money. Fact is, once in a while, Streeter came up here to collect.
Well, thanks, Nelson. That's about all.
Ain't it funny, Johnny? Even an old hotel room like this seems good to get back to if you get tired enough.
Yeah, just like home if you're up with your rent. Johnny Fletcher speaking.
Oh, hello, Mr. Fletcher. This is Cornelius Spatz. I have some good news. I saw some of the girls, and I have quite a few nylon orders for you. Could you come over right away?
Thank you very much, Miss Spatz.
I'll be looking for you. Come as soon as you can. Goodbye.
Bye. That Spatz character wants to see me right away.
I knew what the dames felt for you, like they all do. You ain't going, are you?
Not a chance.
Hey, how's about me going to get them orders? Is she a good looker?
Say, now you got something, Sam. We'll both go in, and if she doesn't recognize you either, we got nothing more to worry about.
Now, please, Johnny. I was only kidding. I don't want to see her.
On the way, we'll pick up the enlargements of those microfilms. Come on, you big...
Sam, you're about to lose those pictures.
Shove them down further in your pocket.
Yeah, I'll watch him. Johnny, I'm worried. By yourself, this fat stain didn't recognize you. But the both of us together like this?
Forget it. Let me do the talking.
Don't I always?
Oh, do come in. I've been waiting for you.
Miss Spatz, may I present my friend Sam Cragg?
How do you do, Mr. Cragg? It's indeed a pleasure.
It sure is. Get those hands up, both of you.
Hey, what is this?
It's the law, bud. Frisk 'em, Riley. I'll keep 'em covered. They're clean, huh?
Hey, what is all this about?
We're arresting you two for the murder of James Maxwell and Carl Streeter.
Who says?
I do. I definitely saw you do it. You thought I didn't recognize you when you came snooping around the other day, pretending to sell nylons. I'm not that stupid.
And I thought you liked me, Miss Spatz.
Don't be absurd.
And I'm afraid all those crime stories you write have gone to your head.
Please get these men out of here, officers. I have work to do.
Sure, lady. Put the cuffs on them, Riley. Let's get moving.
Now, just a moment, officers. Miss Spatz, you know we didn't kill Maxwell and Carl Streeter.
Tell it to the judge. And don't forget, fella, anything you say now will be used against you.
The trouble is you have too much imagination, Miss Spatz. Or may I call you Mrs. Maxwell?
How dare you say such a thing?
Oh, I'm impulsive that way. Officers, I'll leave it to you. Sam, give me those photographs. Here, take a slant at this. It's a photograph of the marriage license of Cornelia Spatz and James Maxwell.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, suppose Mr. Maxwell and I were married. What of it?
Nothing. Except that you would have cause to become very jealous when you imagined your husband was falling for Hilda Nelson.
Well, he was falling.
Maybe so. But Hilda Nelson's a swell kid. Your husband couldn't get to first base with her.
It's beginning to look as if you're the one who has too much imagination, Mr. Fletcher.
Oh, no. The fact is, you've been masterminding the blackmail deal against Hilda and her father for years, and you were getting fed up with having to split the dough 3 ways.
Everything you say is absolutely absurd, Mr. Fletcher.
Oh, no. You really worked it out slick, Cornelia. You took the apartment next to your husband so you could keep everything under control and still not be suspected of anything. Then...
Officers, will you please take these men away?
Lady, looks like that guy's got something. Go on, bud.
Well, Cornelia, you were scared of being tied into the deal if anything ever went wrong, so you had a copy of your marriage license made on microfilm and hid it in the chamber of the gun. Then you destroyed the license. Look at this other film, officer.
What's it all about?
It's the photograph of the original letter that Cornelia and her playmate blackmailed Hilda Nelson and her father with. It was made before the corner was torn off. You see? The letter actually clears Nelson of any suspicion of killing Archer Maxwell. That's why Archer wrote it. But the way it's worded, with the corner missing, it becomes a perfect accusation.
Gee, Johnny, you never cracked to me you had this all figured out.
I didn't. Till we picked up those film enlargements on the way here.
What's all this leading up to, Fletcher?
To the fact that Sam and I didn't kill James Maxwell and Carl Streeter. It was Cornelia Spatz.
I did not. You can't prove that I did.
How do you think she killed him, bud?
Oh, that little fracas Sam and I had with Streeter, thinking he was Maxwell, was just what the doctor ordered for her. She waited till Carl Streeter had gone, then she stepped across the fire escape to her husband's apartment and shot him.
And what about Streeter?
Oh, she got afraid of what Streeter might say if the cops picked him up. So she went to his apartment and killed him. That's right, isn't it, Cornelia?
Here's my answer to that.
Get her gun, Sam.
Oh, let go of me. Let go of my arm. Oh.
Well, sister, that settles it. Same as a written confession. Put the bracelets on, O'Reilly.
Oh.
Nice going, fella. You done some nice figuring on this one.
Thanks. I'm sorry it had to be a dame.
Before we return to Johnny Fletcher and Sam Cragg, we pause again to mention that this is the spot where you present a final brief sales message. Now, back to Johnny Fletcher and Sam Cragg. They have just entered their hotel room.
Sam Cragg speaking.
Oh, Sam, this is Hilda. Dad and I just heard the wonderful news about what you did. We're so happy.
Oh, it was nothing.
Sam, Dad and I were just wondering if...
Sam. Hold the phone, Hilda. Go away, Johnny. You bother me. Yes, Hilda, go on.
Well, Father and I want you and Johnny to come over and have dinner with us.
Why, sure. Love to, honey.
Sam, no.
Just a moment, Hilda. Listen, you dope. We're invited to the Nelsons for dinner. Eat. E-T-E, eat. Remember?
We can't go.
What's the matter with you, Johnny? Why can't we?
Because there's a dead guy in our closet.
Uh-oh. Here we go again.
Be sure to be with us next week when we bring you another best-selling Johnny Fletcher mystery by Frank Gruber entitled The Mighty Blockhead, and starring Albert Decker and Mike Mazurki. Tonight's story was The Navy Colt. This program was produced in Hollywood's Radio City. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Two pairs of footsteps echoed down the dark alley. They stopped. Waited for Jack the Ripper to strike. But this is not London in 1888. No, this is Chicago in 1945. Yet Jack the Ripper is loose again to knife, to butcher his victims without trace. Hello, creeps. This is Peter Lorre, opening the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. If you recall, some 60 years ago, London was terrorized by a one-man crime wave, by a murderer who was never captured and never seen. And tonight, we follow the investigations of Sir Guy Hollis, who firmly believes that Jack the Ripper is still alive. That it is he who is the fiend that once again slashes and kills. There is the element of the supernatural in this story that will amaze you. For it seems that the spirit world has given the black heart of Jack the Ripper the power of everlasting life.
Time, the present. Our scene is the reception room of a well-known Chicago psychiatrist, Dr. John Carmody. Miss Canister, the doctor's assistant, is chatting with a tall, distinguished man who is apparently waiting to consult Dr. Carmody.
But surely, Sir Guy, you can't believe a theory that seems so, astrological.
I'm afraid I do, Miss Canister. You'll grant, Miss Canister, that we still know very little about the life energy of the sun, about those forces which keep the planets in their spheres and keep a star from spinning astray and crashing into the Wrigley building.
Hello there.
Oh, Dr. Carmody.
I'll be with you in a moment, Mr. Hollis. Miss Canister, will you step into my office, please?
Take your time, Doctor.
Anything to gain your patient's respect.
Oh, what have I done now?
It's Sir Guy Hollis.
Oh.
He's a lord or a knight, or anyway, not a commoner. Attached to the British consulate here.
Did you find out anything else about him?
Nothing about his mental condition. He's right out of an English movie. Only thing that's missing is a monocle. Oh, yes, and he's a bug about astrology.
Send him in.
Mm-hmm. Doctor, we'll see you now, sir.
Thank you. It's been a somewhat busy day, Sir Guy. Sorry you had to wait so long.
An apology a doctor need never make, sir. Most attractive office, Doctor.
That's also my home.
Oh, that explains the piano, then, and the painting.
Perhaps.
What do you think of London, Doctor?
London? Why?
Have you ever noticed anything strange about it?
Well, the fog is famous, although here in Chicago we sometimes have one to match it.
Yes, the fog. That's important. You see, it always provides the perfect setting.
For what?
For murder.
Tell me, Sir Guy, what is a Londoner doing in Chicago discussing murder with a psychiatrist?
Have you ever heard of Jack the Ripper, Doctor?
The murderer?
The greatest monster of them all. Worse than Spring Hill Jack or Crippen, even. Red Jack. Red Jack the Ripper.
Yes, I've heard of him.
Do you know his history, Doctor?
See here, Sir Guy, doctors are pretty much in demand these days. I assumed you were a patient, wanted my help as a psychiatrist. If you just wanted to swap old wives' tales about famous crimes, perhaps we might arrange dinner
This is
some night
no old
sometime.
wives' tale, Doctor. This is a matter of life and death.
Sorry. What is?
Well, listen. London, 1888. Out of nowhere, a shadowy figure with a knife, haunting the squalid dives of Whitechapel and Spitalfields. 6 times that knife descended into the throats and bodies of London's women. 39 stab wounds, the paper said the first time. August 31st, another victim. On September 8th, watchmen making their rounds in the gray dawn stumbled across the third packed and horrid thing.
I understand he used his knife rather well.
He was an expert doctor. And where had he learned? At the operating table? The butcher's block? Some said on the police force. On November 9th, a sixth victim was found on the floor of her room.
Panic in the grandstand?
Yes, but needless panic. Months passed, a year. They said Jack had escaped to America. They said he committed suicide. They've been saying things ever since.
You tell the story very well, but I'm afraid that's all the time I can give you today, Sir Guy.
I haven't finished.
I'm anxious to hear the rest of your story.
Dr. Carmody, I am on the trail of Jack the Ripper. I've tracked him here to Chicago.
You've tracked... See here, Sir Guy. What was the date of those London murders?
1888.
Well, look, if Jack the Ripper were even born that year, he'd be 56 today. I'd say Red Jack would be good and dead about now.
Would he? Or should I say, would she? Because the Ripper may have been a woman, you know. Do you think I'm insane, Doctor?
No.
Well, then you might listen to my reason for thinking the Ripper is still alive. I have been studying these cases for 13 years. Talked to officials, friends of the poor drabs he killed, and then I started studying unsolved murders all over the world. Followed a trail of blood. I could show you clippings from San Francisco, Shanghai, Berlin, Cairo, Milan. 87 such murders. And all had the trademark of the Ripper. You remember the New Orleans torso slayings last summer?
Well, vaguely. A colleague of mine attended the hearing.
And surely you remember two recent ones here in Chicago. One out on South Durban in September, and then a few weeks ago there was another very much like it up on Posted.
Yeah?
Well, Doctor?
You're the criminologist. But figure it out, Sir Guy. If Red Jack were, say, 30 in 1888, he'd be 86 today. And no man of 86 could have butchered up that Halstead corpse.
Suppose he didn't get any older. Suppose Red Jack knew how to stay young.
But people do grow old, Sir Guy. Murderers, too. Whether they're women or butchers or scientists, they grow old.
What about sorcerers?
Who?
Necromancers, wizards, practices of black magic. Now, see here, Doctor, I have studied the dates of those 87 murders, and they have an astrological significance. Suppose Red Jack didn't murder for murder's sake alone. Suppose he wanted to make a sacrifice.
What kind of a sacrifice, Sir Guy?
It has been said that if you offer blood to the dark gods when the moon and the stars are right, they grant boons. Boons of eternal youth.
I don't understand, Sir Guy. I'm not an authority on witchcraft, nor even an amateur criminologist. Why have you come to me?
Because Jack the Ripper is here in Chicago, and through you, I am going to capture him.
Morning, Doctor.
Morning, Canister.
Well, how did his lordship turn out last night? He's the most exciting patient we've had in months.
He's not a patient, Canister, at least not yet.
Shouldn't he be?
No, I can't tell. He talks so convincingly. Maybe there is a shred of reality in his story. It's real enough to him, Lord knows.
Oh, excuse me, Doctor. Dr. Carmody's office?
May I speak with Dr. Carmody, please? It's most urgent.
One moment. His lordship again.
Oh, hello?
It's Guy Hollis, Doctor.
Oh. Any new clues turn up overnight?
You're willing to go through with it?
Oh, just this minute sent my nurse out for a magnifying glass and a pair of
I don't
handcuffs.
think that'll be necessary, Doctor.
Now, look here, Sir Guy. How can I possibly help you?
I have good reason to believe the Ripper is among your acquaintances.
What good reason?
I'll tell you when I see you. I understand Lester Benton, a friend of yours who writes a column for the Sun Herald, has invited you to a party tonight.
Yes, that's right. How did you know that?
I hope that you'll take me with you.
Take you with me?
I told you that I have plotted the astrological chart. The Ripper must make a sacrifice before this night passes.
Oh. Okay. How about supper first?
Splendid.
Pick me up at about 7:30.
Thanks awfully, Doctor.
All right. Bye.
Are you sure you're doing the right thing?
That's why I wanted him to suffer first. If he proves dangerous, I'll manage to sidetrack him somehow. I hope Lester's in.
I know. Hatchet murder on Polk Street.
No, no murder yet, Lester. But if you don't become conscious, there may be.
Oh, John.
Yes, that's right. Now, look, old man, is it okay if I bring someone to the party tonight?
Oh, sure, John. Wildliker?
It's a guy from the British consulate.
Well, all the better. Manpower shortage and all that.
Now, listen, Les. He's kind of a strange duck. I'm not sure yet whether his head is on right.
That's okay. Plenty of company. See you tonight.
Right. Canister, all that remains now is for Sir Guy and I to attend the party tonight and capture the Ripper.
What are you talking about?
Well, Sir Guy says the Ripper will be there tonight.
You're joking.
I am, yes. But Sir Guy isn't. And perhaps he's right. But I still don't know who you're hoping to find at Lester's party tonight, Sir Guy. A few writers, a painter, singer, all fairly normal.
How about so is the Ripper? Perfectly normal. Except on certain nights.
Mm-hmm.
Then he becomes an ageless, pathological monster crouching to kill. On evenings like tonight, when the stars are arranged in blazing patterns of death.
But why among my friends?
Because they are the kind of people the Ripper seeks out.
But I warn you, Sir Guy, once these people find out what you're up to, you'd better be prepared for just about anything.
I'll be ready.
Look, what's that you got there? See here, Sir Guy, you can't go around among my friends with a gun in your pocket.
Oh. Then you keep it for me.
Yeah.
But be prepared to use it.
Sure. Well, come on. The party should be in full swing by now. Well, Sir Guy, are you enjoying yourself?
Immensely, John. Your friends are very charming.
Except that one of them is Jack the Ripper, huh?
Perhaps. And if I get the opportunity, I think I'll show you how we can find out.
Soon, I hope. It's 1 o'clock. I should be leaving.
Leaving? Who said leaving? Are you trying to spoil my party, John?
Well, Lester, it is late.
Don't be a killjoy, John. I've hardly met our honored guest.
Oh, dear.
Are you here on a military mission, Sir Guy?
Not exactly.
Well, then if it's not secret, you could...
Oh, not at all, Mr. Benton. I'm on the trail of Jack the Ripper.
Jack? Well, it's rude of us to be so curious.
Sir Guy has an idea that Jack the Ripper is prowling around Chicago, Les, and he's out to find him.
Oh, really?
Sir Guy is serious.
Well, he should be. According to some old files I've read, Red Jack was something of a menace. Had some ripping good times.
Les, your puns get worse daily.
Oh, then I'll
Sir Guy is sure that the Ripper is responsible for the South Dearborn murder. And the one up on Halstead a few weeks ago. You've covered them, Les. What's your idea?
Could be. Very neat carving on both of them.
But the victims were men. I thought the Ripper was only interested in women.
Oh, not at all. It's probably occurred to you that the women we know the Ripper sought were fairly vivid symbols. A kind of living comment on the society which he detested.
Oh, yes.
And then just as our laws change and our society changes, so then must his victims change.
Cut out the music.
With each new age, the Ripper discovers a new symbol of protest.
But tell us, Sir Guy, which do you hope to find here? The Ripper or the symbol?
Yes, I'm rather curious about that myself.
The Ripper.
All right, boys and girls. We're trapped. Let's face it.
Easy, Les. I told you he was serious.
I know, John, but what can a considerate host do? I've got it. Laverne, let's have that bread knife there on the sideboard.
Oh, Les.
Thanks. Sir Guy has come a long way on a difficult mission, so let's give him a fair chance. I'll turn out the lights for 1 minute, and Sir Guy can stand here in the middle of the room with the bread knife. Now, if anyone here is the Ripper, they can either make a break for it or take the opportunity to, eradicate the pursuer. That's fair enough, Sir Guy?
Fair enough, Lester.
Laverne, some suitable background music, please. Something Wagnerian, you know.
Now,
Choose your partners for the kill, ladies and gentlemen. Every 60 seconds of darkness for evil to make its cosmic presence known. Unchallenged, unmolested, let the Ripper ride. A minute for death, at the end of which we'll look for the bodies. Ready? All right, silence. Now, turn out the lights. Don't anyone move. Let the affirmative forces return. Let there be light.
Look there on the floor. It's Sir Guy.
My lord, he's been stabbed.
Here, let's pick up the body
No,
and get it off.
look,
Well, I guess nobody had better touch the body.
Look.
What is it? I mean, well, doesn't Hollywood recommend the police in moments like this?
For heaven's sakes, Les.
I swear, Les, I didn't want to bring him, but he insisted. He said he'd plotted the chart. Said he was certain the Ripper would use his knife before the night was out.
I don't suppose we ought to move him, do you?
What?
Well, I'll call the police.
For heaven's sakes, Les.
Now, look, if you have any ideas what we should do, Nadja, now shoot.
Whoever goes to get the police could just as easily make a neat getaway. Lord, Les, if he was right about the Ripper...
But I wasn't, John.
Sir Guy.
Hey, wait a minute. Look at that.
Now, wait, I really don't think that's
really
quite
scared
the kind of a
us to
joke
death.
we should have had.
Please, forgive me, Nadja,
Forgive him.
for frightening you so. When you were all so innocent.
What is it, guy? What do you mean?
Hold it, everybody! Are you sure about our innocence, Sir Guy?
Oh, yes. You see, if the Ripper were here, he would have betrayed himself when he saw me lying there. Not a very gentle spoof, I'm afraid.
Oh, sure it was. Gentle like a ton of bricks.
Yeah, come on, let's get a drink. Let's get away.
Well, John, shall we leave? It's getting rather late.
Yes, Sir Guy. Oh, you can shut your mouth now, Nadia. The game's over.
For heaven's sake.
I'll get your coats.
Thanks.
Well, goodbye, everyone, and forgive me if I gave you an unnecessary scare.
Oh, they've forgotten about it already, Sir Guy.
Good night, Les. Thanks.
Don't mention it, John. Come around again, Sir Guy.
I'd like to. Good night, Lester.
Good night.
I suppose you're thinking that I'm guilty of the same sort of sensational tricks as our friend the Ripper, but I want only to rid the world of a devilish fiend who lives by the blood of others.
As Les said, they've all forgotten it by now.
Well, I guess I was wrong to seek him out at a party. You know, we're far more likely to find him out here in the darkness and the fog, perhaps along a lonely, shadowed street such as this, or perhaps in a neglected dead end, like this one here.
Now, Sir Guy.
Please, do me one more favor. It's only a hunch, but let's turn up this alley, see what it has to offer. Remember, the Ripper must make a sacrifice tonight.
Well, as long as I've gone this far.
Thanks, Amber. Yes, this is what the Ripper likes. Small, gaping alleyway. Hardly noticeable to the rest of the city. It'll be in a hidden corner like this where I'll capture him. And I'll turn the bloody swine over to the police. He's a mad beast, John. An ageless monster let loose on the world.
There's nothing up here, Sir Guy.
No, just to the end of the alley, John. And we'll turn back, I promise.
Look, Sir Guy, don't you think this is carrying a hobby a little too far?
A hobby, John? In 1888, one of those nameless drabs the Ripper killed was my mother.
What?
Yes. My father spent his life searching for the Ripper. Caught up with him, too, about 1926 in Hollywood, where he was stabbed in a brawl. The police never learned who it was. But I know it was the Ripper. And I'll live till I find him. I swear I will. Let me have my gun now, John. We've left your friends, and I feel safer with my gun on me.
Now, see here, Sir Guy.
Oh, please, John, now let me carry the gun. Now, let me have it, John. Please.
All right. You insist.
John, it's not a gun, it's a knife.
I know.
John. John, what are you doing?
Never mind the John. Only Jack.
No.
Hello, Lester. Canister. I didn't get you out of bed, did I? Yes, the police picked John up this morning. The guy? Oh, he's dead, all right. Oh, it's horrible, Les. Well, of course he's in a cell. All right, Les, I'm going in now and talk to John. Insane? Of course he must be. Right, Les, I'll meet you here at the jail. My time's up now, John. I'd better be going.
Just one more thing, Canister. For some reason, I want you to understand. You see, Sir Guy was right. I did have to make an offering before the night was over. I didn't want for it to be him, Canister. But up there in that alley, I realized he was as determined as I. You know, Canister, I still wonder who at that party was astute enough to send the police after me so quickly. Lester, perhaps. The police won't tell me, but I'll find out, Canister. And if it was Lester, he'll know I found out.
But what difference can it make now?
Oh, police haven't won yet, Canister. The gods won't let me down. They never have. Sir Guy was right about that, too. I am eternal. I have no age, you know. I never shall.
Well, I'll be going.
I'll miss you.
Bye, John.
Bye, Canister.
Lester.
Canister, I've died 10 times over.
Why, Les? He's safe today. The charge, you know.
I still died 10 times over.
He suspected it was you who called the police.
As long as he doesn't suspect you, put me wise. Now, will you tell me how you found out about it?
I was emptying the wastebasket after Comedy left last night for the party.
Mm-hmm.
I discovered a lot of astrological plotting in his handwriting. And that Englishman's words. Couldn't forget them. Comedy just told me the gods won't permit him to be executed. He thinks he really is Jack the Ripper. He's insane, Les.
Oh, and I was afraid you'd say that.
Well, what do you mean? Any doctor will tell you he is insane.
I know they will. They'll also tell the jury.
So?
So, the law doesn't execute the insane. It allows them to live.
You mean?
Who knows, Canister? Who knows?
Comfortable thought, isn't it? Dr. Carmody may die for his crimes, but Jack the Ripper will live on. Oh, well, spirits are hard to kill, unless they come in a bottle. Now for our next production, we have something much less exciting. Oh, only 17 shots, a mob of crooks outsmarting each other for a paltry $200,000, 2 murderers, and Simon Templar, better known as the Saint. Follow me to the green room for a preview. Right this way. Come. Come.
You know, Horace, you really should have told me sooner.
Told you what?
That police headquarters have been moved to a Long Island mansion like this. It's quite a shock to a hard-working taxpayer like me.
You better start getting used to shocks, Bub.
Oh, Mr. Natson, the judge is expecting you.
Go on in. I wish you wouldn't keep prodding me with that rough, though, Horace. It tickles.
This way, sir.
Why, cozy little stump, isn't it, Horace?
My name is not Horace. In here, please. Judge Stryker, Mr. Nasson is back, sir.
Ah, yes. Come in. You might as well lock the door, Nasson.
Right, sir.
Sit down, Mr. Templar. So you are the famous gentleman known as the Saint, are you?
Sometimes my friends call me that.
Mr. Templar, we are faced here with a serious matter, a very serious matter.
So it would seem.
So serious, in fact, that I have been obliged to adopt rather extraordinary measures to deal with it.
Like sending around a phony dick to pick me up?
Oh, you knew he was a phony?
My dear fat-headed friend, you didn't really think that Horace over there could successfully impersonate an officer of the law, did you?
Why,
Shall we get down to business?
Very well. You have in your possession a certain diary containing statements and suggestions which I hardly need say are wholly untrue.
Such as the statement that when you held a fine job in Washington, you dreamed up the high-tor oil swindle and got away with it.
Fabrication from beginning to end.
And that you and your associates now control about 90% of the black market.
His lies, every one of them.
Naturally. That's why you're so anxious to have them suppressed.
The fact remains that their publication might seriously damage the character and financial standing of certain reputable members of the community.
Especially including you.
It is for that reason and that reason alone that I am prepared to ascertain what value you place on this volume.
What's your offer?
Shall we say $10,000? May I ask you what you find so funny about $10,000?
Oh, nothing under ordinary circumstances. But you must admit that in this case it is a little ridiculous.
And what would you suggest?
$200,000, Judge Stryker.
What did you say?
You heard me. I said $200,000.
You're insane.
Oh, no, I'm not. I'll tell you what I'm going to do, Judge. I'm going to set up a foundation. The Simon Templar Foundation for the Rehabilitation of Wounded War Veterans. It will have a capital of $1 million. Your share will be exactly 1/5. Do I make myself clear?
Why haven't you changed your tune before you ever get out of this house? Nasson!
Don't try to get your gun, Horace. You see, I always carry a spare, and I'm an excellent shot. When you searched me, you should have remembered that I always have something up my sleeve. Now, take your gun out, very slowly, by the muzzle. Drop it. Thank you. Now, keep it toward me. That's right. And now, if you'll be good enough to unlock the door.
Go on. Open it.
That's a good little boy.
You'll hear from me again, Templar.
Oh, I'm quite certain of it. In fact, I shall expect to have your check by Saturday morning. Good night, Judge.
Yes, they call him the Robin Hood of modern crime. But even a Robin Hood is not immune when powerful interests concern themselves with arranging for the sudden death of the saint. So with these gentle thoughts, this is Peter Lorre closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Until next time, good night. Sleep tight. Armed Forces Radio Service.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
No, I don't want to die.
John.
Get away.
John.
Get away.
John, wake up.
Oh. Where is he?
Where's who?
That man.
Oh, you've been having a nightmare, John.
Huh? Oh, good heavens, Clara. It was awful. I dreamed there was a man in this room, and he stood right over me. And he said I was going to die. I was going to be murdered within 48 hours.
Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. And so I tell you tonight the strange story, Death Comes at Midnight. John Prentice is a manufacturer, a very busy man who needs his rest. But John had a frightful dream. The dream was not brought on by a guilty conscience, but John's life has been above reproach. He loves his wife Clara and their grown daughter Eva. He has done no wrong to any man. Why, then, this awful dream with its prophecy of death? Now, the following evening, the Prentices are planning to attend a lecture, and Dwight Cooper, Eva's fiancé, is going with them. The wife and daughter are in the living room awaiting his arrival.
Oh, there's Dwight now, Mother. I'll go to the door. Oh, wait a minute, Eva. You'd better make sure who it is before you open the door. Oh, Mother, you still worrying about that dream Daddy had last night? Well, I can't help being nervous about it. Well, of course it's Dwight. We're expecting him, aren't we? I'm going to let him in. Well, enter, my lord.
Hello, darling. How come you're answering the door yourself? Maid's night out?
We haven't got a maid. She went to work in a war plant.
Well, good for her.
We're going to do without a maid for the duration.
That's the spirit. Good evening, Miss Prentice.
Good evening, Dwight. You see, Mother, it wasn't a big bad wolf after all. Not this time. But we'd better be careful, Eva.
Well, what's this about a big bad wolf?
Seems that Mother believes in dreams, Dwight. And last night Dad had one that was really a honey. Oh, I don't believe in dreams.
Oh, Daddy.
Yeah?
Dwight's here, so hurry up.
I'll be there in just a minute.
Talk about a woman taking her time dressing.
Well, what about this dream?
You tell him, Mother. Well, I don't believe that all dreams have a meaning. But this one John had was a prophecy, and I'm concerned about it.
Yes?
He kept hearing a man's voice telling him over and over that he was going to be murdered within 48 hours.
Murdered?
Can you imagine such a thing?
Oh, well, I wouldn't be alarmed, Mrs. Prentice. According to psychologists, a dream has no possible relation to the future. They say a dream comes from experiences of the past that have been registered in the subconscious mind.
Well, if John's been murdered in the past, I haven't heard about it.
Oh, now, wait. I didn't mean it quite as literally as all that.
Well, Mother's been counting the hours, Dwight. Let's see, the dream came at midnight last night. That means Dad's hour of doom is midnight tomorrow, if he isn't murdered sooner.
Well, maybe we'd better not risk taking him to the lecture.
Oh, I wish you two wouldn't joke about it. I don't think it's any joking matter. Oh, I'll get it. Hello?
Hello? Mr. Prentice there?
He's busy right now. Could I take a message?
Yeah. Tell him he better come to the phone, whether he's busy or not, if he wants to save his life.
What?
This is a matter of life and death.
Oh, well, hold the line a minute. Of all the amazing things, there's a man on the phone who sounds like a gangster. He wants to talk to Daddy about saving Daddy's life. His life?
Maybe I'd better talk to him.
Oh, no. No, get John on the phone. Call him, Eva.
Oh, Daddy, you want it on the phone. It's important.
All right, I'm coming.
Oh, don't tell me that dream didn't mean anything. Now, Mother, don't get excited.
Well, just what did this fellow say?
Well, Oh, here's Daddy.
Yeah, hello, Dwight.
Good evening, Miss Prentice.
Daddy, wait. I don't know who that man is, but he's terribly hard-boiled, and He said I'd better get you to the phone if you want to save your life.
What's this?
Oh, John,
I'll see what it's all about. Hello?
Mr. Prentice,
Yes?
you don't know me, but you better pay attention to what I'm telling you, see? A certain man here in town, a wealthy guy, has offered me a nice piece of dough to put you out of the way.
What?
But I want to be reasonable, see? So I'll consider... Hey, are you listening?
Yes, I'm listening. Go ahead.
Well, if you want to hike the ante a little bit, say to $3,000, I'll call off my deal with this guy. What's more, I'll give you his name.
I see.
Now, $3,000's a small matter to you, so...
Wait a minute. Suppose you come here to the house and we'll talk it over.
And do I sound like a chump? You're coming to see me, and you're bringing the dough.
Oh, no, I'm not. You think I'm going to walk into a trap?
You mean you're turning down my proposition?
I certainly am.
All right, mister. You asked for it. You'll be a goner by midnight tomorrow.
All right? So listen. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Midnight tomorrow. Now, not only in a dream, but in actual fact, John has been told that he will not live beyond that hour. John phones the police, and a few minutes later, Captain Arnold arrives at the house.
Mr. Prentice, can you think of anyone who'd like to have you put out of the way for any reason at all?
No. No, Captain, I really can't.
Now, you've been in business a good many years. How about your business rivals?
Well, of course, I've made a certain amount of enemies, of course, but I don't think any of them would go so far as to hire somebody to kill me.
You never can tell. Suppose you name some of your enemies.
Oh, no, I'm afraid, Captain, I couldn't do that.
Well, see here, why not?
Well, frankly, because I might be causing an innocent person a lot of embarrassment.
Oh, well, what of it? We've got to get to the bottom of this some way. Have you had a quarrel with anyone recently?
No, I haven't.
Think carefully now.
Well, yes, come to think of it, I did have a rather heated argument with a man the other day in my office. Oh, but I'm sure...
Well, and who was he?
I'd rather not say.
Was he a wealthy man?
Yes.
Then tell me his name.
Oh, no, Captain, I'd rather not. You'd go to his house and question him, and I don't want...
How can the police help you if you won't help yourself?
Well, this is none of my business, Mr. Prentice, but if I were you...
No, Dwight, there's no use arguing. Got my own ideas on the subject.
Well, that's that, I guess. We'll have to conduct our investigation without your help, Mr. Prentice.
Oh, by the way, Captain, I'd feel a lot safer if you'd send an officer out to watch the house tonight.
Well, I brought a man with me. He's out in the car. I'll leave him here.
Oh, that'll be fine.
I'll leave the car, too, in case he needs it. Well, we'll do what we can, Mr. Prentice. Let us know the developments.
Oh, of course. I want to thank you, Captain.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Captain.
So John is unwilling to give the name of the man with whom he quarreled. Is it really because he's concerned about the possible embarrassment of an innocent person? Tonight the house will be well guarded, and as an added protection, Dwight has agreed to stay in the Prentice home. John, feeling quite safe, has gone to bed and fallen into a sound sleep. Then, at exactly midnight...
Let me go. Let me go. I don't want to die.
John.
No, don't throw me off the bridge. No.
Wake up, John.
No.
Wake up, John.
What?
Oh, John, you're in your room. Nothing's happening to you.
Oh.
You've been shouting your head off. Mother, what is it? Oh, your father's had another nightmare. I thought that was it.
Yes, Evelyn. It was terrible.
What kind of a dream was it? Like the other one?
Oh, it was worse. Now I know how I'm going to die and when.
Oh, you're not going to die.
I'm afraid of.
What did you dream, John?
He took me in a car to the old river bridge on Tower Street.
Who took you?
I don't know. I never saw him before. He tied my hands behind me with a rope and When we got to the bridge, he dragged me out of the car and threw me into the river.
Oh, my heavens.
Now, Mother.
Just as we came to the bridge, I saw an illuminated clock. The hands were pointing to 12. That's when I'm going to die.
Oh, Daddy.
What time is it now?
Well, it's after 12.
Oh. Then it's tomorrow at midnight, just like that man said.
Daddy, don't talk like that. This dream doesn't mean anything.
What about my other dream? It meant something.
No, it didn't. That phone call didn't have a thing to do with your dream. It was just a coincidence. Things will look different to you in the morning.
Eva.
Yes?
Would you mind sending Dwight in here?
But he's asleep, Daddy.
I know, but please send him in. I want to talk to him.
Well, all right.
Sit down, Dwight.
They told me about the dream, Mr. Prentice, but I wouldn't let it bother me if I were you.
I can't help being bothered. The dream was so vivid, Dwight, and it fits in so perfectly with what's happening in real life.
Yes, I'll admit that's rather strange.
The reason I sent for you, well, if anything should happen to me, I want you to sort of take charge of things for Clara and Eva.
How do you mean?
I've made a will that takes care of my property, but there's my life insurance. It amounts to $100,000, and the money will have to be invested.
I see. Who's the insurance payable to?
Clara, but of course she knows nothing about investments. You advise her, will you, Dwight? I've got faith in your judgment.
Yes. I'll be glad to help in any way I can.
Come to think of it, I owe a payment on that policy right now. But the grace period isn't up for a couple of days yet. I'll make the payment if I'm still alive.
Oh, I have an idea you'll be alive, all right. But as you say, if anything should happen, I'll be glad to advise Mrs. Prentice.
Oh, I knew you would, Dwight. And thanks.
Next morning, John announces that he will stay at home all day. Clara, upset by the events of the night before, remains in her room. But John is feeling much better. He views things differently with the coming of a new day. He will not yield to this feeling of inevitable doom. He will fight the situation.
Hello?
Mr. Prentice?
Oh, it's you again. Dwight, get on that extension in the library.
Just thought I'd call and ask if you've changed your mind.
No, I have not. What's more, I defy you to even lay a hand on me. I'm being protected by the police.
Well, ain't that fine? So you won't come across, huh?
No, I won't.
Look, Prentice, the water in that river is awful cold.
What? What did you say? Hello? Dwight, did you hear that?
What's the matter, Daddy?
I heard every word. Sounded like he meant business.
Something wrong?
That man, he phoned me again. I don't know what to think.
Well, what did he say?
He wanted to know if I changed my mind, and when I told him I hadn't, he told me the water in the river would be awfully cold.
What?
How did he know about my dream? How did he know?
Yeah, it's the most uncanny thing I ever heard of.
What's the answer to all this?
Daddy, he didn't know about your dream. It's just the other way around.
Well, what do you mean?
I'm afraid Mother's right. Your dreams are foretelling the future, Daddy. They're warning you of what's going to happen.
And now John's spirits are crushed again. For if the dream told the truth, then his fate is sealed in spite of anything he can do. Dwight, however, is not ready to give up. He is annoyed with Eva for admitting her belief in the dream.
Darling, for your father's sake, you shouldn't have said what you did, even though you believe it yourself.
Oh, I know, Dwight. Perhaps I shouldn't. I said it before I thought. But there must be something to those dreams.
Yes, I know. You got me guessing. But look, let's try to do something.
Do what?
I've been thinking about this quarrel your father had. He won't tell us the man's name, but maybe we can find out.
How?
Through your father's secretary. The quarrel took place in his office, you know.
Oh, yes. Miss Edwards might know about it.
Well, shall we get down and see her?
But look, let's not tell her what we want the information for. The less we say about this situation, the better.
We'll give her some other reason.
Yes.
Get your coat and hat on, honey. We'll get out of my car.
Miss Edwards, this is Mr. Cooper, my fiancé. How do you do?
Miss Edwards?
We'd like to ask you a few questions if you can spare us a few moments.
Why, yes, of course.
My father isn't feeling very well today, and that's why he didn't come down. You see, we've learned that he's rather upset about a heated argument he had recently with some wealthy man here at the office.
Argument?
Daddy won't talk about it. He hasn't even mentioned the man's name, but it's quite necessary that we find out all we can about it. And if you'll tell us who the man was, we'll treat the matter in confidence.
But, I don't know of any fuss your father had, Miss Prentice. He's quite an even-tempered man.
Yes? Are you sure you don't remember?
Very well. There was an argument. I couldn't hear what was being said. They were in your father's private office, but I did hear your father talking quite angrily with Mr. Reeves.
Who's he?
Milton Reeves. He's been in several big deals with Mr. Prentice.
Oh.
Couldn't you hear anything that was being said?
No, just their loud voices. Mr. Reeves was angry, too, but I really couldn't make out what they said.
No? Well, at any rate, we've got something to go on, Eva.
Yes. I think we'd better have a talk with Mr. Reeves. Thank you, Miss Edwards.
You won't tell Mr. Prentice that I said anything, will you? Or Mr. Reeves either?
Oh, no. You can depend on that.
I'm Dwight Cooper, Mr. Reeves. And this is Miss Prentice.
How do you do, Miss Prentice? John Prentice's daughter, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Well, what is it, Mr. Cooper? I'm in a bit of a hurry. I'm going away on a trip this afternoon.
I'll be very brief. We've heard that you and Mr. Prentice had some sort of a disagreement with each other a few days ago.
Yes? Who told you that?
Mr. Prentice is quite ill, Mr. Reeves, and we think it's a result of that quarrel. If we could find out something about it, we might be able to straighten him out.
Well, John knows all about it.
He won't talk about it, Mr. Reeves.
He won't, eh? Well, John shouldn't let a thing like that get him down. Business is business, you know. He wanted me to renew a loan, and I refused to do it.
So that was it.
In his particular business, well, I don't know what the future will be with all this rationing and priorities.
Had you promised to renew the loan?
Well, as a matter of fact, I had. But I changed my mind, which is my privilege. John wanted me to wait a few days. Said he was trying to borrow some money from the State Mutual. But I didn't think it was good business to wait, so I called the loan.
Oh, I see. I imagine that made him pretty angry.
Did it? You'll pardon me, Miss Prentice, for talking so frankly about your father, but really, I never heard a man get so abusive in my life. Why, he actually threatened me.
Yes?
He acted like a schoolboy. Said he'd get revenge.
Do you think he will get revenge?
Oh, no,
Oh, yes. You're afraid of him, aren't you? You'd like to arrange things so he couldn't possibly get revenge, wouldn't you, Mr. Reeves?
Did you threaten him?
Say, what are you getting at?
I think you know what we're getting at.
I do not. Now, see here. I've told you all I'm going to tell you, so now I'll ask you both to leave.
Surely. You've told us quite enough, Mr. Reeves.
Dwight, hadn't we better go to the police station and tell Captain Arnold?
No, darling, not yet. But I'm sure Reeves is the one who's hired that thug to kill your father.
So am I.
He said he was going on a trip. He wants to be out of the way when it happens, so he won't be suspected.
Of course. Then why shouldn't we have him arrested?
Well, I'd like to get more evidence first. I want to find out more about that loan. Who do you think could tell me?
Well, Mr. McAdams ought to be able to tell you. He's the treasurer of Daddy's firm.
All right, I'll go see him. Look, honey, suppose you take a taxi and go on home. See how things are getting along.
Oh, Dwight,
Please, honey, I may have to do some running around. Look, don't tell your father about this.
Oh, no. All right, Dwight. But don't be gone too long.
I won't tell him.
But Dwight has been gone much too long to suit Eva. It is now 11:30 at night. Eva and her mother have become increasingly nervous as the clock ticks off the seconds, bringing the time closer and closer to midnight, John's last moment on Earth.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, Dwight, where have you been? We've been worried to death.
Well, one thing led to another. McAdams had gone out in the country, but I finally caught up with him.
Have you told the police about Mr. Reeves?
No, I haven't. Where's Mr. Prentice?
In the library. Oh, he's in a terrible state of mind, Dwight. He's got the door locked. He told the policeman to stand outside his window. Listen. Someone at the door.
Oh, my heavens. Oh, why didn't that policeman
Now, don't
stop?
get panicky.
I'll see who it is.
Open the wicket.
It's a messenger boy.
It might be a trick.
It looks all right.
Telegram for Mr. Prentice.
All right, I'll take it.
Signed here.
There you are. Here.
Oh, thanks, mister.
I wonder who'd be...
Mrs. Prentice, have I your permission to open this message? For certain reasons, I'd like to see who it's from.
Why, yes, Dwight.
Go ahead. What is it, Dwight?
It's important. Very important. I've got to show it to your father right away. Mr. Prentice, open up. It's Dwight. Mr. Prentice.
It's all right, Daddy. Unlock the door. Dwight's got a telegram for you.
Why doesn't he answer? I'll go outside and look through the window. The officer's out there. Come on. Where is that officer, Eva? I don't see him.
I don't know, Dwight. Daddy told him to stay right here by the window.
Eva, look. The window's wide open.
Why?
What's that?
Oh, my heavens. There's a policeman on the ground. Something's happened to him. He's hurt.
Officer! Officer! He's coming around. What happened? I seen a car drive up in the alley.
Oh.
A light-colored sedan. And just as I started to investigate, somebody slugs me in the back of the head. That's all I remember.
And they've got him. They've got Daddy.
Darling, I'm going after that sedan.
How do you know where it went?
I'll find it. I'll drive to the Tower Street Bridge.
I'm going with you.
No, you stay here, Eva.
And why does Dwight think he'll find the light-colored sedan at the Tower Street Bridge? Is it because Mr. Prentice saw that bridge in his dream? Or is there another reason? A reason known only to Dwight? But Eva can't wait, and so a moment later, another car speeds toward the bridge. The policeman's car. The officer is at the wheel, and Eva and Clara are by his side.
Oh, officer, can't you go faster?
I'm driving as fast as I can, Miss Prentice. Say, I'd better put in a radio call to headquarters and have them send a squad car to the other side of that bridge. No telling what we'll run into there.
There's the bridge right ahead, officer. And there's the clock.
What clock?
The one Daddy saw in his dream. And look, it's midnight.
I don't know nothing about the dream, Miss Prentice. All
I see
know...
a car out on the bridge. You see it?
That's the baby. That's the one I saw at the house.
Where's Dwight's car? Dwight's car isn't there.
He must have got lost. Say, we'd better watch our step. The squad car ain't come to the other end yet.
Oh, hurry, officer.
Now, don't you get out of the car. You stay here. I'll see what's going on.
Yes, but hurry.
All right, Miss Prentice. You and your mother can come here.
Is Daddy there?
There ain't a soul here. The car's deserted.
There were two ladies. He's already done it.
Who's done what?
Oh, can't you remember anything I told you about Daddy's dream? I'm talking about that man. He's thrown Daddy in the water.
Oh.
Is there something we can do? Oh, it couldn't have happened very long ago.
If your father's been thrown in the river, Miss Prentice, he's a goner, but now nobody could swim in that current.
Oh, poor Daddy.
What I can't figure out is why the guy left the car here.
Oh, poor John.
Hey, look. There's some rope in the back of the car. And a knife.
He tied Daddy's hands.
Hey, here comes the squad car now. They're coming in from the other end of the bridge.
Oh, officer, who's this car registered to?
Wait a minute. By golly, there's no registration slip in it.
I know who it belongs to. Milton Reeves.
I'll take the number and we'll check on it later.
Well, what's up, Jack?
It looks like there's some dirty work been going on here.
Yeah? Well, maybe this guy knows something about it. Quit shoving me, will you?
Where'd you pick him up?
He was running away from the bridge.
Oh, he was, huh? All right, buddy. What do you know about this sedan?
Not a thing. I wasn't on the bridge.
Oh, that's him. That's the man who threatened Daddy over the phone. I can tell by his voice.
Well, now we're getting someplace. All right, you. Give. Where's Mr. Prentice?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You threw him into the river, didn't you?
No.
You're a liar. Come on, talk.
I don't know nothing.
We'll get you to talk at headquarters.
A few minutes later, the river's being dragged for Prentice's body. But what has become of Dwight? He hasn't been seen since he drove away toward the bridge. The two heartbroken women return home to wait for the sad news. They step into the house. Mrs. Prentice breaks into a sob.
Oh, come, Mother. You must try to get hold of yourself. We must try to be brave.
Oh, I know, dear. I know. What has become of Dwight?
Oh, I don't know what on earth could have happened to him.
Eva, darling.
Dwight, what are you doing there in the library? We thought you'd run out on us.
Well, I haven't been here long.
Oh, Dwight, it's terrible. I never dreamed such a thing was going to happen.
No, just be patient, darling, and I'll tell you everything. I told you I finally saw McAdams.
Yes?
Well, the story about the loan was a lot worse than we thought. I found that Reeves had a grudge against your father, so he planned to ruin him and get everything he had. And he did just that, by refusing to renew and calling the loan. He did it deliberately. He worked in a backhanded manner and wrecked the business. He held the paper on everything your father owned.
Father's broke.
Yes. Reeves broke your father. Absolutely penniless. Reeves has the business, this house, everything. He pulled it so fast that your father hadn't a chance to get on his feet. When I found that out, I suspected the truth, but I wasn't sure till I got to that bridge.
The truth? Then you did go to the bridge.
I did. And I got there just in time to prevent the tragedy. I pulled your father into my car by force, turned around on the bridge, and came back here.
What are you saying? He isn't dead.
No, he's here, in the library.
Oh, heaven. John.
No, just a minute, please. I'll bring him in. Come in, Miss Prentice.
Oh, Father, thank heaven you're safe. John, what happened?
I know how you feel, Mr. Prentice, but you'd better tell him.
Yes, Dwight, I will. You see, my dears, I just couldn't bear the thought of my wife and daughter suffering poverty. The only thing I had left was that insurance policy, and it would have lapsed in another day. I had to think fast.
John, you don't
If
mean...
I'd commit suicide while the policy was in effect, you'd get $100,000. But I wanted to spare you the disgrace of a suicide, so I decided to kill myself and make it appear as though I'd been murdered. Then, as I developed the plan, I got an inspiration. Why not hang the murder on Reeves, the man who had deliberately ruined me? That would be my revenge. Well, now you know the whole story. Now you understand the nightmares.
But the telephone call...
Well, I hired the man to make the calls and steal Reeves's car and drive me to the bridge and then give me the motor, as though it had stalled. All so that my murder could be traced directly to Reeves, who really had a motive to kill me.
What motive?
Well, my secretary knew all about it. When I discovered it was Reeves who was back of my failure, I threatened to divulge something I knew about him. He flew into a rage. The secretary heard him, and that was just what I wanted. But I knew I couldn't raise the money quickly enough, and my insurance policy was up tomorrow at noon. Well, that's the story. And it's all a miserable mess.
Yes, John. It's all a very, very sad situation. Oh, but wait a minute. What about that telegram the boy delivered earlier? Where does that fit in? Was that part of your plan, John?
Telegram? What telegram? Let me see it, Dwight. Why, it's from the State Mutual. They've granted the loan I requested.
Yes, John, they've granted the loan. Now you can straighten things out. Now you can get back on your feet again. But think, John, what a sad tale this would have been if you'd followed through with your plan and Dwight hadn't caught you on the bridge at midnight.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Tonight's Whistler story was written by Herbert Connor, directed by J. Donald Wilson, and came to you from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next Sunday, 9:15...
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
in. Welcome. I am Tammy Grimes. When death and murder become an everyday occurrence, it is generally labeled war. When brother kills brother on the battlefield, it is the most Pyrrhic of victories. Nobody wins, everyone loses. And it is in such times that cowards and heroes abound. We will meet both today, and knaves and cheats, and some American history we're not too proud of.
Willie, get me out of here. I can't face that man. He betrayed 1,500 of us. His orders killed us.
You've got to face him, Calvin. What are you running away from? Here you accuse the general of a despicable act, of sacrificing 1,500 of our own men without a thought. Cal, you hold the rank of major in the Union Army. Talk to your former commanding officer. Tell him to his face what you think of him and why. Your ghost has come back from Andersonville and orders you to speak up.
Our drama, The Ghost of Andersonville, was adapted from an actual account of the Civil War, especially for the Mystery Theater by James Agate Jr. and stars Tony Roberts. I'll be back shortly with Act One. It is the last year of the Civil War. The Confederacy is about to collapse. Re-elected Abraham Lincoln is loved and hated. And Washington bigwigs are looking towards who will be the next president. They are looking to someone from the army, perhaps a general. For that they need heroes, not always easy to come by.
General Cutler, have you heard the latest?
Can't say I have, my boy. But you men with the Secret Service, you seem to know all the Washington scuttlebutt.
I was in Bill Wood's office. We were getting our assignments. So many for counterfeit detection, so many detailed to protect Lincoln and Stanton and so on. And then Wood said, "They tell me Cutler's the man."
I'm the man for what?
The party is picking you to follow Lincoln. That's the thinking.
They're thinking of nominating me when Lincoln's term runs out?
Well, that's the talk.
Well, what makes them think Lincoln won't ask for a third term?
He might. Then again, he might not.
Well, who would I be running against?
Grant.
Grant? Oh, I wouldn't stand much of a chance. He's got command of all the Union armies.
General, I think the people would prefer a Cutler in the White House and a Grant in the barracks.
Nicely said, Forrest. But do the people even know who I am?
Word'll get around. You've already earned your stars, sir. No one has forgotten Fredericksburg or your gallant attack on Chattanooga, sir.
Well, that was some time ago.
And that you are the acknowledged hero of the prisoner exchange plan. It's not only who wins the war and pray the Lord Grant will defeat the rebels, but it's who looks after our boys.
Kim, if you put it that way, I'd say I might have a chance. I hope when Bill Wood was making these Secret Service assignments, he intended to keep you at my side. You have given me excellent protection since I came out of the hospital, and it appears you have a political mind as well. I'd like to know I can count on you.
An honor, General Cutler. I hope to continue to serve you.
Timothy, I think I'll ride down to Burnside and surprise Mrs. Cutler with the news.
Benjamin, that is the most exciting thing I have ever heard. You should be very proud.
Well, I am a little pleased. However, we're a considerable distance from the White House. If the election were held tomorrow, I'm afraid most voters would say, Benjamin Cutler who? I shall have to drum up some ideas to bring me to the attention of the public.
What about that prisoner of war who's leaving Richmond for Washington?
What about him?
Isn't he the last prisoner of war to be returned to us from Andersonville?
Yes, but I don't see
Doesn't it occur to you that this could be a story that would make all of America sit up and take notice?
I don't quite see how.
If we arrange to have all the newspapers here the day the prisoner arrives... Now do you see?
You mean I welcome him here at Burnside?
Benjamin, it is you who have organized the exchange of prisoners. Those rebels we hold here for our brave Union men in Andersonville. Finally, the last prisoner returns home. If you welcome that man, bring him into our home, you become a symbol of the kind of leadership we all look to.
Mary, I like that. Well, I'd better get cracking on the idea. I'll talk it over with Tim Forrest.
Oh, I'm glad he's still assigned to you. He's so faithful.
And quite clever. He's just the one to make the high-level arrangements with Stanton.
Stanton?
The Secretary of War. He can fix it up to have the man welcomed here in our own home. I wonder if he could get the Army band to play on the lawn.
Oh, I can just see it. Major, what's his name?
Calvin Russell.
Major Russell arrives on the noon train. He's probably accompanied by Red Cross nurses. Is he married?
No, he's not.
Oh, good. You and I are at the station. We whisk him in our carriage here to Burnside. The band strikes up the Star-Spangled Banner. Reporters from newspapers all over the world are here. Oh, Benjamin, can't you just see it? You must make a marvelous welcoming speech. We might even have some photographs taken. Oh, it's going to be so exciting. The event of the century.
Please, folks, all you reporters, please don't crowd the observation platform of the train.
Tim, when's he coming out? The train's been here for 10 minutes. Where is he?
General, you know the major's lame. I don't know which car he's in. It'll take him a little time to get out here.
I mean, there's such a thing as a schedule. Here we've got a carriage waiting and an army of reporters and photographers hanging around at home on the lawn. That Calvin Russell was always unreliable.
Oh, I didn't know you knew the major personally.
He was in my outfit, got captured in the Chattanooga raid, and shipped off to Andersonville. Oh, Forrest, send word back into the coach. I want the major out here in 3 minutes, not 1 second more.
Yes, sir.
I'm not going out there.
Major Russell, everyone has come a very long way to welcome you home. You are taking this ceremony all the wrong way.
Am I?
Now, what about your friends? You must have friends out there in the station.
Some of my friends drowned in the Mississippi. Those who didn't swam with me to shore and were shot as they swam. The rest, the few who escaped, died in the prison at Andersonville. Nurse Wilson, today I'm alone. I have no friends left.
Well, I guess I was wrong, Major. I thought you agreed to be greeted by General Cutler because you wanted to honor all the men who died during the war and wanted to speak for them. But I guess I was mistaken.
Maybe I hadn't thought of that.
Now, there's going to be a reception. Secretary of War Stanton himself is supposed to be there. They'll want you to speak.
Do you suppose I could meet President Lincoln?
Of course you can, and you will, I'm sure. General Cutler has it all arranged.
Cutler, that...
That what?
Never mind. Is he still out there?
I'm sure he is. He arranged all this for you, Major.
Nurse Wilson, you go out to the observation platform and you tell whoever's in charge that if Cutler will go away, I'll come out. I don't want to be in the same state as that man. Go see who that is with you. I don't want anyone to come into this compartment. I'll duck into the lavatory. Go on.
Yes?
Oh, nurse. I'm Tim Forrest, Secret Service. General Cutler asked me when the major would be making an appearance. Now, we're a little late and a little tight on the schedule. Is he all right?
Oh, yes, he's fine. Tell everyone he'll be out directly.
Oh, thank you, nurse.
I heard all of that. Why didn't you tell him? Go on, you go on out there and tell him what I told you. Cutler leaves, Russell arrives.
Won't you change your mind?
I don't wish to have anything to do with the general. He can stay if he wants to, but I'll not see him. Hand me my crutch, please. I'll be waiting right here when you come back.
Major, they won't understand. No one has any idea that
That's exactly it. No one has any idea what kind of a man he is, but I know. And the dead know. I haven't been in a hell on earth all these months to be welcomed by a man who doesn't deserve his stars. I hate him. I saw him from the window, alive and fat.
Well, I'll do what I can. I cannot tell them what you want me to. I'll have to think of something else.
General, some of us have been waiting since 6 this morning. Do you know for a fact that the Major is on the train?
Yes, of course I know it for a fact. The man could be ill. Anything.
General Cutler, may I talk to you?
Forrest, this is ridiculous. 15 minutes we've been waiting. What is it? Is Russell sick?
Why the delay? I look like an idiot standing up here on the observation platform, all by myself, trying to answer reporters.
There appears to be a slight problem.
So what is it?
His nurse is on the way out, and she wants to tell you herself.
What is all the mystery?
There's General Cutler here. I'd like a word with him.
What is it, nurse? Where's the Major? I'm General Cutler. Is he coming out soon?
I'm afraid not. The Major sent his regrets, but he is a little shy, I'm afraid.
Shy? All we want him to do is come out here, shake my hand, and we take a few pictures. I make a speech, and we whisk him off to my farm.
General, what happened was, as soon as the train pulled into the platform, he started getting very nervous. You do understand, he's been a prisoner for well over 2 years. Almost everyone he knew died in prison.
What's your name?
Nurse Wilson.
Nurse Wilson, you go back to him on the double. Tell the Major we honor him and wait for him to make an appearance. Tell him I personally am waiting for him.
It won't make any difference, General.
No difference? Does he know I'm here?
Yes, he's been watching you from the window.
You mean he can see me now?
He just said to send his regrets, but right now he doesn't feel like leaving the train.
General, may I see what I can do? Please give me a moment. Nurse Wilson, if you'd lead the way, I'll have a talk with the Major.
He's coming out! Here he comes!
General Cutler, allow me to place the Major by your side.
Calvin Russell. Good to see you. So good, my old buddy. I have to make a speech first. Forrest, will you make an introduction, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen of the press, guests, General Benjamin Cutler would like to say a few words to welcome Major Calvin Russell, the last of the Union prisoners to be released from Andersonville.
Major Russell, gentlemen of the 4th Estate, citizens of this great country, from Pennsylvania Avenue to the length and breadth of this vast, great country, our hearts go out to the men who so gallantly fought and gave their lives so that this nation, under God... And that is why we are honored to welcome from the bottom of our grateful hearts this hero of heroes, Major Calvin Russell.
May we have a picture of you, General Cutler, shaking hands with the Major?
Excuse me, Nurse Wilson. Will you take me back to my compartment, please? But the picture! What is this? Forrest! Forrest, do something! He turned his back on me and walked out. Forrest, do something!
Not a very auspicious beginning to a ceremony which General Cutler hoped would solidify his political career. What is it that makes Major Russell turn away from his old commander in the field? At this point, one can only guess it is of such magnitude that the former prisoner of war risks a reprimand or even a court-martial. I shall return shortly with Act Two. We are in Washington at the end of the Civil War. General Benjamin Cutler seeks a political opportunity which might make his name better known. To further that desire, he has arranged for the last prisoner of war to be released from the infamous Andersonville prison and arrive for a ceremonial welcome. Only the Major isn't buying. He will not cooperate.
Have they left the railroad station yet, Nurse Wilson?
They're leaving now. Major, what are you going to do? Sit here in the compartment until the whole party's gone?
The only person I don't wish to lay eyes on is Cutler. When he goes, I'll come out.
But there is a reception planned at his house. The Secret Service agent told me the Secretary of War plans to be there. Now, you're not going to insult him, are you?
Mm-hmm. You think there's something wrong with me, don't you?
One doesn't have to be very clever to realize something happened between you two during the war, and that you haven't forgiven him.
No, I haven't.
Major Russell, the general has left. May I say a word to you?
Shall I leave?
Oh, of course not. Come in, Forrest. I guess, I owe you an explanation.
You don't owe it to me.
Well, I don't know Cutler or anything either.
What are we going to do now? Mrs. Cutler is at their home and everything is laid on. A message will be read to you from President Lincoln. Even the Marine Band is there.
I don't mind all that. It's Cutler himself.
Well, then you're in luck. The general had to return to the capital. Everything ran so late, he won't be going with you to his farm.
Well, I'll go to the reception. I'll meet his wife, sure. Anything, so long as I don't have to shake his hand or talk to him.
Major, it's all in your honor. Everyone who is here today honors you. I'm sorry my husband had to go back to Washington, but he has a great deal to attend to.
We saw each other on the platform of the last car of the train.
I wonder if I could speak to you for a moment.
Oh, certainly, Timothy. Major, will you excuse us? I shall be right back and give you a first-hand tour of our little farm. Don't let any of the reporters intimidate you.
Well, that's all right, Mrs. Cutler. I won't.
Mrs. Cutler, we have a problem with the Major. I didn't have time to explain to you why we arrived from the railroad station so late, but he refused to come out on the observation platform for the general's welcome.
Refused?
He finally did. It took a lot of persuading. There's been some experience the Major and the General shared at Chattanooga, and the Major still holds some kind of a grudge. Could you, Mrs. Cutler, somehow get the Major to agree to talk to the reporters, at least to one of them?
Well, of course he will. I'll make him.
After all, the whole purpose of having him arrive here in the first place is so that we could generate some publicity to help the General's political image. Now, if we could only get the Major to acknowledge his indebtedness and all of those freed from Andersonville, indebted to the General, well, you can imagine how the public would react.
You are talking to the one person who could not agree with you more, Timothy. Well, here we are back. Mr. Forrest, I think that's a wonderful idea, and I suggest you pick up whoever you think will do the best job and have them down by the lily pond.
I'll do that. Thank you very much.
Now, Major, did my husband tell you of his infatuation with growing water lilies?
No, ma'am. No, we never got round to talking about that.
He's mad for them. You wouldn't think so, a big burly soldier like him. And now we shall tour Burnside. We named our farm after the Major General himself.
Oh. Well, he'd be pleased, ma'am.
Yes, over 1,000 acres of good farming land.
Well, he'd like that.
I want to show you the lily pond. It's quite a little distance down this path. You don't mind that? Walking with the cane, I mean.
Mrs. Cutler, with this cane, I've walked to Hades and back, and I intend to keep on walking. I would like to see all the sights on the General's farm. You just show me the way. I'll follow.
There it is. Ma, isn't that the most beautiful lily pond you ever saw? They're not all water lilies, you know. That one's a floating heart. And all around the edge, those big leaves, elephant ears. And there's a water hyacinth.
Mrs. Cutler, may I introduce myself? Wilbur May of the New York Weekly News.
Well, how do you do?
Tim Forrest said the Major might be ready to be interviewed.
I think so. I hope you agree, Major Russell.
You know, there are 150 reporters from up north covering the war, and for me to get first crack at interviewing Calvin is a great piece of luck. Right, Cal?
You and the Major know one another?
Well, Calvin and I are cousins. We're real proud of you at home, Cal.
Well, that's splendid. I think I can safely leave you two alone. Oh, there's only one thing I'll ask of you, Mr. May, and that is, I'd like your readers to know it was General Benjamin Cutler who was responsible for getting so many of our boys out of Andersonville.
Certainly.
I hope it all goes well.
Well, how do you feel, Cal?
Did you hear what she said about cussed Cutler getting our men out of Andersonville?
Uh-huh.
If it weren't for him, there wouldn't have been so many Union boys in Andersonville.
Oh, is that so? Well, this is some celebration they got going for you.
No, it don't fool me, Willie. Cutler never did anything for anyone but himself. Huh. If it hadn't have been for Cutler, we'd never have been in that prison. We were betrayed. That's the real story.
Betrayed by who?
Will you print it if I tell you?
Now, come on, what a question to ask. An exclusive with a top-ranking former prisoner of war? Why wouldn't I?
Now, for one thing, it knocks the stuffing out of your big Washington hero.
General Cutler?
Take a load off your feet, Willie, and thank the Lord you got the use of both of them. You know I have to go into a hospital for a wooden leg?
Yeah, I'm very sorry about that. Were you tortured at Andersonville?
Yes, but that's not how I lost my leg. I'll tell you how. Where do you want me to begin?
Well, Cal, it was your war. You tell it.
It was November, back in '63. Longstreet had pushed us with our backs to Chattanooga. Bragg did nothing and just sat there thinking he could starve out the rebels. We were upriver. And then Cutler got the bright idea to build rafts and float the troops past the enemy and gain a foothold on the southern bank.
Williams, how many rafts are ready now?
Only enough for about 500 troops, sir.
Why are they so slow? I've got to move 2,500 men before dawn.
The men are doing the best they can, sir.
Russell? Cal Russell? Has anyone seen Major Russell?
General Cutler, yes, sir. What is it, General?
Williams tells me the rafts won't be finished before tomorrow night.
So we wait.
I'm sure Williams could supply enough rafts tonight for 1,000 troops.
What are you thinking?
Well, we send 2 contingents. One tonight of 1,000 men, and one tomorrow of 1,500.
If the 1,000 men get through tonight, the Johnny Rebs on Lookout Mountain aren't going to be caught napping tomorrow night. Up there on Lookout Mountain.
Tomorrow, that'll be your responsibility, Cal.
With the 1,500 men.
I have every confidence you'll make it.
Floating downstream, armed with just our rifles, they'll be waiting for us, and they'll cut us into small pieces.
Major, it's an order.
And that's just what the rebels did. We never got as far as the southern bank. Of the 1,500 with me on the chained rafts, 1,000 were blown out of the water. 500 were shot as they tried to swim to shore, and the rest of us were rounded up and taken to Andersonville. It was in that action that my leg got shut up.
Well, that's never been told.
Well, there's only one man to blame, Will, and that's Cutler. He was responsible. When you're locked up and you see 500 men dying of scurvy, no food worth eating, mush for days, weeks, months...
I understood it was pretty fierce.
You don't know the half of it, Will. My men, the best men in the world, dead and dying all around me. Because one man gives an order against all common logic and common sense, he orders 1,500 floating, sitting ducks to their death.
Cal, I can't tell you how horrified and sorry I am. Sending men down the Mississippi like that in two groups may have been a tactical error. It happens in war, Cal.
But it shouldn't. I told him not to. We had one chance to make it, not two. Sure, the first rafts got through, but the next night they were waiting for us.
But do you hold Cutler responsible for conditions in Andersonville?
I do. For those who died there because of him, you bet I do. And he has the nerve, the gall to ask me to be his standard bearer for his political career. I almost exploded when I heard that.
All right. I'll write it, Cal. Is there any more you'd like to add?
Just more of the same, Willie. Betrayal and hell.
I don't like to interrupt you, gentlemen, but I've wonderful news.
Mrs. Cutler, the Major has given me all I need.
The General has returned. He's here. Isn't that marvelous? Mr. Forrest is just bringing him down. I'm going up the path to meet them.
Willie, get me out of here. What am I going to do?
You are going to face him, Calvin. What are you running away from? Here you are, accusing the General of a despicable act, of sacrificing needlessly 1,500 of our own men without a thought. Only you are telling me. Cal, you're a major in the Union Army. Talk to the General. Tell him to his face what you think of him and why. Your ghost has come back from Andersonville and orders you to speak up.
Here I am again, Major. Sorry I had to get off to the capital of our great nation, but business before pleasure any time.
Benjamin, this is Mr. Wilbur May. He's with the New York Weekly News.
Oh, an excellent newspaper. I'd be glad to make a statement.
No, Benjamin, not now. You two men will feel more at ease if I take Mr. May off with me. Please, sir, do come along.
All right.
We'll leave you both alone. Mr. May, may I take your arm?
Willie, I'll talk to you later.
Calvin, I'm sorry. The way it turned out. Deeply sorry.
You scum. You never once admitted you gave that order that killed so many of us.
Admitted it? How?
How? Publicly. I knew you didn't. I had a nurse who came down especially from Washington. She didn't know a thing about Chattanooga, said no one did. It was unforgivable.
I've never forgiven myself either, Calvin. But that was 2 years ago. Why bring it up now?
I see them all floating down the Mississippi that night. 1,500 of us. And the gunfire and the screaming. Have you ever heard hundreds of men screaming in agony at the same time? Hundreds diving and falling into the water, hundreds more gasping and drowning, the river red with their blood, all dead, all but a handful, and myself ending up to die by inches in Andersonville. Because cursed Cutler railroaded us to that death. Don't tell me you had no way of knowing. You were the general. I was only a major. I warned you what would happen.
Calvin, you're getting yourself all het up.
Did you honestly think I would come out of a rebel prison to praise you so that you could hold some political office? Suppose you got elected. What would you do under fire to the American people? Sell them down the river to die?
What do you want me to do? I'm sorry. I told you how sorry I was. I have nightmares about it still. But life must go on.
Why must it go on, Ben? Why must it go on for you?
What are you going to do with that gun?
Not for you, life won't go on. Join the others who died in the river and in prison.
A gun is fired. Its sound echoes not only across the general's farm near Washington, but across the entire country. The bullet misses its mark. It grazes but does not wound the general. But there is a gaping wound in his reputation, which will never heal. I shall return shortly with Act 3. It's not easy to arrest a war hero for attempted murder, and General Cutler won't permit it. In the scuffle, he pockets the major's gun and quickly retires to his room. Secret Service agent Timothy Forrest tries to spread the story that what happened was an accident, a service revolver discharging unintentionally. But fear is in the air, and the night is churned by thunder, lightning, and rain. Then it is morning.
Is that you, Forrest? Tim Forrest?
Wilbur, I'm not too pleased to see you.
Have you seen the General? He grabbed that gun of Cal Russell so fast and disappeared. I haven't had a chance to get his side of the story. What they said to each other, how it happened, you know.
Oh, I told you it went off accidentally.
Tim, I didn't believe that. Have you seen General Cutler?
Well, Mrs. Cutler said he may be walking the ground.
He isn't. I've searched every inch of the place, up at 5 to do it. I want to get to the General before every other reporter in the country shows up. Now, you know where he is. That's your job.
Are you sure he's not out there? 1,000 acres? He'll show up.
Tim, I've got a press deadline. Why don't we try his room, just in case?
Well, I suppose he could have returned and gone upstairs a back way so he wouldn't be seen.
Hiding from the press. All right, I'll follow you. No. I can find it alone.
No, you don't. If you interview the General, I am going to be there. General? General Cutler?
You think he went back to bed?
General Cutler, are you in there?
Well, try the door. It's unlocked. Here, let's go in. Well, there he is, with his back to us, sitting at his desk.
General, I'm sorry to disturb you. I hope you don't mind my barging in like this, but Wilbur May here wanted to get a statement.
Good Lord. He's fainted. He fell forward. Forrest, what's the matter?
Oh, it's his blood. Look on the desk. He's been shot. He just keeled over.
Oh, Lord in heaven. I'll get someone.
No, it's too late. He's dead.
The General's dead. How can that be?
He's been dead a couple of hours. Sitting like that with a bullet hole in his head. Leaning back in his armchair and then falling onto his desk.
Forrest, I have to write this. All of it. Those powder burns on his temple. He's been shot at close range. Very close.
Someone he knew. Someone he let come right up to him.
Tim, maybe it wasn't murder. Maybe it was suicide. A shame, you know, what the major accused him of.
No, it couldn't have been suicide.
Well, what are you looking for?
For the two missing things that might, I said, make me think suicide. But they're not here.
Two things are missing?
Do you see a farewell note? Any note? A word to his wife? A written explanation why he killed himself? And the other missing item, even more important. If the General shot himself, where's the gun?
You're right. Where's the gun? It was murder, and the murderer took it with him.
I'll bet a year's wages when they examine the bullet, they'll find it was fired from the Major's gun.
What are you going to do about Cal Russell?
What can I do but place him under arrest? He's the prime suspect. I don't look forward to the next two steps.
Oh? What's that?
Placing the Major under arrest, and then finding Mrs. Cutler and breaking the terrible news to her.
I didn't kill him.
Major, you'll have to do more than merely say so. A great many witnesses saw you take the shot at him.
Yes, that was yesterday. I know that I must have been out of my mind to do it. I know that. To hate a man is one thing, but to be a judge, jury, and executioner is another. Besides, you say there's no gun.
Yes, that's a consideration at this moment, but whoever shot the general could have thrown the gun in any of 100 places. But it will be found. And make no mistake about that.
Hasn't it occurred to the Secret Service, Mr. Forrest, that since I was sleeping way off in the servants' wing, if during the night I'd hobbled with my crutch all the way to the general's room, and I still don't know where that is, isn't it likely in all that time from my room to his and back someone would have seen me?
Someone probably did. But right now they're not coming forward. Maybe they hated the general also, and you did their job for them.
On one foot and one crutch. You believe that?
I believe a man of your will, who can survive death and imprisonment, can do almost anything he wants to, Major.
So my word means nothing to you. What are you going to do?
I've sent for some irons for your hands and feet.
You're going to put irons on one crutch and my one good foot?
You knew he was dead before I saw you, Mrs. Cutler.
My maid came and told me, Timothy.
You're a very brave woman.
You become very acquainted with death when you're married to a soldier. Let's keep walking, Timothy.
Mrs. Cutler, are you sure you feel like walking the grounds just now?
I feel if I don't keep moving, I shall die.
All of us in Washington love the general. He'll be missed.
Yes, all of us. We'll miss him.
I'm going to get to the bottom of this, I promise you. It's the last thing I do. I can't tell you how desperate I feel over this tragedy. When I was assigned to the general, it was such an honor. The department trusted me to protect him.
Timothy, don't blame yourself.
Who else is there to blame?
What has Major Russell said?
He denies everything. Says he was asleep.
Isn't that possible?
How can he prove it, Mrs. Cutler? What angers me as much as shames me is the story the Major gave as reason for his hatred for your husband. The more I go over it in my mind, sending rafts with 1,500 men, knowing the rebels must be lying in wait, the more I realize it's a wicked, wicked lie.
No, Timothy. It wasn't. Calvin Russell's story of what happened was not a lie.
It was the truth?
Yes. Every word.
Mr. Forrest, how long am I going to be kept under restraint?
I've sent for the Attorney General. He'll decide.
Did you grant me my request?
Yes, I did. Oh, that must be her. Come in, Mrs. Cutler.
What have you done to him?
He's in irons, Mrs. Cutler.
Oh, no, that is horrible. It's horrible. Timothy, you must undo those irons immediately.
I'm sorry, but I cannot. I must wait for the Attorney General and the prosecutor of the military court.
We are treating him worse than the Southerners did in Andersonville. No one was hobbled like this. I can't bear it. I won't have it.
I'm truly sorry, Mrs. Cutler, but the Major is the only suspect we have at the moment.
I can't have a human being treated this way. Major, I'm going to take steps this very moment so that these terrible things are removed and you are set free.
Well, how do you aim to do that?
I'm going to show you who killed my husband.
You know that?
I have known it since the night he died. It's there, Timothy. There at the bottom of Benjamin's lily pond. If you take a stick and move some of those water lilies, I'm sure you'll see it.
What will I see?
The gun that killed him.
You saw the murderer throw it down there?
I threw the gun into the pond. Yes, it's so. That night, in spite of the thunder, I heard the shot. I ran to his room. He had killed himself. On the desk was a note. It's down there also. I threw it into the pond.
What did it say?
That he knew he gave the wrong command. And since that day, he had been haunted by every death of every man. He couldn't live any longer with the shame of it, and asked me to forgive him. What could I do? I wanted so, even in death, to protect Benjamin. It never occurred to me the Major might be accused of his death, so I took what Ben had written and pulled the pistol from his hand and threw them down there in the lily pond. So now, will you remove the irons from that brave man?
As I said before, this slightly tarnished piece of Americana is a tale of the brave and the mistakes and tragedies that followed. Here at the Mystery Theater, we have condensed many of the events as well as changed the names of the actual participants. Otherwise, it is what it is. A rather battered and torn page of American history. I shall return shortly.
If you've been reading about wise money management in your favorite publications, you've undoubtedly heard about Dreyfus Liquid Assets, one of the world's largest money market funds, and about the big yields you can get on your money right now. Start with as little as $2,500. Make added investments as low as $100. With Dreyfus Liquid Assets, your money is yours whenever you need it. Phone for it, have it sent to your bank, or write a redemption check for cash or to pay your larger bills. You keep right on earning that high yield, compounded daily until your check clears. No penalties on interest, no sales charge, no charge for the checks. It's so simple, sensible, convenient. But find out for yourself. Call toll-free 800-228-5000 for free information and a prospectus, including management fee, charges, and expenses. Read the prospectus carefully before investing or sending money. Discover how Dreyfus Liquid Assets can help you get the lion's share of today's high money market rates. 800-228-5000. Toll-free 800-228-5000.
Socrates said it so very much better than anything I could devise. So permit me to speak his words. The long, unmeasured pulse of time moves everything. There is nothing hidden that it cannot bring to light. Nothing unknown that may not become known. The history of the great events of this world is little more than the history of crimes. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Keir DeLay, Bob Caliban, and Terry Keane. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now a preview of our next tale.
Women, Norfolk. You know what Anne had the nerve to say to me?
Henry, calm yourself.
Oh, to put it mildly, le majesté, huh? I made that woman, and I can break her. I was forced to marry her.
You would have me believe that?
Yes, her sorcery bewitched me, but it's all over. Over and done with.
It's because of young Jane Seymour, isn't it?
Well, might be. Well, she's a charming creature. I won't be punished if I marry her, I can assure you of that.
Your Majesty, who has punished you?
Who dare? For a wise man, you talk like a fool. A man is denied a son. Is that not the Lord's displeasure and anger? Well, I shall marry a third.
Titled Impulse and features that fine actor, Bill Conrad. Now, tonight's dark venture, Impulse.
Central Police Station. Sergeant Walker.
This is John Maris speaking. I want to report a murder.
A murder? Just a second. Now, what did you say your name was? John Maris?
That's right. I live at 6796 Crystal Way.
Uh-huh. Who's been killed?
My aunt, Sally Maris.
Your aunt? I see. You're sure she's dead?
Quite sure. She's been lying on the bottom of a pond for 8 months. Don't ask me how I know. I know. I put her there. As a matter of fact, this phone call had better be the confession. And if you're sending anyone over, they'd better hurry. It began 8 months ago. I was broke. All alone in the world, except for a spinster aunt who lived in a small town upstate. I had one friend, little old Bill Hawkins, who worked as a bookkeeper in a real estate company downtown. One night, 8 months ago, Bill knocked on my door. Come in. Hiya, Bill.
Hello, Johnny. That wasn't me knocking on the door. That was opportunity.
Yeah, I'll bet it was.
I'm drunk. I know what I'm saying. You like me, Johnny. One of them unhappy cusses with too much brain and not enough luck.
Well, that's as good a description as any.
Yes, we're alike, you and me. Only now, when my big chance comes along, I'm 68 years old and 90% dead. So it can't do me much good. That's why I'm giving the chance to you. Johnny, how'd you like $50,000?
Oh, that'd be wonderful. How would you like to go back to your room and get some sleep?
If you don't want to end up like me, Johnny, you better listen to me. This is your chance.
And do you know, after I checked the old man's story, I knew it was my chance. In that real estate office, he had stumbled upon confidential information about a huge subdivision going up on the outskirts of town. The news wouldn't break for 10 days, and across from the subdivision was a cow pasture, which could be bought now for $5,000, but would be worth at least $50,000 10 days from now. Yes, it was my big break. There was only one small handicap. I needed $5,000. My total capital amounted to $7.53. I put in a busy week. Monday and Tuesday I spent going to the banks. Everyone was sympathetic, but they couldn't help. Wednesday and Thursday I devoted to the loan sharks and the shysters. They were less sympathetic. They laughed in my face. Friday, I hocked my watch and tried to win some money in a big dice game. In 10 minutes, I was borrowing car fare to go home. Saturday, I cashed in my insurance policy and went out to the races. I hitchhiked home. By Sunday, I knew I was licked. My one chance had slipped through my fingers like water. Then I remembered. I'd never thought of her. Aunt Sally. She lived upstate in Grahamville. She'd always had money. Yeah, I remembered when I was up there 5 years before. She'd kept enough money in her bureau drawer to buy a battleship. I sent her a telegram. But though my wire to Aunt Sally up in Grahamville ran 58 words, her reply was quite to the point. No. But she had to help me. There was nobody left now, and I had only 2 days. I borrowed $5, and I called her long distance, and when she answered the phone, I took her on a personally conducted tour of my soul, showing her how all my life I'd waited for the one break, and now it had come, and I needed her help so badly. And when I'd finished talking...
Well, all I can say is that if you need the money so bad, you wouldn't be wasting it on foolish telephone calls. Goodbye.
But Aunt Sally...
My wire explained exactly how I felt.
Well, of course, if you haven't got $5,000, Aunt Sally, then I could understand.
I haven't got $5,000.
Well, the way you
Let
talk...
me tell you, young man, if I wanted to give you $5,000 or more than that, I wouldn't even have to go to the bank. But I know you too well, John, to fall for your wild schemes. Goodbye.
I hung up the phone and went over to the wash bowl and started shaving. I looked at myself in a mirror. I knew that something had happened deep inside. The man who'd gone through life with his hat in his hand, waiting for his break, was dead. After I dressed, I made 2 more calls. One was to old Bill at the real estate office.
Hello?
This is John. I'm going to get the money after all.
You mean from that aunt of yours you told me about?
Yes, from Aunt Sally. Then I made another call to a car rental agency. I was going on a little business trip. Grahamville was 300 miles away. I made the trip in 6 hours. It was 9 o'clock in the evening when I drove into town. First, I stopped at the drugstore for some coffee. When I got out of the drugstore, a cop was waiting for me.
The fellow who owns this car?
What? Yes, that's right.
Don't you see these parking meters?
Parking me? Oh.
Yeah. Better put a nickel in them when you park.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll put a nickel in now.
Oh, that's all right this time, seeing as you're a stranger.
Okay, thanks.
Are you visiting? Something to hear about?
No, I'm just passing through. The cop kind of unsettled me. I started getting a little shaky, and I drove on through town and beyond and drove for more than an hour. Gradually, I relaxed, and at 10:30, I started back. When I pulled up in front of Aunt Sally's little house, there wasn't a light showing anywhere. My smile must contain a certain degree of civility. My voice must echo admiration and respect. I rang the doorbell. A light went on in the hallway, just an instant before the door opened.
Is that you, Mr. Brown? Oh, you. So, you won't take no for an answer, eh?
May I come in and talk to you?
Well, you picked a fine time to come calling, I must say. But come in.
Thank you.
Well, you're wasting your time. Just coming up here to see me won't change anything.
But, Aunt Sally, if you'd only listen to me...
There's nothing to listen to.
But there is.
Not as far as I'm concerned.
Then you won't help me.
You're healthy and you're young, and you can work for your money just as well as I did.
I see. All right, Aunt Sally.
Why did you turn off the light?
I can still see you in the dark.
What's happened to you?
Same thing that would happen to anyone who had one chance in all his life to get everything he'd ever wanted and saw it being snatched from him by a selfish woman.
Stay away from me.
Year after year, watching others not half the brains getting everything.
John!
When my break came, you were the only one who could help me.
Let me alone. Please. Please. Please.
Finally, I I released her. And she dropped to the floor. She was dead. I looked at the fingers that had killed her. They were still twisted into claws. Someone was at the front door. I waited, hoping the knocking would stop, but it didn't. It kept on and on. I'd have to answer the door or waken the whole neighborhood. And I hid the body of Aunt Sally behind the big old-fashioned sofa, and then I took off my coat, undid my collar, and lit one of the lamps. I started for the door, yawning and acting as if I'd just been awakened out of a sound sleep.
All right. What are you waiting for? Open up. Well, mister, what's going on around here?
And standing in the doorway was the policeman who had stopped me earlier that night for not putting a nickel in the parking meter.
Well, mister, what's going on around here?
I don't understand.
I told you about parking wrong a couple of hours ago. You told me you were passing through town, and now...
Oh, it's you, Henry. Anything wrong?
Hello, Mr. Brown. I don't know.
I wasn't quite sleeping when I heard you pound on Sally's door like you owned the mortgage. Where is Sally?
We'll soon find that out.
Well, there's nothing to find out. She's upstairs sleeping.
Huh? Who are you?
Well, I'm Sally's nephew.
When I spoke to this fellow downtown, he told me he was just passing through. And while I'm making the rounds, I see his car right in front of Sally's house. Now he says he's her nephew.
Well, of course I'm her nephew.
Yes, I remember now. You're John. You stayed with Sally 4 or 5 years ago.
Yes, that's right.
Well, sure, I remember you. He's Sally's nephew, all right, Henny.
And why did he say he was just going through town?
Well, you must have misunderstood me.
Why is he so nervous?
The way you were pounding on the door would make anybody nervous, Henry. Now, why don't you let him get back to bed?
Well, all right. Well, I'll be going then. You still should have put a nickel in that meter when you parked, young fella.
You see all the trouble you get into when you break the law, son?
Yeah. Well, thanks for helping me.
Yeah, sure. Well, what brought you back to Grahamville this time?
Oh, well, I came up to see if I could talk Aunt Sally into visiting me in the city for a while.
Huh?
Oh, yeah, the change of scenery will do her good.
And what did Sally tell you when you asked her to leave Grahamville?
Oh, she agreed. We're leaving the first thing tomorrow morning.
What?
Oh, yeah, she was tickled to death.
But she can't leave now.
What? Why not?
Well, didn't she tell you?
Tell me what?
In a few weeks, Sally and I are going to be married.
Married?
Yeah. Didn't she show you the ring I bought her?
No.
I hate to tell you what I paid for that ring. A lot more than I could afford. Say, I don't understand this. I don't care if she is sleeping. I better have a talk with Sally right now. Sally! Sally!
Mr. Brown, she wasn't feeling so well when she went to bed. Why don't you wait till tomorrow and let her explain? She said she was going to speak to you before she leaves.
Well, all right. But you can bet she'll see me before she leaves.
As soon as I got rid of Brown, I went right to her bedroom bureau. Inside, I found $8,700. I stuffed the money into a little suitcase with some papers with her signature, and then I went downstairs and turned out all the lights. I waited almost 2 hours until I was sure Mr. Brown was asleep. Then I opened the door. I took the body of my aunt into my arms. Very quietly, I left the house and started down the walk. I opened my car and propped her up in the front seat. I got in beside her. And then suddenly I heard a window being raised.
Sally, is that you?
Huh?
Sally!
Oh, Mr. Brown? Well, Aunt Sally decided she wanted an early start.
What's that, Aunt Sally? Oh. She says to tell you she'll wire you as soon as we get to the city. Wire me nothing. I'm coming down to talk to her. Sally, you wait there for me.
I saw lights going on inside Brown's house. I had to get out of here. The car wouldn't start. And now Brown was running across his porch.
Oh, then you wait there for me, you hear? Sally, come back here.
On the trip back, I made only one stop. The little isolated pond known as Devil's Lair. Here I disposed of my passenger. When I got to the city, I began a plan I'd worked out in my mind on the way. I sent a wire to Mr. Brown. Perhaps I was hasty in leaving, but wanted time to think things over. We'll be back soon. Know you will understand. Signed, Sally. Then I called old Bill and told him we could buy the cow pasture. That my luck had turned. That I'd finally got a break. And up until last week, it really did look as though my luck had changed. The cow pasture sold for $60,000, and there were other deals. Moved into this luxurious apartment. I bought fine clothes. I enjoyed life to the fullest. And very regularly, I typed Mr. Brown a love letter. January 18th. Had no idea my nephew John was so well off. I even used his secretary to take care of my correspondence. I may stay a little longer than I planned. I'm still not exactly sure what is best for us to do. All my love, Sally. March 6th. Life here is so exciting with parties and dinners, I've decided to stay a while longer. Fondly, Sally. May 15th. Don't know how I can ever go back to Grahamville after all this. Be patient. Yours, Sally. June 2nd. We live in different worlds. I think getting married now would be a big mistake. Sincerely, Sally Maris. Week after week, I typed the letters, signed them very carefully with Aunt Sally's signature. And week after week, I got Mr. Brown's pathetic replies. He was so in love. I got so I didn't even read them. He didn't suspect a thing. When my last letter received no reply, I assumed that I'd been completely successful in carrying out my plan. I assumed our courtship had ended. But only yesterday morning I found out my confidence was a little premature. Hello.
I'd like to speak to Sally Maris.
Mr. Brown?
Yes, this is Brown.
Sally isn't in right now.
Then I'll call later.
Are you calling long distance?
No, from my hotel room. I've come to the city to find out if my hunch was right.
Your hunch?
Yeah. My hunch about what happened to Sally. I'll call back. Is Sally in yet?
No.
When do you expect her?
Well, I don't know.
I'll call back.
Mr. Brown.
Yeah. Is Sally home yet?
No, she's not.
Mind if I wait?
Well, no, not at all.
Where'd Sally go?
Oh, the beauty parlor. Yes, that's right.
The beauty parlor?
Yeah, yes. You said something about having a hunch about what's happened to Sally.
Yeah?
What did you mean by that?
Don't you know, John?
Why should I know?
Well, if my hunch is right, I'm going to do something about it. Maybe that's Sally now.
Oh, yes, maybe it is. Hello?
Hello, Johnny. I called to see if...
Oh, I'm glad you called, Aunt Sally.
Huh? Aunt Sally? Huh? Well, this is Bill.
Mr. Brown came down from Grahamville to see you.
Mr. Brown? I don't know anybody with the name Mr. Brown.
Yes, he seems pretty anxious to settle things.
What are you talking about, Johnny? You sure you ain't been drinking? Here, let me talk to her. What'd you hang up for?
Well, she hang up.
Well, I'll be going, John.
What?
Let's not play games with each other. I know what's happened to Sally. And so do you. See you later.
What? Where are you going?
I told you I was going to do something about it. Well, I am.
But wait.
Goodbye.
I hurried to the window. A few minutes later, saw Brown come out into the street. How did he know? He stopped and talked to someone, then headed west down 8th Street. I tried to remember every instant of the hours I spent in Grahamville. How did he know? Oh, there was only one thing left to do. I wasn't fighting for my place in the sun anymore. I was fighting for my life. I called the apartment garage and told them to get my car ready. I spotted Brown walking down 8th Street. I followed my car, waiting my chance. How had he found out? He hadn't seen her body under the couch. There was nothing in the letters to arouse his suspicions, or he wouldn't have waited 8 months to investigate. Now he was crossing the street all alone. I stepped on the gas. But he jumped back on the curb and was safe. I ducked my head low and drove quickly down the block. I circled around and came back. But I was too late. Mr. Brown had reached his destination. He'd turned in at the corner building and was climbing the steps of Central Police Station. It was all over for me. I had one more stop to make, and then I'd go home and make my phone call. And that's it, officer. That's everything. I wanted you to know what really happened. You see, what Brown told you was only the story of the murder itself. I wanted you to know what caused the murder.
Okay. Now, you just stay where you are. Squad car will be there in a couple of minutes. I sent them out the moment you started talking.
I doubt whether they'll get here in time.
Huh? Now, look, don't try to get away because it won't work.
Oh, but yes, it will. You see, I booked passage for a little trip all my own, and no one in the world can cancel my reservation.
What are you talking about?
I told you I made a stop before I came home. There's a man I know who can get anything if there's money in it. He got me poison.
Poison?
Yes, I took it just before I called you. I think its soothing action's already begun. Come in. Mr. Brown.
I had to come this way to get to the railroad station. So I thought I'd drop by and congratulate you for what you've done to Sally.
Congratulate me?
Yes. Then I'm going back to Grahamville where I belong. There's nothing I can do.
Nothing you can do?
I went to the police station. They told me I ought to go to a lawyer, so I did.
What are you talking about?
And he told me that in order to get that engagement ring back, I'd have to bring Sally into court.
Ring?
Yeah. With your money, maybe $1,000 ring doesn't mean much. I know what's happened to Sally, and so do you. All your money's gone to her head. She thinks she's too good for a plain, ordinary fella like me. Now I know why you came up to see her that time.
You do?
Yeah. You didn't want her to marry me. Well, all right. You and your money. You win, John.
Closing time, please.
Log entry. The schooner Black Parrot. Matthew Kincaid, master. 6 May, 1950. Position 17 degrees 5 minutes south, 147 degrees west. Course 43 degrees. Fresh breeze, sky overcast. Barometer 310 and falling. Passengers 2. 1 restricted to quarters. Cargo, explosives in number 2 hold. Number 1, trade goods.
The Log of the Black Parrot, with Elliot Lewis starred as Captain Matthew Kincaid and written by the masters of the sea story, Gil Dowd and Anthony Ellis. The passage of a black schooner, sailing the southern oceans, sailing into adventure with a strange and restless man who is her master, as set down in The Log of the Black Parrot.
Number 1's batting, Skipper, and this is the last for number 2. Well, I'll be glad to see the cargo aboard.
Right. It's coming over dirty, Red, but at this rate we'll beat the wind.
Well, that's all right with me. I don't want to run into anything with that stuff aboard. What's a doctor doing with explosives anyway?
He wants to get rid of a reef. Hey, Red.
Yeah?
Do you have any trouble ashore?
Trouble? Me? He's Skipper.
Take a look. Gendarmes.
Oh, they're coming aboard. I'll be checking the dunnage in number 1.
Captain Kincaid?
What's the trouble?
Will you come ashore, please?
Why?
Commandant requests your presence.
Why?
I cannot say. I only have my orders.
I got mine from the harbor master. There's weather moving in. I got to clear Papiti in an hour.
I'm sorry, monsieur. All the papers?
Crowder, tell Mr. Gallagher I've gone ashore. Come on, you. We walked away from the waterfront through the warm, dull rain, back into Papiti. And I knew I'd been in the place too long. The feeling of being held, being watched was there again. And now the police, always the curious police, who ask too many questions.
Captain Kincaid.
Attendez dehors.
Oui, monsieur le commandant.
What's the matter with you?
Captain Kincaid, I'm so sorry to inconvenience you. Please sit down.
No, thanks.
Cigar?
Look, I'm in a hurry. What do you want?
You are sailing for Ivaoa.
Yeah.
Then I have a favor to ask, unofficially.
You make out forms in triplicate for a favor?
I'm sorry, monsieur. It is most important. I know you are anxious to
Come on. I want to get out of here before the wind hits.
I wish you to carry a passenger to the Marquesas. We will pay the passage.
I guess I can take another 2,000 francs.
It is a girl.
Forget it. Not on my ship.
I will pay you 3,000 francs. She is a daughter of a very good friend of mine in Hivaoa. He sent her here to school when she was 15, 3 years ago. Now she must leave.
I can't take an 18-year-old girl on my ship.
She's in a great deal of trouble. And she'll have to go to prison if she stays here.
Why?
She learned too much. But I think not in school. Men. Among others, a sailor. She shot him.
Huh?
She's half-caste. Her mother was Marquesan.
That happens. Is the sailor dead?
No. He will recover, and he will prosecute.
You want her to be away before that?
Yes.
What happens if I get caught?
You will not be caught. I shall see to that.
All right, have the girl and her gear aboard in 45 minutes.
1, 2, 3. 3,000, monsieur le capitaine, 3,000 francs. Et merci 1000 fois.
I said 2,000. So long. I didn't see the girl come aboard. I was too busy.
He's away on the bowsprit. Aye!
My first passenger, Dr. John Mitchell, stood near me at the wheel, his thinning blonde hair ruffled by the breeze. the eyes in his scarred face following the movements of the crewman.
Help there! I'm going to stay Hey, at the helm! We're clear, Skipper!
The jagged peaks of Morea fell astern, and we shaped our course to clearing weather in the Tuamotus, sailing full and by. I turned the wheel over to Gallagher and went below to enter our departure in the log.
Are you busy, Matthew?
Oh, nothing important. Come on in, John. Sit down.
Thank you. You wouldn't have... I'm afraid I left the top of my head in Papeete.
You had a good time, huh?
Splendidly depraved. But after all, 2 weeks out of 2 years.
Uh-huh. And now back to Mohotani for another 2.
Oh, yes. I obtained some excellent books this trip. One particularly. I hope you have a chance to read it on the way up.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Menninger's Man Against Himself. There's good and bad in it. I think you'll like it. Well, bung up and bilge free. I saw your other passenger, the female.
That's so?
Yes. Her father is Robert Bonet, the government resident in the Marquesas. You haven't seen her yet?
Not yet. Gallagher put her in her cabin.
She's older than when I saw her last. Very nice. Awfully nice.
Hands off, John. She's trouble.
Yes, I heard about it. Amazing what happens to these children when civilization gets its cultured talents into them. It's a shame she couldn't have left her Marquesan blood at home.
Another one, John?
No, thanks. I think I'll go up on deck and say goodbye to Pepito. I'll bring you the book at dinner.
Right.
Yes?
Captain Kincaid.
Come in.
You comfortable?
Comfortable? Yes.
Look, I know about your trouble in Papeete. Let's forget about it. We've got 9 or 10 days ahead of us. Everything will be fine.
I don't want to go back to Hiva Oa.
I'm sorry. I want you to stay in your cabin as much as possible. We eat at 6 in my cabin, okay?
Okay.
I was angry when I left. Because she was the loveliest thing I'd ever seen. And because she knew I couldn't look at her without staring. I didn't want to stare. So I didn't look at her very much. I relieved Gallagher at the wheel. The feel of a ship in deep water again is a good thing, but it wasn't this time. I knew there were too many explosives aboard. I should have turned the wheel back to Tahiti then.
Salt, Skipper?
Yeah. Excuse me.
Of course.
Red, did you check the generator?
Since when did I forget?
I was asking, mate.
I checked it.
You know, Matthew, I don't think Miss Bonet remembers me. I used to see her running on the beach when she was a very little child.
Oh, I remember you, Doctor. You would be so difficult to forget. I mean, those terrible scars on your face.
Have you finished?
Yes, thank you.
Then get back to your cabin.
What's the matter, Skip? She didn't mean anything, you know that.
Forget it, Red.
Isn't she good enough for your company? She's good enough for mine.
Forget it.
Why don't you let her out of that coop, get her up on deck? You know it's hot in there.
Drink your coffee, mate. Stay away from him, mister!
I'm sorry, John. Doesn't matter. No. Really. It doesn't. I've lived with this face for a long time. One gets used to surface scars.
Those inside?
Well, I've got my island, Otani. I don't have to see people for years on end if I don't want to. And you, Matthew, you've got your ship.
That's right.
I've often wondered what you're running...
I picked up some cognac. Let's have a drink.
Love to. I say, I brought you the book. Man Against Himself.
From that first night on, she was fed in her cabin. I didn't want to see her. And I didn't want Gallagher or anybody else to see her. 3 days out, we raised the 2 Omutus and began the dirty business of picking our way through the hundreds of coral reefs and heads, which, with the islands, make up the group. But with those boxes in hold number 2, it was like the first time.
Go to left. Hi. By the deep. Pull. Taut your helm. Steady as she goes.
For 3 years, Gallagher and I had sailed and worked the southern waters.
By the mouth. Hi.
There'd been words before, and women, too. But now, except for ship talk, there weren't any words. And that was bad.
By the mouth. Sit.
By nightfall, we'd cleared the reefs and were sailing free, with the southeast trades on our starboard quarter. I stood the 8 to 12 wheel watch. What are you doing on deck?
Sorry. It was hot. I hope you don't mind the way I dressed. It was so hot.
I don't mind the way you're dressed. What do you want?
I want to go back.
Back?
Anywhere. I don't want to go to Hiva or...
We've been through that.
Take me back. Please.
Go on below.
Don't you like me? I'm pretty. I've looked at myself in the mirror, I know. Take me back.
To the sailor in Papiti?
No. I go with you. Anywhere.
Look, you go back to Hivaoa. You belong there. Papiti is no good for you. Anywhere is no good for you. You belong on your island with your own people.
I have learned what it is to be French. I know what it is to be a French lady. The way I am now. I'm not good for my people in Hivaoa.
Go below.
Take me back. I want to be a French lady. Why don't you look at me?
Because you're so beautiful, you make me sick. Get away from me or I'll kill you.
Kill me?
You. Get away from me.
It's midnight, Skip. I'll take over.
You are listening to Elliot Lewis as Captain Matthew Kincaid in Gil Dowd and Anthony Ellis's exciting story of the sea, The Log of the Black Parrot.
I turned the wheel over to Red, gave him the course, and he repeated it. But he was looking something else. I went below. The girl was in her cabin, and I locked her there. Went into my own quarters, tried to sleep. And the next night, tried to sleep. And the next. And the morning came. We were one day off the Marquesas. And our cabin door was open.
Matt, wait a moment.
I'm in a hurry.
For what, Matthew?
Get out of my way.
You're too late. She's been out since the roar down. Leave her alone,
It's
Matthew.
not her, it's Gallagher. The ship. What's happening to it? Get out of my way before I finish off what's left of your face. Oh. Get out of my way, will you? Where's the mate, Crowder?
He's up forward, I think.
You think, Crowder?
He's up forward, sir.
Mister! What's that bucket doing on the deck?
I don't know.
It's your business to know. Stow it where it belongs.
Are you kidding? I'm not a deckhand.
Stow it away. You! Get below to your cabin.
All right.
Wait a minute.
We're going back to Papeete.
I got a cargo for Hiva, mister. I'm taking it there.
All right. But she stays on the ship. I'll pay her passage back.
She gets off with the cargo.
She's with me now.
I told you to stay away from her.
You told me. You... I've wanted to do this for a long time.
You had your chance, mister.
Feel better now, Matthew?
Shut up! Bring him around. He takes the wheel in a half an hour. Yeah. What do you want, John?
Gallagher won't be able to stand his watch.
Oh?
He'll be all right. But he'll have to stay in his cabin until tomorrow.
Okay. Sure, I'll tell you. Help yourself.
Sit down, Matthew. Want to have a look at you?
Yeah.
Little more work on your face, and you'd have looked like me.
I'm sorry about that.
Turn your head this way.
Yeah.
This is going to hurt.
Yeah, that'll be different. No, John, I wish I was a kid right now.
No? Why?
Yeah. So I could bawl my ears off. I must be a little drunk.
Perhaps we should all be drunk. All the time.
Is she in her cabin?
Yes?
Should I have taken her back to Papeete? What's the matter with her? I don't think it's me, and I don't think it's Red. What does she want?
I don't know. If I knew why she so desperately doesn't want to go home, I could tell you, but I don't know.
I gotta take the wheel.
Now, just a moment.
Huh?
It's only plaster, but it may hold your ear on.
Thanks, John. There was a difference in the ship. Almost a relief. The crew was easier. I could feel a lightness again in the deck under my feet, a strength in the pulling canvas. Perhaps it was the fight. Whatever it was, there was a difference in the ship. The girl came out on deck later, in the afternoon. I looked at her because I couldn't. I saw for the first time her hair. Her black hair. And how tiny she was. The blackness of her eyes. The gracefulness in her hands. The delicacy of her feet. Her eyes were on me, but I knew she didn't see me as she passed. I moved forward toward the waist of the ship. The crewmen no more than glanced at her and then turned back to their work. She went to the rail.
No! Crowder, stop her! Gordon, take the wheel! Give me that. Quit it now. Quit it. Take it easy.
All right, I got her.
She went for my deck knife.
Come on. I want the doctor to take care of that cut.
Don't take me back. Please don't make me go home.
Come on. John? John?
What's the matter?
Here, put her over here. Tried to go overboard. Crowder stopped her, but she got mixed up with his knife.
Move over, let me see.
Yeah.
That's not too bad. And just hold still. That's right. And just a minute. There. Here we are. Ah. That didn't hurt very much, did it?
No.
Let me see that, may I? That hurt?
No.
That? No. Matthew.
Yeah. You knew about this, didn't you?
Now, you won't make me go to Hiva.
How long has it been?
Half a year, I think. The native in Papito told me.
It'll be all right. Now, don't worry. I'm going to give you something to make you sleep for a while.
I guess there isn't much choice, is it?
There may be another way.
What do you mean?
She could live on Mohotane. There's nobody else on the island.
Except you.
That's right. Oh, I'd marry her if she wanted to. If not, I'd build her a place.
That's not what I mean, John.
Oh, it's not that bad. There's always a chance.
You know what you're saying?
My dear chap, of course I do. As a matter of fact, I'm being rather selfish about the whole thing. She's quite beautiful. You've noticed it. So is Mr. Gallagher.
I can't let you do it, John.
Then you know what's left. Look here, I'm not very prepossessing to look at, I know that. But in a few years, she may not be either. It would be a great comfort to one another.
Now stop it, will you?
You're a strange chap. I think you almost worship beauty. You don't like the idea of her becoming unbeautiful, do you?
Do you?
Surface scars, Matthew. Surface scars. Well, does she stay with me on Mahotane?
I don't know. I'll have to think. The next morning, we anchored off the emerald-shaped island of Mohotane. Hiva-Oa, our final destination, was a cloud-rimmed hump on the northwest horizon. The longboat was put over the side, and loading of John Mitchell's gear and explosives got underway. I looked at the little island, thought of the girl.
Mitchell can go aboard now, Captain.
All right, mate. John, you ready to go ashore? Here, I'll give you a hand with that.
Thanks. You made up your mind, Matthew?
Yes?
Parrish, steady the ladder. He's coming down.
Goodbye, John.
Goodbye, Matthew. Drop in when you pass this way again.
I'll see you. Gallagher.
Yeah?
Hold the boat for a few minutes. I'm going below.
Right.
We're at Mohotane.
I know.
Dr. Mitchell is ready to go ashore. You want to go with him?
With him?
Yesterday we talked about you. He wants to take care of you on his island. He'll marry you if you like, or build your house. You'll be close to your people on Hiva-Oa.
He wants this?
He wants it.
Otherwise, it would mean the island for you. I can't take you back to Papiti or anywhere else.
He's a very kind man, isn't he?
Yeah.
You would tell my father?
Yes, about this. Not about Papiti.
There's a priest on Hivaoa. You will send him here.
Sure. I watched the flash of oar blades of the sun as the longboat pulled shoreward. And I thought of Gallagher. I found him on the port side, looking out at the open sea. She's better off with him, Gallagher.
She would have been better off with me.
Maybe she would if you had an island, lived alone, didn't care.
Didn't care? Are you crazy?
She has leprosy, Red. That's why she didn't want to go home.
Oh,
did I do the right thing, Red? It would have meant a leper colony, but he wanted to take care of her, and I let him. Did I do the right thing, Red?
You did the right thing, Skipper.
Sure, Red. Forget it. Forget it.
We'll have a good breeze, Skipper.
Yeah. Yeah, she holds. Come on, let's not waste time. Break out the crew, Red. We'll get the hook off the bottom. And stand by for the longboat under power.
Right, Skipper.
Let's get out of here. The longboat came aboard, and we moved out from the lee of the island and heeled over, close hauled on a starboard tack, under the southeast wind. The bow dipped and rose again in the swell, throwing spray high in the rigging. And then open water, the horizon, and a new course to Port Moresby, island of New Guinea. Log entry. The schooner Black Parrot, 5:30 p.m. Wind fresh. Sky fair. Sea cresting with high cross swell. Main and foresail reefed. Ship secure for night. Signed, Matthew Kincaid, Master.
You are invited to sail into further adventure with a log of the Black Parrot next week at the same time. Ed Max is heard as Red Gallagher, and featured in the cast were Ted Osborne, Lillian Byoff, Harold Hughes, Jack Crucian, and Ben Wright. Music was conducted by Walter Schumann and composed by Nathan Scott. The Black Parrot was produced by Elliott Lewis and directed by Gil Dowd. Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Crucian and Ben Wright. Music was conducted by Walter Schumann and composed by Nathan Scott. The Black Parrot was produced by Elliott Lewis and directed by Gil Dowd. Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
Nita, what is it? What's wrong with you?
I don't know. All of a sudden, I got a terrible feeling. A horrible feeling of foreboding. I'm frightened, Tom.
Another Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the unusual story of Malice. Dr. Jacob Benton is the wealthiest citizen in a certain upstate county, as well as its most prominent physician and surgeon. Jacob Benton is a proud individual, proud of the fact that he comes from a long line of highly successful surgeons. And his greatest ambition is that his son, Tom, will follow in his footsteps and carry on the family tradition. Jacob has also a nephew, Harvey, son of Jacob's scapegoat brother, who married a girl from the wrong side of the town and finally disappeared, leaving Jacob to take care of his young son. After finishing high school, Tom and Harvey entered medical school. Harvey followed through and is to graduate next week. But Jacob's son, Tom, at the end of his third year, wandered over to the East Bottoms at the lower end of town and met a girl, lost interest in medicine, and refused to go back to school.
Tom.
Yes, Father?
Come into the library.
What do you want?
Where have you been? It's 2 a.m.
Why, I've been to a party.
Where?
A house party.
On the other side of town?
Yes. In the East Bottoms.
You've seen that girl, that Nita, again, haven't you?
Yes. What of it?
What of it? You're a disgrace to the name of Benton. I've told you time and again that you don't belong over there.
I like Nita because she's honest and genuine. She's not filled with a lot of silly ideas like Eloise.
Eloise is a fine girl. She belongs to an excellent family.
Oh, bosh. Eloise is a phony. Nita's a real fellow.
If you become serious about this girl, you'll be ostracized.
I know all about poor Uncle George. He went over to the East Bottoms and met a girl and went to the dogs. But it wasn't the girl. He was no good in the first place.
He was a stubborn fool, just like you.
I resent being told who and when and where.
Are you in love with this girl?
Yes.
I'm terribly disappointed in you, Tom. I'd prayed that you'd become a surgeon.
I don't like medicine.
You were wrapped up in your studies until you met this girl.
That's what you think.
I'm ashamed of you. Your cousin Harvey came from the lower end of town. I made him see the light. And then think of it. You about face and walk right into it. You quit school and he graduates next week.
All right, his name's Benton, too. Let him carry on. He likes medicine. It bores me.
This girl has made a fool of you. Oh, I could kill her.
I think I'd better go to bed. Good night.
Good night. Young idiot. He's going to finish school if I have to...
What's all the racket about down here?
Oh, come in, Harvey.
I heard voices.
Yes, it was Tom. He's been to a party across town. Been out with that cheap girl again, that Nita.
Are you sure?
He admitted it. Says he's in love with her. Tossing his career to the winds over a woman like that.
How long has he been seeing her?
Several months, I suppose. That's why he wouldn't go back to school. All she's after is his money. How he ever met up with her, I'll never know.
I'm afraid I'm the cause of that, Uncle Jacob.
You? What do you mean?
Well, when I was home last summer, I went over there one evening, several evenings, in fact. Tom insisted on going along. I wanted to see some of the kids. I went to school with Nita, and, well, I introduced them.
Well, of all things, you were born over there, and if you insisted on going back, it was your own business. But Tom is my son. You knew how I felt about it. You had no right to take him over there.
I realize that now.
Well, something's got to be done about it, at once.
Yes, but what?
I'll put an end to it. Believe me, I'll find a way, and I'll stop at nothing.
For the remainder of the night, Jacob sits in the library studying the problem of what to do about Tom. And upstairs, young Harvey paces to and fro, pondering over the same question. The next morning, Harvey goes to the lower end of town to visit Nita.
Hello, Nita. I came home last night. Going back in a few days for graduation exercises. Have you missed me, Nita?
Why, yes.
Why haven't you written me in the last month or so?
Well, I've been busy.
Been across town lately?
No, why should I?
Mm-hmm. You know, it's a strange thing about this section called the East Bottoms. It means more than just a place. It's a huge barrier. An insurmountable obstacle. I was born over here, same as you. But I got an idea that I could cross over, and in time I'd be accepted as one of them. But I finally realized that I would never be accepted. I'd only be tolerated. I'd never be able to practice medicine over there.
I think that's all imagination.
I told you I had definitely decided to come back here and settle down. That's why I asked you to marry me.
I'm not satisfied here.
Since when?
I've never been satisfied here.
You belong here, Nita. You'll never be able to cross over. You'd be miserable. I know.
Maybe.
And Tom would never last over here. He'd wash up, just as my father did.
What are you talking about?
I know what's happened. You're throwing me over for Tom.
What?
You're after Tom because you think he'll take you out of this. Set you up on the other side. Well, he won't. You'll have to come over here, and he won't have a dime. You're not really in love with Tom.
I am in love with him, and he loves
me. It won't last a month.
I'll make it last.
Oh, don't be a fool, Nita. Tom's father thinks you're a good-for-nothing, and he'll never change.
I don't care. I love Tom.
And when it came to a showdown, Tom would walk out on you.
I'm going to marry him. I've made up my mind.
Then there's nothing more I can say. Goodbye, Nita.
Goodbye.
That evening, Dr. Jacob comes to a decision, and he too crosses town and makes his way to Nita's apartment.
Well, what do you want to talk about, Dr. Benton?
About my son, Tom.
I see.
How long have you known him?
Oh, since last summer.
Have you seen him often?
Yes, several times a week for the last 2 months.
You think you're in love with him?
I don't think. I know I am.
I don't think he's in love with you. He's merely infatuated. You're interested in his position, his money.
You can think whatever you like.
I'm familiar with your type.
My type? What's the matter with me?
Are you aware of what you're doing to my son?
I've done nothing at all.
You've caused him to drop his career. Tom has a tradition to fulfill. He comes from a fine family. And I won't have him throw it all to the wind because of a silly infatuation.
It isn't an infatuation.
He must marry someone in his own class. Someone who'll inspire him to carry on his career.
I didn't talk him out of his career. He says he doesn't like medicine.
The right girl wouldn't allow him to stray. She would encourage him to follow through.
The right girl. Family. Tradition. It's all a lot of bosh. Everybody in this town has made up his mind that the East Bottoms mean the difference between somebody and nobody. Well, I haven't. I'm made of the same stuff as you or Tom or anybody else over there. I have a right to a decent existence.
If it's money you want, I'll give you money to let him alone. I'll give you a lot more than you'll ever get from Tom if you marry him.
Money? You'd pay me to give him up?
Yes. Here. Here's a check for $5,000.
$5,000? Is that all your son is worth to you? $5,000? If he were my son, and I thought I could buy his future, I'd give every cent I had.
What? You mean you want more than that?
Dr. Benton, you don't possess enough money to buy me off. I don't want money.
Well, what goes on here?
Hello, Tom. You came just in time.
What are you doing here, Father?
What do you suppose?
What's he been saying, Nita?
He just gave me this check for $5,000.
For what?
To let you alone, so you can continue your career.
What?
He thinks I'm wrecking your life.
He is.
That settles it. We'll get married tonight.
You won't get married tonight, not in this state.
We'll fly over to the island. That's in another state. They don't have the 3-day law. Get your things, Nita.
If you marry this girl, I'll never give you another cent.
I'll get along. Come on, Nita.
Tom, I'll stop at nothing to break this up. I promise you will regret this moment so long as you live.
Let's go, Nita.
So Tom and Nita rush out of the house and drive to the airport just outside of town. A storm has come up. The highway glistens in the beam of the headlights.
This rain is certainly like a cloudburst.
Maybe we shouldn't fly over tonight, Tom.
Why not?
I don't like to fly in a storm. How can you tell where to land?
No, don't worry about that. I'm familiar with the field.
Who's on the island at this time of year?
Well, not many people. We've had this summer place there as long as I can remember. There's an old fellow and his wife who look after most of the places. He's also a justice of the peace. He can marry us, we'll spend the night at our place, and then we'll go someplace else tomorrow.
Tom, are you sure you want to go through with this?
Certainly. Why do you ask?
Your father meant what he said. Is it worth it? To give up everything?
You're worth a dozen family fortunes.
But now that I think about it, well, he sort of frightened me.
He didn't frighten me.
Oh, the way he said it made chills run up my spine.
Said what?
You'll regret this moment so long as you live.
Oh, he was just bluffing.
But somehow I don't think he was.
He can cut me off, but we'll get along.
Tom, why don't you finish your studies?
I told you, darling. I don't like medicine, and I never will. Why should I do something I dislike just because my father and my great-great-grandfathers liked it?
Well, what do you want to do?
Oh, I don't know. But I'll find something.
Tom?
Yes? What is it? Nita. What is it? What's wrong with you?
Oh, I don't know. All of a sudden, I got a terrible feeling. A feeling of foreboding.
Snap out of it, Nita. This isn't like you.
I know, but I can't help it. I'm frightened.
Of what?
I don't know, but I am. Oh, Tom, let's turn back. Let's wait, please.
Oh, no, you can't back out now. We're going through with this.
But he meant it. Your father meant what he said. I know he did. Please turn back.
I wouldn't turn back for all the money in the world.
I can't see a thing. No lights, nothing.
Now, don't worry. I don't need lights to land.
We should have come in a boat.
No, it's too choppy for a boat. This is the only way in weather like this.
Tom, there, I see a light. Just went on.
Yeah? Old Jenkins probably heard us.
The light is swinging.
Yeah, that's it. That's the field. It's a tiny one, but I can make it.
There's a light.
Yeah. We're all right now. Hang on. I'm going to set her down.
Tom, look out those trees! Pull up! Are they dead, Pa?
I don't know yet. Good thing it didn't catch fire.
Oh, who are they?
Don't know. Hold the lantern down here.
It's a woman.
Don't recognize her. Hey, this is young Tom Benton.
Oh, the girl is hurt bad. Look at her legs. They must be broken.
Yeah. Come along. We'll get him over to the house. Phone Doc Benton. Hello? Is this Dr. Benton's home? This is Jenkins over on the island. Is Dr. Benton there? Oh, is that you, Harvey? Well, you better find Doc and get him over here right away. It's young Tom. He tried to land his plane and hit some trees. I don't think Tom is hurt so bad, but the girl has smashed up something terrible. I don't know who she is. Yeah. Goodbye. Well, it didn't take you long to get here, Harvey. We've got him over at our place.
How in the world did Tom hit those trees? I had no trouble seeing the field.
The lights weren't on when Tom came in. Didn't even hear his motor until it was too late. He should have phoned me. He was coming. Hey, where's Doc Benton?
He was out on a case. He left his patient's house, so I left a message telling him I was going ahead and to come as quickly as possible. I brought some medical supplies.
Here we are. Tom's over there on the couch. They put the girl in the bedroom.
Few cuts on him. Don't think he has any broken bones. Oh, nasty bump on the head. Maybe a slight concussion. Well, I better have a look at the girl.
Looks to me like both her legs are broken.
Nita. Poor kid.
You know who she is?
Yes, I know who she is.
Was I right about her legs?
Yes. Both rather badly smashed up.
Where were they going on a night like this?
I imagine they came over here to get you to marry them.
Marry him? Well, I'll be darned. Wonder why he didn't phone me first.
They were in too much of a hurry, I suppose.
Too bad.
She's in a very critical condition. Extreme shock. Better get some hot water and plenty of blankets.
Right away.
Get the house as warm as possible and put more blankets on Tom.
I'll be right back. Martha?
Yes? How is she?
Harvey says she's in bad shape. Gather up all the bedclothes and coats you can. Got to cover 'em up good. Put on plenty of water to heat. I'll build up the fire.
Outside, the storm rages on. Harvey sits quietly beside Nita's bed, staring at her in a daze. Her breathing becomes shallow, irregular. A quarter of an hour passes. Then a plane motor is heard overhead. The ship sets down, and Dr. Jacob hurries to the house.
Tom's over there, Doc.
Tom.
He's been unconscious ever since we brought him in.
Can't find any fractures.
He's got an awful wallop on his head.
Yes. I see. No apparent concussion. He'll be all right in a short while. Get some pillows. Raise his feet. I want his head lower.
I'll get them.
You certainly got it hot in here.
Yeah. Harvey had us do that because of the girl. She's pretty bad.
Girl? Where is the girl?
Oh, in the bedroom there. Harvey's in there.
I'll have a look at her. Harvey.
Huh? Oh. Hello, Uncle.
What's the matter with you?
I just...
Are you crying?
No, I'm just... This is a miserable mess.
Fine example of a doctor you are. You have to learn to be completely impersonal about these things.
Oh, I know.
What do you say is wrong with her?
Both legs are broken. She's suffering from extreme shock.
Uh-huh. Better take your bag, go out there and give Tom a shot of adrenaline. I'll attend to the girl.
Yes, sir.
Harvey gives Tom the adrenaline and proceeds to attend to the cuts and bruises. Then he moves to the fireplace and sits staring into the blaze. The storm rages on. The minutes drag slowly along. 10, 20, 30. Then Dr. Jacob steps out of the bedroom.
Harvey.
Yes, sir?
Has Tom come out of it yet?
Not yet. But he shows improvement. He'll be all right in a little while.
I see. Jenkins.
Yes, Doc?
Get us something to make a pallet. We'll carry him down to the plane, take him over to the hospital.
Sure, right away. I'll get 4 poles and some rope. I'll have 2 made in a jiffy.
Never mind 2, just 1. The girl is dead.
Then on the following day, Tom has fully recovered. Gradually, the events of the preceding hours begin to pass before him. The argument, the island, the plane, Nita screaming, and then the crash. And then... Nita. Where is Nita? Tom sends for his father. But Jacob is already standing in the shadows of the room.
How do you feel, Tom?
Nita. Is Nita all right?
Now, take it easy, Tom. Don't get excited.
Where is Nita?
Forget about Nita for the moment. You've been pretty badly banged up. A little more, and you'd have had a real concussion.
What about Nita?
If you insisted on flying to the island, why didn't you phone Jenkins to turn on the lights?
He heard my motor. We were in a hurry. Besides, I saw the lights.
Jenkins said he didn't turn them on at all. Didn't hear you till just before you crashed.
That's ridiculous. Where have you got Nita?
Nita is at the undertaker's.
She... What?
She's dead.
Good Lord. Was she... Did it happen in the crash?
No, she died about half an hour after I got there.
Were you on the island?
Yes, Jenkins found you and called the house. I was out on a case and got to the island too late to save her.
What was the cause?
Her legs were broken. She died from extreme shock.
Was there nothing you could do?
Nothing.
Did you try?
I resent that inference. You should know better than that.
I'd rather have had anybody in the world there than you.
Do you know what you're talking about?
Yes, I do. You hated her. You didn't give her half a chance.
Will you shut up and stop yelling?
What did you give her?
I gave her adrenaline.
It was probably water.
I've heard enough out of you. When you come to your senses, I'll consider talking to you. Good day.
Now Tom, his mind filled with suspicion, his heart burning with hatred, throws on his clothes, dashes out of the hospital, and goes to the island. He reviews the whole situation with Jenkins, each incident from the time he first heard the plane motor to the moment they took him to the hospital. Tom returns to town, arranges for an autopsy, and is now talking to the autopsy surgeon.
Well, Dr. Groberg, how about it? What's your report?
Well, both legs were fractured, but there was no compound fracture. There were several minor lacerations about the body and a head contusion.
Nothing there that would have caused death?
No, nothing.
What else did you find? Any evidence of poison?
No, none.
She was suffering from shock?
Oh, naturally, but not extreme shock.
Then she didn't die from shock?
Death from shock would have been prevented by the adrenaline administered.
Then you found adrenaline present?
Yes. That is what I can't understand.
What do you mean?
Well, one of the most difficult things to diagnose is the difference between extreme shock and internal hemorrhage.
There was internal hemorrhage?
Certainly. And this one was one of the easiest to diagnose I've ever seen. As you well know, adrenaline in internal hemorrhage is absolutely contraindicated.
In other words, you think our death was caused by the administration of adrenaline?
I do, definitely. But those things happen sometimes, regardless of how hard we try.
Yes. Well, thanks, Doctor. I'll see you later. Hello, Father.
Well, have you finally come to your senses?
Yes. Yes, I have. I'd like to have a little talk with you.
Very well. What about?
I've been doing a little investigating.
Investigating? Now, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about Nita.
Are you going to start on that again?
I am. And I'm going to follow it to a conclusion.
I don't want to have anything more to do with it.
But I do.
I've had a hard day, and I don't care to listen to any more of your idiotic babblings.
How would you like to have the grand old name of Benton? The untarnished reputation of your long line of surgeons blasted to 1,000 pieces.
What are you talking about?
How would you like to have it known that you, the eminent Dr. Benton, the trusted, the revered Dr. Jacob Benton, deliberately and with malice aforethought, caused the death of a girl? How would you like that?
You're insane, positively mad.
Oh, no, I'm not. I've gone back over the whole thing. I know you hated Nita. You said I'd regret the day so long as I lived. You threatened to do something, and you did. At your first opportunity.
You are crazy.
You did everything to separate us. You tried to buy her off. When that didn't work, you killed her.
Get out of here. Leave this house.
You didn't just let her die. You killed her, murdered her.
Get out.
I know what I'm talking about. I had an autopsy performed.
You what?
An autopsy.
Go on.
She didn't die of shock.
What then?
She died of a very obvious internal hemorrhage, aggravated by adrenaline, which is contraindicated. You're a specialist in that line. You couldn't have made that mistake in 1,000 years.
But I was positive it was shock.
You knew what it was.
No, I must have been wrought up. I could have made that one wrong diagnosis that happens once in 1,000 times.
Oh, no, I saw the body. I could tell. With as little medical experience as I've had.
Tom, you You mustn't say anything further about this.
Why not?
It would ruin my reputation.
Oh, now you're worried about your reputation. What's that compared to the girl I love?
Oh, but Tom, listen to me, please.
Good night.
Wait a minute. Wait, Tom.
Well, what do you want, Harvey?
I heard you. I heard every word.
So what?
I can't let it go on like this. I can't let you do this to your father.
What's it to you? You keep out of it.
No, Tom, now listen. You're wrong.
I know what I'm talking about. Nita was murdered, and I can prove it.
Your father had nothing to do with it.
Harvey, that's enough. Leave us alone.
I won't. I can't stand by quietly and see this happen to you. I won't.
Leave this room, Harvey. Don't say another word.
Wait a minute. What are you trying to say, Harvey?
I did it. Your father's trying to cover up for me.
What do you mean?
He wants to save my future reputation. If it got out, it would be a blot against me.
What would be?
When Jenkins called, your father was out. He told me what had happened. I left a note for your father, took an emergency bag, and flew to the island in hopes I could do something.
Go on.
I thought Nita was suffering from shock. I was terribly upset because I was in love with her. So I gave her adrenaline. I wasn't experienced enough to recognize symptoms of hemorrhage.
Is that the truth?
Yes, now that he's told it, there's nothing I can do. I knew in an instant it was hemorrhage. When I saw the adrenaline vial, I knew what a terrible mistake he'd made. He was emotionally upset over the girl, and I wanted to give him a chance. It was done. I tried my best to pull her through, but it was too late.
I'm sorry, Tom. Terribly sorry.
Harvey guiltily leaves the library and goes up the stairs to his room. Tom stands staring at Jacob, then drops into a chair and begins to sob softly. A few minutes pass, then a shot. Tom and his father leap to their feet, rush up the stairs and into Harvey's room. Harvey is sprawled dead over the desk, a gun in his hand, and on the desk a note addressed to Tom. Read it, Tom.
Dear Tom, I can't stand it any longer. It's been driving me crazy from the moment I did it. Nita's face is before me every second of the day and night. I was in love with her. But when she ran away with you, I lost my reason. I imagined she'd be better off dead. I was filled with hatred. I knew she was suffering from hemorrhage, but I gave her the adrenaline in a bit of revenge. Now it's driving me mad. Forgive me. Harvey.
Well, that's the end. Another case of jealousy. Another example of the futility of allowing oneself to become a victim of the green-eyed monster, jealousy.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next Sunday, 9:15.
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Johnny Dollar.
Pat McCracken, Johnny, at Universal Adjustment Bureau.
Greetings, Master.
Now, don't give me that. Johnny, I believe you spent a couple of weekends down in Sarasota, Florida early this month.
Pat, you know darn well I did.
Have a chance to get in some fishing?
You know darn well I didn't. That's why I've been sitting here dreaming about those lunker bass at the Lake Mojave Resort out in Arizona.
Oh, what's the matter with Lake Mead?
Huh?
You know, the huge man-made lake that's backed up by Hoover Dam?
Yeah, I know.
A few miles this side of Las Vegas, Nevada. A lot of big ones in that water, I understand.
Okay, Pat, you got me all excited. Now, what's it all about?
I told you, fishing.
Yeah, and?
That's all. Except...
Yeah, except what?
Slight case of murder.
daily in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Here's actress Joan Bennett.
It's terrible to try to act with a dreadful cold. To feel better quickly, I take 4-way cold tablets, the fast way to relieve nasty cold distress.
Yes, tests of 4 leading cold tablets proved 4-way fastest acting of all. Amazing 4-way starts in minutes to relieve aches, pains, headache, reduce fever, calm upset stomach, also overcomes irregularity.
When you catch cold, try my way. Take 4-way cold tablets, the fast way to relieve cold distress.
4-way, 29 and 59 cents.
Now, a word about another fine product of Grove Laboratories. Had dandruff for years? Now get rid of it in 3 minutes with Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo. 3 minutes with Fitch regularly is guaranteed to keep unsightly dandruff away forever. Apply Fitch before wetting hair, rub in 1 minute. Add water, lather 1 minute. Then rinse 1 minute. Every trace of dandruff goes down the drain. 3 minutes with Fitch, embarrassing dandruff's gone. Fitch can also leave hair up to 35% brighter. Get Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo today. And now, Act 1 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Universal Adjustment Bureau, Home Office, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Lake Mead mystery matter.
All right, now, Johnny, your contact will be Mr. Roscoe Trimmer. He's head of the local office of Greater Southwest Insurance and Liability right there in Las Vegas.
You said murder. Can you give me any details?
No, you'll have to get everything from Trimmer. All I know is there's a $20,000 policy involved and double indemnity. So the sooner you get out there, the better.
Okay, Pat, I'll grab the first plane I can. Expense account item 1, $2 even for a fast taxi to the airport. Item 2, $6.70 plane fare to New York. Item 3, $145.05, another plane ticket. And I barely made the 12 o'clock noon mainliner, which promptly took off and headed west to Las Vegas, Nevada. It was 9:45 p.m. Pacific time when we started the long glide down from a starlit sky to the landing strip at McCarran Field in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'll never cease to marvel at the nighttime view from the air of that fabulous city of chance. Sitting alone out there in the middle of the vast Mojave Desert, the sky filling glow from its millions of lights, it had put a rainbow to shame. Oasis in the desert. Yeah, and very beautiful. I knew that Roscoe Trimmer's office would be closed this time of night, so I looked for a place to rest my weary head. Item 4, $1.50 for a cab into the Flamingo. And I just happened to remember that the Flamingo has an excellent casino. Now, I'm really not a gambling man in the usual sense of the word, but who can resist the lure of the dice and roulette tables, the blackjack, even the slot machines in a setting like this? Sure, the house always wins, and the sucker who forks out his hard-earned money doesn't stand a chance. But you know something? After a few hours of play, I came out so far ahead that I won't even bother to list my food and hotel room on this expense account. I really cleaned up. How much? Well, if I told you, you'd probably want me to absorb the whole thing, so I won't. Then, early the next morning, I met Roscoe Trimmer at the office of Greater Southwest Insurance and Liability.
Dollar, I'm glad you could make it. I don't like this one at all. Howard.
Hiya, Rosk.
Sit down, will you?
Yeah,
But
sure.
not for long.
Huh?
I've arranged a drive-it-yourself car for you. And the sooner you can get over to Lake Mead, the better.
Well, just where, Roscoe? That's a pretty big lake.
Overton. A little town 50, 60 miles north and east of here. At the upper end of the lake.
So what's happened up there?
Johnny, a client of mine, Thomas Mayfield Thomas, came out here from Chicago last year. Retired here. I don't know much about him except that our Chicago office sent me his file when he came and asked me to look out for him.
Uh-huh. Go on.
About a week ago, Thomas and a friend went fishing together out of Overton Landing. They went out with Hob Fulton on his charter boat. Incidentally, if you ask me, Hob's the best guide on the whole lake.
Good, I'll remember that.
Only you're here on a case, remember?
Oh, sure. But go on.
Well, the fishing must have been pretty good, because they stayed on at the Overton Motel. Then the next morning, they went down to the landing, rented a little Arkansas Traveler and a 10-horse Johnson, and went out fishing on their own.
Rosk, I may try that very thing myself.
But about the middle of the afternoon, a big east wind came up. You know what that means?
I know that when a big Easter hits one of those desert lakes, there's only one thing you do. Get off it quick.
Well, they didn't, Johnny. At least not quick enough. The following morning, when the blow had died down, Hob Fulton went out to look for him.
And?
He found the boat, all right. Beached on a point down near Goat Island. And Mr. Thomas's friend.
What about Thomas?
His friend says that Thomas went overboard when the squall hit him.
Well, it's certainly possible.
Yes, it is. Possible.
The chomp on a lake like that can build up waves 8 and 10 feet high, enough to throw a man off any kind of a boat.
Yes, I know.
But you don't think that's the way it happened?
I didn't say that, Johnny. It's just that... Well...
Okay, Rosk. What was his fishing pal's name?
Charlie Wentworth. Does that mean anything to you?
No.
Well, I'm afraid I don't know very much about him either. Except that he, too, came here from Chicago. Arrived in town about 2 weeks ago.
I take it that's where he knew Thomas, back in Chicago.
Yeah, apparently.
Well, what about him? What does this Charlie Wentworth do?
Apparently nothing. But hang around the gambling joints. Oh, he does a little dealing and shilling for some of them now and then. There's talk he's been making illegal book on the races, though nobody's pinned it on him.
So, in your book, he's an undesirable character.
That's right.
But is that reason to suspect he took Mr. Thomas out on that lake and murdered him?
Now, Johnny, there's been a lot of worry around this town about some of the people who've come out here recently from Chicago. You know, ever since those investigations began back east.
So what? Does that mean everybody who comes from there is a killer?
No, of course not. But a man who doesn't really work for a living, just spends all his time around the gambling tables, has no visible, regular means of support.
Thomas was retired. Maybe Charlie Wentworth is, too.
Oh, Johnny.
Besides, who knows? Maybe Thomas will show up. Maybe he swam to shore and is plotting his way back through the desert.
Oh, now, you know the odds against a city man surviving out there.
Well, does anybody really look for him?
Everybody. The police, the National Park boys, everybody. Not only in boats, on foot, but they even use planes and a helicopter. They found no trace.
Well, that still doesn't prove anything. Tell me this. Are the police holding Charlie Wentworth?
No, they're not.
Which means they don't feel they have any reason to. But you still think I ought to investigate?
Yes, I do.
Roscoe? So do I.
Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
Hey, Dad, did you check your car filters today?
No, son, I didn't. Why?
Because it might pay you $1,000.
$1,000 for a car filter?
That's right, folks. You may have a filter under the hood of your car worth $1,000 and not even know it. A Fram filter worth 1,000 silver dollars. A regular filter change is important to today's cars. So important that Fram Corporation is paying $60,000 to get you to check your filters now. Last year, in preparation for Fram's silver anniversary, 10,000 secretly numbered Fram filter cartridges were distributed all over the United States and installed in cars during regular servicing. These filters are worth from $1 to $1,000. You may have one in your car right now and not even know it. Check your oil filter and air filter now. If there's a specially numbered Fram filter in your car, you will win up to 1,000 silver dollars, and your dealer will win the same amount. Get in on Fram's big silver treasure hunt. Check your car filters now.
And now, Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the Lake Mead Mystery Matter.
Neither the police nor anybody else in Las Vegas seem to think Thomas was murdered out on Lake Mead. But what Roscoe Trimmer told me made me suspicious, of Thomas's fishing pal, a man named Charlie Wentworth. Expense account item 5640. I telephoned to my old friend Ken Bugby, reporter on the Chicago Citizen News.
Thomas?
Yeah, that's right, Ken. What can you tell me about him?
Well, not everybody knew it, Johnny, but he was a mouthpiece for the old Moretti mob. That was some years ago.
Oh?
When they started the big cleanup, well, either Thomas couldn't or just plain wouldn't get them off the hook. Let them all go to jail. Then he settled down and retired in his home out in Elmhurst.
Well, he's certainly not there now, Ken.
No, about a year ago, he suddenly sold his place, packed up, moved out west somewhere.
Why? Do you know?
Change of climate, I guess. What about him, Johnny?
Ever hear of Charlie Wentworth?
Are you kidding? He was one of Moretti's trigger men. Casual Charlie, they called him.
You, know where he is now?
Oh, they sent him up to Joliet Prison along with the rest of the mob. Those boys will be in the clink the rest of their natural... Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah?
Casual Charlie and Snooty Wilson were released. Yeah. And, hey, that was just about the same time that Thomas moved away from here. If that means anything.
Baby, I got a hunch it means everything.
Oh? Like what, Johnny?
Thanks a lot, Ken. Next stop was the public library, the old newspaper files. Getting some info on the almost forgotten Moretti mob was a lead pipe cinch, especially about the time when the gang was broken up. And apparently, when Lawyer Thomas saw the jig was up for his boys, having made his pile, and to keep himself out of trouble, he left them flat. He'd let them get sent to the pen without raising a finger in their defense. So don't tell me that a mobster wouldn't want to get even with the guy who'd let him down. Sure, Charlie had killed Thomas. I was sure of it without even seeing him. But to prove it, without the corpus delicti, I spent item $632 even on some equipment at a sporting goods store. Then I drove north on Highway 91 to the quiet little town of Overton. There I learned that for once, Hob Fulton, the fishing guide, had a free day on his hands, that he was down at the lake some 12 miles east of the town. I met him at the dock, and within a few minutes we were on board as Higgins runabout and heading south. Lake Mead is a tremendous thing, something like a 550-mile shoreline, the biggest man-made body of water in the world, I believe. Just thinking about the record-breaking largemouth bass that have come out of that lake fairly made my mouth water. I carefully checked out the equipment I'd brought along.
So you spent a lot of good money renting that stuff from Shelby's Port and got down to Vegas, huh?
Yep.
Well, where's the spear?
Bob, I don't think I'm going to need a spear.
I don't think you're going to need any of that stuff. You ask me, though, if you want to catch fish, borrow one of those rigs I brought along.
Bob, I just want you to take me to the same spots you took Mr. Thomas and Charlie Wentworth.
Too bad about that, Mr. Thomas. I got him a lot of nice bass, though. You know, fishing only the real deep holes. That's where they are this time of year.
That's what I figured.
If only they'd had sense enough to come back in that next day when the wind started to blow.
Did they seem to get along all right, Hob?
I told the police about that, Mr. Dollar, but I guess it didn't mean anything.
Told them about what?
Well, you ask me. Mr. Thomas wasn't any too happy fishing with Charlie Wentworth. But Charlie kept saying, let bygones be bygones, and let's enjoy the fishing, so...
When you found Charlie in the boat the next morning, was there tackle still in it?
Have you ever seen this lake when there's a big blow from the east, Mr. Dollar?
I've seen Lake Mojave when it's been that way, but you haven't answered my question.
No, sir. Their tackle boxes got thrown overboard along with everything else. Even that big one of Charlie's. Dollar, he had enough stuff in that thing to sink the Queen Mary.
He did, huh? Like what, Hob?
Well, I didn't poke around in it. When I heisted on board. Oh, look. There's the glory hole. First place to stop for him. So if that's what you want, that's where we'll start.
How deep is it?
Oh, I'd say about a 3.5.
A 3.5?
Well, you know how high a fair-sized tree is. Glory hole's about a 3.5.
Oh, I see.
Johnny, if you're going to use that rig you brought along...
I'll just pull up to the same spot you showed them where to fish. By the end of 2 hours, I'd tried at least half a dozen of the holes where Hob had taken Thomas and Charlie. No luck. Then we went 4 or 5 miles further down the lake and pulled up just below Goat Island, just below the big rock slide.
Deepest hole in this part of the lake, Dollar. Must be near the 5 trees. A lot of ledges down there on the sides of it, so you better go kind of easy.
I covered every inch of that hole, and with the aid of a powerful waterproof headlamp I brought along. Then finally I came back up to the surface. That's right, I said came back up to the surface.
Here, Johnny, let me give you a hand back in the boat.
No, thanks. I'll rest you in the water for a minute. That's a pretty deep hole.
Yeah, but how you ever expect to catch bass in that skin diving rig without even a spear?
Hand me a long rope, Hob. I found it down there.
Huh?
Yeah, on a ledge about 50 feet down, lashed onto that heavy tackle box you were talking about. That's what made it sink.
Wait, what are you talking about, Johnny?
The body of Thomas.
What?
Yeah, and there's a bullet hole right between the eyes.
Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. debonair, be sociable, have a Pepsi.
When friends drop in, let your hospitality show you're sociable in the modern manner. Pepsi, you know, is the favorite of the smart and young at heart.
Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and fair and debonair. Be sociable, have a Pepsi.
Have you tried a Pepsi lately?
And now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
I took the body of Thomas back to headquarters in Las Vegas and hung around long enough to hear Dr. Richard Fallon say the bullet hole was definitely made by a .38 and at close range. To hear Police Captain Willis say there'd be no action taken until the bullet could be removed for study. But I knew he'd change his mind when he had time to think about it. So I left headquarters and started making the rounds of the gambling casinos. Luck was with me. At the second place I stopped, one of the public joints on Fremont Street.
A winner, everyone. It's 34, red and even.
Well, have you seen him around here today?
Yes, Charlie Wentworth. They just come in the door, mister.
Thanks.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Excuse me, please.
Take your bets for the
Pardon me, will you? May I get through here, please? Thank you. Excuse me. Charlie Wentworth?
Yeah, Buster?
Johnny Dollar, insurance investigator. Here's my credentials.
Oh, yeah. I guess you want to talk about my pal, Tommy Thomas, got drowned over in Lake Mead last week. Is that it?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, Buster, that was an awful thing, him going like that. He was an old buddy of mine.
Was he?
Sure was. An old buddy. Hey, why don't we talk over in my room, huh? Too much noise around here. Okay by you?
Sure. Why not?
Are you kidding?
I'm not kidding.
No. Listen, Dollar, I haven't packed a rod since the old days of the Moretti mob back in Chi.
I'll bet.
That's a fact. It's a truth. You think I want to get in trouble again? Well, you're wrong, see?
Maybe.
Look, I did my stretch, and it learned me a lesson. I'm all through with that kind of stuff. I'm all through with it.
Oh, sure.
It's a fact. It's the truth. I'm strictly legit now. You understand?
What about making book around town without a license?
Who said that?
Well?
You can't prove it. You or nobody else. And what's that got to do with Tommy Thomas and the poor guy getting drowned? Tell me that, huh? What is this Dollar anyhow?
You really hated his guts, didn't you?
Well, sure, wouldn't you if... Well...
Sure. Because when the chips were down, he didn't give you a hand. He let you and the rest of the mob take the rap. Kept his own skirts clean at your expense.
Listen, what are you trying to do? Get me excited? Say something I shouldn't say? I don't mean...
Keep talking, Charlie.
Sure I hated it. I could have killed him. At first, that is. Only at first. Anybody would have felt that way. But, you know, after a few years in the clink, you learn better. What good's it do you? Those things don't matter. You've learned your lesson. I know I did.
Oh, you became a paragon of virtue, I suppose.
I don't know what you're talking about, but that's all over. You hear me? When I just happened to find him living here in Vegas, that was all over. Let bygones be bygones. I mean it. We was pals.
Charlie, there's about as much truth in that.
That's a fact. That's the truth.
Then why did you kill him?
That's a lie. You can't prove it.
That's where you're wrong.
Huh?
I have absolute proof.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I found it on his body.
His body?
I fished it out of Lake Mead this morning.
Now, listen.
You had Hob Fulton show you all the deepest holes when you went out fishing with him. Then the next day you took Thomas out there alone. You killed him, tied that weighted tackle box to his body, and let him sink down in the deepest hole of all, down below the rock slide.
That windstorm.
Yeah. Gave you the greatest excuse in the world for coming back alone, didn't it? You couldn't have had it better if you'd planned that storm yourself. But it didn't excuse the bullet hole in Tommy Thomas's head from your gun.
From my gun?
Yeah. No longer packing a rod, huh?
Dollar, maybe I sort of, kind of, well, maybe I forgot about this one.
Trigger man, huh? You're a lousy shot. And pretty slow draw, thank heaven. You know something? Now I think I have got proof. Yeah, this gun of yours. Down at headquarters, the ballistics team took less than an hour. Yep. The bullet they'd found in Thomas's body came from the same gun Charlie had tried to kill me with. So it's back to prison for him for a long, long time. Oh, and the company will not have to pay double indemnity for accidental death. Expense account total, including a couple of days of excellent fishing with Hob Fulton and the trip back to Hartford, $196.45. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Our star will return in just a moment.
I've used to medium-priced cars, but most of them raise prices way up for $59. Now what do?
Come test our best, the Ambassador V8 by Rambler, the luxury car that did not raise prices.
I've always bought medium-priced cars, but now they're just too long to handle, too hard to park, too big for my garage.
Come test our best, the luxurious Ambassador. So compact, it outturns, outhandles, and out-economizes other medium-priced cars.
Just what is the Ambassador?
It's the compact luxury car, finest product of American Motors. Ambassador has generous shoulder room, hat room, and leg room, and no awkward hump in the middle of the floor. Ambassador offers personalized luxury, individual front seats that adjust to each person's exact leg room, adjustable headrests, 270 V8 horsepower, best power-to-weight ratio in the medium-priced field, air coil ride. It's the finest car ever priced so close to the lowest. Come test our best, the luxurious Ambassador V8 at Rambler dealers.
Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, a little boy in a small New England town leads me to tangle with a killer. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood and is written, produced, and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Larry Dobkin, Bartlett Robinson, Frank Nelson, Harry Bartell, and Gil Stratton, Jr. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Dan Coverly speaking. By far, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense, next on the CBS Radio Network.
59 you dial, WROW Albany.
If it happens to you, and I think it might, that now and then your cigarette doesn't taste right, that's the tip-off, man, and you'd best begin on the new kind of filter that's known as Spin.
Old Gold's new Spin filter.
This new Spin filter is the best you've seen, does more than reduce tar and nicotine. It improves smoke and taste so that you can get the best taste yet in a filter cigarette.
Old Gold's new Spin filter.
Test for taste, try your present brand against Old Gold. Test for taste, and it's 10 to 1 that you'll be sold. Test for taste with a cigarette, a carton, or a pack. Test for taste, find the flavor all the other filters lack.
Old Gold's new Spin filter.
That's the story, boys. That's how you can get the best taste yet in a filter cigarette.
Old Gold's new Spin filter.
5:30.
Hey, you. Yes, you. Are you one of those people who like to know the answer? Have you a logically and analytically nature? Does murder and mystery fascinate you? It does, huh? Well, get out the magnifying glass, Sherlock. I think it's time for a crime. Yes, sure. This is Peter Lorre opening again the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. And tonight, we bring you detective mystery, and you're all invited to try to solve it. along with another amateur dick, a guy named Jonathan Pierce. Mr. Pierce earns his 3 squares a day selling antiques, but his real love is criminology. A hobby that seems to make his life anything but dull. Well, let's give Mr. Pierce a run for his hobby, huh? So, let's try and beat him to the solution of tonight's mystery. Clues will be all there. So let's look alive now, mates, and get the answers to a crime to fit the punishment.
Our scene opens in the antique shop of Jonathan Pierce. With him is a friend, Betty Hughes.
Look, Jonathan, why don't you give up this antique shop and become a full-fledged private detective? After all, you've been very successful. Besides, I'm yearning for a life of excitement and mystery.
Meaning?
Meaning I'll be your assistant.
Nothing doing. If I need an assistant, it won't be a woman. You'd probably faint the first time a mug said boo at you.
Faint? Well, of course I'd faint if that was a thing to do. Furthermore, I think
some
that...
other time, here comes a customer.
Young man, are you Jonathan Pierce?
I am. What can I do for you, sir?
That's what I'm here to find out. Who's the young lady?
Oh, this is...
Never mind answering. I was young once myself. Pierce, I want to hire your services as a private detective.
How did you know that?
I'm David Warlock. Used to be called Warlock Tycoon, filthy with money. All the Warlocks are. So I'm able to pay well.
Well, that's very nice.
My son, Freddie, is about to be blackmailed. Actually, my adopted son. His father was my business partner before he died. And he knew Freddie was a weak-willed lad, so he wanted me to look after him and his inheritance. Goes by my name now, and I won't stand for blackmail.
Blackmail? Do you have any...
Don't interrupt, Pierce. Not through yet. Freddie's been playing around with a young lady named Ruth Dane, a gambler by the name of Lance Norman. Nothing wrong with women in gambling. Used to like both myself. But these two are bad ones.
Oh, and you think they're blackmailing your son? Your adopted son?
Going to blackmail him, or rather me.
Well, how's that?
Well, it amounts to blackmailing him. But they have to come to me because I still control his inheritance. Are you a detective, young lady?
Why, no.
Well, then don't ask questions and waste my time.
Mr. Warlock, what did you mean by saying that they're going to blackmail you?
Well, I had a phone call yesterday, just after I got back from Mortonville. From uptown. Mysterious voice said he had something concerning my son which he wanted to sell. Didn't identify himself, but said he'd call again in a day or two.
I see. Well, you'll give me a free hand in dealing with this blackmailer?
Completely. Now, Pierce, here's a $500 retainer.
Oh?
I want you to come to my house, meet my son, and the two I suspect of being back of this blackmail scheme. I'll drive you out.
All right. Oh, but there is one more question, sir. I've been trying to ask since you came in here. How did you come to hire me? I suppose it's because you heard of my reputation in solving a few little crimes that baffled the police.
On the contrary. Never heard anything like that.
Oh.
Take a bow, Sherlock.
Quiet character. Well, then, well, why, Mr. Warlock?
Well, I always liked the name of Pierce. I once was in love with a woman named Pierce 30 years ago. Always hired people named Pierce since then. Chauffeur's name's Pierce, butler's name's Pierce, gardener's name's Pierce.
Oh, it sounds very logical to me.
It would to you.
Now, Jonathan, I want you to come over to my house and size up the situation. Are you ready to go?
Oh, I'll say we are.
Not you, young lady. You're staying here.
Now, listen here, Jonathan Pierce. I'm going to hate you if you turn to one of those big, stronger woman's places in the home, men.
Goodbye, dear. Just use some of that slow burn to keep the home fires cooking.
Well, this is my little home, Jonathan, my boy. That was Pierce who left it in.
Oh.
I imagine that we'll find Freddie and his friends in the library, so come.
What?
I'll leave you with them for a few minutes so you can size them up.
Well, how are you going to explain me to them, Mr. Warlock?
Oh, don't worry about that. Now then, here we are. Well, good afternoon, everybody. I want you all to meet a young friend of mine, Mr. Jonathan Pierce. Jonathan, this is Miss Rita Dane, Mr. Lance Norman, and my son, Freddie Warlock. I'll leave you to get acquainted. Goodbye.
Well.
Not so well. It would seem that Mr. Warlock does not exactly possess the delicate touch.
He is screwy. Who are you, chum?
Oh, I thought you knew. Well, I'm Jonathan Pierce. And you're Lance Norman, the Lido Club. Fast gambling for fast people.
And what do? You don't look like a bodyguard or a keyhole snooper.
Oh, I haunt houses. I've just been hired to haunt this one.
A wise guy. Every time a guy starts talking wise like that, you want to watch him. He's liable to start lifting the silverware.
Now, you look here, Pierce. Did my father hire you to snoop on us? He's always hiring people named Pierce. Well, if he did, you might as well know I'm going to marry Rita whether he wants me to or not. All I got to do is wait another 6 months. Then I get all my own dough and I can do just as I please, you see?
Oh, don't bother explaining to him, Freddie Doll.
Now, look, both of you keep quiet and let me handle this. Look, chum, I don't like the way the old man dumped you in here and walked off. What's the payoff?
Well, we might as well get everything straight. I'm an antique dealer.
Whose hobby is playing detective, huh?
Something like that.
A Seamus, huh? Gee, they're even getting private cops now who wear neckties.
I thought I smelled copper when you walked in.
Well, get this, cop. These two kids are in love. They're floating on the clouds.
I'm not surprised. The kid's breath has enough alcohol on it to make me float on the clouds, too.
I suppose the old man pays you for being funny. Anyway, these kids can't live without each other, see? So just keep your nose out of the picture, or it might get stepped on.
How touching. And I suppose you're the marriage broker, or maybe you're just here to chaperone them.
Well, what is it, Pierce?
I beg your pardon, but Mr. Warlock would like to see Mr. Jonathan Pierce in his den immediately.
Oh, thank you, Pierce. I'll be seeing you later, lad.
I can hardly wait, Seamus.
You wanted to see me, Mr. Warlock?
Yes, Jonathan. Here on the telephone. It's the blackmailer I told you about.
Oh.
Pierce recognized it as the same voice as called yesterday, and I wanted you to listen in on my conversation with him. You can use that extension over there.
Oh, all right.
Go ahead. Hello? This is Warlock speaking.
This is the same guy that called you yesterday, Warlock. I got a little piece of paper about your son that the police would like to get their fingers on. But I, might be willing to sell it.
Eh? How much?
$5,000. You want to talk about it, or do I go to the cops?
No. I'll talk about it. I won't meet for myself, but I'll send someone I can trust. You name the place.
Okay. Send a guy to 4527 Fernando Place. Tell him to ring the bell under the name of Clip Matson. I'll let him in, and if he's got the $5,000, we'll talk.
Are you Mr. Matson?
Never mind who I am. Just do as I say. And Warlock,
Yes.
don't try any fancy stuff, or your son will end up in a big house. So tell that guy to hurry up.
You heard him, Jonathan?
Yes.
I've got $5,000 right here, and you'll take it with you. I leave it up to your judgment as to whether to give it to him or not. But remember one thing.
What's that?
If Lance Norman and Rita Dane are back of this, as I suspect they are, I'll pay any amount over and above this to pin it on them. Now, you go see this Clip Matson and see what you can do.
Yeah? What do you want?
Are you Clip Matson?
Maybe I am, and maybe I ain't. What are you selling, Mac?
My name is Jonathan Pierce. I'm representing David Warlock.
Oh, okay, I'm Matson. Come in. Did you bring the dough?
Maybe. First, I want to see what you're offering to sell. And while you're at it, Matson, maybe you'd like to make another $5,000, all for yourself.
What do you mean?
I mean that the name of the man who's working this with you is worth another $5,000 to you.
I don't know what you're talking about, Mac. There ain't nobody in this with me.
Oh?
I just found this information I'm offering to sell, that's all.
Well, they tell me it gets awfully lonesome up in Sing Sing.
Now, wait a minute, Mac. You don't want to talk like that to me. I might get scared and decide I ought to turn this over to the cops. Maybe I ought to anyway.
Suit yourself. We're really more interested in getting the name of the man back of you than in anything else. I might be able to raise the price a little.
But I tell you... Hey, what's the idea of walking in here, mister?
What's going on? Oh!
You suck Pierce. What's the idea? Okay, I got my hands up. Hey, take it easy with that gun. No! Oh. You...
What? Oh, hello.
Hello.
Oh, so this is what heaven's like. Eh?
Now, stop that, Jonathan. Are you hurt?
No, Betty. No, outside of a lump on my head. Oh, boy, it could serve as a road marker. A headache and a certain loss of pride. I feel fine, just fine. Did Clip Matson get away?
I don't think so. There's a man over here on the floor, but I haven't asked him his name because he's dead.
Dead? But how?
Well, I'm not up on these things, Johnson, but I imagine the 2 bullet holes in him have something to do with it.
Bullet hole? Oh, I remember now. I sort of heard 2 shots just as I was drifting out of this world. Must have been those. Here, let's see. Yes, that's Clip Matson, all right. But why?
Well, maybe somebody didn't like him.
Oh, you're a big help. By the way, what are you doing here? I thought I left you at the store.
Well, you did, darling, but you see, I'm the type that feels men need looking after, so
Oh.
I followed you. First to Warlock's and then here, and you ought to be grateful.
Well, it's touching to know that someone is interested in whether I'm alive or dead.
Jonathan, what happened?
And I was talking to Clip there. He was the guy who was trying to blackmail Warlock. Suddenly, somebody came in the door behind me.
The murderer.
Exactly, my dear Watson. I started to turn around, and the guy slugged me.
Huh.
All I got a chance to see was a hand wearing a gray glove and the barrel of a gun that was rapidly nearing my head. That's the last I remember, except for the 2 shots. Boy, some detective I turned out to be.
Oh, well, don't be too hard on yourself, Jonathan. It could have happened to anyone.
Yeah, sure, but it happened to me. All right, come on. We've got to give this apartment a fast once-over to see if we can find that paper Matson wanted to sell. You take that side. I'll take this side.
Well, I finished my side, and I found nothing incriminating, except to your Clip Matson.
He's not my Cliff Matson. I drew a blank here, except for one thing. A check signed by Lance Norman.
Lance who?
Lance Norman. That's the gambler Warlock thinks is back of the blackmailing. All right, come on. We're going to see Mr. Lance Norman at the Lido Club.
But I haven't got my chips with me.
This is the Club Lido, Betty. If you look around you, you'll see half the elite of our city busily engaged in losing their shirts to Lance Norman.
Well, that's very exciting, Jonathan.
Well, hello there, Pierce.
Why, Lance, hello.
Well, is this a business visit or a social one?
Oh, let's call it a business visit, shall we? Is there some place that I can talk to you?
Why not? Come on in my office here.
Oh, thank you.
Come on, you'll be just as safe in here as out on the floor.
Safer, probably. There don't seem to be any wheels in here.
You know, your sense of humor is going to kill me someday. If it doesn't kill you first. Does the check have a name?
Oh, of course, my
Not
name...
to you, Lance, no. Do you know a Clip Matson?
I might. And I might not.
He probably did a lot of odd jobs for you, such as blackmail.
I don't need any sideline as long as I have this club. It pays off very nicely.
Clip had one of your checks, which he hadn't cashed.
Well, I write a lot of checks.
Jonathan, he talks exactly like the gamblers in the movies.
Well, I like a dame with nerve. Anytime you get tired of that dumb Seamus, come around and see me, sweetheart.
Well, maybe I will.
If you do, it'll be on a visiting day, and you'll have to talk to him through bars.
Not this week, Seamus. Look, if you've got any more questions to ask, get them over with. If not, You got drunk on us, so we left.
Oh, that must have been a touching scene. The parting lovers.
Okay, chum, on your way. You're beginning to bore me.
We're practically gone. Oh, by the way, Lance, do you own a pair of gray suede gloves?
Maybe. And maybe not.
Well, your eloquence is touching. Come on, Betty, let's go. You've done enough slumming for one day.
What you think you're up to, Jonathan Pierce? First, we go and visit that gambler, Lance Norman, then we rush over to this apartment house and walk up the stairs, and there's a perfectly good elevator to ride up in.
Lance Norman's apartment is on this next floor.
Oh, it is.
We didn't find the blackmail evidence in Clip's apartment, so now we're going to look in Lance's. There we are. Now, let's see if this skeleton key works.
How do you know there isn't somebody in there?
Lance lives alone, and the apartment is dark. I looked from the outside. Now, don't bother me. There. I got it. Okay, in you go, dear.
I don't think we'd better risk turning on the room lights. We'll use matches to see how...
Who turned on that light?
I did. Just take it nice and easy, both of you, and this gun won't go off.
Lance, Norman...
Jonathan, I thought you said there wouldn't be anybody here.
No, I'm wrong. Go ahead and sue me.
Well, not so smart, are you, Seamus? I figured you'd come prying around my apartment, but you didn't get anything out of me at the club. Too bad I got here first, huh?
Okay, so you got here first. What do we do now?
What we have to do, Seamus. You know, it's too bad you both look too young to die.
You mean you're going to shoot us? Oh, no, please, not that. Jonathan, I think I'm going to faint.
Hey, turn them lights back on.
Please, Mr. Norman, don't shoot. I didn't mean to turn out the lights. It was just that I almost fainted. You see, and I bumped into them, and I'll turn them right on again. Only please don't shoot. I don't want to die, Mr. Norman. I don't want to die.
Let go of me. Let go. That was nice work, Betty.
Thank you.
You can turn the lights on now. Our friend won't bother us anymore. Oh, boy. Come on, now. Let's search the place. You take that side of the room, and I'll take this.
Jonathan, what did you say the name of that girl was?
Huh?
Rita Dane?
Yes, why?
Well, I think I found something then. There's a marriage license here made out to Lance Norman and Rita Dane, dated 2 years ago.
Good. I found something, too. Come in here, Betty.
Oh, what is it, Jonathan?
What we're looking for. Look. This was in an envelope with Warlock written on it.
Uh-huh.
It's a photostat of 2 sets of fingerprints exactly alike. And a newspaper clipping from an out-of-town paper dated 2 weeks ago.
Well, what's it say?
I'll read the clipping to you. Mortonville, New York. Sometime last night, thieves broke into the Mortonville Third National Bank and made off with more than $10,000 in cash. The thieves left no trace behind them except a small metal case which probably held some of their tools. Fortunately, the Mortonville police were able to get a clear set of fingerprints from the case. They have not yet been able to identify the prints.
A bank robbery.
Yes, and one set of prints on the photostat is labeled prints taken by the Mortonville police. The other set is labeled fingerprints of Freddie Warlock, and they're identical.
You mean that the son robbed the bank? Then... Oh, Jonathan, maybe he's the one who murdered
I'm beginning to see a lot of things I didn't see before.
Huh.
We're going over to the Warlock house, but in a hurry. Come on. Hello, Pierce. Will you tell Mr. Warlock that Mr. Jonathan Pierce is here?
You may go in, Mr. Pierce. You'll find everyone in the library. The police, too, sir.
The police?
Yes, sir. I believe they're about to leave and take young Mr. Warlock with him, sir.
What?
He's been here quite some time.
Come on, Betty. We've got to hurry.
Jonathan, my boy, you're just in time. This fool policeman insists upon arresting my son.
Well, if it isn't Jonathan Pierce.
Hello, Lieutenant Valley. What's happening here?
Well, it's like this, Pierce. We got a phone call tipping us Clip Matson was murdered.
Oh?
We investigated. In Matson's pocket, I found a photostat of a story about a bank robbery up in Mortonville. And proof that young Freddie Warlock pulled the job.
Pocket, so that's where it was.
What's that?
Oh, nothing, Lieutenant. Go on, please.
I got the idea that maybe Clip was blackmailing the kid and the kid bumped him off.
But how could I kill anyone I didn't know, huh?
Of course he didn't do it. The whole thing's stupid. Freddie was with us all afternoon and dead drunk when we left. Weren't you, Freddie?
Lieutenant, you've got some pretty flimsy evidence, haven't you?
You think so? We gave the kid the paraffin test, and it showed traces of nitrate on his hands.
Oh?
That proves he fired a gun, so I'm taking him in.
Hey, out that nonsense.
I wish you'd wait a minute, Lieutenant. I think I can clear up a few points for you. With the help of Mrs. Lance Norman.
What do you mean, Mrs. Norman? It's Miss Rita Dane.
I'm sorry, Freddie, but it's Rita Norman. She and Lance were married 2 years ago.
That's right, and I saw the license.
And with the help of Clip Matson, they've been trying to blackmail you. You'll find another one of those photostats in Lance's apartment.
You can't prove a thing.
Good work, Jonathan. I knew you'd do it.
Look, Pierce. You think Lance did the killing, too?
No. Lance didn't do it.
Who did then? The kid?
No. The killing was done by my client, David Warlock.
Jonathan, what kind of nonsense is this?
No nonsense at all. Warlock's been handling the inheritance of Freddie, and I suspect you'll find it short. Freddie was due to collect in 6 months, however, so Warlock thought of framing him for killing Clip Matson.
But how did he know this blackmailer would show up?
Because he planned it that way. He robbed the bank in Mortonville and planted Freddie's fingerprints on the scene. Then I imagine he saw to it that this evidence was placed where Rita and Lance could get hold of it and pass it on to Clip. The blackmailer was to be killed and Freddie framed for it, and I was called in for window dressing.
It's an utterly fantastic story. Fortunately, no one will believe it.
Jonathan, this sounds awfully bad.
Well, certainly it's bad. It was planned to be a way to eliminate Freddie. A crime to fit the punishment.
I don't know. What about the paraffin test on the kid?
Simple, Lieutenant. The kid's drunk and out cold. So all Warlock has to do is take some dirt, rub it on the kid's hand, and there's your traces of nitrate.
That's right. You got any proof of the rest?
Well, the motive should be easy to check. Warlock made a slip today about being in Mortonville. Then I imagine you'll find a pair of gray suede gloves in Mr. Warlock's room, and the gloves should show traces of nitrate. Finally, Warlock was the only person who knew I was going to meet Matson.
Very clever, Mr. Pierce. But let's see if you can outsmart this.
A gun! Just like in the movie.
Now, look, Mr. Warlock.
Shut up. Get away from that door, Lieutenant. I'm leaving.
Oh, Jonathan, I think I'm going to faint.
What, again?
Of course you don't.
Oh, yes. Go right ahead. I'll catch you.
What is this? None of your tricks,
Oh,
you.
no tricks, Mr. Warlock. I just can't stand the sight of a gun. Oh.
Turn those lights back on.
Like this, Mr. Warlock? Okay, Betty. Lights, please.
Coming up.
Holy smokes, Warlock is out cold. The gal faints and Pierce conks Warlock. A very nice trick.
Well, think nothing of it. We do it twice a day.
Yes. Well, I think that clears up your case, Lieutenant. And as for you, sweetheart, you asked me a while ago for a job as my assistant. The job is yours.
Your assistant? Are you kidding? This detective works such a cinch, I'm going to business for myself.
And there you have a crime to fit the punishment. Tonight's performance in the Mystery Playhouse. How did you come out, huh? You put the finger on the right guy? No? Oh, don't be discouraged if you didn't, because the only people who consistently get the right answers are the ones who write them. Oh, speaking of writing, don't forget that we still like to hear from you. Just address us, Mystery Playhouse, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. Oh, while we are on the subject, I'd like to say a word or two about beaming. I just finished reading a few facts that I'd like to pass on to you. Did you know that your V-mail letter has priority over all other mail? That's right. The only mail that always flies. It's never delayed or left behind because of lack of plane space. So it looks to me like a smart thing to do is for everybody to use it all we can. Especially since use of V-mail definitely helps shorten the war. Oh, I almost forgot about our trip to the green room. Come on, we better get down there right now and listen in on our next Mystery Playhouse performance. All right, please. Come.
Yes, sir. Just a minute.
Look, Chief, I think I better go out.
Chief Magruder, it's the mayor.
The mayor? Martin, you stay here, then. Yes, Mr. Mayor. How'd you hear about it so fast? Well, I suppose the newspapers will make a big... But I'm doing everything I can. Oh, Reynolds, eh? Well, why should he... Yes, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Mr. Mayor. Goodbye. What caused, Chief? Plenty. Whole town is upside down. Relatives are jamming the morgue, trying to identify the dead. The Citizens Committee is planning a mass meeting tomorrow to demand action. Every newspaper in town is roasting the city administration. What do we do, Chief? Do? You do nothing till you hear from me. Miss Myers, my hat. Where you going? The mayor's office. The mayor and I and that columnist Reynolds are going to have a little conference. Reynolds? Yeah. The mayor seems to think Reynolds knows more about this thing than the police department.
Answer me this, Magruder. Answer me this. Has there been a murder? Are these accidents murders?
Maybe there aren't any murders, Mr. Mayor. Not in the ordinary sense.
I believe there is, Magruder.
Just a minute, Reynolds. Your Honor, except for the panic at the movie house, every death was accidental or natural as sure as we three are in this room.
What do you mean? What about the man in the velvet hat?
Put the screws on some of the people who say they saw him, and he'd disappear like that.
Forget it. To the people of this town, he's real. And this panic, cold panic, right in the middle of the holidays. The people are scared blue.
May I say something, Mr. Mayor?
Well, certainly, that's why you're here.
Look, the way I see it, either it's all a hoax or there is a man in a velvet hat.
That's right. So either prove the hoax or catch the man.
All right. I think we can do one or the other. If Reynolds will help.
Well, certainly I'll help.
How? I'm going to challenge the man in the velvet hat, and Reynolds is going to publish that challenge. I'm going to say I don't think he's a god. I'm going to say I don't even think he's a good criminal.
Anybody can boast of a murder after it's happened, but only a master criminal can boast of a murder before it's happened and get away with it. I'm going to challenge him to name his next murder before it happens. And Reynolds will publish my challenge.
Okay, Magruder. But I predict that he'll accept your challenge and that when he does, you will not catch him.
And in his newspaper column, December 24th, John Reynolds says,
A challenge from the police commissioner of New York City to the man in the velvet hat. Quote, I challenge you to prove that you were a criminal. I think you're a fraud. If you're not a fraud, you will announce in advance the time and place of your next killing, murder, mercy, death, whatever you call it. Unquote. Hello, this is Reynolds of the Dispatch. Give me the commissioner. Please hurry.
Just a minute, Mr. Reynolds. Hold on.
Yeah?
Magruder, Reynolds.
Yeah, Reynolds.
I got an answer from the man in the velvet hat.
You got? What's he say?
He says at precisely 9 o'clock p.m. on Christmas Eve, a man will die poisoned in front of the Times building on Times Square. He says, quote, after this I will move again in silence, for only those without faith need signs. That's all.
9 o'clock Christmas Eve in front of the Times building by poison.
That's what he says.
Okay. Thanks.
There, my friend, you have a portion of our next mystery. And an exciting one it is, too. The town of New York is turned into turmoil by the appearance of what seems to be the master of all mad killers. So you better be on hand to hear the entire show, don't you think? Yes, I think we can give you the creeps when you join us the next time for The Man in the Velvet Hat. This is Peter Lorre, closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
The Mysterious Traveler.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join him on another journey into the realm of the strange and terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves. Where are we going? We're going to journey to the grave and learn the secrets of the dead in a tale titled The Accusing Corpse. Some years ago, when I was a county coroner, I was called in on a most interesting case. A case which had begun in the country home of Philip Drake, the wealthy stockbroker.
Roger, thank goodness you were able to get here in time.
I left town right after I received your call. What's wrong, Philip? You sounded so upset over the phone.
It's Vivian. She's upstairs in her room packing. She says she's leaving me.
Leaving you? Why?
She seems to feel our marriage has been a mistake. Roger, won't you speak to her? Persuade her to stay. After all, she is your sister.
I'm afraid, Philip, that Vivian and I have never been as close as sister and brother should be. She's always been wild and spoiled. Perhaps, Philip, it would be better if you were to let her go.
No, I couldn't do that. I love her, Roger. I wouldn't want to live without her. Won't you please try to persuade her to stay?
All right, Philip. I'll do my best. But I must warn you, I haven't much influence over her.
Philip, I'm all packed and ready to... Why, Roger, darling, what a surprise. What are you doing here?
Vivian, Philip has told me. Now, surely you can't be serious. You know how he loves you, everything he's done to make you happy.
Now, Roger, you aren't going to start on that, are you?
Someday, Vivian, you'll get just what you deserve for walking over people, breaking their hearts. Every time I think of you being my sister, I feel
Roger,
like
please. Would you mind waiting in the other room? I'd like to speak to Vivian alone.
Oh, all right, Philip. Call me when you want me.
Really, Philip, no matter what you have to say, you're just wasting your time.
Oh, Vivian, how can you do this to me? You know I love you, that I'd do anything to make you happy.
That's sweet of you, dear. Would you mind lending me your car to get to town?
If you leave me, Vivian, you won't get a cent. Not a cent, do you hear?
Really? Did you ever stop to think, Philip, that there might be another man with more money than you?
Another man? Oh, no, there couldn't be.
And why not?
But we've only been married 3 months. There couldn't be anyone in that time.
Oh, but there was.
Oh, Vivian, in spite of what you've done, I'm willing to forgive you and start over with you.
But, darling, I don't want you to forgive me. I want you to forget me.
Vivian, you can't do this to me. I love you. I won't let you go.
I really must be saying goodbye now. He's waiting for me in town, and I don't want to be late.
If I can't have you, no one else will, do you hear?
Oh, really, Philip, you're being ridiculous. I must go.
No.
Philip, what are you doing? A gun.
Yes, Vivian, a gun. I told you if I couldn't have you, no one else would.
Oh, Philip, you're insane. Put that gun down.
If you don't change your mind about leaving, I'll kill you.
Even with that gun, you can't keep me, do you hear? I'd sooner die than go on living with you. I'm going. And you're not going to stop. Oh, you shot me.
Vivian.
Philip, what happened? I thought I heard... Vivian.
Roger, is she dead?
Yes. Philip, do you know what this may mean? Life imprisonment, perhaps. Even the electric chair.
I know. Nothing seems to matter now.
But you simply can't throw your life away like that, Philip. Oh, even if Vivian was my sister, I don't mind telling you that I always felt you were far too good for her. She didn't deserve to be your wife.
Oh, please, Roger.
Now, look, Philip, if we were to get rid of the body, who could possibly know that she didn't leave here tonight as she'd planned?
No, it wouldn't work, Roger. You can't get away with murder.
That's nonsense, Philip. Now, if we were to bury her in the woods, no one would ever find the body.
Bury her in the woods? I couldn't do that.
Then I'll do it. You can wait here till I return.
But, Roger, what if...
Philip, you must let me handle this. You'd better give me the gun.
All right, Roger. You are.
Good. Now, you wait here while I get rid of the body.
Philip watched, spellbound, unable to say a word, as Roger picked up the body and left the room. As Roger, carrying his burden, passed the gardener's shed, he picked up a shovel. In a few moments, he reached the woods which began at the rear of the house and extended for miles. He carefully made his way through the forest underbrush until he was well out of sight of the house. Then he stopped and looked about.
I think this is quite far enough.
I think you can put me down now, Roger. I'm tired of being carried like a sack of potatoes.
All right. Well, let me congratulate you on your performance as a corpse.
Do you think he suspects anything?
Of course he doesn't. He's positive that he shot and killed you.
You've got the gun, haven't you?
Well, certainly I've got it. You don't think I was going to let him discover that the bullets had been removed and blank cartridges substituted, do you?
Oh, no. Not you, Roger. You always know what you're doing.
I always try to, my dear sister.
You don't think Philip will give you any trouble, do you? Outside of being in love with me, he isn't an utter fool.
Don't worry, I can handle Philip. Now, here's the key to the apartment I rented in town. You'll find my car a quarter of a mile down the road.
All right. I'll be waiting for you at the apartment.
I'll be there in a few hours. Now, let me see. Yes, this seems like a nice place to dig.
The next morning, Roger called on Philip at his office. With a calculating glance, he noted that Philip's eyes were bloodshot, that his hand trembled as the two shook hands.
How are you, Philip?
I couldn't sleep at all last night. I kept thinking of Vivian. And what if her disappearance is noticed? People begin asking questions.
Now, all you have to do is tell them that Vivian left you and you don't know where she is. Or things like that happen every day.
You've been very helpful to me, Roger. If ever I get a chance to repay you for it, rest assured I will.
That's very good of you, Philip. Truth of the matter is, you could do me a favor if you would.
Of course. What is it?
Well, I'm in the midst of a business deal, and I find myself a little short of capital. If you could lend me some money, I'd appreciate it.
Oh, certainly, Roger. How much do you need?
20,000.
20,000? That's quite a lot.
Naturally, Philip, if you feel you can't lend it to me, I'll go to a bank and try to borrow
it. It isn't that I can't lend it to you, Roger. It's just that the amount surprised me. Shall I make the check out to you?
Yes, if you please.
All right.
I can't tell you how much I appreciate this, Philip.
As Philip wrote out a check for $20,000, Roger smiled. Things were working out just as he had planned. 1 hour later, Roger entered an old brownstone house and went to apartment 2C.
Roger, did you get it?
What does this look like?
Oh, Roger, that's wonderful. Now we can clear out and... Why, there isn't 100,000 here.
No, my dear. I only got 20,000 from him.
But we were after 100,000. Why didn't you get it all this morning when you saw him?
My dear Vivian, it simply isn't done that way. Blackmail is an art that calls for the use of psychology. Philip will give us many times over the money I hold in my hand, all in due time, of course.
You mean I'll have to go on hiding in this miserable apartment until you finished your little game with him? Never being able to leave it for fear someone will recognize me.
Come now, Vivian. You've got the radio and books.
I won't spend weeks in this apartment, I tell you. I won't. My arm.
You'll do exactly as I say, Vivian. Exactly. Do you understand?
Roger, my arm. You're hurting me.
It's nothing to what I'll do if you disobey me. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, yes.
A week passed. A week in which Roger patiently bided his time. For time, he knew, was working on his side against Philip. Then one morning he called on Philip at his office.
Good morning, Philip. How are you?
How do you expect me to be? This past week I've been able to think of nothing but Vivian and what happened that night.
Philip, you must stop brooding over it. Whatever happened was her fault, not yours.
Yes, you're right. Perhaps what I need is a vacation.
Yes, of course. A trip would do you a world of good. And if I could afford it, I'd go along with you.
You mean you haven't any money?
I'm afraid not, Philip. That's what I've come to see you about. I must have $40,000 at once.
40,000?
Yes, I know it's a good deal of money, Philip, but without it, I'll be ruined.
Well, naturally, I want to help you, Roger, but 40,000?
If I don't get the 40,000, Philip, it may mean prison for me. Now, you wouldn't want to see that happen, would you?
Well, of course not, Roger, but...
After all, Philip, I saved you from prison. In fact, I made myself an accomplice to Vivian's murder by not turning you over to the police.
Well, yes, I know,
now,
but...
You could hardly expect me to remain loyal to you if you weren't willing to help me, could you?
I see. It seems I haven't any choice. Very well, Roger. I'll write you out a check.
Roger's eyes gleamed in amusement as he accepted the check from Philip. There was no longer any doubt that Philip understood him perfectly. Things were working out exactly as he had planned. Later that day, Roger went back to the old brownstone house. There was a smile on his lips as he entered apartment 2C.
Look at this. $40,000 in cash.
Oh, Roger.
Now, wasn't this worth staying in hiding for, Vivian? And there's plenty more where this came from. Who could that be? You better get behind that screen.
No. All right, Roger.
Yes?
COD for Miss Brown. It amounts to $64.
Oh, you must be mistaken. There's no Miss Brown here.
This is the address she gave. It's in care of Mr. Roger Martinson. That your name?
Why, yes, but I don't know any...
Those packages are for me, Roger. How much did you say the COD was?
$64, miss.
Oh. Here you are.
Thank you, miss. Here's your receipt. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
When did you buy those clothes?
This morning?
You mean you went out shopping in spite of what I told you?
Well, I was sick of being cooped up in this apartment day and night. I had to do something for a change.
And what of my plans? You risked everything with so much at stake.
Roger, stop looking at me like that. I tell you, I couldn't stand being cooped up in this apartment any longer.
But I gave you orders to stay here.
Well, I won't. I want you to get the rest of the money at once so we can clear out. And if you don't, I'll go shopping whenever I feel like it. You can't make me stay here.
You'll do exactly as I say, Vivian. I won't allow anything or anyone to interfere with my plans. I've worked out every step perfectly, and there isn't going to be any slip-up.
Another week passed, a week in which Roger made no effort to see Philip. Then early one evening, he got into his car and drove out of the city to Philip's home in the country.
Oh, it's you, Roger. Come in.
Good evening, Philip. Oh, where are the servants?
This is their night off.
Oh. You're not looking well at all, Philip. You shouldn't remain in this house by yourself.
What difference does it make where I am? Wherever I go, the memory of that night follows. It's hard to believe that it was only 2 weeks ago tonight that I killed her.
2 weeks ago tonight? Why, so it was. Oh, by the way, Philip, do you think you might possibly lend me $60,000?
60,000? You can't be serious.
Oh, but I am.
But I lent you that much already.
Yes, I know, but I must have more.
No. I won't give you another cent. You blackmailed me enough.
Blackmail is a harsh word, Philip.
What else can you call it? Now, you're just as hard and grasping as Vivian was.
Yes, but you must remember I'm alive and she isn't.
I suppose you're glad she's dead. In life, she was worth nothing to you. In death, you're able to get $60,000 for her. In death? How do I know she is dead?
Don't be foolish, Philip. You saw her lying on the floor in this very room.
Yes, but how do I know she's dead? It was you who examined her and told me so. And you buried the body by yourself.
Well, I just wanted to spare you, Philip.
Just exactly where did you bury Vivian? As a matter of fact, how do I know the whole affair isn't staged for my special benefit, so that you can extort money from me?
Oh, surely you don't believe that, Philip. Why, you shot her with your own gun.
Yes, and you took the gun away from me immediately after the shooting. Suddenly, that whole affair is becoming very clear to me.
I tell you, she's dead, Philip, and buried out in the woods.
Then I want to see the grave and the body you say is in it.
But this is ridiculous. I won't go searching for a grave in the middle of the night.
You shouldn't have to search for it, Roger. Not if you really dug one. Come along. We can pick up a shovel at the tool shed.
I won't do it.
I said come along, Roger.
Oh, very well. But I'm not certain I'll be able to find the grave. After all, the woods is fairly large, and it's been 2 weeks since I buried her.
That's all right, Roger. We'll stay out there until you do find her.
A few minutes later, Philip and Roger picked up the shovel at the tool shed and then continued on their way to the woods that began at the rear of the house. Neither of the men spoke as they entered the woods, Roger leading the way with a flashlight. Several times he stopped, trying to get his bearings, then plunged on again, hoping to find a familiar landmark. It became apparent that Roger was growing less and less sure of himself.
Well, a grave is someplace around here. I'm certain of it. Perhaps we ought to come back in the daytime. It might be easier to find it then.
I know, Roger. You shouldn't have any trouble finding it now, if it exists.
It does exist, I tell you. It's just that the woods are so confusing at night. Everything looks so different.
Just keep on searching, Roger.
Well, perhaps this is the spot. It looks something like it.
Well, is it or isn't it?
I don't know. It looks like the place where I buried her, and yet I'm not certain.
There's only one way to make certain, and that's to start digging. Here's the shovel.
But suppose this isn't the spot.
Then we'll dig somewhere else. In fact, we'll dig up the entire woods if necessary. After all, you're certain she is buried in the woods, aren't you? Go ahead, Roger. Start digging.
Oh, very well.
Well, Roger, you've been digging for 20 minutes now, and you haven't uncovered a body.
Philip, I told you I wasn't sure this was the spot where I buried her.
You're a great actor, Roger. But I'm afraid this time you've overplayed your role.
What do you mean?
Vivian isn't dead, and there's no use your pretending she is. Everything that's happened was part of a scheme the two of you planned to extort money from me.
I tell you she is dead.
Then where's the body?
I thought this was the spot, but I must be mistaken. I'm sure I didn't bury her any deeper than this, but if I... Philip, turn the flashlight this way.
What is it?
Look. Do you see what I've uncovered?
A hand?
Yes. This is the spot where I buried her, Philip. Just a few more shovelfuls and I'll have her uncovered.
No. Oh, it can't be.
There. There you are, Philip. Of course, she's been in the ground for 2 weeks, but I think you can easily recognize that it's Vivian.
Yes, it's Vivian.
And look, Philip, here's the bullet hole under her heart. The bullet hole that you made.
I don't want to see any more. I've had enough.
You should trust me a little more, Philip. Everything I did was for your own good. After all, you don't want to go to the electric chair, do you?
I don't care what happens anymore. I can't stand having her death on my conscience any longer. I'm going to call the police.
Don't be a fool, Philip. You know it might well mean the electric chair.
I'll take my chances. Anything's better than going on living the way I have these past 2 weeks. I'm going back to the house and call the police.
Philip, come back. Come back,
Philip! Operator.
Philip, wait. Wait, don't do anything foolish.
You cut me off. Take your hands off that phone, Roger.
All I want you to do, Philip, is to listen to me for a few minutes. At the end of that time, you may do as you please. Now, that's fair enough, isn't it?
Nothing you can say will make me change my mind about calling the police.
Listen to me first. Then if you still want to call the police, you can. Now, please put the receiver down, Philip. Yeah, that's it.
Well, what do you want to tell me?
Well, do you mind if I mix myself a drink first? It's been a rather difficult evening.
Very well.
Oh, what about one for you, Philip? You look as though you could stand a drink.
No, thank you.
Oh, nonsense. It'll do you good.
What is it you want to say to me, Roger?
Huh? Oh, yes, say to you. Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Here's your drink, Philip.
Thank you.
Well, now, what shall we drink to? We'll drink to your good luck, come what may. There. I feel a good deal better.
All right. Now that we've had our drinks, what have you got to say?
Oh, yes. What I wanted to say was I never let anything interfere with my plans, Philip.
What do you mean by that?
Simply that I can't allow you to go to the police, and therefore you shan't. It would spoil my plans.
Oh, it would it? Well, I'd like to see you stop me.
I have, Philip. In a very little while, in fact, in just a few seconds, you'll be dead.
Dead? What are you saying?
Yes, Philip. The drink I mixed for you was poisoned.
Poison?
Aren't you finding that it's becoming difficult to breathe?
Oh, no. You couldn't have. My throat. It burns.
Yes, I know, Philip, but it'll all be over in a matter of seconds.
Now, I see it all. You might...
Yes, Philip. Just a week ago tonight, she died according to plan.
Call the police. Joe.
I'm afraid, Philip, that you haven't the strength left to reach the telephone.
I will.
I'm afraid you and Vivian never had a chance, Philip. I had things worked out perfectly, down to the smallest detail. Hello, operator. Operator, please connect me with the police.
It was at this point that I was called into the case. Inspector Carlton called me an hour after Roger Martinson had phoned the police. When I arrived at the Drake mansion, I examined the body of Vivian Drake, then that of her husband, Philip. When I had finished my examination, I entered the library, where Inspector Carlton was questioning Roger Martinson.
Hello, Doc. Oh, Doc, this is Roger Martinson. Mr. Martinson, this is Dr. Smith, the county coroner.
How do you do?
Hello. I'll be with you in a few minutes, Doc. Just stick around. Now, Mr. Martinson, you were telling me how you came to this house 2 weeks ago tonight to see your sister and found that she was gone.
Yes. Yes, my brother-in-law, Philip, told me that she'd gone on a vacation. Now, I thought it strange at the time that she should have gone away without saying goodbye to me, as we were always very close. But days passed, and I didn't hear from her.
Tell me, was it like your sister to go away and not write?
No, it wasn't, and that's what worried me so. These past 2 weeks, Philip kept putting me off when I inquired about Vivian's whereabouts. Well, tonight I couldn't stand it any longer. And I came to this house to have it out with him.
What did your brother-in-law say when he saw you?
Well, he was quite agitated at my unexpected arrival. When I couldn't get any satisfaction out of him regarding Vivian, I threatened to go to the police. Then he broke down and confessed that he murdered Vivian.
When did he murder her?
He told me that he'd done it 2 weeks ago tonight. Why, that was the very night I'd come here to see Vivian, and he told me that she'd left for a vacation.
I see. Go on.
Well, naturally, when he told me he'd murdered her, I was aghast. He led me to the woods and showed me the grave. We returned to the house, and before I knew what had happened, Philip had taken poison. Then I called the police.
Well, it seems like a plain case of murder and suicide. Outside of a few questions at the inquest, I don't think we'll trouble you anymore, Mr. Martinson.
That's quite all right, Inspector. I shall be at your service anytime.
Just a moment, Mr. Martinson.
Yes?
I was very much interested in hearing what you had to say to the inspector regarding the murder of your sister. You say that your brother-in-law confessed to murdering her 2 weeks ago tonight?
That's right.
That would be April 2nd, wouldn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
Then you never saw her alive after the night of April 2nd?
Why, no, of course not.
What are you getting at, Doc?
Please, Inspector. Mr. Martinson, would you mind telling me where you live?
At 425 West 107th Street.
Tell me, were some clothes delivered to that address in your care a week ago today, April 9th?
Clothes?
Yes. To be exact, a woman's sports suit, which cost $64 and arrived COD.
Why, no.
You're lying, Mr. Martinson. I have in my hand a slip of paper that not only proves that you're lying, but that will send you to the electric chair.
Doc, what do you say?
Yes, Inspector. Mr. Martinson's plan was perfect, but he slipped up badly. He forgot to search Vivian Drake's clothing before he buried her. When I examined her body just now, I found in one of her pockets this receipted bill bearing the date April 9th. That proves beyond a doubt that she wasn't murdered by her husband on April 2nd, as Mr. Martinson here claims.
No.
Yes, Mr. Martinson, the corpse has accused you from the grave of murder and has given us proof of your guilt.
No, it can't be. I had everything planned perfectly. Perfectly, do you hear? Down to the last detail. I couldn't have failed.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Have you enjoyed our little trip to the grave? Poor Roger. What a pity. After all that planning and hard work, to be tripped up by a sales slip found on a corpse. Just goes to prove that you have to be more careful when you're burying people you've murdered. Now, I recall another case where a woman drugged her husband and... Oh, you're getting off at the next stop. I'm sorry. I hope you'll join me again soon. But if you do, please remember this. Next Sunday, I shall take a train that leaves at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime. Don't forget, Sunday afternoon at 3:30.
You've just heard Chapter 20 of The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and unusual, brought to you each week by station WOR. In tonight's program, The Accusing Corpse, Don Randolph played Roger. Also featured were Maurice Tarplin and Philip Clark. The Mysterious Traveler, written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan, is directed by Jock McGregor. Original music was played by Doc Whipple. Listen next week to a tale titled
Escape by Death.
Another tale of the Mysterious Traveler. The Mysterious Traveler is presented by WOR Mutual every Sunday over most of these stations. But beginning next week, The Mysterious Traveler will be presented at a new time, Sunday afternoons at 3:30. Please note the change in time. 3:30 every Sunday afternoon, beginning next Sunday. This is Mutual.
This is Bela Lugosi, welcoming you to Mystery House.
Mystery House, starring Bela Lugosi. Mystery House, where live again the stories of the greatest mystery theater the world has ever known, the Grand Guignol of Paris. Mystery House, where tonight the distinguished actor John Carradine joins Bela Lugosi in presenting The Thirsty Death. Good evening, folks. This is Ken Carpenter. If I sound a little nervous, it's not really my fault. I'm usually a pretty steady guy, calm as anyone, but, well, this is asking too much. Bela Lugosi alone is enough to scare you. John Carradine isn't exactly soothing to your nerves, but put them together in a story set in darkest Africa with mad dogs howling in the background, and, whew, well, find out for yourself. The curtain rises on The Thirsty Death, starring Bela Lugosi and his guest at Mystery House, John Carradine. Do you hear those native drums? Do you know what they're saying? Eve Plazante does. That is why her heart is pounding to the mounting cadence of those ceaseless drums. That's why she's hurrying faster, faster, hurrying through the North African forest in the oppressive heat of this humid afternoon. And that is why Molled, her native houseboy, follows unwillingly, his eyes rolling fearfully in their wide sockets.
Molled, faster. Walk faster.
Missus, please, better we go by.
Don't talk such nonsense.
But, Missus, thirsty death walks. All around us is thirsty death. You hear, Missus? Do you hear?
Oh, stop gibbering like a frightened child. Anyway, we've gone too far to turn back now. We're almost halfway to the village.
No, better we go back. Better we... go back.
Molled, don't leave me here alone. Molled! Let me in. Open the door and let me in.
Eve, it is you.
Renee.
I couldn't believe my own ears. Come in, come in.
Oh, I had no idea this was your house, Renee. I knew you lived somewhere near here, but...
What happened?
I was on my way to the village when Molled, my houseboy, became frightened and ran away. There was a mad dog somewhere near.
Well, so I have something to thank the epidemic for after all. Who would have thought back in Paris that we should meet again like this.
Oh, Rene, please.
Yes, forgive me. I was so taken away at seeing you. Sit down. Let me pour you some water.
Oh, thank you.
Here, drink. Not fasty. You make yourself ill.
More, please.
Well, it'll all be all right, I suppose.
I never knew before what thirst could mean.
And imagine those poor devils out there, hundreds of them who have hydrophobia. Whatever induced you to set foot outside your door?
Oh, it was foolhardy of me, I know. But my husband had to leave for the coast to be gone at least a week. And the prospect of being shut in all alone, except for my terrified
Yes,
houseboy.
the natives are in a dreadful panic. My own houseboy, Gildas, ran off and deserted me yesterday. But you say you were on your way to the village.
Well, perhaps you know the Jabours. I was going to stay with them until Francois, my husband, returned.
Eve, are you happy with him?
Him? You mean my husband? Of course we're happy. Very happy.
Then why, when I first learned who the new doctor and his wife were, did you send back word by Gildas that I would not be welcome in your home? Because you were afraid that seeing me might rekindle our love? Wasn't that it?
No, Ray. It's because Francois is such a jealous husband.
Middle-aged men with beautiful young wives usually are.
Well, I'm rested now. I must be on my way to the village if I'm to make it by nightfall.
But you can't go out there again.
I must. Oh. Rene, you loved me once.
I love you still.
Then go with me. Take me to the village.
Very well. But you're still tired. Rest a bit longer, then we'll start.
Strange, isn't it, Rene?
Strange and wonderful. And doesn't it prove something to you, Eve? When you sent me away back there in Paris, because your parents wished you to marry this Dr. Plassant, I chose the farthest, most inaccessible, most uncivilized spot I could think of.
Yet here I am, too.
Eve.
With my husband.
Does he know that you were once in love with another? With me?
With another, yes. I'm not sure. Oh. Those dogs.
You said one, spine a-tingling. But I'll have my gun, of course.
Hydrophobia turned him into such a snarling, howling, frothing beast that they had to smother him between two mattresses.
Oh, it's a ghastly disease. Yet there are fools, criminal fools, who refuse to obey the order that all dogs be killed. I didn't hesitate to kill all 4 of my pets. Eve, why do you suddenly look at me like that?
Oh, nothing.
There's a dog in your home, isn't there?
Yes?
But that's sheer folly.
Francois refuses to do away with him. That's another reason why I couldn't bear to remain home. I was afraid.
What manner of man is this husband of yours?
He says he needs the dog for experiments. Please, Rene, we mustn't delay any longer. It gets dark so suddenly out here.
Very well. I'll get my gun.
Rene.
What's the matter?
Somebody's outside.
Probably Gildas, that poor houseboy of mine, coming back at last.
No, it...
Eve, who was it you said you saw just through the windows? Why do you?
My husband.
Your husband? That's what you said.
He mustn't find me here, Rene. He's so insanely jealous, he'll think he mustn't find me here.
Wait, go upstairs. There's a bedroom.
All right.
Who's there? Oh, good evening.
Good evening, monsieur. I'm Dr. Plaisant.
Oh, new doctor. Well, won't you come in?
Thank you.
I am René Bramont.
Yes, I've heard of you. I think that back in Paris we had a mutual friend.
You must be mistaken, my dear doctor. I am from Marseille.
So, you are an obliging host.
To your health, Dr. Plassant.
And yours, Monsieur Bramont. Splendid liqueur. I must say, a comfortable place you have here.
Thank you, Doctor.
This, I presume, is your living room.
It's a very small place.
Just the kind of place that would appeal to my wife. We're thinking of building next year, and if you don't mind, I like to take a look at the bedroom.
No. That is, I'd rather you didn't.
Oh. The bedroom is occupied, perhaps?
Of course not. I'm here all alone.
Then?
Well, Doctor, I might as well confess.
Yes?
Gildas, my houseboy, deserted me yesterday. Well, the bedroom is in a frightful mess. I must ask you to wait until some other time to see it.
As you wish.
And now, Doctor, at the risk of seeming a rude host, I must remind you that it will soon be dark.
You think I should be on my way?
After all, Dr. Plassant, you of all people should be aware of the menace that lurks in the forest. There's still mad dogs loose, and after dark...
Oh, yes. Those mad dogs And me completely out of serum.
Out of serum? Good heavens. Can't you get some more?
The whole district has run out. I intended leaving for the coast today to get a supply, but...
Yes?
But something very significant came to my attention. So I sent someone else.
Doctor, it's such a long trip. Why, this means that for at least a week, every case of hydrophobia in this district must necessarily be fatal.
Yes, monsieur. And what ghastly cases we had. Death so horrible that even I, who have seen so much of death, was utterly revolted.
And yet you are so rash as to keep a dog in your own house.
What's that, monsieur? What's that? You know I have a dog? Then she told you.
She? I don't know who you mean.
Who told you?
Gildas, my houseboy, Gildas. You know how these natives chatter. He heard it from your houseboy.
A most unusual servant, that Gildas. First leaves your bedroom a frightful mess so that I can't see it. And now he tells you about a dog.
Dr. Passan, you must do away with the dog. It's too dangerous. Why, just think if your wife...
Your solicitude for my wife's safety touches me deeply, Monsieur Grimont. Too bad she couldn't be along with me on this visit.
Yes, it is.
But perhaps we shall all three be together quite soon. Goodbye, monsieur.
Goodbye, Doctor. Yeah. Eve, you can come down now.
Oh, Renee. Oh, I was so frightened. I can hardly stand.
You're pale as a ghost. Here, sit down.
I thought he'd never go. When he asked to see the bedroom...
Eve, he knew you were here.
You think so?
His very manner in asking to see the bedroom. And his reaction when I forgot myself and spoke of the dog.
Yes. I tried to tell myself otherwise, but I know it's true. Didn't he even speak of a mutual friend in Paris? He meant me.
Of course.
He knows we were once sweethearts. And now, the way things happen...
Don't, Eve, don't. I can't bear to see you like this. What if he does know? You've done no wrong. God knows you've been a faithful wife.
But I told you how jealous Francois is. He'll never believe the truth, never.
What kind of a devil is he? That you should cower and cringe before him.
Oh, you don't know what he's capable of.
Then why don't you divorce him? You don't love him, you never have.
He'd never consent to a divorce. He's told me so.
Then leave him anyway. Eve, darling, come away with me. Come away to the other end of the earth. I'll make you happy, I swear I will. Everything they once hoped and dreamed together.
Oh, Renee, don't, please. You're only making me feel worse. As long as I'm his wife, I couldn't.
Yes. I suppose I knew that.
Look, night is closed in already. We've got...
Eve, what's the matter? If I hadn't caught you then, you'd have fallen.
Oh, it's just nerves. I'll be all right. We've got to start for the village at once, Renee.
But you're in no condition to ever make it, Eve. Do you realize how far it is?
Yes, but
Those mad dogs prowling in the blackness of the forest?
But I can't stay here.
Why not? You can have the bedroom upstairs. I'll sleep down here on the couch.
Do you think he'd ever believe that?
Listen, I have an idea. Why didn't I think of it before? Some friends of mine, an elderly couple, have a place down by the river. I'll take you there at dawn. They'll say you were here. You were there all the time.
You really think they will?
Positive. And Eve, we were probably wrong about your husband knowing you were here. We just imagined things. Everything's going to turn out all right. What is it? What's the matter?
Oh, Renee. Oh, I had such a terrible nightmare. I woke up screaming.
Poor thing. Why, you're actually trembling.
What time is it?
Well, as a matter of fact, we'd have had to get up soon anyway. It's just about dawn.
Well, then, if you don't mind, I'll go back downstairs with you. I hate to be alone.
Sure thing. I'll start right in fixing breakfast. I had a restless night, too. Wouldn't be a bit surprised if I was going to have another bout of malaria.
My head's spinning, and I ache all over.
Sit down. I light the lamp.
There's two This eerie blackness.
Ah, here's a match.
Oh, there. The light from the lamp makes me feel better already. I can almost laugh at my horrible dream now.
Was it about the dogs?
Yes, about the little dog Nero that my husband refused to kill. I dreamed that right before my eyes, the dog changed into the shadowy figure of a man.
No wonder you woke up screaming.
But that was only the beginning of the dream. It seemed to me that I woke up there in the bedroom upstairs, and the shadowy figure was leaning over me. I was so paralyzed with fright I couldn't move.
And then what happened?
And then I heard this thing go out of my room and close the door. Then it seemed to me that I lay there in eternity, trying to scream but unable to utter sound. Finally, I found my voice.
Eve.
Rene, you do look ill. I hadn't noticed before how...
Eve, I had a strange dream, too. I also dreamed that a shadowy figure was moving about in here.
No.
Then I dreamed the figure went out and barred the doors and windows from the outside.
Rene, look. The windows are barred.
Yes.
Quick. The door, test it.
Well, we must still be dreaming. It can't be. It's true. The door is locked and barred from the outside. Whoever you are there, open the door.
We've got to get out of here. We've got to get out of here.
Well, I hope you're not frightened yet, because this isn't anything. Wait till you hear Bela Lugosi and John Carradine in the second act of The Thirsty Death. And wait till you hear those howling dogs. We left Yves Plaisant and René Bremont beating senselessly on the barred door. The barred door which keeps them prisoners there in Monsieur Bremont's lodge, remote in the North African forest. As we return to them now in the ghostly dawn, they are still hammering their fists on the door in a fit of panic, still shouting hopelessly for help.
Stop, Eve. Stop. Stop it, Eve. We're behaving like panicky children. We've got to be calm. We've got to think this thing through like rational human beings.
Calm, Rene. Rational?
Yes, of course. We wake up and find the door and windows barred from the outside. Now, is that any reason to give way to terror?
Shadowy figure, Rene. He must have had a purpose. A ghastly purpose.
Nonsense. He only existed in your imagination. And I dare say you transplanted him to mine. For all we know, Gildas may have done this just as a joke.
You don't really believe that, Rene.
Certainly I do. Or if it wasn't Gildas, maybe it was some native with a twisted sense of humor.
Oh, Rene, we've got to get out of here.
Naturally, and it shouldn't be very difficult if we use our heads. Now then, let's see. Why, of course. I have a hatchet over here in the drawer.
Oh, Rene.
Gone.
Rene, he took it. Whoever locked us in took it.
Now, don't get hysterical again. I can always fire my revolver, and maybe it tries to help that way.
Oh, then hurry.
See, the cartridges are over here in the other drawer. No.
Cartridges. They're gone, too.
Yes, they're gone, too.
Rene, the door. Somebody's there.
It's opening. Dr. Plaisant.
Good morning, Monsieur Bremont. And Eve, my dear wife. Aren't you happy to see your devoted husband again?
You locked us in, didn't you?
Yes, it was you.
Stand where you are, monsieur. I shall feel impelled to use my gun.
Dr. Plaisant, what sort of comedy do you think you're playing?
A romantic one, but only as a supporting player. I am sure you'll be the first to admit that.
Oh, no, Francois. It isn't true what you're thinking.
We can explain everything if you'll only give us a chance.
Yes, I'm sure it would be a most ingenious alibi.
You blind, stupid, jealous fool. I demand that you let us out of here at once.
Let you out? Oh, no. I couldn't do that. It would be criminal.
Criminal?
Decidedly. You are dangerous.
What riddles are you speaking now?
Not riddles. Facts.
Oh, he's gone mad. Completely mad.
No, my dear wife. I'm not mad, but unfortunately, it will soon be impossible to say the same about one of you.
What?
Which one? Me?
Perhaps. And then again, perhaps it is she. Who knows?
What are you talking about?
Tell us what you have to say and be done with it.
Very well, Monsieur Bremont. Remember telling me that I ought to have killed my little dog.
What about it?
I have been forced to follow your advice, monsieur. You see, the dog had become rabid.
Oh,
But what has that to do with us?
Patience. Patience. What will interest you particularly is that last night, after I killed the poor dog, I filled my hypodermic needle with its saliva.
With its saliva?
Yes, its saliva, brimming with hydrophobia. And then I came back here. Came back all the way through the forest. Came back with my hypodermic needle.
And it was really you. You that I saw leaning over my bed.
And then you injected the needle into me. You monster! You infected us both.
No, not both. Just one of you. Don't you remember my saying?
Oh, which one?
Which one did you infect?
Was it me?
Or me, in the name of heaven, man?
Very soon you'll find out. But very soon, the one who is infected will begin to feel symptoms. You're quite unmistakable, I assure you. First, just a general feeling of sickness, steadily growing worse.
And I'm the one. I woke up feeling ill.
And what about me? I thought it was malaria.
Next will come that awful crucifying thirst. And then the final stage, the transformation into a snarling, frothing, howling beast that will bite and tear and stand back, Ramon, or I shoot.
Dr. Prezant, by all that is holy, I swear that we are innocent.
Oh, yes, Francois, yes.
Have you no mercy?
I have only advice. There in the drawer, where you failed to find the hatchet, I left a knife.
A knife?
Oh, it's not sharp enough or strong enough to tear open the door or window bars. However, when the mad person attacks the healthy one, the knife will prove useful. Goodbye.
If we only knew which one of us it was.
Not me. He wouldn't have done it to me. He wants me. He wouldn't destroy me. It's you, Renee. He did it to you.
You're just saying that, Eve. You know in your heart it isn't true. Suspicion has turned his love for you into inhuman hatred. You're the one he'd want to destroy, not me. It's you he's infected. You.
First, just a general feeling of sickness, steadily growing worse.
General feeling of sickness, steadily growing worse. What he said.
What's that you're saying, Eve?
Renee, there's no longer any doubt about it. It was me that he infected.
No. It was me. Just as he said, the symptoms are unmistakable. Why should I lie to myself or you any longer? I'm the victim.
You're sure, Renee? You're positive?
Would to God that I weren't. General feeling of sickness.
Next will come that awful crucifying thirst. That awful crucifying thirst.
Renee! Where's the water?
Empty!
No!
That devil! He must have poured out all the water.
Poured out all the water! And I'm so thirsty. So horribly, terribly thirsty.
You are? Eve, you are? Then you must be the one.
Water! Water, get me water. I've got to have water.
And then, final stage. The transformation into a snarling, frothing, howling beast that will...
Why do you stand there looking at me, Renee? Water! I've got to have water.
There's nothing I can do, Eve. Nothing.
You've got to do something.
There in the drawer where you failed to find the hatchet, I left a knife. When the mad person attacks the healthy one, the knife will prove useful.
Renee! What are you doing at that drawer?
Why,
Put down that knife, Renee. Put it away. Put it away. Do you hear?
Eve, stay away from me. I warn you.
He's going to kill
Don't
me.
come a step closer.
Kill
If you
me
do,
with the
I'll
knife.
have to use this knife. We're locked in here together, Eve, and there's nothing I can do but use this knife.
Help! Help! Oh! Oh!
see? I come back.
Yes, my lad. You come back.
Mrs., where is she?
I think she is. The home was Monsieur Bremont, where you took her.
Monsieur Bremont? No, Doctor. Molle not take Mrs. anywhere. Molle get scared of dogs. Run away and leave Mrs. all alone in forest. Come back now to say very sorry.
Don't lie to me. You took her to Monsieur Bremont yesterday. Yesterday you had probably taken her many times before.
No.
Tell me, my lord, how much did she pay you for keeping her secret?
Secret? What secret you talk about?
Don't taunt me about. You lied, devil.
Oh.
It won't do any good. I found her with Monsieur Bremont.
Who this Monsieur Bremont? Molle not know.
If you say that once more, I'll flog you.
Huh?
The game is up. I caught her with her lover and...
Molle not know what you talk. Yesterday, Mrs. say go with her to village. On way, dog come. Molle run. Leave Mrs. behind. Now, come back to say very sorry.
A very clever story, Molle.
Yeah.
And who knows?
Yeah.
I might have been fool enough to believe it, if not for this.
Oh, you get letter?
Yes, a letter. Last night, while visiting Monsieur Bremont's lodge, I found it in a drawer hidden under a box of cartridges. It's in her own handwriting.
Doctor, what letter say?
I couldn't bear to read what my wife wrote to her lover. I haven't read it. But I will now. I'll read it now.
Mrs. very good to Molle. Very good to Molle. Doctor, what is it? Why you...
René, everything that once was between us is forgotten and must forever remain that way. Please, I beg you, never come to see me. And if ever we chance to meet, remember, I am Madame Plaisant and not the girl who... Oh, dear God. What have I done?
Doctor, where you go?
Quick, Barrett, come. Maybe there is yet time.
Let me out, for God's sake. Let me out of here.
Yes. Quick, Barrett. Help me get the door open.
Mrs.
Dead.
How did you expect to find her?
So, you killed her?
Yes. I killed her. I was only your instrument. You gave her that monstrous disease.
Eve.
Look at her now. Your wife. Your beautiful young wife. You and your hypodermic needle. You made her into a coughing, howling, biting...
Listen to me. It's true that her blood is on my soul. She was not a victim of hydrophobia. All that about that hypodermic needle, I made it up. Neither you nor my wife was touched.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was The Thirsty Death, starring Bela Lugosi and John Carradine with Lorene Tuttle.
What's the matter, Ken? We didn't frighten you, did we?
Well, I'm afraid you did, Bela. That was pretty scary.
Oh, that was nothing.
Nothing?
No. Wait till you hear next week's story. The Grand Guignol play about a woman who was buried alive. And my guest will be the beautiful and charming Simone Simon. Hope you and your audience will join me next week at Mystery House.
Bela Lugosi is currently being starred in a series of Mystery House pictures at Universal Studios. You'll find Mystery House novels on sale at your local bookstore. John Carradine will soon be seen in the title role of Bluebeard. This is Ken Carpenter.
Good evening. This is Otto Kruger, welcoming you to the Screen Mystery Club.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to become a member of the Screen Mystery Club. Each week, a famous motion picture mystery story will be presented especially for club members. Tonight, we present When Strangers Marry, a superb blend of mystery and suspense. And now, here is your host and narrator of the Screen Mystery Club, the distinguished actor of both stage and screen, Mr. Otto Kruger.
Hello. Well, pull up your chairs and make yourselves comfortable as we unfold the peculiar events in this week's prize screenplay, When Strangers Marry. Our story really begins quite innocently on a streamlined train speeding toward New York City. It is late, past midnight, and standing before the door of a private drawing room is an attractive girl in her early 20s, simply dressed. She seems to be having difficulty making up her mind to knock. But finally...
Pardon me, but the porter is making up the berths in my car, and I wonder if I could sit here for a few minutes.
All right.
Thank you. This is my first trip to New York.
That so?
Yes, I'm going to meet my husband.
How nice.
We're newlyweds.
Oh. Well, child, go on. Tell me all about it. What's he like?
Well, he's tall and handsome and has the nicest smile. Strange kind of smile. Just like him. I mean, a smile is kind of strange.
How'd you meet him?
Well, you see, I was working in a little restaurant in Grantsville. That's where I live. And one day he just came in.
Love at first sight?
No, I didn't pay much attention to him, really. I remember our first date. I didn't want to go. But somehow that night I found myself waiting for him. We just walked. He didn't say much.
How long did you know him before you were married?
Well, I only saw him 3 times, but I'm terribly in love with him. And he sent me a telegram to come to New York. Oh, here, I'll read it to you. August 11th, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Mildred Baxter. That's our name now. Have reserved room at Sherwin Hotel, New York. We'll meet you there tomorrow morning. Paul.
What's his business?
Well, he sells something or other. I really don't know.
Well, it's almost as if you'd married a stranger, isn't it?
Stranger? Well, you see, we...
Sure, Bud, I know. It's really tough to find a room these days. I even have trouble trying to get a room for my friends in this hotel. And meet a bartender here. Imagine.
Gee, I figured with the convention ending today, I'd surely get a room. Well, guess I'll get going.
Hey, wait a minute. One of them convention nights, Mr. Prescott, he ain't checked out yet. He's got a suite.
I'm king of the jungle.
That sounds like him now.
I'm king of the jungle. That's me, and I'm thirsty. Very, very thirsty. Ain't had a drink
In about 20 minutes, Mr. Prescott.
Ah, there you, Hauser, old boy, old boy. Yes, sir. Hauser the bartender. The best bartender in the Hotel Philadelphia. That's a good one, ain't it? Well, set him up on me.
Yeah, sure, but this man here is the only one in the place. It's past closing time.
Hello, friend. Have a drink?
Thanks.
Hey, that'll be $1.20. Oh, Mr. Prescott, this man ain't got a room to sleep in, and he was wondering...
Sure, he can come up with me. I got lots of room.
Oh, thanks. Here, you drop some of your money.
Ah, that doesn't matter. I got lots of money. $10,000 right here. Always carried with me. I don't believe in banks. Tried them once, see?
Gee, Mr. Prescott, you shouldn't ought to be carrying that much dough around with you. It might be dangerous.
Dangerous? I got my good friend here. What's your name, friend?
Paul.
See? Paul will protect me, won't you, Paul? Paul what?
Just Paul.
Okay, just Paul. Come on with me. We'll find you a bed. Whoa!
Mr. Prescott. Mr. Prescott, I got 26 rooms to clean, and I can't take all day at it. I gotta come in and clean your place. Mr. Prescott.
Them conventions. Oh, my Lance fell asleep right in that chair, and with a woman's silk stocking around his neck. The idea. Now, come on, Mr. Prescott. You gotta get up. Mr. Prescott, you gotta wake up and... Mr. Prescott...
Front, boy. Ice water up to 421 and then go to 926 and pick up bags. That old dame's checking out. Hey, Harry. Seen the papers? That silk stocking murder over in Philly was sure gruesome. Glad nothing like that ever happens here at the Sherwin.
Oh, clerk.
Yes, ma'am?
I'm Mrs. Baxter.
Mrs. Baxter?
My husband reserved a room.
Let's see. Oh, yes, he phoned in yesterday afternoon. Paul Baxter.
Yes, that's right.
Run. Here, boy. Take Mrs. Baxter's things up to room 1410.
Well, my husband didn't get here yet?
No, not yet.
Well, that's funny. He wired me that...
Millie!
Fred!
What a break! I didn't think you'd come to New York.
Oh, no, Fred, please don't.
What, these people? What, they're just a bunch of tired salesmen. They've seen a kiss before.
No, it's not that, Fred.
Well, then what? You got my letter, didn't you?
What letter?
Well, what are you doing here?
My husband sent for me.
Your husband?
Yes, I'm married, Fred.
Oh. Well, do I know him?
Well, I don't think so. His name's Paul Baxter.
Well, when were you married?
A month ago in Grantsville.
Oh, why are you stopping here at the Sherwin? This is a salesman's hotel.
Paul's a salesman.
Well, so am I, remember? That's the reason you wouldn't marry me.
Well, I
He
guess...
must have been a better salesman than me, I guess. But that won't keep me from wishing you the best of everything, Millie. And I'll be seeing you around.
Fred,
Yeah?
what did you write in that letter?
Oh, it doesn't matter now.
Desk clerk, this is Mrs. Baxter. Have you heard from Mr. Baxter yet? Oh, you'll let me know, won't you? Yes, I'll be right here waiting. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Millie. It's only me.
Oh, Fred, I've been waiting and waiting.
I understand, Millie.
Sit down, Fred.
Thanks.
I don't know what to think. Paul was supposed to meet me here this morning, and here it is after 3.
Yeah, I know. But I'm sure he's all right.
Oh, it's so awful waiting and not knowing. Well, wondering.
Say, maybe I can help you find him. Who does he work for?
I really don't know.
Well, what does he sell?
Oh, I know it seems strange, but I don't know for certain.
Well, Millie, what can you tell me about him?
Very little, I'm afraid. I only saw him 3 times before we were married.
3 times?
Yes, I know it sounds odd.
Well, what about his family, then? Where do they live?
I don't know that either.
And all you have is a telegram he sent you?
And our marriage license.
May I see the telegram?
Oh, yes, of course. Here.
Mm-hmm.
You see, he said he'd meet me here this morning.
Yeah. Well, he'll probably show up in a little while, then. Maybe he got delayed by a buyer. I know how that is. But it sure looks like you married a stranger.
A stranger? Yes, doesn't it? Hello, desk clerk. This is Mrs. Baxter in room 1410 again. Have you heard from Mr. Baxter yet? Nothing? Well, yes, I know, but he was supposed to arrive this morning. It's after 10 now. Yes, please remember to put all calls through, no matter how late it is. Thank you.
The weatherman promises some relief for New Yorkers tomorrow. He predicts the thermometer will reach 5 to 6 degrees lower than it did today, with a high of 84 at noon.
Hello?
Over on Capitol Hill, it was announced that the Senate will shortly go into its summer recess.
I can't hear.
Senator Corman of Oklahoma was quoted as saying that he...
Hello? Oh, hello, I can hear you now. I turned the radio off. Hello? Hello? Hello, operator? Baxter again. Someone telephoned me just a second ago, and I went to turn my radio off, and when I got back, the line was dead. What? Didn't he give his name? You're sure? I see. Thank you.
And the Philadelphia police have flatly stated that the silk stocking killer has left Philadelphia for New York City. The New York police have summoned Jacob Hauser, the bartender at the Hotel Philadelphia, who saw the killer and his victim a short while before the killing. Hauser has stated that the killer's first name is...
Paul? Hello, Paul? Oh, hello, Fred. No, I haven't heard a thing. The what? Missing Persons Bureau in the morning. Oh, yes, I suppose you're right. I'll be ready at 8. Yes, thank you, Fred. Good night.
You got the wrong department. This is homicide. The Missing Persons Bureau is down the hall.
But can't you help us?
Well, let's see that telegram again.
Your husband's name is Paul?
Yes, Paul Baxter.
Okay, I'll take the information.
Oh, thank you.
Your name?
Mildred Baxter.
Address?
The Sherwin Hotel.
What was the last time you saw your husband?
The day we were married. A month and 4 days ago. You see, I met him. That's really all, Lieutenant.
Is there anything else you can tell me?
No, I don't think so.
How about you, Graham? Can you add anything?
Well, I've never seen the man.
You will find him, won't you?
We'll do our best, lady. But you've practically married a stranger.
Well...
thank you, Lieutenant.
Maloney, send up Hauser, that bartender from Philadelphia. I think I've got a lead. I want to talk to him.
No, Mrs. Baxter, no word yet.
Hello? Oh, Fred. No, not yet.
The correct time is 5 seconds before 7:30, courtesy of...
Hello, desk clerk. This is Mr. Baxter. Oh, thank you.
And in the silk stocking murder case, the police tonight have asked everyone to be on the lookout for a man answering this description. 6 feet tall, dark...
Hello? Yes? Paul! Oh, yes, darling. Oh, it's so good to hear your voice. Darling, where are you? What's happened? Yeah. Well, come right over. Hurry. But why? Why? Tomorrow? No, I'll come to you. No, just tell me where. Yes. Yes, darling, yes. I'm leaving right now.
So ends Act 1 of When Strangers Marry, tonight's Screen Mystery Club story. And in just a moment, we'll give you Act 2. But first, a word from the makers of the product who bring you this program.
And now, back to Otto Kruger and Act 2 of When Strangers Marry.
Millie has at last heard from Paul. Small, nagging suspicions have been crushed down by the knowledge that Paul has called her. 2 frantic, wearisome days of waiting have been rewarded, and she hurries to meet the man she loves, completely unaware that murder stalks her every footstep.
Who's there?
It's me, Paul. It's me. Paul. Oh, Paul.
Hello, Millie.
Oh, Paul, darling. Oh, it's so good to find you. Is anything wrong, Paul? You look so...
Oh, no, it's nothing. I'm just tired.
Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so relieved. I waited and I imagined all sorts of things. You didn't phone or wire?
I couldn't. It was impossible.
Well, I don't care what the reason was. We're together now. That's all I care about. Paul?
Yes, dear?
Last night someone telephoned me at the hotel. But they hung up before
Oh, that was me, Millie.
Well, why did you hang up? Why didn't you call back?
Well, I heard someone else in the room. I wanted to talk to you alone.
Oh, it was just the radio. But it doesn't matter now.
That's right.
Oh, I was so worried. On the way over here, I couldn't imagine why you...
Millie, do you love me?
Oh, what a question. If I never knew it before, waiting and worrying the way I have for 2 days has proved it. Forever.
Do you love me enough to...
Do what, Paul?
Oh, nothing. Nothing. Come here.
I'm here. That's good. Oh, I waited so long for you to kiss me again. Paul, do you know what I'm going to do first thing in the morning?
What?
I'd like to invite Fred Graham to have dinner with us.
Oh, I'd rather you didn't, Millie.
Oh, but I owe Fred a great deal. He's been so kind the last few days.
Does he know where you are now?
Well, no, dear. You asked me not to tell anyone where I was going.
Oh, good. We've got a lot of time to make up for it, love.
All right, dear, if you want it that way. Oh, by the way.
Yes?
I noticed that you forgot to change the name on the apartment door.
No, I didn't.
Sure you did, silly. The name P.J. Moore. It's still on the door.
Oh, I use that name sometimes.
Why?
Millie, no matter what happens, ever, I love you.
He tried to kill me, Lieutenant. He tried to run me down. If I hadn't have seen his car coming, I
Did
would...
you get a look at the man who was driving the car?
No, I didn't. But why should anyone want to murder me?
Maybe you know too much, Hauser.
You mean...
You told the Philadelphia police that the killer's name is Paul. Can't you remember his last name?
I tell you, I don't know. Like I said, Mr. Prescott asked the man his name, and this man, the killer, said, Paul, just Paul.
You're sure of that?
Yeah, I'm sure.
All right. Now, what is the name of the hotel on the killer's suitcase?
I can't remember. I can't.
Your life may depend on it, Hauser.
Yeah, I know, but I can't. I tried and tried, I tell you. That's it.
What?
Sherwin. Hotel Sherwin. I can see it now. Yeah, that's it. Hotel Sherwin, New York City.
You're sure? Absolutely sure?
Yeah, Hotel Sherwin.
Good.
What should I do now?
Go back to your room and stay there until you hear from me. Look, Graham, I'll have to know everything you know about Paul Baxter.
I've told you everything I know.
Well, we think we know who committed the silk stocking murder. We know that a man by the name of Paul did it. We know that he carried a suitcase with the label of the Hotel Sherwin on it. And we know that on the night of the murder, Paul Baxter sent a wire to his wife to meet him at the Hotel Sherwin. Odd coincidence, isn't it?
I suppose so.
It certainly is. And I'm sure that when we find Paul Baxter, we'll have the killer.
What do you want me to do, Lieutenant?
Where's Mrs. Baxter now?
I don't know. That's what I came to see you about.
What do you mean you don't know? You're a friend of hers, aren't you?
Well, sure. That's why I'm here. She checked out of the hotel late last night and left no forwarding address. I'm afraid something may have happened to her.
Like what? Like what?
I don't know.
Well, okay, Graham. But just remember, a man who has murdered for money once will murder again. So if you're holding out...
Goodbye, Lieutenant. Millie.
Fred, what are you doing here?
I was worried about you. When you left no forwarding address at the hotel,
Oh, yes, I should have left a note for you. I'm sorry.
Well, what are you doing in police headquarters?
I found Paul, Fred. I found him. I'm going to tell Lieutenant Blake he can stop looking for him.
Millie, let's get out of here.
But I've got to tell Lieutenant... What's wrong?
I can't talk here. Come on downstairs. We can talk while I'm driving you home.
But... Oh, all right.
And that's the story, Millie. The police seem pretty certain.
But I can't believe it. Paul just isn't like that.
Well, it's possible that a lot of little things that can easily be explained have added up in Lieutenant Blake's mind, just as they're doing in ours. He really has no proof.
Paul changed his name. Why should he do that?
There may be 100 reasons.
You think he's the murderer, don't you?
Well,
I'm going to find out.
Say, let me have your phone number. I'll call in half an hour to see if everything's all right.
It's Parkview 34608. It's the Windsor Apartments on 12th Street, Apartment C.
Millie.
Yes, Fred?
That letter I sent you.
What letter?
The one I mailed to Grantsville. The one I wrote before before I knew you were married.
Yes, Fred.
I'll call you in half an hour.
Thank you, Fred. And I understand what you're trying to say.
I'll let you out here. It's only a block or so from your apartment. I don't think it'd be wise if Paul saw me driving you home.
No, thanks so much. I'll never forget your kindness.
Millie.
Yes?
Be careful.
Extra paper, police closing in on silk stocking killer, Paul Baxter suspected. Extra paper, closing in on killer, Paul Baxter.
No, not Paul. Not Paul.
It's almost as though you married a stranger, isn't it? It certainly looks as if you married a stranger.
No.
But we married a stranger.
Extra paper, take it out for Paul Baxter, killer.
You married a stranger. A killer. You don't know anything about him. He's a stranger. A murderer.
No.
A killer. A stranger. A killer.
Paul.
There you are.
What are you doing?
Packing.
Where are you going? Why don't you answer me?
Where have you been?
I saw Fred. There's an extra out on the streets. Paul, they're looking for you.
You told Fred where we live?
Paul, they're accusing you of murder. Aren't you going to say anything?
I'm leaving.
Did you do it, Paul? Did you kill that man?
What's the use? I should never have got in touch with you.
It's true, then. It's true, is it?
Do you want to hear the story, Millie?
Oh,
You know, it's funny how things work out. How everything can change in a single night. You go along on a job for years, beating your brains out for $50 a week. And that 50 seems the most important thing in the world. And then you meet a man who carries $10,000 with him.
No, Paul.
I was worried about you coming to New York. Worried about how we'd make out together. If we'd have enough to live on. It didn't seem right that a man like that should have all that money.
Paul.
I went with him up to his room. Sure, I wanted his money. But I didn't take it, Millie. I didn't kill him either.
Oh, darling. Then why did you hide? Why didn't you go to the police?
Would they have believed me?
No, they wouldn't. But it was wrong to run away.
No, Millie. It's only wrong to drag you into it. That's why I'm going away now.
Where are you going?
What difference does it make?
I wouldn't ask you if I didn't care.
You said that like you meant it.
I do. I'm going with you.
Oh, I can't let you in for anything
I'm
like that.
going with
But
you.
No, you...
Who's that?
I don't know.
Open up in there. The place is surrounded.
What are we going to do?
Let them in, Millie.
Hauser,
Yes, sir?
you can go.
You mean I can go back to Philadelphia?
Yeah.
Thanks, Lieutenant. Thanks.
You can go too, Mrs. Baxter.
Can I see my husband?
Not right now.
Oh, when?
Tomorrow, maybe.
Lieutenant, is there no hope?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Baxter.
Well, what about the money? You haven't found the money, have you? Surely if Paul were guilty, he'd have it.
No, we haven't found it yet, but we will.
Goodbye, Lieutenant.
Goodbye, Mrs. Baxter.
Maloney, put a tail on that guy, Hauser. I've got to find that money. And I've got a little job to do myself. I'll be back later.
Oh, Mrs. Baxter, here's a letter came for you.
A letter?
It was forwarded from Grantsville.
Oh, Fred's letter. Did Mr. Graham in?
He's on the roof garden, Mrs. Baxter. Shall I connect you?
No, I'll go up.
Millie,
Hello, Fred.
come on over here. On the other side of the chimney. View's perfect here.
Does the wind bother you?
No, I don't mind it.
Good girl. Well, how'd it go?
They wouldn't let me see him. Oh, it's like a dream. A bad one, Fred.
Look down there, Millie. 10,000 people. Each one wrapped up in his own little world. Everybody has bad dreams. But we get over them.
They look so tiny down there, don't they?
Sure. After all, we're 22 stories up. Millie, what's that letter in your hand?
Oh, it's your letter, Fred. The clerk downstairs just gave it to me.
Millie, don't read it.
Why not?
I'd rather you didn't. Give it to me.
No.
Let me have
No,
it.
I want to read it. Hotel Philadelphia. Dearest Millie, here goes. I'm popping the question again. You might as well say yes, because Fred Graham never sells himself short. Write me in care of the Sherwin Hotel in New York City. Hopefully, Fred. P.S. I just got hold of that present I promised you.
I'm sorry you read that. It's not right to.
Present? It was a pair of silk stockings. You weren't in New York at all. You were in Philadelphia. This letter was mailed from there, the night of the murder.
Now, Millie, wait a minute.
And it was you. You used those stockings to strangle Prescott, didn't you? Now I understand why you took me to Lieutenant Blake instead of the Missing Persons Bureau. Now I know why you stopped me from telling Blake I'd found Paul. And why you wanted this letter. Because you had to get hold of it so I wouldn't guess what happened in Philadelphia.
Millie, you don't really believe...
Oh, yes, I do. Nobody knew where Paul and I were living except you. How did the police find out? How did the police find out? You told them. You took a chance on this letter never reaching me. But you're not going to get away with it.
Okay, Millie. I did kill Prescott. Why shouldn't I? I wanted that 10 grand.
You admit it.
Sure, I admit it. To you. I've got the money right here in my pocket. But you'll never be able to do anything about it, Millie.
Oh, yes, I will. I'm going straight to
Look down, Millie. 22 stories down.
You wouldn't dare.
Why wouldn't I? What have I got to lose? They kill you just as dead for one murder as two. When they find your body on the street, they'll figure you couldn't stand the shame being married to a murderer.
You wouldn't.
It's too perfect to miss. And it'll clinch the case against Paul and leave me completely in the clear. Why, it's perfect.
No, keep away from me.
No use, Millie.
Keep away.
All right, Graham.
Huh?
That's right. Keep your hands up there. Thanks. You've saved us a lot of trouble. Okay, Mrs. Baxter. There'll be someone waiting to see you.
Yes. It's Paul. And he's not a stranger.
And so ends tonight's story of When Strangers Marry. In just a moment, I'll be back with a word about next week's story. But first... Next week, Screen Mystery Club has selected Universal Pictures' thrilling story titled The Lady in the Morgue. Thank you for being with us this evening. We'll expect you back for the next week. Same time, same station. And until then, this is Otto Kruger wishing you all a very pleasant good night.
Tonight's story has been presented through courtesy of Monogram Pictures, makers of Dillinger, and was adapted for radio by Selig Lester and Merwin Gerard. Screen Mystery Club was produced and directed by John Marshall and John Moore, and is presented by Marshall and Moore Incorporated. Howard Rhines speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
I was with Danny when it happened, but I couldn't hang on to him. He ran off and left me, and I've been looking for him ever since.
That was Captain Fowler. Something had happened to his friend Danny.
I ain't going to no doctor at this time of the night. Tomorrow, maybe, but I'm not going tonight.
That was Danny. Danny knew something had happened to him, but he didn't know what it was.
But, Danny, you couldn't have done a thing like that. I know. Don't worry, Danny.
That was Faye, Danny's girlfriend. And this is Joe Rodriguez, a fisherman.
It's much better that I leave town, Danny. If I stay, I might forget I am your friend.
Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the strange story of fog.
Well, Danny, my boy, this is the thickest fog I've seen in this harbor in many a year. Mm-hmm. And I've been a sailorman for a long time.
Yeah, that's right, Captain. Can't see a single light along the entire waterfront. But we don't need light for where we're going. I know the way to the anchor pool room.
Yeah, I know, too. Hey, Danny, you didn't bring your gun, did you?
Sure I did. Why?
Now, wait a minute. I'm not going to let you talk to Duke Moran with a gun in your pocket.
Why not, Captain?
Well, you might lose your temper and do something you'd regret.
What's the matter with you, Cap? I ain't going to shoot anybody. I just want it in case Duke Moran gets tough.
Oh, sure. I know. But if he gets tough, you can handle him with your fists.
Sure. Unless he tried to slip a knife through my ribs.
Well...
don't worry about the gun, Captain. I won't lose my head.
So Danny and Captain Fowler continue on their way toward the anchor pool room, Duke Moran's usual hangout, where Danny intends to have a showdown with Moran. But the captain is worried about Danny's gun, for he knows that Danny hates Moran to the core of his being.
Now, look, son, I hate to keep bringing this up, but, I wouldn't go storming up to the Duke and start raising the devil.
He borrowed money from me, and he ain't kept his word about paying it back.
I know, my boy, but he'll pay it back.
Oh, no, he won't. He's planning to skip town and leave me holding the sack.
Now, look, you're working for me, Danny, and you're my best friend. And I'm going along to back up your claims because I was a witness when the loan was made. But look here, I don't want to see you in no trouble.
Oh, I'll take it easy. But I can tell you one thing.
Hey, look out for that hydrant. Look out. Danny, you're hurt. Here. Let me help you.
No.
That's it now. Easy does it. Up now. There we are. Nasty spill. You just sit here for a bit. Oh, you took a real header.
Yeah?
How do you feel, Danny? Yeah, better let me see if you cut yourself.
Keep your hands off me. Who are you?
What?
What is this, a stick-up?
Danny, are you kidding?
Go away. Get away or I'll call the cops.
Why? Danny, you're out of your head.
Get away.
But don't you know me?
Let me alone.
Oh, come back here. No, don't go away. Come back. Danny!
Danny breaks away and quickly disappears into the fog. For a quarter of an hour, Captain Fowler searches the vicinity and finally hurries on to the anchor pool room.
Hey, any of you guys here in the pool room seen Danny Price?
Oh, hello there, Cap. No, I haven't seen Danny.
Neither have I, Cap. Don't think he's been around.
Oh, I see. Well, is Duke Moran here?
The Duke? He was here a minute ago. Where'd he go, George?
Out in the alley, I think.
Yeah, that's right. Some guy opened the back door and called him.
Some guy? Oh.
Uh-huh.
Well, tell me, was it Danny?
I don't know.
I don't know either, Captain. We didn't pay no attention to who it was.
Oh, I see. Well, okay, boys. Thanks.
Later that night, groping his way along the waterfront, Captain Fowler arrives at the box office of the Crystal Motion Picture Theater. An attractive girl is selling tickets.
Hello, Fay.
Well, hello there, Captain. Going to the show?
Oh, no, not tonight, Fay. I'm looking for Danny. Have you seen him?
No, I haven't. And I'm sore at that big lug, too. He promised faithfully he'd be here to take me home, and it's time to close the box office right now.
Look, Fay, I don't want to excite you, but I've got to tell you something. Danny's had an accident.
An accident?
Yeah. Fell down on the street. He tripped over a fire hydrant, and when he got up, you know what happened? He couldn't remember nothing. He was walking around someplace in a daze.
Good heavens.
Yes, I was with him when it happened, but I couldn't hang on to him. He ran off and left me, and I've been looking for him ever since.
Would you tell the police?
No.
Well, for heaven's sake, tell them, Captain. Maybe they can find him.
No, Fay, I don't want to tell the cops.
Why not?
There's a certain reason, and I don't want to talk about it here.
Look, you wait here till I check in the cash. It'll only take a few minutes. I'll be right with you.
All right, Fay.
All right, Captain, now tell me. Why didn't you notify the police?
Because Danny's got a gun on him.
Oh.
Yes. He was on his way to see Duke Moran. You know about that money.
Oh, yes.
And he was afraid the Duke might start something.
I see. You say you've been looking for Danny?
Yes, I've been everywhere. Been to the casino, over to the bowling alley.
Have you been to Fred's Cafe?
Well, no.
Well, Danny goes there for coffee sometimes.
Well, all right. We'll take a look. Fred's Cafe, why, it's in the next block, ain't it?
Yeah.
Oh, I tell you, Fay, we got to find that kid. He's like a crazy man. You know what he did? He looked me right in the face and he didn't know me.
Oh, my goodness. Captain, suppose his memory never does come back.
Oh, now, Fay, don't carry on like that. And don't you start worrying. Yeah,
Oh.
I know how you feel. You and Danny engaged to be married and all, but don't you worry. I think everything will turn out all right.
Oh, I hope so.
Hey, wait!
Oh, listen.
What's your hurry, folks?
That's Danny.
Well, sure it is.
You going to a fire or something? I've been chasing you for a block.
Oh, Danny.
Hiya, Fay.
Oh, Danny, you're all right.
Oh, sure. Sure, I'm all right. Except I'm kind of mixed up. All of a sudden, I'm sitting in the Clark Hotel. And I don't remember going there at all.
The Clark Hotel?
Yeah.
Well, so that's where you've been.
Well, it seems to me I was walking along with you, Cap.
Of course you were, Danny. Don't you know what happened? You had a lapse of memory.
Huh?
Yeah, we've been worried to death about you. The captain and I were looking for you. Oh, Danny, I'm so glad you're all right.
Oh, so I've been off my noggin.
Sure. Don't you remember falling over that fire hydrant?
Fire hydrant?
Yes, that's what did it, Danny. When I helped you up, you thought I was a stick-up man. You ran off down the street.
Well, I'll be darned. How long ago this happened, Cap?
Well, it's been an hour ago or more. You've been in the Clark Hotel all that time.
Well, how should I know?
When did you come to your senses, Danny?
Well, just now. I'm sitting there in the lobby wondering what it's all about when I seen you folks passing the window.
Oh, swell. But look, Danny boy, you're going to a doctor right away.
What do you mean, doctor?
Well, your head, you must have struck it when you fell.
Oh, my head's all right.
Oh, now, please, don't put up an argument, Danny.
Oh, now, look. Hey, here comes an ambulance. Maybe I better flag it down and crawl in, huh?
Oh, now, don't be smart.
Wait a minute. That's no ambulance. Well, it's a police car.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, come on, never mind the police car. Danny, come over here under the light. Let me take a look at your head.
Oh, now, look, Fay, I tell you there's nothing wrong with
Hey,
that.
look. You see where that car's stopping?
Huh?
Over in front of the Anchor pool room.
Yeah? Well, wonder what's happened there.
Well, I don't know.
Well, forget it.
No,
Come on.
I want to find out what's going on.
Yeah, so do I.
Come on, Danny, let's go over and see.
All right, you people, get back now. Don't block the doorway.
Hey, what's happened, officer?
The guy's been killed. Shot.
Yeah?
Yeah. They just found his body out in back of the pool hall.
Who was he? Do you know?
Yeah, Duke Moran.
Duke Moran murdered, killed on the very night that you, Danny, with hatred in your heart and a gun in your pocket, were on your way to demand your money. Could it be that after your mind went blank, you continued on to the Anchor pool room? Look at your gun, Danny. If no shots have been fired, you're all in the clear.
Did I kill him? Did I kill him? Did I kill him?
Come on, Danny, let's go.
Well, how do you like that? A guy gets bumped off owing me $100.
Yep, and you can kiss that dough goodbye.
And how?
Captain, who do you suppose killed Moran?
Well, how should I know? Didn't have any enemies that I know of. Except Danny.
What do you mean, except Danny? I wasn't the guy's enemy. I just wanted my money back, that's all.
Sure, I know.
You know what?
But you just wanted your money back. What are you getting so excited about?
Hey, boys, let's not walk down this way. There's no doctor in this direction.
Oh, Fay, will you let up on that doctor thing? I tell you, there's nothing wrong with my head.
How do you know?
Well, anyhow, I ain't going to no doctor at this time of the night. Tomorrow, maybe. My head starts aching or something.
Is that a promise?
Okay, that's a promise.
Hey, Danny.
Yeah?
You know, I went to that pool hall right after you disappeared. I thought maybe I'd find you there.
Yeah? Was I there?
No, you wasn't. I asked about Moran, and they said he'd just gone out in the alley. Somebody opened the back door and called him.
Why, Captain, you must have been there just before the murder.
Sure looks like it. I'm sorry now I didn't go out and back and see who Moran was with.
It's a shame you didn't.
Yeah. Hey, Danny, I've been wondering...
All right, go ahead and say it. It was me that called him out and back. It was me that killed him.
Why, Danny.
Well, that's what he's thinking, Fay. I can see it sticking out all over him.
Danny, you mustn't say that.
He knows I've been out of my head for an hour. Can't remember a thing, so now he's trying to pin a crime on me.
Shut up, you fool. Shut up. Why should I want to pin a crime on you?
That's what I'd like to know.
What if you did kill Moran? I'm not holding it against you. You couldn't be blamed. You was off your nut.
Well, I didn't kill him.
How do you know?
I didn't. I know I didn't.
Yes, but how do you know?
Oh, Captain, use your head. Danny lost his memory, and that includes his memory of Moran and his grudge against Moran and everything.
Sure. So now what do you got to say?
Well, maybe that grudge was in the back of your mind, Danny. Even while your memory wasn't working.
You see, Fay, he's bound to make out I did it.
Oh, no such thing. But look here, if you was mixed up in this murder, Danny, it's up to me to help you. I'm your friend. And I gotta find out about it, Danny. Let me see your gun.
Huh?
Let me see your gun.
Oh, the devil with you.
Let him see it, Danny. That'll settle everything.
Oh. All right. Sure he can see it. There you are, Cap.
Thanks, Danny. Well, the barrel smells of powder.
Oh, you're crazy.
And 2 slugs have been fired, Danny. Look here.
All right, so the gun's been fired. And that means I killed Moran, I suppose. You're crazy, I tell you.
He's right, Captain. That gun doesn't prove a thing. He might have fired those shots anywhere for no reason at all.
Sure, I've been out of my head, ain't I?
Don't you worry, Danny boy. You didn't kill Moran.
Of course I didn't.
You couldn't have done a thing like that. Not even in a trance. So don't worry. Everything's going to be all right. Don't worry, Danny, darling.
Poor Fay. She doesn't believe her own brave talk. Deep down in her heart, she's afraid that Danny is a killer. It is nearly midnight now. Danny and Captain Fowler have returned to their boat, the fishing boat Dolphin, in the harbor. Danny sits on the deck, gazing morosely into the fog.
Well, hadn't you better turn in, kid? You ought to get some sleep.
Oh, I couldn't sleep. Stick here a minute, will you, Cap? I'd like to talk to you.
Sure.
I'm sorry I blew my top the way I did when we was ashore.
Oh, that's all right, Danny.
I know you was thinking of my interest when you asked to see the gun.
Sure I was.
All kidding aside, it looks pretty much like I bumped off Moran, doesn't it, Cap?
Well, Danny, to be honest with you, it does. Still, there's room for doubt. And if I was you, I'd lay low and say nothing.
And I know one thing. I could never be convicted of murder, even if I did do it.
Why not?
Because I was suffering from amnesia.
Yeah. The trouble is, how are we going to prove that?
How are we going to prove it? Well, couldn't you prove it? You was there when it happened. You saw me go slug nutty.
Sure, but who's going to believe me? I'm your friend. They think I was lying to save your neck.
Yeah, I see what you mean. The things look pretty bad then, don't they?
Ah, now, look, Danny. Don't go hanging yourself in advance. You know, maybe it's like Fay said. Maybe you just happened to fire them shots.
Hey, listen. I hear a motorboat.
So what?
It's coming this way. Hear it?
Well... sure, I hear it.
It's the cops. They're coming here to ask questions.
Oh.
I'm getting out of here, Cap.
No, you keep your shirt on. I'll hail the boat and find out who it is. Now, you wait right here. Ahoy there! Ahoy! Who is it?
It's me, Joe Rodriguez.
Oh, there you are, Danny. It's only Portuguese Joe.
What's he doing out here this time of night?
Well, I don't know.
Here is my line, Captain. You make me fast. I'm coming aboard.
Okay, Joe.
How'd you know we'd be up this late?
Yeah.
I just took a chance, Danny. But I am glad you are up.
Oh, don't tell me you ran out of live bait again.
Oh, no. I got plenty live bait.
Oh? What can we do for you, Joe?
Captain, I got a little business proposition I would like to talk over with Danny, and I would like to talk to him private.
Private? Oh, now, wait a minute. Anything you got to say to me, you can say in front of the captain.
No, Danny. This is private. Very private.
Oh, see, well, that's okay, kid. I'll go below. I was about to turn in anyway.
Thank you, Captain.
Oh, don't keep him up too long, Joe. You need some sleep.
I'll just be a few minutes, Captain. Good night.
Good night.
Well, what's on your mind?
Danny, I'm fed up with East Town. Business is rotten here. I want to go to Seattle.
Yeah?
And I need a little money, Danny. $200. And I want for you should let me have it.
Are you kidding?
Ain't you got $200?
Sure. Sure I have, but I'm getting married in a few days. I need every cent I've got.
Oh, yeah? The sweet young lady who works at the Crystal Theater, huh? You'll be very happy with her, Danny.
You bet I will.
But you'll be much more happy if you give me the money so I can get out of town, Danny.
What do you mean?
I am your friend, Danny, and I do not wish to cause you any trouble. But I know something about you that nobody else in this world knows. Not one soul.
Yeah?
Yeah. Tonight I am in an alley, behind the Anchor pool room. There is much fog, but I can see a little bit because there is a light. I see you shoot Duke Moran. Twice. To the heart.
You're a dirty liar.
So, you see, Danny, it's much better I should leave town. If I stay here, I might get drunk someday and forget I am your friend. I might talk, Danny.
You climb in that boat of yours and get back to shore. Go on or I'll throw you overboard.
You come to see me tomorrow, huh? Before noon? If you don't come by noon, well, maybe I get drunk, huh?
Cap, you awake?
Oh, yes, Dan.
Well, there's no room for doubt now. I'm the guy that did it.
What? How do you know?
Portuguese Joe was an eyewitness. He was there in the alley, saw the whole thing.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
That's right, Cap. The dirty rat came out here to blackmail me. Tried to shake me down for $200. Said I'd have to dig it up by tomorrow noon or he'd start talking.
Well, I'll be darned. Kid, I guess it's time we started doing some fast thinking.
Now, that ain't necessary, Cap. I'm clearing out tonight.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Don't get panicky now. Now, let's give it some thought.
Oh, no, I'm on my way, Cap. No fooling.
Well, where are you going?
I don't know. But I'm going for good. I won't be back.
You won't be? Oh, now, look here. What about Faye? What about your wedding?
Well, that's just a broken dream, Cap.
Oh, Danny. Well, at least you're going to see her before you go, ain't you?
No.
Well, Danny, what's the matter with you? It ain't fair of you to run out on Faye.
It's the fairest thing in the world. Why prolong the agony? There's got to be a clean break.
Oh, but Faye is such a grand kid, and she'll wait for you. Faye's loyal. Yes, sir, Danny. After this thing blows over, you'll find Faye right here waiting for you.
I don't want her to wait for me, and I ain't coming back. Can't you understand that? You think I'd marry Faye now? Me, a killer?
Oh, yeah, I know.
I love that girl. I wouldn't bring disgrace on her. And it would be disgrace even if I cleared myself of the charge. I'd still be a killer.
Yeah, I guess you would. Well, I guess there's no use talking to you. You won't listen to a word I say.
No, Cap. I've made up my mind. I'm going to pack my grip now and go ashore.
Aye, golly, kid, I sure hate to lose you.
Yeah, I hate to go, too, Cap. You've been a prince to me. More like a brother than a boss.
Well, all I can say is thanks, Danny.
Even when you knew I was saving up my money to buy a boat of my own, to go into competition with you, you never said a word.
Well, why should I? Oh, this is a free country. Every man has a right to advance himself.
And, about Faye, I wish you'd explain to her. You know what to say.
Well, not quite as good a talker as you are, Danny, but I'll try.
You know something, Cap? I wish you and Faye'd get married.
I know you'd make her happy.
Me and Faye? No, she wouldn't have me.
Don't be too sure about that. She'll forget about me after a while. But explain things to her, will you?
Well, okay, Danny. I'll try. I'll do my best.
Well, I'm going to hit the first freight train out of town. So long, Captain.
Danny, wait a minute.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Oh, Danny, I'm so glad I saw you. I was about to get a boat and go out to the Dolphin.
Yeah?
I've got some wonderful news for you.
What?
At least I think I have. What caliber is your revolver?
Well, it's a .38.
I thought so. Danny, you didn't kill him. You didn't kill Moran. He was shot with a .45.
Huh?
Yeah. I just came from the police hospital. They took the bullets from Moran's body. They were bullets from a .45.
Oh, no. No, that can't be right.
It is right, Danny.
Well, there's some mistake, honey. Look, I hadn't figured on telling you this, but there was an eyewitness to the murder. Portuguese Joe, the bait peddler. He'd just been out to the boat trying to shake me down for some hush money.
Well, he's a liar if he says you did it.
Oh, no, honey, you got a bum steer about them bullets.
I didn't, I tell you. I got it straight from the doctor. What's more, I've been to the Clark Hotel. The clerk said you were there for practically an hour, sitting by the window. That means you went there right after you left the captain, so you couldn't have been to the pool room.
I'll be darned. Now, look, Faye. Suppose you go out to the Dolphin. Here, take this grip. Tell the captain what you just told me. And tell him I'm paying a visit to Portuguese Joe right now.
Yes. Just 1 minute. Who is it? Who's there?
It's me, Danny.
Oh. Well, I wasn't expecting you so soon, Danny. You could just as well have come in the morning.
I wanted to get this thing settled.
Sure. Have you got the money?
Joe, you didn't see me shoot Moran.
Not Danny. I hope you're not going to put up no argument.
You lied to me, and I'm here to get the truth.
Now, look, Danny.
Come on, admit it. You lied to me, didn't you?
No.
No, you shoot.
No, you're... Let me go. Let me go.
I'll choke the living daylights out of you, you rat. Come on, tell me you lied.
Yes, I lied to you.
I thought so.
Let me go now.
Sure, I'll let you go.
But you're going to come clean. You're going to give me the lowdown on this whole rotten business. Come on now, start talking.
Yeah.
The fog has lifted now, and the eastern sky heralds the approach of dawn. As Danny returns to the Dolphin, he finds Faye standing on the deck.
Gee, Danny, I thought you'd never get back. It's almost daylight.
Well, I had a long ways to go, honey. Joe lives way out at the end of the Channel Street Wharf. That's where his bait shack is.
Well, what'd you find out? Did you face him with his lie?
I sure did. Is the captain in his cabin?
No, he's not. He's, gone ashore.
Gone ashore?
Danny, there's something wrong with the captain. He's been acting very queerly.
Yeah?
When I told him you'd gone to see Portuguese Joe, his face went as white as a sheet. Then he went over to his desk and wrote a note. Sealed it in an envelope and told me to give it to you when you come back.
I'll bet I know what's in it.
What?
A confession. But I won't need it now. I got one from Joe.
What do you mean?
Honey, the captain's been framing me.
Framing you?
Yeah, that's right. It's hard to believe, but it's true. Remember he said he didn't go out in back of the pool hall to see who it was that called Moran out in the alley?
Yes.
Well, he lied. He did go out there, and he saw the murder committed. He knew who did it.
Why, Danny.
And right then, he got a bright idea. He figured he'd make me believe I committed that murder. So I'd take it on the lam. Get out of town. You see, honey?
Well, why would he do that?
Because he was in love with you.
What?
Our wedding day was getting closer, and the captain was half crazy with jealousy. He wanted me out of the picture so that he could marry you.
Oh, Danny, I can't believe that.
It's true, honey. Joe told me. I'd have got a lot more out of Joe, too, only he broke loose from me and dived into the water. Last I seen of him, he was swimming away.
Well, what about the murder? Did you find out who killed Moran?
I got a hunch that Joe himself did it. After he left, I looked around his shack. I found an IOU there signed by the Duke.
You did? Then the Duke owed Portuguese Joe money, too.
Yep. And I figured the captain made Joe a proposition. If Joe'd come here and make me believe I was the killer, the captain wouldn't squeal on me.
Sure, Danny. That makes sense.
Well, I better see what the captain wrote.
Yeah. Open it up, Danny.
Dear Danny, I suppose you know everything by now. I haven't got the nerve to face you, kid, so I'll be the one to hit the freight. You won't need to save any more money for that boat. I've signed over the Dolphin to you. You'll find the papers in my desk. Good luck, Danny, and make Fay a good husband.
Yes, the captain was the villain in our story. But wait, what about Danny's gun with the 2 empty shells? That doesn't fit into our solution at all. Or does it? Remember when the captain and Danny were on their way to the pool hall and Danny stumbled over the hydrant? The fog was pretty thick, you know. The captain didn't have a bit of trouble in slipping that gun out of Danny's pocket. He wanted to make sure Danny didn't use it on Moran. And later, after the captain had formulated his plot against Danny, it was a simple matter for him to fire a couple of shots from the gun and then slip it back into Danny's pocket when he met Fay and Danny on the street. Yes, the fog sometimes has its advantages.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Tonight's Whistler story was written by Herbert Connor, directed by J. Donald Wilson, and originated from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next Sunday, same time, 9:15.
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you the unusual story of jealousy. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
United States Steel, USS, the industrial family that serves the nation, presents The Hour of Mystery. Starring tonight, Laurence Olivier. United States Steel Corporation, whose products, identified by the familiar USS label, serve you in your home, your business, and when you travel, invites you to listen to a full hour of mystery, intrigue, and adventure. The first in our series of 13 summer programs. Our story tonight is Journey into Fear by Eric Ambler. Our star is the distinguished English actor of stage and screen, now appearing in New York with London's Old Vic Theatre Company, Laurence Olivier. Laurence Olivier as David Graham in Journey to Fear.
Tell us. I won't. I won't. Listen to me, stupid one. We're not the local police of Gallipoli.
We're the Turkish secret police. You've been caught with a knife and 2 guns in the company of a known murderer. Look around at us. There isn't a chance. You will have to tell us. You were hired to kill somebody. Who was it? Tell us.
I'll tell.
Quickly, then. Who was it you were going to kill?
The Englishman, David Graham.
I am David Graham. Shortly after the war started in 1939, my company sent me to Gallipoli on a business trip. I worked hard in Gallipoli for 3 months, but it was very dull there. It was so dull that I took to imagining things. I thought for a while that a man was following me because for 3 days, wherever I went, I caught sight of that same little man with an evil ferret's face. But of course, this must have been all in my mind, because after a while, I didn't see that man anymore. Finally, my work was done, and I was going home. I went to Istanbul, where I had to wait one night for a train. I dined with Mr. Kopaikin, our Istanbul representative, and after dinner, invited him to my hotel room for a drink.
I'm glad you asked me. I can use the drink, Graham.
Fine.
And then, of course, knowing that you're in your room, I'll be sure you're safe.
You're rather an old woman about my safety, Kopaikin.
Well, you're a valuable man, Graham.
No, boss. Here we are.
Graham, wait. Do you hear a noise inside?
Of course not.
Be careful. I think someone is in your room.
I've got into you. Here, let's go in.
No, Graham, no. Listen to me. You'll have to open the door, but keep well over to the side. Don't frame yourself in the doorway.
Kopaikin, old man, you've got a bad case of nerves. Here.
Graham! Ow! Graham!
Turn on the light. Get to the window. Catch it.
Stop! There's no use, Graham. He's gone.
Dirty little rat.
The door. Wait a moment. People here.
Rather lucky for me you did hear that noise in here, Kopaikin.
Are you all right, Graham?
Oh, yes. Got me in the hand. Nothing very much.
Come, let me bandage it. Come.
Thanks.
Here, this handkerchief will do. Oh, that's not too nasty.
I should thank you, Kopaikin. You probably saved my life.
Well, I said you're a very valuable man, Graham. Doesn't hurt, huh?
No.
Oh, there. No, I think it's all right.
That feels fine. Thanks. I don't think he got away with anything.
Oh, I'm sure he didn't.
Bags are still locked. There was nothing much. Hey, wait a minute, Kopaikin. Why are you sure he didn't get anything?
Never mind.
You've been hinting mysterious things all evening. Kopaikin, did you really hear a sound in here, or did you just know somebody was waiting?
Never mind.
All right. Maybe I'm imagining things now. At any rate, I'd better telephone the management.
No.
Why not?
I'm afraid they reported to the Istanbul police.
What are you talking about? That's just what I want them to do. I want that dirty little thief caught.
The city police must know nothing of this.
Why not?
This is a case for the secret police.
Secret police?
Exactly. Come here. Come. Look out the window. See? The man climbed up a steel framework from the terrace. He could have got to any other room on this floor by the same method. Why did he pick yours?
I suppose he had to pick somebody.
The lock on your window was forced. It's hot tonight. Almost all the other windows are open. Why would a mere burglar select a window that was locked?
Don't ask me why a burglar does anything.
It wasn't a burglar. That's why I'm going to call the secret police. Get me his Molly 532. Hello? Colonel Harty, please. Hello? Colonel Harty? Go fight me. Yes, just as we feared. Someone shot Graham. No, he's not seriously hurt. No. Room 261, Grand Hotel Terrace. Yes, I'll stay with him until you get here, yes.
Kopaikin, will you tell me what all this melodrama means?
It's time you were told. The man that you call a burglar came here for no other purpose than to kill you. Graham, there is a plot against your life.
Mr. Graham, stop pacing. Sit down and listen to me.
All right, Colonel Harkey. I have listened to you, and I've listened to Kopaikin before you came. And all I know is that you think this burglar came here to kill me.
You ought to think so by now, Mr. Graham. You're in the employ of Messrs. K. Durham Bliss Limited, the English armament manufacturers.
Yes, I'm a naval ordnance engineer.
I know it. And I also know that certain of our naval vessels are to be rearmed with new guns and torpedo tubes. And that is why you're in Turkey.
That's correct.
All right. Now, let us suppose that you'd been killed tonight. What would be the effect on this business that you're engaged in?
The whole project would be delayed.
How long?
Oh, I see what you're driving at. I'm an engineer. I'm afraid I've never thought about things like this. But I get it now. Yeah. I was told to put nothing on paper. It's all in my head.
And if you were killed?
Yeah, I see. Spring would come and the ships of the Turkish Navy would still be lying in the dockyards of Izmir and Gallipoli waiting for their new guns and torpedo tubes. Yeah, I see.
I thought you would. And wouldn't the enemies of Great Britain and Turkey be pleased with a delay in our naval program?
You mean a German agent is trying to kill me?
Yeah. The whole network of German agents in the Near East is concentrating very, very hard on just that problem, Mr. Graham.
I scarcely believe that.
It is true, Mr. Graham. The head of the German spy system in this region is Stefan Müller. For some time, Müller has been trying hard to have you killed. Do you realize we foiled one attempt on your life in Gallipoli?
What?
Yes. But that's all past now. Now we've got to foil this new attempt.
Yeah. How?
Müller has hired a man named Banner. Peter Banner. Say that name, Graham.
Peter Banner.
Don't forget it. Peter Banner is a professional killer. He's been hired to kill you.
Is that who was in this room tonight?
Must have been. Did you see him?
No.
It's too bad.
Colonel Harkey.
Yes?
Look, I'm no hero. I'd like the police to protect me, because even if I could recognize Banner, I wouldn't know how to cope with him. I'll need protection only overnight. I'm leaving on the 11 o'clock train tomorrow.
No, you're not.
My dear sir, I said I'm leaving on the 11 o'clock train tomorrow.
No, Mr. Graham, you are leaving on a small cargo ship going to Genoa.
Colonel Harkey, no. A train is faster, and I want to leave this country as fast as possible.
If you boarded the train, you would be dead before you reached Belgrade.
How about a plane?
You'd be shot down as soon as you crossed the border. Mr. Graham, if you do not agree to travel on the cargo ship, I shall protect my country and yours by arresting you, issuing an order for your deportation, and putting you on board that ship anyhow. I hope I make myself clear.
Quite clear.
Fine. You see, Mr. Graham, I'll be able to check the list of passengers very carefully. You will probably be very safe on that ship.
All right, I agree. But now let me tell you something. I'm in danger. I've been shot at. A large number of complete strangers are apparently anxious to kill me. I refuse to be passive, Colonel Harkey. I refuse to stand like a tall and stoop-shouldered target for a gang of cutthroats. You're making the arrangements, I accept that. But I insist on one thing. You've got to give me a gun. I boarded the ship the next afternoon. As I walked up the gangplank, I could feel things. Bullets, knives in my bag. I hadn't slept. Hadn't turned the light out all night. And now as I stepped from the gangplank to the deck of that miserable little ship, I felt alone and alert. I was a traveler, embarking on a journey into fear.
Hello, monsieur.
What? Oh, startled me.
I didn't mean to frighten you, but we are to travel together. I feel we should know each other. My name is Josette. Maybe you have seen me dancing at the Turquoise.
No, sorry.
Your name is David Graham, is it not?
How do you know that?
Don't you suppose a girl has ways of finding these things out, Monsieur Graham?
Perhaps, but I'd like to know how.
Does it matter?
To me, a great deal.
Can't you accept me as I am without explanation?
At the moment, I'm afraid I can't accept anyone without explanation.
You sound mysterious, my friend.
I'm not your friend.
I hope you will be.
How did you find out my name? Did someone tell you?
You seem alarmed, Monsieur Graham.
Well, who told you my name? Who was it? Is he a passenger?
Monsieur Graham, please. I read the passenger list. You are English, and the only English name on the passenger list is Graham.
Good heavens, is that all?
But of course.
Well, why pick on me? Why not one of the other passengers?
Because Englishmen have more money, Monsieur Graham.
Oh, you've come to the wrong Englishman.
I don't think so.
Oh, all right. So I'm a millionaire. What are you going to do with all my millions once you've wheedled them out of me?
Maybe if you spend a little bit on 2 drinks, Monsieur Graham, we can discuss that.
All right, you're on. Give me 5 minutes to find my stateroom and wash up, and I'll meet you in the ship's bar.
All right. But don't forget your wallet, Monsieur Graham.
It was the first time I'd laughed since Banner had shot at me in the hotel room. Josette had the hard little body and the wise young face of the professional dancer. And I've always had the normal emotions of the average man. I hurried to my stateroom, washed up, was about to leave for the ship's bar when I noticed an envelope fastened to my pillow slip. Mr. Graham, I have checked the passenger list. So far as I can tell, all the passengers are innocent. But we should not underestimate Stefan Möller. Make friends with no one, particularly those who seem anxious for your friendship. Signed, Colonel Harkin. Steward.
Yes, sir?
Please have all my meals sent to the stateroom.
All of them, sir?
Yeah, all of them. I will not be leaving here, not for the entire voyage.
Very good, sir.
And steward.
Yes, sir?
When you bring my meals, knock 3 times, then once.
What is that, sir?
Knock 3 times, then once, like this.
Yes, sir.
It was not the signal I'd arranged with the steward. I sat on the edge of my bunk, my hands gripping the spread, and my eyes staring at the door. Was it Peter Banner? Was it Josette? I took a quiet step toward my suitcase where my gun was. But then I heard a key inserted in the lock. Heard it slowly turning.
How do you do?
Who are you?
My name is Covetley.
What are you doing in my stateroom?
Please, this is my stateroom.
It is mine.
Oh, please, it is a double stateroom. It is yours and mine.
Oh, there's some mistake here. Colonel a friend of mine gave me to understand that I'd be here alone.
I'm sorry, I have some influence. An official of the shipping lines arranged for me to occupy this stateroom.
We'll have to find another one.
Oh, please. I understand there is no other one, Mr. Graham.
I suppose your influential friend gave you my name, too.
Naturally.
Well, if you'll excuse me, Mr. Cuvetley.
Oh, I do not want to drive you away.
You're not. I'm going to the dining saloon for dinner.
Mr. Graham, wouldn't you like to sit at table with some of the other passengers?
No, thank you. Wait, I prefer to be alone.
Oh, very good, sir.
How do you do, Monsieur Graham?
Excuse Josette.
You did not come to the bar as you promised, Monsieur.
No, I was delayed.
And forgive you. May I sit here?
Why, I'm sorry. As a matter of fact, I was just telling the waiter to bring my meal to that table over there. That man sitting alone, he's a friend of mine.
What's his name?
Don't tell me you didn't see his name on the passenger list, Josette. If you'll pardon me, How do you do, sir?
How do you do?
My name is Graham. May I sit here?
You may, Mr. Graham, but perhaps you will not want to.
Oh, why not?
My name is Haller, Dr. Fritz Haller. I am a German, a good German. And perhaps you, a good Englishman, would not wish to sit with me.
Oh, not at all, if you don't mind.
Fine, Mr. Graham. Perhaps I am not as patriotic as I should be. I do not feel that because our countries are at war, we should insult each other.
I agree with you.
Have you been long in the Near East, Mr. Graham?
3 months. You?
3 years. I'm an archaeologist. Are you interested in archaeology, Mr. Graham?
I don't know much about it.
I was investigating the early pre-Islamic cultures. I found that some of the tribes that moved westward 4,000 years ago preserved Sumerian culture almost intact until long after the fall of Babylon.
Oh, indeed.
May I sit here?
How do you do, sir? Sit down, of course. My name is Haller. This is Mr. Graham.
My name is Covetley. Mr. Graham and I have met. We are sharing a stateroom. Not so, Mr. Graham?
It would seem so.
Mr. Graham and I were talking about archaeology.
Oh, I know nothing about archaeology. I am only a tobacco salesman.
Really? What company?
Pazar and Company. But I should be most interested to hear about archaeology.
I was telling Mr. Graham about some of the tribes who lived on the plains of Iran. The form of the perpetuation of the Adonis myth alone was instructive to me. The weeping for Thomas was always a focal point of the prehistoric.
Haller talked throughout the meal. It was a monumental ball, but I was grateful to him for talking, for I could not have said one coherent thing myself. Cuvetli kept staring at me with a smile that my own numb, frightened face could not answer. And when finally the meal was finished, I could gracefully leave.
He is personified by 3 different races. The Cimmerians called the gods.
Pardon me, gentlemen.
You are leaving, Mr.
Yes.
Graham?
Yeah.
Please, we should go to our stateroom together.
Oh, I'm sorry, but as a matter of fact, Dr. Haller promised that after dinner he'd tell me something interesting about the connection between my business and archaeology. Didn't you, Dr. Haller?
What? Oh, yes, of course.
If you're quite ready, then we could take a turn about the deck.
Why, of course.
You will excuse us, Mr. Cuvetli.
Oh, certainly. I will see you later, Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham, you lied to Mr. Cuvetli. You made me lie to him. I really don't understand.
I'm terribly sorry, Dr. Haller, but I simply do not like the man. I wanted to be rid of him.
He is peculiar. For one thing, he is capable of a lie himself.
What do you mean?
He said he was a tobacco salesman for Pazar and Company. There is no such firm. Now, Mr. Graham, about the Cimmerian epic.
Dr. Haller and I took 2 turns around the deck, and then he retired. I could not bring myself to go to my stateroom, where Cuvetli, or what's his name, Bana, awaited me. I went to the lounge, but Josette was there. Before she saw me, I backed away and returned to the deck. I walked around and around for hours. The wind rose, and the water lapped against the side of the little vessel. And still I did not dare return to my stateroom. If I went there and grew tired, so that my eyes closed against my will, I might never open them. I paced the deck until nearly dawn. Twice I thought I heard someone behind me, but when I turned, there was no one there. Finally, I went wearily down the companionway and across the corridor to my stateroom door. As I fumbled for my key...
Please.
Oh,
let me use my key, Mr. Graham. We both walk all night, eh?
I didn't sleep. I lay for hours listening to the snores of Mr. Cuvetli. The ship docked at Athens, and still I lay there while Cuvetli rose and dressed.
I am going to visit Athens today. Please, you will come with me, Mr. Graham?
No, thank you.
Very well. Goodbye, then.
Then I slept. It was late in the day when I awoke. As I was dressing, Cuvetli returned from his trip to Athens.
Well, Mr. Graham, you should have come with me. Athens is most educational.
That's so?
Yes. Have you met the new passenger?
No. No, I remained here in the stateroom all day.
So? The new passenger came aboard sometime during the afternoon. His name is Mivrodopoulos.
Huh?
And yet, it is strange.
What is?
Please, you must not think me fanciful, Mr. Graham. But I have the feeling I have met Mr. Mivrodopoulos before, and that then he did not call himself Mivrodopoulos.
What did he call himself?
Bana. Peter Bana.
In a moment, we will return with the second act of Journey into Fear, sponsored by the United States Steel Corporation. And here speaking for United States Steel is George Hicks.
Last Thursday, June 6th, was the second anniversary of D-Day. that never-to-be-forgotten June day in 1944, when the United States and Great Britain smashed ashore to speed the final defeat of Germany with the most powerful seaborne invasion ever attempted. I had the high honor of being an eyewitness to that gigantic, history-making operation and of describing it over the transatlantic radio to American listeners. Tonight, I have the equally high honor of being able to tell you about one man among the tens of thousands who took part in that D-Day operation, one man who is a symbol of the way our armed forces fought to safeguard our American way of living. This one man is Lester H. Bauman. He's 25 years old. He won the Purple Heart when he was wounded on D-Day off the Omaha beachhead there in Normandy. But after 8 weeks in the hospital, he returned to the United States and went on to fight the Japs. Now he's back at work at the Cuyahoga Works of the American Steel and Wire Company, where he'd been employed before the war. Today, he's a foreman and happy in his job. A good example of the United States Steel Corporation's intensive program to provide worthwhile jobs to returning servicemen. Even while Lester Bauman was fighting, United States Steel was planning ways in which men like Lester, and especially those veterans who are physically handicapped, would again take their places on peacetime production lines. In United States Steel's family of 250,000 workers, some 45,000, 1 out of every 5, are returned servicemen. Those 45,000 jobs are U.S. Steel's way of keeping faith with the men who made our victory possible.
We pause briefly for station identification. You are listening to the Hour of Mystery, sponsored by the industrial family that serves the nation, United States Steel. The curtain rises on the second act of Eric Ambler's story, Journey into Fear, starring Laurence Olivier as David Graham.
Did you ever perform a whole series of complex and purposeful movements without realizing what you were doing? I did. After Cuvette told me that Peter Banner, the man who had been hired to kill me, was with me on the ship, I pulled on my trousers, put on my socks and shoes, knotted the laces securely, put on my shirt, buttoned it, tied my tie, and put on my jacket. I know I must have done these things because suddenly I realized I was fully dressed. Cuvette was still talking to me, but I left the stateroom and went directly to the office of the purser.
What do you do? Monsieur Graham, is it?
Yes, I want to see the captain at once.
For what reason, monsieur?
It's absolutely necessary that I be put ashore immediately.
Impossible, Monsieur Graham. The pilot boat has gone.
I know that, but the circumstances are exceptional, and I'm ready to pay for the loss of time and the inconvenience caused.
But why? Are you ill?
No, but I assure you my reasons are excellent.
Perhaps, monsieur. But we do not alter our schedule on the basis of mere assurances.
Very well. Since you insist on details, I'll tell you. There's a man on this ship who's here for the express purpose of killing me.
Indeed, monsieur. And his name?
Peter Banner.
There is no one of that name on this ship, monsieur.
He's traveling as Mivrodopoulos.
Can you prove Mivrodopoulos is really Banner?
If you radio Colonel Haki of the Turkish secret police at Istanbul, he will confirm what I say.
And you think he would recognize the man at that distance, monsieur?
This is no joking matter. I know what I'm talking about.
Monsieur, how do you know? Do you know either Mivrodopoulos or Banner personally?
No.
Well, then, monsieur, you can't...
That's why I hesitated. Mr. Cuvette told me that Mivrodopoulos is Banner. But then Cuvette may himself be Banner. In either case, I must be put ashore immediately.
Monsieur Graham, do you realize how much you begin to sound like a man who has a bad dream?
I tell you, my life is in danger.
Or perhaps you have not had a bad dream, huh? Perhaps you have invented this story simply because for some private reason you wish to be put ashore. If that is true, I'm sorry. It is a ridiculous story. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have work to do.
I demand...
No, monsieur. I demand. I demand that you close the door as you leave.
Bartender.
Yes, Mr. Graham?
Another whiskey and soda.
Yes, sir.
Well, Monsieur Graham, you even drink alone.
Oh, hello, Joseph. You care to join me?
I'm not sure. You've been very rude to me, you know.
I'm really sorry. Won't you have a drink?
Yes, thank you. Vermouth cassis.
Vermouth cassis for the lady?
Here, will you bring it to the little table over there in the corner?
Yes, sir.
Come, Joseph.
So, we're going to have a tete-a-tete.
Oh, be more comfortable.
Voila. And now you tell me why you are so nervous.
Nervous?
Yes, Monsieur Graham. I have seen people who are afraid before. They have a special look about them. Their faces look very small and gray around the mouth. And they cannot keep their hands still.
Do I look like that?
Yes. And I wonder why.
Josette, have you noticed the bandage on my hand?
Of course.
I have a bullet wound there.
You're joking.
No. There are a number of people who, for business reasons, wish me dead. One of them is on this ship.
Who is he?
His name is Peter Banner.
Then he must be traveling under another name.
Yes. Banner is one of those two.
Monsieur Graham, you're not joking.
No.
Then why do you trust me with this information?
Trust is not exactly the word, Josette. If you are not in league with Banner and all the rest, it can do me no harm having you know. If you are in league with them...
I am not.
If you are in league with them, you can tell them this from me. I'm through with waiting. Let them watch out for themselves. The ocean is as deep and cold for them as it is for me. Their flesh is as yielding to the caress of a bullet as mine. Tell Mivrodopoulos that. Tell Cuvetli that. The waiter brought our drinks, and we talked politely after that, and even flirted a bit. But my mind was elsewhere. I was full of resentment and anger against the men who were waiting to strike me down in the dark. When we had finished our drinks, I excused myself and strode directly to my stateroom. Went in and opened the suitcase. Why the devil? Why the devil is it? The gun Colonel Hockey had given me was gone.
You went to Athens this afternoon, Mr. Graham?
No, Dr. Haller.
I did. Your friend, Mr. Cuvetli, persuaded me.
Is that so?
Yes. He had never seen Athens. We hired a car. The chauffeur did the guiding. And since Mr. Cuvetli speaks fluent Greek, the whole thing went off quite satisfactorily.
You say he speaks Greek? Yet he's never been to Athens?
Yes. You'd think he would have been, wouldn't you? However, we had...
Excuse me. May I share this table? My name is Mivrodopoulos.
Oh, of course. I'm Dr. Haller, and this is Monsieur Graham.
Monsieur Graham.
How do you do?
I've traveled a long way today. From Salonika.
That's strange.
Oh? What is strange about it, Mr. Graham?
Seemed to me, Mr. Mivrodopoulos, that it's easier to travel from Salonika to Genoa by train.
Some people don't like trains, Mr. Graham.
And then some people have special missions on ships.
Perhaps. Dr. Haller, you are German?
I am, but I hope, Mr. Mivrodopoulos, that we will not get into a political argument.
Not at all. I like Germany. Germany and Italy.
And what do you think about England?
I agree with Dr. Haller. I do not like to get into a political argument.
You have business in Genoa, Mr. Mivrodopoulos?
Yes.
I understand the thing to see in Genoa is the cemetery.
Is that so? Why?
It's a very large cemetery, very well arranged, and planted with very fine cypresses.
Perhaps I shall go there, then.
Perhaps you shall, Mr. Mivrodopoulos. Perhaps you shall.
Excuse me, Mr. Graham. I've been noticing the bandage on your hand. You had an accident?
This is a bullet wound, Mr. Mivrodopoulos. Some dirty little thief took a shot at me in Istanbul. It was either a bad shot or frightened. He missed.
A dirty little thief, eh? Must look after yourself carefully, Mr. Graham.
I'm perfectly well able to do that, Mr. Mivrodopoulos.
Is that so? And you're ready to shoot back next time? You carry a pistol? You hesitate, my dear sir. Perhaps you do not carry a pistol. You should. A man in your position must be very, very careful, Mr. Graham.
Josette.
Oh, Monsieur Graham.
I must talk to you.
I am flattered.
Perhaps you won't be. Remember what I told you this afternoon?
I have been thinking of nothing else. I'm afraid for you, my friend.
I said I didn't trust you.
I know. I'm sorry.
Well, I find I have to trust you now.
What do you want me to do?
Mavrodopoulos and Cuvetli are both in the lounge. I want you to see to it that they stay there.
For how long?
Give me an hour.
What are you going to do?
Josette, I can't trust you that far.
I understand.
You'll hold them in the lounge anyway.
Of course I will.
Thank you, Josette. You're very good to me.
I do not find you unattractive, Mr. Graham.
Josette.
Yes?
Nothing. If this were only an ordinary voyage, I'd,
Why don't you kiss me anyway, Mr.
You know everything, don't you? Josette.
There. It makes you feel better, yes?
Helps.
I'm glad. Now I go to the lounge and I keep those two men busy.
Are you sure you can do it?
Monsieur Graham, you just kissed me, and you can ask that.
I did feel better. I trusted Josette, not because I had any reason to, but because I had to trust somebody. There was a little smile on her face as she turned from me. And she walked towards the lounge with the assured bearing of one about to perform a task at which she's expert. Then I myself went to the opposite direction, quietly, unobtrusively, down the companionway and along the corridor to the stateroom occupied by Mavrodopoulos. I knocked on the door. There was no answer. I turned the knob. The door was locked. From my pocket, I took a small metal bar and pushed it into the crack between the door and the frame. Threw my weight against it. I touched nothing at first. I looked at everything and found only two indications that the cabin was occupied. A battered gray raincoat hanging with a soft hat behind the door, and a composition suitcase under the berth. I searched the pockets of the raincoat. There was nothing there. I tried the suitcase. It was unlocked. Opened it. Paper-covered novels, brightly colored silk handkerchiefs, a pair of black shoes without laces. Nothing else. Mavrodopoulos was smarter than I was. He carried his gun with him. Well, there was still Cuvetli's suitcase. I left the cabin and walked a short distance down the corridor to my own. I knew Cuvetli kept his suitcase locked. I was glad of it. It meant there was a better chance that I might find a gun there. I got to my room and opened my door.
How do you do, Mr. Gray?
Hi, Dr. Heller.
I've been waiting for you.
What are you doing in my room?
Reading. Here's a book full of the dream-heavy classical soul. I recommend it to you, Mr. Gray.
Dr. Heller, I don't quite understand.
Of course not. I believe you've been looking for a gun. And here it is. Oh, no. I'm not handing it to you. Put up your hands, Mr. Graham. Stand perfectly still.
In a moment, we will return with the third act of Journey into Fear, sponsored by the United States Steel Corporation. And here again, speaking for United States Steel, is George Hicks.
When I speak of the United States Steel Corporation, I frequently call it the industrial family that serves the nation. That's because that phrase describes pretty well the various companies which make up United States Steel. Their jobs range from mining iron ore to shipping products of finished steel to the ends of the earth. Working together, they supply thousands of American businesses with quality steel for countless products. In fact, the USS trademark has become famous all over the world as the mark of fine steel. That's why I say the United States Steel family serves the nation. To do these many jobs requires many hands, of course. The corporation is able to carry on its work only because of the skill and efforts of the 250,000 men and women of United States Steel. They are all vitally important members of the family. Naturally, the question arises as to who owns United States Steel, who employs all these Americans. The answer is many more Americans. For United States Steel is owned by almost 250,000 stockholders. People all over the country have invested their money in the ownership of the corporation. You yourself probably have an interest, either directly or because your insurance company, your hospital, or your local college may well own stock in United States Steel. The corporation which employs and serves so many Americans is itself owned by many Americans. And living up to its responsibilities to all three of these groups, the public, its employees, and its owners, is the major job of the industrial family that serves the nation, United States Steel.
The curtain rises on the third act of Eric Ambler's story, Journey into Fear, starring Laurence Olivier as David Graham.
I stood still with my hands raised above my head and looked down past the barrel of the gun into the calm blue eyes of Dr. Haller. I had suspected everyone on the ship of wanting me dead except Dr. Haller. Here was a boresome German scientist, or so I'd thought. Now I had to adjust my mind to the fact that he was a dangerous spy, bent on killing me. For a long time, neither of us spoke. Then...
I think, Mr. Graham, that you may sit down now.
I stand, thank you.
Very well.
So you are Peter Banner.
I thought from the way you talked to Mivrodopoulos tonight that you realized he is Banner.
Oh, then I wonder if your name happens to be Muller.
My goodness, I had no idea you were so well informed. Yes, my name is Muller. And I have business to discuss with you.
Business?
Yes. I like you, Mr. Graham, and yet I am compelled to be offensive. I must tell you that as things stand at present, you will be dead within a few minutes of your landing at Genoa tomorrow morning.
How do you mean, as things stand at present?
I mean, there is an alternative.
I see. A lesser evil.
Oh, scarcely an evil. A pleasant alternative. You see, Mr. Graham, I am lily-livered. I admit it freely. So I would like to settle this matter without bloodshed.
So would I.
You're something of a humorist, Mr. Graham. Now, the only reason we have been seeking your death is that we are interested in delaying the building of torpedo tubes for the Turkish Navy. 6 weeks delay is all we shall need.
And they're going to try to kidnap me for 6 weeks?
I should say not. There would be inquiries. There would be investigation. You might be released. No, my proposition is quite a different one.
Well, make it and get out of here.
Suppose, Mr. Graham, that the moment you get ashore at Genoa, a mild attack of typhus should develop. You would be taken immediately to a private clinic where you would be the only patient. You would be attended by Doctors Muller and Bernard. Your illness would last 6 weeks.
You mean to say you would let me go after 6 weeks?
Why not? After all, Mr. Graham, you would scarcely dare to tell the truth once you had agreed to this proposition.
Is that all you have to say?
No. There is one other thing. Has Couvetli revealed himself to you?
Revealed himself to me?
I see that he has not. But let me inform you that Couvetli was planted on this ship, was planted in this stateroom with you by Colonel Haki of the Turkish secret police.
You're trying to tell me that Couvetli is a Turkish agent?
Yes, and a very clever one. His duty is to see that you get into France in safety. I want to warn you against telling him of this suggestion I have made to you.
What difference would it make?
I have told you, Mr. Graham, that your only chance of remaining alive is to accept my little proposition. If you tell Couvetli, naturally, I cannot go through with my part of the bargain. If you tell Couvetli, you will destroy the only chance that remains to you of returning to England alive.
Mr. Graham.
I've been waiting for you, Mr. Couvetli.
Thank you. I might have retired sooner, but the dancer Josette was being very entertaining.
Mr. Couvetli, I had a visit from Dr. Haller earlier this evening. It seems his real name is Muller.
I know.
According to him, you are a Turkish agent acting under Colonel Haki's orders. That's so?
Quite so.
Why didn't you let me know?
Because Colonel Haki has a low opinion of your ability to conceal your feelings and considered that if I wish to keep my true identity secret, I had better not tell you of it.
I see. Well, before we go any further, suppose you show me your credentials.
Here is a letter from Colonel Hackey.
Quite satisfactory.
Good. Now, tell me about Murder. What did he say to you?
He proposed that I pretend to get typhus when we reached Genoa. He and Mivrodopoulos...
Vanna.
Yeah. He and Vanna would take me to a clinic where I'd be the only patient and they the only doctors.
Mr. Graham, it is very courageous of you to let me know about this.
Oh, frankly, I'm telling you as quickly as possible before I lose my nerve and change my mind.
It is courageous anyway.
Perhaps, but I'm already beginning to regret it. How can I keep these Nazis from killing me now?
It is very simple. Colonel Hackey anticipated that something like this would happen, and he and I hatched a plan. Early tomorrow morning, before dawn, I can leave the ship and get to Genoa on the pilot boat.
Why can't I?
Because you have no diplomatic passport. I have. By 6 o'clock, I can be at the Turkish consulate.
Will that do any good?
If you do your part properly, yes. Now, you are to go to Muller at once and tell him that you agree to his plan.
What?
It is the best way to keep him quiet. Then, tomorrow morning, sometime after I have left, you are to prepare your baggage, leave it with a note for the steward, and go down to stateroom number 5. That cabin is empty and unlocked.
But won't Muller and Vanna be looking for me?
Yes, but about that time, the ship will be docking and then we have to go ashore and wait. You stay in stateroom number 5.
I see what you mean. Cuvetla, that's marvelous. I stay there until you with your diplomatic passport come aboard and get me.
Exactly. I will have policemen with me with drawn guns. And there will be policemen on the dock with drawn guns.
We'll go down the gangplank and Muller and Vanna will stand watching us, unable to do anything.
That's right, Mr. Graham.
Yes?
Oh, it's you. I wanted to see Dr. Haller.
This is his stateroom. Come in and wait for him, Mr. Graham.
Oh, thank you. I will, Mr. Vanna.
Mivrodopoulos, please.
Oh. You're sensitive about the names under which you do your killing.
I don't find you very pleasant company, Mr. Graham.
That's so? I think you're a charming fellow.
You won't think so tomorrow.
On the contrary, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I understand you're going to be one of my medical attendants.
Oh. And you've accepted Dr. Haller's plan, huh?
Mr. Muller's plan. Yes, I've accepted it.
Oh, Mr. Graham. Has Mivrodopoulos been amusing you?
Not much.
Graham says he's going to accept your plan, Dr. Haller.
Is this correct, Graham?
Yes.
I'm glad.
I'm sorry.
Forgive Mivrodopoulos, Mr. Graham. He has the skill of an expert craftsman, and he's happy only when he is using it.
That's so. He was not so skillful in Istanbul, were you, Vanna?
Mivrodopoulos, please.
Dr. Haller, have you any instructions for me?
Just meet Mivrodopoulos and myself on deck tomorrow before we dock. They will tell you what to do then.
All right.
And you'll do it, too, Graham.
All right, Vanna. All right.
Mivrodopoulos, please.
It was late when I got back from my talk with Muller and Vanna. Cuvetla was already asleep, snoring. And I looked at him with great affection. This was the man who would go ashore tomorrow morning and return with policemen to rescue me. I got into bed, and I think I went to sleep with a smile on my face. In the morning, Cuvetla had left an alarm clock set for 7:30. He was taking no chances that I would oversleep. I dressed swiftly, whistling a bit. Then I packed my bags, left them with a note for the steward, and proceeded quietly along the deserted corridor to stateroom number 5. Lying across the floor of stateroom number 5, with his legs under the lower berth, and his head covered with blood, was the body of Mr. Cuvetla.
Who is it?
Graham, let me in, Joseph.
Oh, Mr. Graham, please, just one moment.
Quickly, Joseph. Close the door. I'm going to have to trust you all the way now.
Oh, I'm glad.
The men who are trying to kill me are German agents.
What do you want me to do?
I want you to be the first person off this ship, Joseph. I want you to go to the Turkish consulate in Genoa.
Yes.
Ask for the consul and give him a message for me. Can you do that?
What's the message?
You must remember this. You can't write it down.
I'll remember it.
Inform Colonel Harkey of the Turkish secret police in Istanbul that his agent Cuvetla is dead.
Cuvetla? No.
Yes.
No.
Yes. Tell Colonel Harkey that I'm forced to accompany German agents Muller and Vanna, traveling with the passports of Dr. Haller and Mivrodopoulos.
Just one moment, Mr. Gray. Why can you not go into the captain and have these men arrested?
Because I was a fool, Josette. Because I suspected Mr. Cuvetli and told the person that Cuvetli wanted me killed. Under the circumstances, they would think now that I had killed him.
I see. I can face the fact. Is there any more to the matter?
Yes, this is the important part. Tell them that if I do not get in touch with them by 7 o'clock tonight, that I cable my employers to send another man by plane to Turkey to do my work over again.
You would be all right. You would get in touch with them. You must.
No, Josette. I'll try to escape, and I shall probably fail. I can face a fact, too.
Have you a gun?
Haven't even a pocket knife.
Then wait. Here. Here's my little revolver.
Oh,
There are only 3 bullets in it. I'm sorry.
I can't thank you enough, Josette.
They're my enemies too, Monsieur Gray. I am French. Use my gun on them.
I hope I won't have to.
What do you mean?
Well, they're taking me somewhere. I don't know where. They say it's Santa Margarita. They say for just 6 weeks.
Can you believe them?
I don't know, Josette. It's just a chance that they may be telling the truth. I'll know by the road they take me on. Well, perhaps I'd better leave it to your packing.
Just like that?
Come here, Josette.
Yes.
Josette.
When shall I see you again?
Probably never.
Are you taking the 4 o'clock express for Paris?
If I escape?
You are taking the 4 o'clock express for Paris. Look for me on it.
All right. I am taking the 4 o'clock express for Paris. I shall find you in your compartment. Goodbye, Josette.
Au revoir.
All right. Au revoir.
Good morning, Mr. Graham.
Morning. What do I call you, Haller or Muller?
Haller, please. It will be pleasant to get ashore again, won't it, Mr. Graham?
I hope so.
Are you ready?
Quite, but I haven't seen Cuvetli this morning.
Haven't you?
No. I hope Cuvetli doesn't spoil our little scheme.
I don't think he will, Mr. Graham.
You know, Dr. Haller, if Cuvetli tries anything, I think you should use force.
Oh, I would hate to do that. Livrodopoulos.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Graham.
Good morning, Peter Banner.
Livrodopoulos, please.
As you will. Dr. Haller, what is your plan?
We will have to go through customs separately. Livrodopoulos and I will go first. We shall be waiting for you as you come out, Mr. Graham.
I see.
And I have a warning for you, Graham.
Yeah?
We shall be watching you as you come to customs. It will do you no good, Graham, to tell the customs officials about us.
I wouldn't do that.
You had better not. They would shoot you down on the spot.
Well, don't worry. I want to get to Santa Margarita alive.
You'd like Santa Margarita, Graham. There's a cemetery there, too.
Men walk to the gallows. Men walk to the death chamber in the modern prison. They walk because they have to. No one willingly directs his steps toward death. That bright sunny morning in Genoa, I stood beside my bags in the customs shed. Stood there while they were examined, and stood motionless there after they'd been completely inspected, and the official had told me that I might go. I never took a step until...
Signor Graham, will you kindly move along? You're blocking the way.
Very well.
Next, please.
Graham.
Hello, Dr. Haller. Hello, Peter Banner.
I am glad you have 2 bags to carry, Graham. It will prevent any attempt at foolishness.
I'm here. What do I do now?
Fall in between Livrodopoulos and myself. Good. Now, we walk slowly. You see that large American car with the chauffeur in front?
Is that going to take us to the hospital?
It is going to take us somewhere.
Yeah. Let me open the door for you, Graham.
No, Mr. Graham. I'll get in first.
Now, you, Graham. And now, me.
There. You are snug and cozy between Donar and myself, Mr. Graham. Good. Drive on.
sedan. The windows were closed. I stared at the back of the driver's head, conscious of Banner on my right and Haller on my left. We came to a crossroads. Now I would know. Santa Margarita was off to the right. I braced myself for the turn, when suddenly the car turned to the left.
Do not try bumping me again, Graham.
I'm sorry, I thought we turned right for Santa Margarita.
What gave you the idea, Mr. Graham, that we were going to Santa Margarita?
You did.
You were not so simple as to believe me, were you?
No, but I did have a hope.
Well, you shouldn't have. Now, Mr. Graham, I have a request to make. When we stop and you are asked to get out, please do so without argument or physical protest. If you cannot consider your own dignity at such a time, please think of the cushions of the car.
We left the outskirts of Genoa and took a left fork toward Novi Torino. I glanced at Haller. He was sitting back with his eyes closed, a man whose work for the day was done. The rest of the day was Banner. I could feel the killer's deep-set eyes on me, and I knew that his cruel, thin mouth was grinning. Banner was going to enjoy his work.
Kurt, stop the car.
This is as far as you are going, Graham.
They will kindly make no fuss, Mr. Graham.
I make no fuss.
Let us get out, then. Wait here, Kurt.
Doesn't your chauffeur like to watch these things?
You are brave to joke at such a time, Mr. Graham.
Can't we hurry this along, Haller? I have an appointment in Genoa.
Sorry to inconvenience you, Banner.
All right, Graham. Stand over there, near that stump.
Take a cigarette?
You may start a cigarette, Mr. Graham.
I fired Josette's revolver full in Banner's face. And even as something horrible happened to that face, Haller's hand moved from his pocket and I shot again. It was only the chauffeur left now. The car started along the road once again and I took a wild shot. Thank heaven Josette's revolver had 3 bullets in it. How do you do?
Mademoiselle is asleep.
So I see.
Are you assigned to this compartment?
No, I have a compartment 2 cars back, but I should like to change with you.
I don't blame you. I, too, find Mademoiselle beautiful.
Perhaps. But of course you are very young and won't mind changing with me.
To me, you seem very old and won't mind going back to your own compartment.
See here, Mademoiselle is an old friend of mine.
Is that so? I intend that she become an old friend of mine, too.
Young man. For the past week, expert troublemakers have been making trouble for me. I scarcely think you could improve on their methods. But perhaps I've learned something from them. I wish to travel in this compartment with Mademoiselle, and I'm going to travel in this compartment with Mademoiselle, even if I have to use the methods of an international thug. You see, here from my pocket, I draw a gun.
Don't shoot.
Don't tempt me.
Here, let me get my bag. I'll go.
You won't regret it. There's a very pretty girl of your own age in my compartment. Compartment F, 2 cars back.
Yes, I'm leading, sir. I'm leading.
Josette, you've been away.
Of course, Monsieur Graham.
Sounds very much to me as if you flirted with that boy.
He was a very nice boy.
I have your gun here, Josette. But I think I'll keep it to use on the enemy.
The enemy is still looking for you?
No, Josette. My enemy is any man who's looking for you. He's not going to get you, Josette. I am.
You have been listening to Laurence Olivier in Eric Ambler's Journey into Fear on United States Steel's Hour of Mystery, the opening program in our summer series of 13 famous stories of mystery, intrigue, and adventure. With Mr. Olivier were Mildred Clinton as Josette, Alexander Scourby as Colonel Hackey, Guy Sorel as Cosetely, Dwight Wiest as Dr. Haller, Richard Coogan as Peter Banat, E.A. Kumschmidt as Kopeken, Robert Dryden as the purser, and Anthony Kemble Cooper as the young Englishman. Mr. Olivier's current motion picture as producer, director, and star is Shakespeare's Henry V. United States Steel Corporation hopes that you'll be with us next week at the same time when the Hour of Mystery is proud to present Geraldine Fitzgerald in The Black Angel by Cornell Woolridge. Remember, next week, The Black Angel starring Geraldine Fitzgerald. And remember, too, that when you see the USS label on any product, it means the steel is good. Tonight's adaptation of Eric Ambler's Journey into Fear was written by Robert Senandela. Our composer-conductor is Harold Levy. United States Steel's Hour of Mystery is produced by Edwin Marshall and directed by Kenneth Webb. Your announcer, Norman Brokenshire.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Mr. Dollar, my name is Parley Barron. I'm calling from Hollywood.
Hollywood? What insurance company, Mr. Barron?
None. You handle all investigations for Eastern Liability and Trust.
Yeah, I guess I do.
Well, I am sure that they'll be calling you in shortly.
What about, sir?
A little matter of embezzlement.
Oh?
Nearly $10,000 that's been stolen from the Berkeley Furniture Manufacturing Company there in Hartford.
You're connected with Berkeley Furniture?
No, actually I am not.
Then what's your connection with this embezzlement?
I suggest you check with Berkeley and, of course, the insurance company.
Of course.
When you have learned the facts from them, I am sure you will find it of the utmost importance to contact me.
You sent in Hollywood?
Yes. Goodbye, Mr. Dollar.
Yeah, but where in Hollywood? Hello? Hello? Well, he's a lot of help.
Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
And now, Act One of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Eastern Liability and Trust Company Home Office, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Hollywood mystery matter. Expense account item 1, 10 cents for a phone call to Hal Speidel, who's my regular contact at Eastern Liability and Trust.
Well, hi, Johnny. Nice to talk to you again.
Yeah, nice to talk to you, Hal. Listen, have you received a report of loss from the Berkeley Furniture Manufacturing Company?
Well, they're a client of ours, but no. What makes you ask a thing like that?
A phone call I just got.
They called you direct?
Well, somebody did. A man by the name of Parley.
Wait a second. Yes, Miss Turner. Who? Hold everything, Johnny.
I'm holding.
Hey, what did you say? When? We'll find out how much. Johnny.
Yeah?
You've got an assignment, boy, and it's Berkeley Furniture Manufacturing Company.
Embezzlement?
Yes.
10,000?
But how you found out about it? Listen, they just found out about it themselves, so get on over there and see what goes, will you?
Hal, will do.
Yeah, my informant, the man who'd called me, had really known something. But how to locate him? Item 2, $1.45 taxi to the Berkeley plant on the northwest edge of town. It's a small company, but an old one. When I flashed my credentials to the receptionist, I was immediately shown into the office of the high and mighty himself.
Well, I must say, your insurance company acts very promptly, Mr. Dollar. Sit down, sir.
Thanks, Mr. Berkeley.
I'll get straight to the point, sir. We've suffered a considerable loss.
Yeah, so I understand from Hal Speidel at Eastern Liability and Trust. $10,000, wasn't it?
Oh, yes, nearly $10,000. But I don't recall mentioning the amount to Mr. Speidel. In any event, Mr. Dollar, what I want is that money back. I don't care what you do with the thief.
All right, have you any idea who took it, Mr. Berkeley?
I certainly have. The ungrateful...
Who, sir?
One of our bookkeepers. A gentleman who has been with the company over 30 years. What are you smiling about, Mr. Dollar?
Well, he's stolen this money from you, but you still call him a gentleman.
Because I always thought he was. Did his job, never complained.
That's your measure of a gentleman, huh?
Eh? What's that?
How much money did he earn, Mr. Berkeley?
$65 a week. What difference does it make?
Just wondered.
An old man living alone was plenty for him.
Unless, of course, he was gambling, something like that.
Gambling? Him? Of course not. He never had enough money.
Trouble at home, maybe? Is he married?
No. He'd never be able to support a wife.
After 30 years with your company?
I paid him as much as I thought he was worth.
Yeah? Or as little as you thought you could get away with?
That is really no concern of yours. Return of the money is.
All right. Where does he live, Mr. Berkeley?
In a small apartment on the north side of town.
And when did you last see him?
Yesterday morning. Said he had to see his doctor in the afternoon. Yes, it's against my usual practice, but I let him off.
Mm-hmm. But, of course, you decided to dock his pay.
Naturally. I have to keep discipline in a place like this.
Oh, sure.
And this morning, when I opened the safe, I discovered that the money was missing. $9,984.75. The cash that we had on hand for emergencies. I also discovered that he hadn't come to the office. So I phoned his apartment.
And?
I learned that our respected gentleman bookkeeper left town yesterday afternoon, bag and baggage.
That doesn't necessarily mean that he took the money.
I'd like to know why not.
Well, was he the only one who had access to the safe?
Of course not. All of the bookkeepers have.
How many of them? Others, I mean.
3. But you think for 1 minute they'd dare take that money and then come back here and face me?
Maybe you got a point there.
What?
Have you notified the police of this loss?
No. I prefer that the whole thing be kept as quiet as possible for the sake of my company's reputation. Please, remember that, sir.
Whatever you say, Mr. Berkeley.
That's why I have no desire to prosecute him, why I'll refuse to even file charges, as long as I get the money back.
Yeah. Now, what's his address?
11231 North Maple Street.
11231.
But as I told you, he isn't there. He's left town.
Yeah, you told me. How old a man is he?
In his 60s. But what difference does that make? Oh, and Mr. Dollar.
Yeah?
Just how did you happen to know about this so soon? I mean the amount that was stolen.
From somebody who called me on the phone.
Oh?
Somebody who apparently knew a good deal about it. If I can locate him, get in touch with him, he can probably be a lot of help in running down this... Come to think of it, you haven't told me what his name is.
The bookkeeper? The embezzler?
Yeah.
Barron, sir.
What?
Yes. Parley Barron.
Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment. And now, Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the Hollywood Mystery Matter. So the embezzler of the $10,000 was Parley Barron, the same man who'd called me on the phone. Apparently called me before the company even knew the money was missing. And he'd had the audacity to inform me that I should contact him. Yeah, somewhere in Hollywood. Which is like saying the needle is somewhere in the haystack. Item 3, $250 for a taxi to the little apartment house on North Maple Street. I paid off the driver, then walked into the open foyer and looked for the usual bank of mailboxes to find out which apartment was Parley Barron's.
Hey, you want me to wait for you, mister?
No, it's all right, driver. You go ahead if you want to.
Okay,
Now, let's see. Nelson, Davis, Parrots. Oops.
Oh, excuse me, sir.
That's all right. Spaulding, Pierce, Robeson.
Taxi, wait a minute.
Oh, here we are. Barron, apartment 103.
Just a minute, young man. Are you a salesman?
Oh, no. I was just looking up the apartment number of Mr. Parley Barron.
Well, he ain't here, mister.
You're sure?
No, sir. He left here bag and baggage yesterday afternoon.
Any idea where he went?
Nope. Who are you? Cops or something?
Here. My credentials.
Johnny Dollar Insurance.
Yeah, that's right. Now, look, I want you to let me into his apartment.
Well, yes, sir. Right this way. Something wrong, Mr. Dollar?
No, just a routine investigation.
Oh, well, I was sure he'd done nothing wrong.
Oh, why do you say that?
Why, nice, quiet old man like him, why should he? Only excitement he ever has is when his niece comes to visit with him.
His niece?
Yes, sir. Name's Virginia. Jenny Lockhart. Wonderful girl. Sort of drops in here to look after him once in a while, cook him a good meal. Now, here we are.
Well, it sure looks like he left in a hurry. Closets open, doors pulled out. Where can I find this niece you mentioned?
Why, didn't you see her when you just came in?
That girl who bumped into me down in the lobby, that was Jenny Lockhart?
Well, must have been. Guess she dropped in for a visit with her uncle, found him gone, and then lit out again.
And I didn't have sense enough to get a good look at her.
Well, now, here's a picture of her, mister. Sent it to him from her vacation last winter.
Vacation, huh? Blue sky and palm trees.
Down in Hollywood, I understand.
Is that where she's headed for now?
Well, now you got me there.
Wait a minute.
Yes? What's that you picked up, mister?
It was a note, I guess. Yeah, it's addressed to her. Ginny, my dear. The doctor you had me see has finally told me the truth. Is this his handwriting?
Yeah, that's his, all right.
He's finally told me the truth. I have less than a week to live.
Oh, my.
And so for the first time in my life, except for some happy moments with you, I'm going to really live. Make up for some of the things I've had to miss all these years.
Well, say now.
Yes. You may have some idea where I've gone, but please, please, dear, don't try to follow me. Your loving Hollywood.
Yeah, like I said, that's what...
And she ran off with the taxi I had.
Oh, you want me to call you a taxi, mister?
I sure do, brother, and fast. Item 4750 for a trip to the airport that should have got the cabbie locked up for life. We ran every stoplight along the way. So what happened? I got there just in time to see a plane taking off. And the man at the ticket counter politely informed me that Virginia Lockhart was among the passengers headed for New York. And where would she go from there? Hollywood. I'd bet my last nickel on it. Yeah, and she could lead me to the man I was after. I checked the schedules of all the airlines leaving New York. If I took the next plane out of Hartford, I could barely make a flight out of New York to the West Coast. In other words, Hollywood. Item 516280 for a through ticket. When we arrived in New York, where I had only seconds to change planes, I was the first one off. And then I saw her. She was boarding a plane from another ramp. By breaking a couple of records for the 100-yard dash and bulling my way through the gate, I managed to climb aboard just as the doors were being closed. A quick flash at my credentials kept the stewardess from throwing me off, and in a couple of minutes we were airborne.
Now, I guess we'd better make some arrangement about your ticket, sir.
Huh? Tickets?
Yes, sir.
Oh, no, here, I already have it. Here you are.
Oh, thank you. I'll just... Mr. Dollar?
Yeah?
I'm sorry, but this ticket is for Los Angeles.
Well, sure, that's where I'm going.
Well, not on this plane, I'm afraid. This is a non-stop flight to Miami.
What?
Yes, sir. Miami, Florida.
Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment. Now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the Hollywood Mystery Matter.
Wait a minute. This plane is headed for Florida?
Yes, sir. Non-stop flight to Miami.
But I thought this was... Look, I gotta get to Los Angeles, to Hollywood.
I'm sorry, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, not half as sorry as I am. So what do I do now?
Well, I'm afraid there isn't much you can do. So why don't you go up in the cabin where there's one extra seat and, well, just relax and enjoy it.
Okay, miss. Great. I'd been so sure it was Virginia Lockhart I'd seen climb aboard this plane, that she'd lead me to her uncle in Hollywood, to wherever he was in Hollywood. So what happened? I was stuck aboard a plane to Miami. All right, I took the advice of the stewardess and walked forward into the cabin to find a seat. And for once, luck was with me. The one vacant seat in that whole plane was right next to, yeah, you guessed it, to Jenny Lockhart. But why Miami? Could she possibly know that I was on the trail of Parley Barron? Was this a trick to lead me off his trail? I decided there was only one thing to do, play it like I hadn't the least idea in the world who she was, and at the same time, see if I could learn anything from her. As long as we're seatmates on this trip, we may as well know each other. My name's Johnny, Johnny Dollar.
How do you do, Mr. Dollar?
Be kind of nice to get on down south and away from all the snow and cold, won't it? Would you like some champagne? I understand all I have to do is flag down the stewardess, and she'll be... how about it?
No, thank you.
Well, excuse me for saying so, but you look worried about something.
I'm sure it wouldn't interest you.
No, maybe not. But, sometimes it does a lot of good to cry on somebody's shoulder, and since we'll probably never see each other again after this trip, and, well, I have a good broad shoulder.
Thank you, but it's not necessary.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. Going down to Florida for a vacation?
No. I'm going to Florida to try to save somebody's life.
Oh?
But I'd rather not talk about it.
And she didn't. Or did she talk about anything else during the rest of the flight? As we came into Miami, I decided the only thing I could do was transfer to a plane for Los Angeles and hope for the best. But she was my only real lead to Parley Barron. And if I left her here and went on to Hollywood. So I changed my mind. I decided to stay with her. Item 6, $9 even for a taxi that followed hers out of Miami Airport, then headed north. And where do we end up? Hollywood. Hollywood, Florida. Hollywood by the sea. And the Diplomat Hotel. I watched her make inquiries at the desk, heard the clerk tell her room 716. I managed to get an elevator before she did. By the time she reached the door of 716 and raised her hand to knock, I was standing right beside her.
Mr. Johnny Dollar, what are you doing here?
I've been following you, Jenny.
Why?
To find your uncle, Parley Barron, who stole $10,000 from the company he was working for.
He what?
Yeah. And unless I'm all wet, this is the door to his suite.
You say he stole...
I found the note he'd written to you, Jenny, back at his apartment in Hartford.
Mr. Dollar, Johnny...
Yeah, and it all ties up, including his phone call to me. It was to make me think he was headed for Hollywood, California, to throw me off, give him time.
Please listen to me.
He said that for once in his life, for the few remaining days of it, he was really going to live it up. So he came here, to the Hollywood that you told him about. Came here for one last desperate, glorious fling.
Listen, that's what he thought. But don't you see...
And the more I've thought about that crummy, penny-pinching outfit that he worked for 30 miserable years, the more I hated this assignment. Hated the thought of having to deprive that poor old man of this one last chance to get some fun out of life. Because all I know about him is that he's a decent sort who's been taken advantage of.
He's a wonderful man. And he's been a good man all his life.
Jenny, don't you see? Unless I get him return the $10,000 to his firm...
Johnny, listen. He can't have spent $10,000, and I'll make up the rest.
Sorry, Jenny.
You're not the police. You're not the law.
But I have a job to do.
Does that dirty old company want the money? Or does it want him? Johnny?
For the sake of my company's reputation, that's why I have no desire to prosecute him. Why I'll refuse to even file charges as long as I get the money back.
Johnny, if I give you enough to
take the $10,000 back to them?
Okay, Jenny, it's a deal.
Oh, thank you. I'm awfully glad. And because of something else, Johnny.
Oh?
The reason why I was looking for him.
What do you mean?
The new doctor I'd had him go to a couple of weeks ago, my doctor. He gave him a lot of tests. Then Uncle went back to see him yesterday afternoon.
Yes, sir, I understand.
It was to find out the result of the tests, and the doctor told him wrong. The lab reports had got mixed up.
You mean that he isn't going to die?
No. And the doctor tried to call him, but couldn't reach him, so he called me. That's why I went to his apartment. But he'd left, so I came down here to try to find him. I tried to tell you, Johnny, because... Well, don't you see he's going to be all right?
Well, then, Jenny, I guess that leaves only one more thing to be done.
What, Johnny?
Tell him the good news. Oh, I don't know. Maybe I'm just a sucker for a good-looking girl. And maybe this makes me an accessory to the crime. But you know something? And you can blame it on the holiday season, anything you like. I don't care. Expense account total, including the trip back to Hartford. Well, a happy new year to you, too. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Our star will return in just a moment.
Because of another adventure in Hollywood, Florida. But that one you'll have to read about in the February issue of Harper's Bazaar. It's just out, so grab a copy, will you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood and is written, produced, and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Virginia Gregg, Gene Tatum, Parley Bear, Forrest Lewis, Junius Matthews, and Frank Gerstle. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Dan Cubberly speaking.
Gunsmoke rises today on the CBS Radio Network.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. They keep doing it, and for the most part, they're apprehended. Why, then, do they do it? Since when they're caught, it means either the chair or a life sentence. I'm talking about murder. Hate, jealousy, fear, revenge, money, and variations on those themes are the most popular motives. A gamble, really, in which the slayer values life, including his own, too cheaply. But today, it is not a tale of why or how murder was committed, but how the law and fate closed in on the killer.
Andy, why did you attempt to leave town?
Because Cornelius told me to.
What did he say to you?
He said, the heat's on, Andy. You better move on. And I said, where'll I go? And he said, here's $500. Go as far as you can. I said, why? He said, there's been a death in the family, and you don't want to know anything about it.
Our drama, The Imperfect Crime, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by James Agate Jr. and stars Russell Horton. I shall return shortly with Act 1. It could be any medium-sized town where the Hoosgow houses more drunks than desperados. So Chief of Detectives Charlie Allen was not expecting that phone call from Officer Kowalski at the end of his 1 a.m. shift, reporting what appeared to be the result of a hit-and-run accident.
Oh, what do you mean, appears to be, Kowalski? Did you find the deceased in a bar, in bed, or in the middle of a street?
On the corner of 22nd and J, Chief. The victim is a female, about 50 years old, but she's dressed funny.
Kowalski, would you mind clarifying that statement? She's dressed funny.
Well, she ain't dressed for going out in the street. She's got pajamas on.
That's all?
No, a robe over that, but no shoes. Like she got up out of bed and walked out of the house.
Yeah. Any other IDs?
I don't see any pocketbook, but I'll take a good look when the boys get her over to the morgue. I'll ride with him.
No, you won't. You call Bob Brody, the photographer, and get him over there before you remove the body. I want pictures from every angle.
Yes, Chief.
You got anyone with you?
Officer Parisi, sir.
Okay. You get him to knock on all the doors of nearby houses, ask who heard anything or saw anything at what time.
I'd like to do that, Chief, but 22nd and J is a square mile of nothing. That's where they were going to build a housing development. Only rats and cockroaches live here.
No nearest house.
No, not one. And even if there was, the streetlights are all out. That's probably how the female got hit.
Kowalski, come in and see me before you go off duty.
It could be morning. You going to be there, Chief?
If I ever heard of a case that requires overtime, this is it. You bet I'll be here. Oh. Police headquarters, Charlie Allen speaking.
Charles, I've been trying to get you for hours. Your line is always busy.
Is that you, Matilda?
Well, certainly it's me. Are you coming home for a late dinner? I've kept it warm for you for hours. I won't get to bed.
Well, I can't. There's a case that's breaking.
Charles Allen, you're impossible.
Yes, darling.
It better be a matter of life and death. That's all I can say.
It ain't life. Kowalski just called in to report a hit-and-run victim. We have to get on that trail before it gets cold.
Oh, dear me. A car accident?
It sounds like an accident, but my Sherlock bones tell me it could be murder.
Charles and his Sherlock bones. That's what he always calls his hunches, feeling it in his Sherlock bones. If I wasn't so sure he loved me, I'd be a little suspicious all those times he stays late. Oh, I know, I wasn't the first woman he loved, but I am the only one he married.
Cornelius, I didn't mean to get you up so early, but I need your help.
Charlie, 6 o'clock is a wee small hour, but you know me. Once a public defender, always at the service of the public. Just because I'm retired doesn't mean I wouldn't get up at the crack of dawn to help our men in blue.
You don't have to give me all that, Cornelius. I was only apologizing for the inconvenience. Now, you see this ring? And put on your glasses so you can see the inscription. It says, from Charlie to Jesse. Now, this was a gift from a high school senior to a high school junior about 30 years ago.
Isn't that nice?
This ring was the only ID on a hit-and-run victim picked up last night at 22nd and J.
I'm following you, Charlie. Charlie?
Yeah, that's right. I'm the Charlie, and I gave this ring to Jessie Habermeyer 30 years ago. We were in school together. Ooh, I was crazy about her. And then I went off to college, and when I came home, Jessie had married Winfield Scott. And, the Scotts owned this town. They had all the money. So I couldn't really blame Jessie.
Jessie Scott, a hit-and-run victim. Good Lord.
After Winfield passed away, she went on wearing my ring. Nice sort of thing between old friends, but that's all there was. Just this ring. Look, I'm asking you as a favor, because I can't do it. Would you go down to the morgue and make a positive identification? I can't be the one.
Oh, of course I will. I quite understand how awful it would be for you. I sincerely hope she isn't her.
The ring, Cornelius. And Kowalski described the woman who sure could be, Jessie.
Has she could have lost the ring. Somebody else picked it up. Gave it to this poor woman. Who knows? I'll go over. Of course I will. Maybe it's not Jessie. Don't give up hope. The victim, you say, whoever she turns out to be, was hit by a car?
Yeah, that's all we know now.
All right, I better get going. It's certainly an unhappy day for me if it turns out to be Jessie. She was one of those marvelous people you thought would go on forever.
Yeah. That's the way I remember her, too. I'm really going to miss Jessie.
We all are. If it's her, let's pray it isn't.
Charles didn't come home at all that night. He called me in the morning with the sad news that the hit-and-run victim was Jessie Scott. It had been confirmed by Cornelius Spry. I didn't know what to say to Charles, because since we were children, Jessie was the one love of his life. When are you coming home, I asked him.
What did you say, Matilda?
I said, when are you coming home? Where are you?
I'm in a squad car, Matilda. Kowalski's driving me to where they picked her up. I mean, you know.
Of course I know. It must be very difficult for you.
Yeah, I'll be talking to you. Bye.
I could have brought the tire mollages over to you, Chief.
Yeah, it's okay. I wanted to see where it happened for myself. Oh, and I want to thank Jack for working overtime to make them right. And you've been putting in some long hours on this, too, Kowalski.
It's funny how some cases keep you up right around the clock and you don't even feel it. I guess it's because I knew she was a good friend of yours.
You realize this is a promotion for you, Kowalski.
No, I didn't, Chief.
Not in money, maybe, but I just took you off the street beat and put you in a car. Now, it's a promotion.
Yes, sir. You mean I get to keep this?
Yes, you do. Where are we?
Stanton and 9th.
Hey, what kept you from picking me up? I wanted to get out to 22nd and J before the heavy morning traffic.
You don't have to worry, Chief. Where we found the body is all cordoned off. A block each way. Detour signs and everything.
Good thinking.
I figured even though Brody got the pictures, you'd want to examine the place and check the moulages.
Yeah, you figured right.
Traffic ahead. I better hit the blower. We'll make better time on Fremont. You were asking me what kept me, huh? I was there when Mr. Spry, Cornelius Spry, came into the morgue just about when I was telling the medical examiner about the ring and who you thought it was. So I figured I'd hang around to see what Spry said, you know?
Yeah, I know. He identified Mrs. Scott.
With tears in his eyes. When was the time of death, he asks. And the ME says around 10 o'clock last night. And Cornelius Spry asks, did the ME take in the fights last night? And then he says he was there at the arena, and he hopes he still has the stubs in his other suit to prove it. Interesting, huh?
That is. Why would he think someone might ask him where he was?
I figured maybe you were going to put him under carpet.
It hadn't occurred to me, but maybe I will. I wouldn't want to disappoint him.
Right here. Jack, I got the chief here. You got those mollages of the tire tracks?
Right here.
Good morning, Chief.
Boy, as clean a pair of tracks as you could ever get.
Went back and forth twice, like they wanted to make sure of something.
Take a look at these, Kowalski. We sure ought to be able to find the car that made them.
At least since you came home for lunch, you can take smaller bites, Charles, and not bolt that egg salad sandwich that way.
Am I supposed to eat eggs?
In moderation. 1 egg salad sandwich a week won't hurt you. But if you bolt it down, you'll get heartburn again.
You know, you could have put a pickle and some potato chips on the side.
There's no nourishment in those things. Eat slowly.
Matilda, you knew Jessie, huh?
What are you going to ask me?
Now, what would she be doing at night? In pajamas and a robe, miles from her house, walking along J and 22nd. I mean, can you think of any reason why she'd be there?
No, I can't.
Does she have any history of amnesia or something? Did you ever hear any strange things, like sleepwalking, for instance?
No, I'd say of all the girls in our class, I think Jessie had her head screwed on the tightest. She knew what she was doing.
Matilda, you know, she was wearing a ring I gave her when we were in school together. Had it on her finger when she was run over.
I'm sorry, Charles. No, I'm truly sorry.
The problem is, I don't believe it was an accident. But if it was murder, why?
Money?
Money?
No one really knows how much money she had, except maybe Ken Bradley at the bank. But I bet you there's not one person in town who doesn't believe Winfield Scott left her a packet.
I hadn't thought of that.
Well, think of it then. She was a wealthy woman.
That's the way to go. A, assume she was not the victim of a hit and run, and B, whoever did it was after money.
I could have told you that. Charles, where are you going?
Back to the station house.
He's like a bulldog once he gets started on a case. It's hard to keep him sleeping and eating right, so I always try to help him without his knowing it. Ken Bradley, president of the National Bank's an old friend. Well, I called him to ask if Jessie Scott had drawn out any big sums recently or written any large checks. And if so, to whom? Ken would tell me on the QT. And then all I had to do was make Charles believe it was his idea to follow that lead. What makes this story different, even in the annals of police work, is the personal element. True, no matter who the victim was, the chief of detectives would have turned over every stone, every clue, run down every rumor, and interrogated every possible witness. But because it was Jessie Scott who had died, Charlie Allen wouldn't be able to eat, sleep, or rest until he knew who was guilty. I shall return shortly with Act 2. In the law versus the lawless, the division is sharp. The hunter versus the hunted. As our curtain rises on Act 2, we have met the hunter, Chief of Detectives Charlie Allen. Who he hunts will depend upon what he finds and how he interprets his findings. Within 18 hours of the reported crime, Charlie and Officer Kowalski stand in front of a certain house on a tree-lined street in the better part of town.
Is it just where she lived, Chief?
I used to park right where you're standing, Kowalski. I'd go and ring the doorbell of her house, drop in, have a cup of coffee. We'd talk about the old days. Sometimes I'd pull right up into this driveway. Well, let's get the garage door.
Sure. I got the light. Hey, the place is empty.
Well, Jessie didn't own a car. She didn't drive.
Somebody did.
Well, tire cracks. Kowalski, you got those tire moulages with you?
Yeah, they're in the radio car.
Get them, will you?
What are you thinking?
Just a little feeling I got in my Sherlock bones.
Why do you suspect?
Suspect? All I do is observe. What are tire tracks doing in Jessie's garage? Go on, Kowalski. Get the moulages and bring them here.
Be right back, Chief.
They don't look so different, do they? See that little bulge made by the right front tire? Looks a lot like what we've got from 22nd and J.
They're identical, Chief. What do you think it means?
Murder. First-degree murder.
How do you figure that?
Someone brought a car into this garage and got Jessie into it, alive or dead. But she was particular about keeping the garage locked. So it must have been someone she knew who asked her to have it open that night. They pull out, find a dark stretch on J and 22nd.
Yeah, none of the street lights was working.
Perfect place to dump her out and maybe run her over to make it look like a hit and run.
Yeah, that could be.
Kowalski, I want you to run a rope around the garage and the house. And I want 2 shifts on guard. Nobody is allowed in.
Yes, Chief.
Get Murdoch on the blower. Tell him to bring his equipment over here. I want a complete dusting of the garage for anything that shouldn't be here. Fingerprints, strands of hair, match, cigarette. Tell him Jesse didn't smoke. He'll know what to do. And if we haven't been stupid enough to smudge the fingerprints on the overhead door handle, who knows? Then, when he's through in here, the same routine in the house.
You think she was murdered here?
Yeah, we'll find out.
Right out. Okay, I'll get him. Shall I use the car radio?
No, there's a phone over there on the wall. Pick it up with your handkerchief.
Hey, it rang. That's spooky, ain't it?
Someone dialed Jesse, and the garage extension's on the same line.
You gonna pick it up?
Give me your handkerchief. Hello?
Charles, it's me, Matilda.
I knew it could only be you, honey.
How did you know?
You know how my mind works.
Did you find anything in Jesse's house?
No, we're not in there. Kowalski and I are in the garage. What'd you call me for?
Well, I didn't think it could wait. I just heard from Ken Bradley at the National Bank.
Now, you sure you didn't call him?
And he said, had I heard from Jesse lately? And I said, didn't he know that she was in an accident?
Matilda, what's this all about?
Well, nothing, except Jesse has her account in the same bank as we do. Maybe Ken knows something, that's all. I thought maybe since he's an old friend, you'd want to see him.
Gotcha. Matilda, that's good thinking.
Will you be home for dinner?
I'll let you know. Hey, thanks for the call. Bye. That wife of mine, Kowalski, says a banker we know just happened to call her, the bank where Jesse Scott kept their money.
Money? Maybe a motive, huh?
You bet your shield. Yeah, Matilda, she sure makes me laugh.
What's the joke?
It's not the first time. She hound dogs these clues, see? Then hands me just enough.
I don't think I get that.
That's a little involved. What it comes down to is when a cop becomes a detective like me and he gets married, before he knows it, he doesn't have a wife. He's married to another detective. Ken, I'm glad you could see me.
I talked to your wife, Charlie, and she said you'd be coming over because Jesse... Well, it doesn't look like an accident.
I don't think it was, Ken. I'm giving out a story to the papers today. Jessie set great store by your advice, if I remember. Not only financial, am I right?
If she did, she never showed it. I remember trying to advise her on long-term securities. But no, she had to listen to him.
Cornelius?
Swallowed his line, hook and sinker. Dying like that in the street. Incomprehensible.
Exactly our feelings, Ken. That's where we're taking a very close look.
Jessie was such a lovely person. Generous, helpful.
I can tell you now. Someone didn't unknowingly run her down. It was planned and premeditated.
But who? And why?
I don't yet know who. But the why could be money. And that's why I wanted to see you, Ken. So the advice on investments Jessie listened to came from Cornelius, acting as her attorney.
Well, not only that. Since presumably he had Jessie's best interests at heart, she gave him, in some misguided moment, power of attorney.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Nobody did. Cornelius dropped a lot of her money she'd inherited from Winfield into mining stock, gold stock, oil exploration, all whiskey investments.
Well, still, a mistake is a mistake.
If it was. A lot of her funds, in fact, everything that wasn't nailed down in an irrevocable trust, just plain disappeared. Vanished.
Her money vanished? How much?
Well, into 6 figures. And if I did nothing else for Jessie, at least I alerted her to that fact. It was right here, Charlie, in this office not 2 weeks ago. She sat where you're sitting, and Cornelius sat to her right. I can still hear him saying, Jessie, don't you trust me?
6 figures? Well, that could be 200,000.
More than twice that.
So, in effect, there was a shortage of about $500,000 of Jessie's money. Ken, Thanks. You've given me something I didn't have before. Have I? Well, what is it, Charlie? A motive for a murder. Well, come in, Kowalski. What's the story?
I don't know how much of this is useful. I don't think Cornelius Spry is doing as well as he likes to make out, money-wise. You know, he's got a chauffeur who drives him around.
Andy Moran. Yeah, I know all about him. Moran served 2 years for robbery, and Cornelius Spry got him out with a personal pitch to the parole board. He works for him now.
That's right. Anyway, Andy lives near where I do, he and his wife, June. We go to the same bar in Littleton. Well, he and I got to drinking, and maybe he said more than he wanted to. He said that until a few days ago, he hadn't been getting paid.
Well, what happened a few days ago?
Suddenly, his boss paid up everything he owes him.
Uh-huh. What kind of car does he chauffeur?
I told her that right away. Struck a wall. That's what I meant when I said I don't know how useful this will be. I thought, who knows, maybe I'll go around to Spry's garage and check the tires, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's got no car. It's been in the shop for 3 weeks now.
That's what Moran told you.
Yeah. So he says, I guess I really can't complain, seeing as how I haven't been doing much chauffeuring for him.
Try to remember, Kowalski. Did Andy Moran say he hadn't been doing much or hadn't been doing any driving?
I'm not sure.
Bring him in. I think you've got something.
He said he might go fishing one of these days. Didn't say where.
But you're going to find out where, like all good detectives, aren't you, Kowalski?
Charlie, the press boys have asked me to get your statement on the Jessie Scott hit and run.
The police department has come to the conclusion that Mrs. Winfield Scott did not suffer death at the corner of J and 22nd as a result of a hit-and-run accident as earlier reported. Am I going too fast for you, Mary?
Nope.
We now have definite proof Mrs. Scott died as the result of premeditated murder at the hands of...
Mm-hmm. Person or persons unknown. Got that?
No, you haven't. We have reason to believe that Mrs. Scott's attorney, Cornelius Spry, is implicated.
Cornelius Spry, the former public defender?
Yep, the one and the same.
Have you a confession?
No, but we're bringing him in. Naturally, we would prefer that Mr. Spry came into headquarters of his own volition, and we hope he'll do just that. That's the end of the statement, Mary. This office will be getting back to you, hopefully in 24 hours, with more details.
You really think you'll have it cracked by then?
I think so.
Charlie, I was just called by the Examiner Journal and by the Times Trib and 2 other papers, all of whom wanted to know what I had to say about Chief of Detective's accusation that I was implicated in Jessie's death. How dare you give out such a statement? There's not a word of truth in it.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that, Cornelius, but the facts indicate otherwise.
What facts? Innuendos, yes, well, maybe, but what facts?
At this point, Cornelius, I can only divulge them to the district attorney. If it all proves untrue, I can only say, I'm sorry.
What does your sorrow mean to me? Once a story is in print, the damage is done.
I'll be glad to apologize.
Retractions mean nothing. I'll see you in court.
Oh, yes, you will.
But before I go, I might inform you that everything you were told by Ken Bradley at the bank is without foundation. If you think it was to my advantage to have my best client dead because I stood to gain money or was in debt or made injudicious investment decisions on behalf of my client, you'll have a hard time proving it.
We'll see.
Charlie, you must know by now you can't build a case on hearsay or indirect collateral or secondary information. Only a prima facie case will stand up in court. Everything else is calumny. And believe me, I'll sue the police department up and down until you and it will be completely discredited, my friend. Goodbye. Officer Kowalski, You've been listening to this outside this door?
Just stayed in here, sir. You think he means it? I mean about suing the police?
I can't read his mind. But I've accomplished exactly what I set out to do. Put that man on the defensive.
I don't see how. He's attacking. He's threatening a lawsuit.
Oh, sure, he can say that. After all, getting himself a lawyer doesn't cost him anything.
I think you'll agree that if Cornelius Spry had some hand in this crime, he is certainly an excellent actor. But whoever is guilty of the murder of the wealthy widow Jessie Scott, they will discover that our friend Charlie will pursue the guilty one until the law avenges the untimely death of his old sweetheart. I shall return shortly with Act 3. Conan Doyle, master mystery storyteller, once said, "Detection is, or ought to be, an exact science, and should be treated in the same cold and unemotional manner. Tinge it with romanticism, and you produce the same effect as if you worked a love story into the fifth proposition of Euclid." Unquote. Whether Chief of Detective Allen's love for the deceased Jessie Scott will help or hinder him, we shall soon discover.
Chief, he's gone. I went to pick Andy up, and he's gone. Fishing? Nope, just gone. Nobody knows where he went.
So, Andy Moran didn't go fishing?
No, sir. The bartender told me he saw him 2 nights ago, but when I went around to where he lives, no answer. Then I went over and rang the service bell at Cornelius Spry's place. And a new man comes out and says he's the chauffeur. Where's Andy Moran, I ask? He don't know any Andy Moran.
That is good news.
What?
All good news.
How can you say that?
Kowalski, send out an all-points bulletin. Moran did time, so mugshots must be on file. Our former public defender got the wind up, went home and told Andy to run for the hills. So now we can assume they're both in on it.
If we knew what they were in on.
We'll find out. Put out the APB.
Charles, is that you? Well, what are you doing home? What are you doing to those drawers I fixed so carefully?
Hey, Matilda, I'm looking for a clean pair of socks.
Socks are in the top drawer where they've been for 20 years. Where are you sleeping these days? You never come home.
Oh, Matilda, don't bug me.
Oh, that's a good sign. When you're short with me, that means that pieces are falling into place.
I'm a long way from that.
What have you got?
No witnesses, a motive I'm not dead sure about.
You mean Cornelius not wanting to give Jessie an accounting of money he probably stole from her?
Oh, you've been talking to Ken Bradley at the bank again.
Well, he's as anxious to get to the bottom of this as you are. Anything else?
Yeah, Murdoch brought his boys over to Jessie's garage. They found gray hairs.
Hers?
Yeah, they're in the lab, but probably.
Charles, while you're changing your socks, I want to tell you what I've been up to.
Honey, I'd love to hear it, but some other time.
Oh, where are you going? I thought you wanted clean socks.
I suddenly realized Kowalski may not know the drill. I told him to send out an APB for Andy Moran, and I want it in the works before that joker decides to leave the country.
You do mean Andy Moran, the ex-con who chauffeurs for Cornelius?
Yes, that's who I mean, yes.
The same Andy Moran who married my sister?
That is the man, yes.
He had something to do with it?
Honey, so long. Don't wait up for me, huh?
It's Andy Moran I want to talk to you about. I saw June in the supermarket. Being married to a detective who needs all the help he can get but won't accept it from his wife makes me so mad sometimes I could scream. But I don't scream. I hold it in. He's got his Sherlock bones, and I've got my hunches. Take today. I'd just seen my sister, June Moran, in the supermarket. I couldn't get to talk to her before she had left, and I saw her get on a bus. It was a Galesville bus, which meant she was in Galesville visiting her in-laws, Andy's folks. I knew they were looking for him,
So I thought I'd help. Long time no see, Andy.
Well, you know how it is. What did you want to see June about?
Oh, not a whole lot, really. I happened to see her in the supermarket, and it's been too long. She's the only sister I've got. How are you?
Marty, you don't fool me. You don't go chasing all the way out here to where my folks live just to cozy in with June.
All right, Andy. I'll be frank. You know Charles has always been more than fair, and when Cornelius Spry spoke up for you at the parole board and offered you a job, no one was more delighted than Charles was. He knew what a difference it'd make to June.
What's up?
Oh, I'd rather talk it over with June.
Look, Mattie, if I were you, I'd go downstairs and take the bus back to town and don't worry about your sister. I'm taking good care of her. Real good.
Andy, you haven't gotten into trouble again, have you?
It's none of your business.
I'd hoped you'd gone straight. Does Cornelius know what you've been up to?
Everything is all right. I just remembered I have to take a pill.
Where are you going?
Just to the bathroom.
Andy, if something's wrong, why don't you just come clean? At least for June's sake.
Why don't you stop interfering, Mattie? I wish you hadn't come here. I really do.
Andy, I can't talk to you if you keep dodging behind my back. What is it with you? Of course I have to come here. Charles is sending out an APB for you.
Sorry to do this to your sister-in-law, but I need the time to get away. She'll be awake in a couple of hours.
Police headquarters, Inspector Allen speaking.
Inspector, this is Kowalski. I located a car that made those tracks. It belongs to Lieutenant Norris of the 4th Precinct.
What? A police lieutenant?
Right. His car made those tire tracks. He told me he loaned the car to Andy Moran, who needed a car because Mr. Spry's was in his shop. Remember I told you?
Where's the car now?
Lieutenant's got it back.
Will you get Murdoch over there fast to give the car his microscopic eye? And tell him to call me when he's finished.
Yes, sir.
Matilda, what are you doing here? You look awful.
Can I sit down, Charles?
Here,
Thanks.
lean on me. Boy, what have you done to yourself? Your hair's all down, your clothes, What happened? Hey, you weren't mugged, were you?
Oh, I found Andy Moran, and he chloroformed me. I only just got away. I mean, it was hours ago. I knew you'd be here all night. Charles, I was only trying to help.
No. Take it easy. One thing at a time. Now, just tell me what happened.
And then when I woke up, Andy was gone.
Matilda, I don't know what to tell you. Darling, you could have been...
Well, I was only trying to help.
Andy could have killed you.
Oh, he wouldn't do anything like that.
Who knows what he'd do? Anyone who keeps chloroform handy would do anything. I'll send for someone to drive you home. Just a sec. Yes?
Mr. and Mrs. Moran here to see you, sir.
Has he been frisked?
Oh, yeah. He's clean.
Okay, bring him upstairs. Leave her down at the desk. Well, your sister and her husband are here. I'm having him sent in. Now, you can go down and stay with June if you want, or I'll get you home.
They're here? I bet she talked him into it. I'll stay with June. Andy!
I'm sorry, Mattie. It was dumb of me. Here, your handbag. You left it.
Inside, Andy. Stand over there. Andy, you are in deep trouble. I see a count of murder 1. I see another of aggravated assault.
Charlie, I didn't mean to hurt Mattie. I just had to get out of there. And I didn't kill no one. I know it looks bad.
It doesn't look bad. It is bad. How come you're here to give yourself up?
June talked me into it.
Did you know there's an all points out for you?
No, but I knew you'd be after me. Cornelius told me.
Oh, did he? What did he say to you?
Well, he said, the heat's on, you better get out of town. He gave me $500 and told me to go as far as I can.
Then what did you do?
I went out to Galesville to my folks. Persuaded them to take a trip and then tried to figure out where we'd go. It wasn't easy because June was after me to tell her what was up. Then Matilda showed up. And the only way I could see to get away was to give her something to sleep. I met June and hustled her out to the bus depot. And she wouldn't get on a bus until I told her the whole story of how Cornelius Spry had killed Jesse Scott because he was in such deep water over money he'd taken. But I had nothing to do with the killing. Charlie, I swear it. I just borrowed a car and drove it to where he told me. And then I beat it.
But, Andy, didn't you know a murder had been committed?
I read about it the next day.
Well, why didn't you come to see me then?
He swore if I said one word, he'd make sure I'd be in the clink forever. My word against his. An ex-con against an ex-public defender. What chance would I have?
None at all. Unless you change your mind and get on the right side of the law.
Well, by doing what?
Do you know where Cornelius is?
I got a real good idea.
Well, then you get real good and persuasive and hustle him down to headquarters at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. I don't care what you tell him, but you get him here. So when it comes to plea bargaining for you, Andy, I might just be in a position to help you.
Cornelius showed up at 8. Said he'd been away on business, but he admitted nothing. I wanted to help Charlie. I watched him work, getting confessions, and I knew one way was to scare the living daylights out of a suspect. So I put on the bathrobe Jesse was murdered in and waited for the right moment to play the ghost of Jesse. Poor Charlie. He was really batting 0.
You didn't ask Andy to find you a car?
I did not.
You didn't instruct him to drive it to Jessie's garage the night she was murdered?
I did not. I was nowhere near there.
You didn't go to Jessie's house that evening and strangle her?
I did not.
And then bring her body down to the car in the garage?
No, I did not.
Then drive the body to the corner of 22nd and J, dump it, and make it appear she'd been hit by an unknown driver?
I was at the arena that night.
You say. You have not delivered one witness who saw you there.
Charlie, I know that Jessie is missing and has been for 2 weeks. I admit I did go to the morgue and identify a woman I thought looked like Jessie, but I was wrong. It wasn't her. I suggest to you that Jessie is somewhere alive. Perhaps she's lost her memory.
And the ring I gave her on her finger?
Perhaps stolen. Perhaps found by someone. Now, would you turn this light out that's facing me? It's really blinding. I'm sitting here and I can't see you, really. I just know it's your voice across the table.
We keep the room dark.
Oh.
With the light on you so we can watch your face.
What? Who's that coming? Who is it?
Hello, Cornelius.
Charlie. Charlie, she's here.
I trusted you, Cornelius. Why did you have to do it?
I don't feel well.
What's the matter with you, Cornelius? What is it?
Where's the door? I can't see the door.
You will never run away from me, Cornelius. I'll always be there.
Hey, get her out of here. Get her away from me. I did it. I did it. Yes, I did it. Charlie, please save me. Don't you see her? It's Jessie.
He's fainted. Matilda, I gotta hand it to you.
What did I tell you?
He's the one man I thought would never believe in ghosts. Kowalski, come on in and pick up the accused. I think he'll give us a confession when he comes to.
Charlie is taking my help a little more seriously these days. Of course, my coming in wearing one of Jessie's dresses and an identical gray wig could only have worked because Charles had pretty much worn him down. And you know what? They're making me an honorary member of the force. So you better watch your step. Officer Matilda may be assigned to your case. For the record, the following day, Cornelius Spry admitted the murder, was tried and sentenced, and is still serving a life term. He is given wide berth by fellow inmates in the pen because he apparently sees his victim at odd times, generally in the exercise yard. Then he runs to a guard and begs to be locked into his cell where no ghost of the past can reach him. I shall return shortly. Vidocq, the world's first great detective, has said, "Those who believe they can commit a crime so perfect it will not be discovered must first of all reckon with the accuser, judge, and jury within themselves, their conscience. For sooner or later, conscience will arrest the criminal. There are very few perfect crimes because man himself is imperfect." Our cast included Russell Horton, Carol Teitel, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by White Westinghouse Appliance Company. This is Tammy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
My name is Russell. I'm the man whose adventures you will hear about in the Mystery Theater, which follows right away.
Hello, headquarters. This is Patrolman Witt reporting from Police Call Box number 5 at Drake Avenue. Any orders? Not an A. Okay. Here? No, this beat as quiet as a church tonight. Yep, goodbye. What the hell? Gunshots. Came from that direction, too. Here, what's going on?
Oh, the policeman. I'm glad you came along. Officer, my name's Murray.
What are you doing with that gun? Drop it.
Yes, sir, but I want to report a murder.
Wait a minute. This man here, he's dead. Who is he?
Huh? I don't know.
Oh, you don't, eh? Put your hands up. You're under arrest.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Jeffrey Barnes welcoming you to the program that presents the best in mystery and detective fiction. You have just heard the opening scene of tonight's exciting story. It is entitled The 11th Juror, written by Vincent Starrett and presents one of the most unusual court trials in mystery fiction. You have just heard the committing of the murder and the arrest of the accused, James Murray. But on with the trial. We take you now to the jury room where you will meet the leading character of Vincent Starrett's dramatic story, The 11th Juror. Yes, my name is Russell. Steve Russell. I'm the 11th juror of the jury assigned to the case of the people versus James Murray. We've been out for 2.5 days, and every ballot we've taken has had the same results. 11-1 for a guilty verdict. I'm the one. I'm the holdout.
And by now, my fellow jurymen are crying to go home and beginning to hate me. Hate me because I won't go along with them and hang an innocent man. Now, wait a minute, please. Now, wait a minute. Quiet down. Now, look here, Mr. Dean. Being foreman of this jury doesn't give you the privilege of riding roughshod. I demand that we take another ballot.
Riding roughshod. Huh. Look who's talking. Mr. Russell. As you well know, we've had 27 ballots now. And unless you're ready to change your vote...
Hold on. How do you know some of the others won't change their vote?
I'll let him have his ballot, Dean. Maybe it'll make him see the light.
Okay. So we'll have another ballot. Get out the pencils, boys.
Well, I got writer's cramp. Can't we just have a voice vote?
Okay. Voice vote it is. And, Russell, if you lose this time, I hope you'll get over your pig-headedness and come along with us.
I'm not half as pig-headed as you are, Dean.
Oh, you're not, eh? Well, let me tell you...
Come on. Are we going to vote or aren't we?
All right. All who vote guilty, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
11-1. Same old song and dance.
Well, I'm sorry, boys, but like I've said before, unless one of you can prove to me that James Murray had some motive to kill Howard Blessing...
Motive be hanged. Murray was drunk. He shot Blessing in a drunken rage.
Oh, don't waste your breath arguing with him. In 2 hours, the judge will be calling this a mistrial. And then some other jury can put the noose around Murray's neck.
They all want to hang Murray so that they can go home. Well, who doesn't want to go home? I dare say my business suffers from my absence more than theirs does. You know, if it wasn't for Dean, I think my argument about James Murray having no motive for this killing would carry more weight. Because Murray didn't have any motive. He didn't have any at all. Let me tell you about the trial, and you'll see what I mean. Just the highlights. First, there was a testimony of Patrolman Witt. He was a policeman who made the arrest.
Continue, Officer Witt.
Well, I ran in the direction I heard the shots come from. Howard Blessing lay dead with 2 bullets in him. James Murray stood there just looking at the gun in his hand, sort of dazed like. I could tell he'd been doing a lot of drinking.
Now, how long between the time you heard the shots and the time you reached the scene, officer?
About half a minute.
Then isn't it possible that someone other than Murray could have fired the shots, dropped the gun, and run, leaving Murray to pick the gun up before you reached the scene?
Well,
Never mind, that's all. State's witness.
Officer Witt, is it not so that the murder took place directly beneath a street light?
Yes, sir.
When you rounded the corner of Belvedere and Lambeth, a quarter block away, did you see anyone else in the street, anyone at all?
No, sir, not a soul. Just the prisoner, James Murray, and the deceased, Howard Blessing.
There you are, gentlemen. Why, the defense is evidently trying to confuse you by implying that some unknown murderer exists. Had anyone else fired those shots and run, leaving poor Mr. Murray holding the gun, Officer Witt would have seen this unknown man in the streetlight.
Objection. Even the prosecutor could run out of the range of the streetlight inside of a few seconds.
We are wasting time, Your Honor. I am not concerned with a mythical murderer, a galloping ghost. We are concerned with James Murray, caught standing over a dead man and holding a smoking revolver in his hand.
Mrs. Pearson, you live on the ground floor apartment on Lambeth Avenue near Belvedere?
Yes, sir.
Tell the court what you heard about 2 o'clock on the night of the murder.
Well, I was sitting by the window when I heard 2 men pass by. They were arguing.
You heard the prisoner speak. Was either of the voices his?
I beg your pardon?
I said, was either of the voices you heard that of the prisoner?
Certainly not. One man had a kind of whiny voice. The other was deep and rumbly-like.
Gentlemen, Howard Blessing, the murdered man, had a whiny voice. We can prove that. James Murray is far from having a deep one. That's all, Mrs. Pearson. Thank you. Your witness, Mr. Prosecutor.
Mrs. Pearson, you didn't see these men, did you?
What was that?
I say you didn't see the men?
Oh, no, it was too dark.
Yes, but you heard them plainly.
How?
But you heard them.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Pearson, did you hear the shots fired a few minutes later?
Beg pardon?
I said, did you hear the revolver shots?
No,
Gentlemen, Mrs. Pearson heard 2 men arguing through a closed window Yet she couldn't hear 3 pistol shots less than a block away. She can barely hear my questions in this room. That's all, Mrs. Pearson.
Mr. Trapp, you've known the deceased, Howard Blessing, for some time?
About 5 years. We were pretty good friends.
And you knew Blessing was a widower, Mr. Trapp, whose wife died some years back?
Yes.
Did Howard Blessing ever show you a small framed miniature of his wife?
Oh, yes, many times. He always carried it with him.
Did he show it to you the night he was killed?
Yes.
Did you see him put it back on his person?
Yes.
What is the point of this line of questioning?
I'm trying to establish, Your Honor, that this miniature disappeared. That it was taken from the murdered man by some unknown person. That's all, Mr. Trapp. Prosecution's witness.
No questions.
Mr. Murray, how did you happen to be at Belvedere and Lambeth at the time of the murder?
Well, I was on my way home. I had had several drinks. I don't know, frankly, how I got where I was. Well, I was just there.
Did you have a gun on your person when you left the Black Owl Tavern to go home?
Oh, certainly not.
Mr. Murray, did you ever know or hear of the deceased Howard Blessing until the morning of your arrest?
Oh, never. So help me God, I never knew him, never heard of him.
He was a total stranger?
Yes, a total stranger.
That's all. Prosecution's witness.
Mr. Murray. Mr. Murray, where do you live?
102 Bedford Road.
And you were drinking at the Black Owl Tavern on Oak Street?
Yes, sir.
Then how could you have been on your way home at Belvedere and Lambeth?
I don't know. I just wandered that way.
I see, and in your wandering, Mr. Murray, you plucked a gun out of thin air, huh?
No, that is, I don't know how I got it.
Gentlemen, why go on? In summing up Mr. Murray's testimony, we find that he says he was innocent, but admits he was too drunk to know. We find that he was on his way home, but going in the opposite direction. We learned that Mr. Murray didn't have a gun with him. But, gentlemen, the gun found in his hand and marked Exhibit A on that table, that is no mirage. Nor was the dead Howard Blessing a mirage. Nor the bullets that killed him. That is stark truth. That is murder. Now, what has the defense offered as proof of Murray's innocence? A witness so hard of hearing that she couldn't hear revolver shots, yet who claimed she heard 2 men argue as they passed her window. A vague story about a miniature which the dead man didn't have on his person. And then the fact that Murray didn't know Blessing. Oh, that is a honey. Is Blessing any less dead because he was a stranger to this gun-toting drunkard? No, gentlemen. Murray killed Blessing. Stranger or not, he's guilty.
Murray must hang. Well, those were the highlights of the trial. Oh, I admit the circumstantial evidence against James Murray is pretty strong. But the judge said if there was any reasonable doubt in our minds as to whether Murray killed Howard Blessing, we should find Murray innocent. Well, there's plenty of reasonable doubt in my mind. Oh, that must be the bailiff coming in to ask if we reached a decision. Yeah, the 2 hours have passed. Oh, now it looks like we'll have to admit a mistrial.
Well, boys, this is it. I'll let him in.
Oh, just a minute, Dean. You dropped something.
Huh? What? What did I drop?
Oh, on the floor here. Looks like... Holy mackerel.
What's the matter, Russell? What is it?
This changes everything. Just a minute, boys. Bailiff, come back in 30 minutes.
What is he...
Hey, what goes?
Yeah, what's the idea, Russell? What was that you picked up off the floor?
Look here, Russell. What do you think you are telling the bailiff to come back in 30 minutes?
You'll find out all too soon, Mr. Dean. Fellow jurors, now you'll have to listen to me. Fellow jurors, listen to me. You all remember during the testimony that the defense made a point out of the fact that a certain miniature bearing the picture of Howard Blessing's wife disappeared from Blessing's pocket just before he was murdered.
Yeah, what's that got to do with it?
Well, boys, before we decide to hang Murray, perhaps Mr. Dean would like to explain what this miniature happened to be doing in his pocket.
And now back to Jeffrey Barnes and Act 2 of The 11th Juror.
James Murray, a smoking gun in his hand, has been found standing drunkenly over the body of one Howard Blessing. All the jurymen, with the exception of Steve Russell, believe Murray is guilty of murder. Russell has held out for nearly 3 days. Just as the foreman of the jury, a Mr. Dean, is about to report a mistrial to the court, Russell electrifies the jury room by demanding to know how a mysterious miniature, supposedly belonging to the murdered man, has found its way into Dean's pocket.
For the 10th time, fellow jurymen, I tell you, I never saw that miniature before in my life. And I don't know how it could have gotten into my pocket.
And Dean's the man, my friends, who wouldn't believe James Murray when he said he didn't know how that gun got in his hand.
How about that, Dean?
Your story doesn't hold water, Dean.
Take it easy, will you, fellas?
All right, boys, just a minute, please. Just a minute. I think this thing has gone far enough now. I've made my point.
Huh? What point, Russell?
Here's what Dean dropped out of his pocket.
Well, I'll be... That's my watch fob.
What? Your watch fob? Hey, what goes here?
Yeah, what is this, Russell?
What are you trying boys, when Dean accidentally dropped that watch fob on the floor, I saw my chance to teach all of you a lesson.
A lesson?
I picked it up, said it was the miniature. Then slipped it in my pocket and watched you fellas swarming all over Dean. Ready to hang him at the drop of the hat. On circumstantial evidence, mind you. Now, don't you see that you're doing the exact same thing to James Murray? No one actually saw him shoot Howard Blessing, and Murray was too drunk to know what happened. I claim somebody else could have shot Blessing, shoved the gun into Murray's hand, and beat it.
Now, wait a minute, Russell. I admit you've made us all look like fools over this watch fob, but that doesn't prove your story about an unknown killer. Not for my money, it doesn't.
Well, why not? Perhaps a hold-up man, a thug killed Blessing.
Why wasn't his money taken?
Okay, so it wasn't a hold-up man. Perhaps it was some enemy of his. Why, there could have been 100 different reasons why somebody might have wanted to kill Blessing.
Oh, yeah? Name one.
Name one? I could give you a dozen right here and now.
I said give just one.
What's the matter, Russell? Did he call you bluff?
You can't even name one. No, wait a minute. Do I understand you fellas to mean that if I can make up a story showing how Blessing was killed, you'll admit there's a reasonable doubt of Murray's guilt?
Huh? Why not?
Well, I for one would, anyhow. How about the rest of you?
Okay, sit tight and hold your hats. As I said, I can make up a dozen different stories. So this is just one way the murder might have happened. Now, let's say about 10 years ago in a small Ohio town, there's a guy named Smith. Let's call him George Smith.
10 years ago. Some start.
Quiet, Dean. Now give him a chance.
Smith's standing on the station platform with a girl, and we'll call her Elsie. She's crying a little, and he's talking to her. He says...
I don't want to go, sweetheart, but I can't make a cent in this burg. You want to marry me, don't you, dear?
And she says...
Yes, darling, yes. And I know you're right. I know Father won't let us marry till you've got money and a good job. But it might take so long, and I love you so much.
There, you get the picture? Smith is leaving for the big city to make lots of money so the old man will okay his marrying Elsie. Well, the train's about to go, and they kiss. And Smith hops aboard, shouting...
Wait for me, darling. Wait.
And she says...
Forever, George, forever.
Well, get this. She doesn't wait. No, it's not her fault. Another guy comes on the scene. He's a rat of a guy with flashy clothes and a fast line of patter. And he works on Elsie, real slow and smooth. And the rat says...
Hi, Elsie. Was talking to Tommy in the barber shop today. Says he heard George was doing well in Chicago. He says his father saw George at one of the hot spots there when he was in Chicago last month.
You see? This home-based robber starts slow, but let's say in about a year he's got Elsie so she believes most anything. Now,
Look, Russell, I don't see what this corny story of yours has to do with the case.
Dean, let me finish.
Okay, shoot.
By the way, Russell, who is this rat?
Suppose we say his name's Howard Blessing.
What?
Blessing? A murdered man? Hey, what are you getting at?
Shut up and let him talk. What happens next, Russell?
Well, Smith had no way of figuring out why when his letters weren't answered. He stays on in the city, and finally a wedding announcement reached him. Just a wedding announcement.
So Blessing has ruined the boy meets girl routine, eh?
Right. Now let's say Smith knows Blessing from way back. Well, it burns him up, see? Mr. and Mrs. Blessing instead of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, get it? But he's a right sort, so he swallows it. Only it hurts going down.
Brother, have you got an imagination? You ought to write for the movies.
He sure should. But what's all this got to do with Murray?
Why do you interrupt so much, Dean? Well, don't you want me to finish the story?
Well, I have no objection.
All right, then. Shut up. Go ahead, Russell.
Right. Now, let's say a few years pass, and one day Smith gets a letter. And it's a letter from the girl's mother. It's a sad letter saying...
Dear George, my baby married a fiend whose brutality and unfaithfulness finally became more than she could bear. We found my poor little girl hanging in her cellar last Monday as suicide. Howard Blessing is as much a murderer as though he had done it.
So let's say the letter went something like that, huh? Now, if you fellows sat in judgment on Blessing, what would you do?
Wait a minute. Are you guys going to let him go on with his third-rate version of East Lynne?
No skin off your nose, Dean.
Now, look, Dean, this is the third time you've interrupted. You sure you haven't some reason why Russell shouldn't finish the story?
Why, no.
Okay. Go ahead, Russell.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Well, let's imagine Blessing caught sight of Smith in town one day. Might make a guy like Blessing carry a gun from then on, mightn't it?
Might. Well, we suppose so, anyhow.
Fine. Now comes the night of the murder. Smith runs into Blessing on Lambeth Avenue. Smith says he's going to beat Blessing's head off. They go up the street arguing. And that's what the Pearson woman heard through her window. Yeah. They get to the corner, and Blessing begins to whine. He takes out the miniature of his dead wife, Elsie, and he shows it to Smith. And Blessing says...
Smith, look, I want to show you something. Look, I loved Elsie. Here, I've got her picture. Would I carry it with me if I hadn't loved her?
Well, that's all Smith needs, the sight of that picture. He slaps it out of Blessing's hand and grabs him by the collar. Blessing pulls a gun out of his pocket. Smith grabs his hand and says...
Give me that gun, you idiot.
Blessing pulls the trigger. Once. And Smith grabs Blessing's wrist. Smith wants to protect himself, you see.
Yeah,
all right. The men struggle. And suddenly the gun goes off. Twice. Blessing's hit. He goes down. Right there is where Murray comes up. He staggers up, drunk as a hoot owl. And then Smith scoops up the miniature and beats it, leaving Murray standing over the dead man.
Then the cop rushes up, sees Murray, and Murray's on the way to the gallows.
Exactly. Absolutely right. And that, boys, is one story of how it might have happened.
Yes.
You know very well it could. Then they think he's the guy that...
Now, you want to hear a few more possibilities?
Not me. I'm convinced there's plenty of reasonable doubt about Murray's guilt. I vote for acquittal.
I do, too.
All right, let's make that official. Let's make it official. All in favor of acquittal signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Well, that does it. I think we're now ready to inform the court that we've reached a verdict.
Not so fast.
What?
I haven't voted yet. A few questions.
Yes, Dean?
You say you made this story up?
That's right.
Then it proves nothing, right?
Sure it does, Dean. It proves somebody besides Murray might have killed Blessing. It proves reasonable doubt.
Not in my book, it doesn't. I still think Murray is guilty. So this is still a mistrial.
What?
Oh, right back where we started.
This is the last straw.
So let's call the bailiff and get it over with. Bailiff! Bailiff! He'll be here in a minute, and what do you think of that, Russell?
Well, I think I'm licked.
Huh?
I think I can't stall any longer.
What?
Dean, I've convinced everyone but you. Now I'm going to convince you. Take a look at this.
What is it?
Now, let me see. What's it? This is a miniature.
A miniature?
That's right.
And this means that you're...
Right again. Take a good look, boys. The George Smith in my story is me. Steve Russell.
Holy mackerel.
Gee, Hossafat. By coincidence, luck, chance, I was called on this jury. And then I couldn't stand to see Murray die.
Well, where do we go from here?
You called me, Foreman?
Huh? Oh, yes, bailiff. You can tell the judge we've arrived at a verdict.
Yes, sir.
And bailiff.
Yes? Yes, Mr. Dean?
Bailiff, step outside a moment.
Yes, sir.
Boys, we all know Murray is innocent. But what are we going to do about Russell? As you know, the proceedings in this jury room are confidential. Any recommendation we make must be made officially to the court. Now, do we turn Russell over for trial or not? Well?
Mr. Foreman,
Yes?
Well, I say we forget Russell's story.
What about the rest of you?
Dean, in my opinion...
Yes?
In my opinion, Russell killed Blessing in self-defense. I say we forget about it.
That's a good idea. Forget about it.
Okay, then. It's agreed. We find Murray not guilty and let it go at that. The case is closed.
There is an epilogue to tonight's story. Steve Russell eventually, of his own volition, stood trial and was acquitted. Yes, Mr. Evans, I think we can call the 11th juror's attempt to save an innocent man a complete success. This is Jeffrey Barnes again, ladies and gentlemen, inviting you to be with us next week when we will present Eric Ambler's suspenseful study of mortal terror, his popular adventure and mystery entitled Journey into Fear. It was especially adapted for radio by the very popular Milton Geiger. So, Mr. Evans, be sure to listen next week to Eric Ambler's Journey into Fear.
The original music is composed and conducted by Jack Miller. The 11th Juror was written by Vincent Starrett and adapted for radio by Christopher Mayo.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
The Mysterious Traveler.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can. Where are we going? Why, we're going to visit a man who could change the soul of a human being from one body into another, in a story I call They Who Sleep. My story begins late one foggy night in a dingy little room in the slum section of a great city. The occupant of the room, a small man, white-haired, his cheeks hollow from hunger, has just admitted a visitor whom he does not know and whom he is trying to send away. An expensively dressed young woman with a heavy veil hiding her face.
But, my child, it cannot be me to whom you wish to speak. You have made some mistake.
I haven't made any mistake. I've been hunting for you for days. I spent a good deal of money tracing you here.
What I do not understand. Why should you wish to find me, Alexander Thomas, a penniless old man?
You did not always use the name Alexander Thomas. Once you called yourself Chadwin the Great, hypnotist beyond compare.
Chadwin the Great?
Yes.
I once used that name. But Chadwin the Great no longer exists. I am only Alexander Thomas now.
Listen to me, Chadwin. We've met before. 10 years ago, you gave a performance at the Bijou Theater.
There are so many Bijou theaters.
You asked for volunteers to be hypnotized. I came up on the stage. I and my sister Rose. You hypnotized her easily, but you could not hypnotize me.
There were so many, I cannot remember.
No, but you can remember this newspaper clipping.
That old story from the newspapers? Where did you get it?
It says that you, Chadwin the Great, once performed the experiment of exchanging two men's souls. By the use of secret drugs and your great powers of hypnotism, you transferred one man's soul into another man's body.
You cannot believe all the newspapers say.
But you did this before witnesses. And one of the two men died. You went to prison for 5 years for manslaughter.
Why do you come here to remind an old man of his tragedies? Go, please. Leave me alone.
No, Chadwin. For years I've kept this clipping, for years. Never knowing what impulse made me tear it out and save it. Until last week I found it again. And then I knew.
You speak not like a woman, but like a soul possessed by devils.
Perhaps I am. So you can transfer souls from one body to another?
No, I cannot.
How much would you charge to do it again?
Do not ask that of me. I am old. I have been in prison.
How much, Chadwin? Could you put my soul into another's body for $10,000?
$10,000?
Yes. Then you could live like a man again, not like a starving animal in this hovel.
Once before I tampered with the eternal laws. I paid the penalty. And so did one of those I experimented upon.
But which one, Chadwin?
Which one? He died. The other, the strong soul in its new body, lived.
Ah, then I am ready. When can you do it? Tomorrow night?
But, my child, why should you risk your life for that which cannot be, which was not meant to be?
Look, Chadwin, I shall raise my veil. Would you call me beautiful? Even pretty? No. I'm ugly.
You are not ugly. Your face is strong. But if it were not twisted by bitterness...
Enough of talking. How can you know what it means to a woman to be ugly? To lose the man you love to a woman you hate? Because you are plain, and she is so beautiful. Chadwin, will you do as I ask?
To help you change with one who is beautiful. To help you to be loved for just a little. My child, perhaps it is not such a great wickedness to do that.
And you'll do it?
But it is only for a little while. You must understand that. For 10 days, no more. Then the laws which cannot be violated with impunity require that your soul must return to your body.
It's enough. It's all I want, Chadwin.
Very well. I have here a small bottle. Here. Take it. Guard it carefully. When the moment comes, she, the other, must drink it in water.
Yes. It will be easy.
She will drift off to sleep. Then you must come to me. But not here. It would not be safe.
Never mind. I know the place. The safest in the world.
Very well. The exchange will be made, and I will see that she, in your body, slumbers dreamlessly. After 10 days, she will wake and be herself again, with no memory whatever of what has happened. And now, Miss...
Vaughn. Helen Vaughn.
Now, Miss Vaughn, who is this beautiful one with whom you would change places?
The girl who just married the man I love. My sister, Rose Vaughn. Good morning, Bessie.
Good morning, Miss Helen.
Where's Miss Rose? She's gone downstairs yet?
Mrs. Tabor, you must learn to say now, Miss Helen.
Mrs. Tabor, then.
She's in her room, Miss Helen.
Is Mr. Tabor with her?
Yes, he is.
All right, Bessie, thank you.
Helen, is that you? We thought we heard your voice. Come on in. Leonard's just leaving for the office.
Good morning, Helen. How's the best sister-in-law I ever had?
Hello, Rose. Leonard?
Darling, what's the matter?
I know. Did you hear what time this young lady got in last night? It must have been quite a party.
Leonard, I hope you aren't keeping tabs on Helen.
No, but I did hear the clock strike 3 just as her door closed. Well, me for the office. First, a goodbye kiss. Oh, gosh. I sure picked myself a beautiful wife.
Oh, run along, you silly.
Bye, Helen. Got a sisterly kiss for me?
Leonard, don't put your arms around me, please.
Well, there's sisterly affection for you. You'd think she hated me.
Oh, run along, Leonard. They probably need you downtown to polish off a big deal.
Yeah, they probably do at that. Okay, I'm on the way. Bye, you two.
Bye, darling. Well, Helen, you are in a mood this morning.
I just think you two carry this lovey-dovey business to a ridiculous extreme.
Helen, it's as if... Well, as if you dislike seeing Leonard kiss me.
You don't have to be constantly kissing him in front of other people, do you?
Helen, oh, my dear, I didn't realize.
Didn't realize what?
Didn't realize it. Oh, Helen, darling, believe me, someday the man will come along who'll mean just as much to you as Leonard does to me. You'll find him. I'll help you find him. Listen, I'll give some parties and invite a lot of new
men. Stop it, Rose. Let go of me. Don't go gushing over me, you idiot.
Helen, how can you be so cruel?
Oh, stop sniveling like that.
I'm sorry, Helen, but you're always so sharp when anybody tries to be nice to you.
And you're always so nice to everybody, so soft, so sweet. Oh, I'm sorry, Rose. I always forget how the least quarrel upsets you. Well, here. Drink this, Rose. There's a sedative in it. Something quite harmless. It'll soothe your nerves.
Oh, all right. Oh, Oh, nasty stuff.
Now lie down on your bed. That's it. Just a few moments now, and you'll be drifting off to slumberland, my beautiful sister.
Oh, it is quick, isn't it? Feels drowsy already.
You do?
Huh.
And you must give in to the feeling, you hear? Don't fight it.
It feels so queer. As though I were on a boat. A little boat.
Rose? Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, Helen, I hear you. You seem such a long ways away. Such a long way.
Rose, you're to come to me when I call you. Do you hear? You're to sleep for a while. Then when I call, no matter where I am, you're to come to me.
Yes, I'll come to you. I'll...
She's asleep. Chadwin's drug is working. The rain! Come. Well, let it rain. Yes, let the skies open and drench the earth. Let the rain fall like a curtain, like a cloak to hide the rebirth of Helen Vaughn.
Leaving her sister Rose in a slumber so deep it was almost death-like, Helen Vaughn hurried to her room. There she wrote a note addressed to Rose and Leonard, explaining that she had decided suddenly to go off by herself on a trip to Mexico, and that they would probably not hear from her for some time. Then she put on her hat and coat and slipped out. All day she waited in a hotel. Then when night came, she picked up Chadwin the Great in a rented car and drove him through the storm to a spot well outside the city, where she turned into an ancient cemetery. There she brought the car to a stop before a low building of white marble over which ivy and moss had grown for many years. With a heavy key, she opened the massive padlock, and they entered, shutting the door behind them.
The air in this old mausoleum is dank odor of a charnel house.
But where else could the living lie asleep, peaceful and undisturbed, as safely as here among the sleeping dead?
No, I will not go through with it.
You already have your money. You cannot back out now.
Then in heaven's name, let us be finished quickly.
Quickly, yes. The storm should hide the car from the cemetery guards, but we must take no chances. Now, here's a flashlight I brought. I'll turn it on. Look there, Chadwin, at the tiers of compartments this tiny stone building holds. Each compartment with its iron door, each holding within it a coffin in which lies the dust of a Vaughn.
I see them, yes. 12 of them.
This one, here on the bottom, is empty. Meant someday to hold the body of Helen Vaughn. Tonight it shall receive her.
No, this is madness.
I'll open it. There. See that narrow, dark compartment? So small, so quiet, so restful, so safe from disturbance. In it for the next 10 days shall rest my body, holding the soul of my sister Rose.
No, there must be some other way.
None that is safe. While my body sleeps and I am absent from it, it must be where no one can find it. And here, no one ever will.
I do not like it.
Hold the light. I'll slide into it. It's quite roomy enough. The stone is chilly, but what matters that to one who is asleep? Go in.
Rose Vaughn, hear me. Enter the body that awaits you here. Enter quickly and wait.
So cold, I'm lying on the stone. So cold and dark. Helen.
There is nothing to fear. Sleep, my child.
Yes, I see.
Quickly, Chadwin closed and latched the iron door of the compartment, slipped from the mausoleum, snapped the padlock on the huge door again, and was gone. At the same time, back in the big house in the city, a frantic Leonard paced the floor, waiting for some change in the condition of his wife, Rose, who all day had been in a strange stupor from which nothing could arouse her.
There. Doesn't she look better?
Yes, I think she does.
She's waking up. Oh.
Rose, darling, don't be frightened.
Why, Leonard.
Yes, of course it's me. Who did you think it was going to be?
I don't know. I was startled. I guess I must have been dreaming.
Rose, what's happened to you? Why, your voice sounds just like Helen's.
Really, Leonard? That's odd. Perhaps I'm catching a cold.
No. Now you sound like yourself again. But for a moment, I'd have sworn it was Helen speaking. I guess I've been so worried I'm just imagining things.
Oh, Leonard, hold me close. Close, darling, close.
Always, Rose. Always.
Always. Yes, always. She'll never have you back. Never.
What are you saying, Rose?
I was just thinking of how much I love you. So much that I'll never let anything take you away from me. Never.
In the days that followed, Leonard found his beautiful wife, Rose, strangely changed.
You've been different somehow these last 10 days. In fact, ever since Helen went away so unexpectedly.
Have I, Leonard? How?
Well, you've been gayer, more headstrong, too. It's almost as if you'd acquired a whole new character.
Well, perhaps I have. And how do you like this new wife of yours?
Well, I do, and I...
Don't?
Oh, please, I don't mean it. It's just that... Well, I was so in love with the old Rose, it's a little hard to get used to the new. And all these bills that you're running up. Why, that's not like the Rose you used to be.
Oh, Leonard, I do hope you're not too mad at me because...
Well, what is it this time? Another fur coat?
Worse than that. We're going to give a party.
Another? Why, there's 3 in 10 days. Rose, I forbid it.
You can't, Leonard, because I've invited everybody already.
Rose, it's so unlike you. You used... Why, you act more like Helen than like yourself these days.
Never mind, darling. You'll get used to the change in me. In time.
Ignoring her husband's displeasure, Rose, or should I say, Helen, went ahead with her plans for a party that night. And when early in the evening, a small, gray-haired man presented himself at the door and asked for her, he sent word by Bessie that she would not see him.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chadwin. Mrs. Tabor says she cannot see you. She says she does not know anyone named Chadwin.
But she does. 10 days ago I was here. I gave you an envelope for her. It had a key in it. Oh, surely you remember?
Yes, but just the same, she says she doesn't know you. Now, please go, or I'll have to call an officer.
Did you tell her what I said? This was the 10th day?
Yes, and she said she had no idea what you were talking about.
All right. I'm going. I must do what I can by myself.
And while the gay party went on, miles away in the old cemetery, Chadwin the Great worked frantically with a hammer and chisel to force the padlock on the door of the mausoleum in which, unknown to the world, a sleeping girl lay hidden.
Look, got to get it open. Won't let me into our house. Won't even talk to me. Won't let me warn her. She won't. What's that? Dog's coming this way.
There he is.
Somebody trying to break into the Vaughn mausoleum.
The guards. I must run for it.
Look out, he's getting away. Hey, you grave runner. You fellow somebody.
They missed me. Got to get back to town. I must warn her. She's got to know. Miss Vaughn, thank heaven this time you heeded my message.
I won't have you coming around to my house this way, do you hear? You must never come here again.
But you do not understand. The 10 days is up tonight. Now. Your time is over.
Are you trying to scare me, Chadwin? To get more money from me?
Money? No. I am just trying to tell you. It was understood 10 days only. More is not allowed.
You fool! Do you think I ever intended to give up Rose's body once I had it? In that narrow crypt in the tightly locked mausoleum, my body has long since died from lack of air. And Rose has died with it. But I remain alive.
Oh, that is what you planned. I should have guessed. But it is not so. Your body is not dead. It is in a sleep so deep that it scarcely breathes. Needs no food, no water. But sometime tonight the dog will wear off, and your sister Rose will claim her body again, while you, Helen Vaughn, will wake to find yourself locked within a burial crypt.
No. No, it's not true.
It is true. And you will not be asleep. You will be awake, needing air, and there will be no air.
You're just trying to frighten me.
Tonight I tried to open the tomb to save you. I was driven away by guards with dogs.
But what can I do?
Only if we can reach the tomb in time to open it can you be saved.
And we must go now. I'll get the key. And we must hurry. Hurry!
There's the mausoleum, Miss Vaughn. Pray heaven the guards are not waiting.
They won't be. We fooled them by leaving the car outside and walking up this back path. Now hurry, Jeb.
What is it, Miss Vaughn?
I don't know. For a moment, I felt so dizzy. So weak.
It's Rose, trying to return to her body. We cannot waste an instant.
Hold me up. Something is pulling at me, tugging at me.
Helen, where are you?
She is speaking through her own lips.
No, not yet. Go back, you hear me, Rose? Go back.
Here's the mausoleum. The key. Give me the key.
Here it is, quickly. She's pushing at me so hard.
No.
Helen, help me. Everything is so dark. Where are you?
Go back. Go back, I say. Chadwin, have you got the lock out yet?
It won't unlock.
It must.
They put a new padlock on. Oh, dear heavens, they've changed the lock.
Helen.
No. It's getting dark. Dark.
It's hopeless. We cannot enter.
Helen, where are you?
No. We can't both be in the same body. Go back.
Helen, I'm frightened.
Don't force me out.
Help me.
Go back where you were.
Help me.
Wait, Rose, wait.
Help me. Helen. No, don't. Rose, you mustn't. You mustn't.
The guards, they're coming back.
Where am I? What's happened to me?
Sleep, child. Sleep a little longer and wake without memories.
Please. Yes.
For her wait, I can do nothing now. And the guards, they must not catch me. They must not.
There he is. We got him this time. Holy cat. It's a girl.
It's Mrs. Tabor. Asleep on the steps of her own family mausoleum.
Say, we got to get her out of here. Help me lift her out.
Hey, wait. Did you hear something then? Like somebody calling a long ways off? Listen.
I can't breathe. Someone help me. I'm not dead.
Well, do you hear anything?
Nah, I can't hear anything, just the wind. Come on, we got to phone Miss Tabor's husband. She may be sick. Come on now, no time to lose.
Help me, help
Rose, do you remember anything about a man named Chadwin?
Chadwin? No, I I don't, Leonard.
Well, Bessie says he called several times last week to see you. The last time was the night of the party. You're sure you don't remember him?
No, Leonard. I'm sorry,
Oh,
but...
it's all right, darling. I just thought maybe you might have begun to remember some of the things that happened during those 10 days when you, well, weren't yourself.
It's so strange. As if my mind had been asleep the whole time. Is there something about Chadwick in the paper?
He committed suicide last night.
Oh.
His body was found near the old family mausoleum. He left a mysterious note saying he was paying for some transgression.
How strange.
I wondered if he could have given us any clue as to how you came to leave the party so suddenly that night and drive to the cemetery. Oh, but it's all over now and not worth worrying about.
I'd remember if I could, but when I try, I become suddenly frightened and feel as if I were locked in some dark, tiny space where I can't breathe.
All right now, darling, all right. Let's forget the whole thing. Now, let's see what came in the morning mail. Maybe there's a letter from Helen. You know, it's high time we were hearing from her. She's really not acting much like a sister, being gone so long without even writing or letting us know where she is.
This is the mysterious traveler again. I'm afraid Leonard and Rose are going to have to wait a long time for a letter from Helen. In fact, I'll be very much surprised if they ever get one. I suppose it'll never occur to them to look in the old mausoleum. In fact, since they both feel a distinct aversion to going near it, it may never be opened again. But I don't suppose that'll make much difference to Helen. Now, if you were wishing you could step into somebody else's shoes, maybe what happened to Helen will make you change your mind. You know, I knew a man once who he stole somebody else's body, only to discover when it was too late that he... Oh, you're getting off here? Well, perhaps we'll meet again soon. I take this same train every week at this same time.
You have just heard Chapter 55 of The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In tonight's story, They Who Sleep, Philip Clark played Chadwin, Gertrude Warner played Helen, and Helen Clare played Rose. The Mysterious Traveler is written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan. Original music is played by Henry Silverne, and the entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. Listen next week to a tale titled
Escape Through Time.
Another tale of the mysterious traveler. The Mysterious Traveler is presented by WOR Mutual from the WOR studios in New York. This is Mutual.
Mystery House. Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
The title for the story we're trying out tonight for a Mystery House novel, Barbie, Murder is an Accident. I suppose it's about a murder that's made to look like an accident?
It's a story about a murder that is an accident, Dan.
Huh? Oh, but murder's never an accident. If it's an accident, well, it just isn't murder.
Well, this is. Wait and see.
Oh, now don't tell me you're going to try to fool me with a little technicality.
Well, say, Mr. Glenn, don't sneer at little technicalities. They're very important.
Not to me, Tom.
Why, they're important to everybody, Mr. Glenn. That's why we have to be so scrupulously careful of what we say in my part of the show. Everything exactly right. Here's what I mean.
Okay, places, everybody. Set the scene, will you, Tom?
Death is an accident. Tonight's story opens in a car that's rolling along a country road at 5:30 in the morning. Hal Bennett, editor of a country weekly paper, is driving, and his wife is registering a mild protest.
I could learn to hate you, Hal. Getting me out of bed at 5 o'clock just because some guy disappeared 3 years ago.
Oh, now, Pam, I thought you were a mystery fiend. Besides, I need you as a cameraman.
Well, photography's a wonderful science, but you can't take pictures of something that happened 3 years ago. So why bother me just when I was having a wonderful dream?
Well, wake up and listen. You remember when Carl Jordan disappeared?
Clarion and moved here from Chicago.
Yeah. You remember how upset his wife was?
I might even be upset if you disappeared.
Well, she said the last time she'd seen him was the night that a stranger came to the farm and asked for some help with his car.
And Jordan went out to help the stranger, and presto, no more Jordan.
Yeah.
But what does that have to do with my beauty sleep?
Well, just this, my pet. Who do you think walked in and signed a confession last night?
You.
Yeah. Oh, now be serious. Henry Paulson.
Not Henry Paulson, the president of the Farmers State Bank.
Right. The sheriff's got him out on a farm now looking for Jordan's grave.
Grave? Ooh. You mean Henry Paulson murdered Jordan?
Well, could be. Sheriff Olson's being very mysterious about the whole business. Has some kind of a signed confession. Telephone operator tipped me off.
I thought you said murder mystery. There's only one suspect, and he's already confessed.
Listen, my love. Big operators like Henry Paulson don't sign confessions unless they have an ace up the sleeve. Extenuating circumstances to you, my dear. And we're going to find the catch.
Okay, I surrender. Only give me 2 more minutes to sleep.
Oh, no, you don't. No. We're here. The Paulson farm.
Hey, is that the sheriff over there digging?
Yeah, looks like him. And that's Paulson with him. Come on. We'll go down and see if they found the grave.
Walking through a cornfield is certainly great on nylon.
I'll make Olson get you a new pair on his expense account. Hey, Oscar. How you doing?
Bennett. Afternoon you had found out about this. Why don't you newspapers just mind your own business? You will get no news till I want you to have it.
Now take it easy, Oscar. We're not here to bother you. We just want to help you out.
Excuse me, Mrs. Bennett. I don't mean to be rude, but I got to watch when your husband is around. And besides, I got a very important suspect.
Important? I don't know why you should treat Henry Paulson any different from any other criminal. You aren't afraid of him, are you?
Ain't afraid of nobody, but I got to find Carl Jordan's body, and Paulson is the only one who knows where it is. I got to be nice to him just until...
Oh, we understand, Sheriff.
He's admitted the murder, has he?
He says Carl Jordan died accidental, and he buried him secret to avoid scandal for the bank.
Oh, brother, does that sound fishy?
Accident, huh?
Well, Henry Paulson's been... Excuse me, Mrs. Bennett, sort of sweet on Carl Jordan's wife for many years.
Oh, you don't need to apologize for mentioning it, Sheriff. I remember a case like that in Chicago. Why, Mrs. Jordan has a grown son.
Yeah, that's right. He just got back from Chile.
Yo, mining engineer. He's coming back. That is why Henry Paulson confessed. Seems like the Jordan boy made his mother tell him everything about old Carl's disappearance.
Mrs. Jordan told her son Paulson killed Carl?
She told him enough, so Paulson were afraid of the Jordan boy start talking. That is why Paulson come to me to tell his story.
He admits being responsible for Jordan's death?
He says Carl Jordan took some cattle into Omaha, and his wife think he don't come back for several days. I could tell it to your husband better.
You mean Paulson was making a good thing out of the husband's absence?
Yeah. He was visiting Mrs. Jordan when Jordan come home early and found him in the living room. Of course, Jordan was plenty mad.
How unreasonable.
Yeah. He started to slug Paulson, and Paulson slug right back, and all at once Paulson say he sees Jordan fall, and on the floor beside him is a big, heavy brass vase.
A brass vase?
Paulson claimed the vase fall off the mantel and crack Jordan's skull. He swears he don't have his hands on it.
And that's supposed to make Jordan's death an accident?
Maybe.
What about Mrs. Jordan, though?
Well, I got Hennigan out there now.
Well, isn't she involved, too? I mean, hiding her husband's death?
Paulson takes all the blame for that. He says he and the lady were good friends. But I can't arrest her for that. Got to get back to my prisoner now. You better go away.
Okay, Oscar. But don't forget now,
Hey, Hal, look.
What's the matter?
Over there on the road. There's a man getting out of our car. Come on.
Yeah.
Oh, my nylon.
Hey, he's back in his own car now. We're too late. Quick, Pam, your camera. That telephoto lens will pick up the license plates.
Okay. But why? Do you think he stole something from us?
Just a hunch, sweetheart. But any guy roaming around here at this time of the morning must have something to do with the Paulson case. Now, let's go see your friend, Mrs. Jordan.
Doesn't look like much happening here.
Yeah. Let's go over to the house and see if Mrs. Jordan will talk.
We're not the only ones interested in the Jordan farm. That horseback rider.
Who are you? What do you want?
Well, you must be Donald Jordan.
What about it?
I'm Hal Bennett of the Clarion. This is my wife. We want to talk to you about your mother, about your father's disappearance.
Disappearance? You mean murder?
We've just talked to the sheriff, Mr. Jordan. He said Henry Paulson was helping him find the grave.
What do you mean, helping? Paulson could find it quick enough if he wanted to. He dug it, didn't he? Was he handcuffed?
You sound a little bitter.
Why wouldn't I be? Where I've just been, we don't fool around with murderers. We don't pamper them, let them make fools out of officers. We don't...
But you can't call Paulson a murderer, yet. The sheriff seems to think it was an accident.
He would. Because Paulson told him so, and Paulson's a big man. Big man. He's a madman. He stops at nothing to get what he wants. Why, he's been threatening me since the day I got back from South America.
That sounds like he figures you know something. Are you sure you didn't know anything about your father's death before you got back?
Now, look here, Bennett. I don't know anything about this, see? Nothing except that Paulson's guilty.
Mr. Jordan, please. If he's guilty, the law will take care of him.
The law? These American laws make me laugh. In South America, we know how to deal with murder. Paulson should be hanging now. Would be if it weren't for that stupid sheriff.
Now who's coming here?
Just another of your great officers of the law.
It's Hannigan. I thought Olson said he was already here questioning Mrs. Jordan. Hey, Hannigan.
Hi, Bennett. Olson told me no visitors. I'll have to throw you out of here.
Why, hello, Mr. Hannigan. We just want to talk to Mrs. Jordan a minute.
Well, you can't for two reasons, chief of which is she ain't here.
What do you mean? I thought you were watching her.
That's like the baby watching the nurse.
If you know so much, wise guy, where's your mother? And where have you been?
How should I know where my mother is? You were supposed to be watching her. As for me, it's my business where I've been. This is a free country, isn't it?
Oh, come on. Let's find Mrs. Jordan. Olson will be plenty mad at you if she's disappeared, Hannigan.
Then he'll just have to be mad. She's gone, all right. I was talking to her, and she asked to be excused a minute. She never came back.
But she couldn't just vanish. She must still be in the house.
If she is, she's awful good at hide and seek. I looked every place.
This is enough for me. So long.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
I'm going to hire some competent men to put on this case.
Why, you...
No, let him go, Hannigan. Come on, let's search the house.
Tain't no use. I've been all through the place.
Did you try all the doors?
Sure thing.
What's this? A bedroom?
Oh! Hey, Mrs. Jordan. Here, Hannigan, help me untie her.
This ain't right. I was right here. Nobody
Hurry
could
up with
possibly...
those ropes, Hal.
Yeah, all right.
Here, I'll get that rag out of her mouth. Mrs. Jordan, what happened to you?
I don't know, Mrs. Bennett. My wrist...
Nobody could have tied her like this while I was here.
Well, maybe not, Hannigan, but they did.
Mrs. Jordan, what happened?
I don't seem to remember. A sharp pain in the back of my head. Everything went black. And when I woke up, I was in that clothes closet with that rag in my mouth, and my
hands and ankles tied. Oh, it was awful.
Did you look in this closet, Hannigan?
I must have. I opened every door I come to.
Yeah, well, you must have missed this one.
Answer that, will you, Bennett?
Yeah. Hello? Yeah. He what? Oh, wait a minute. How did it... Okay. Yeah, sure. We'll be on the lookout. Yeah. Thanks, Sheriff. Yeah, I'll tell Hannigan. Goodbye.
What now?
Paulson's escaped. Somebody drove his car out there and left it with the keys in.
No. Oh, he'll blame me for everything. My son, he'll try to kill Donald.
Now, don't be so upset, Mrs. Jordan. He can't hurt anybody while Hannigan's here.
But he has a gun in his car, a revolver. Donald made him go to the sheriff, and we've got to stop him some way. I'm afraid.
You got nothing to worry about, Mrs. Jordan. If he tries any funny stuff around here, I'll take care of him.
He has such a violent temper. That night when he killed Carl.
Oh, so you're admitting now that he killed your husband, are you?
What? Oh, I don't know. Can't you leave me alone? Can't you see I'm all upset? I don't know what I'm saying. Oh!
Hodgson, stick him up, fella.
No, wait a minute. He's hurt. Can't you see? He's bleeding. Call a doctor, Pam.
Henry. No, don't shoot Henry, for the love of...
Shoot. Sheriff. Got me. Spark plug. Spark.
A doctor, operator.
You said...
Any doctor at all.
Said...
It's a matter of...
Save it, Pam. Save it.
What?
Change that call to the coroner. He's dead.
Who engineered Henry Paulson's escape from the sheriff? Was it Donald Jordan? I hardly think so. Maybe there's someone mixed up in this thing we haven't met yet. And how did Henry Paulson get shot? Was it for murdering Carl Jordan 3 years ago? Or was that murder? Well, it looks like we have a lot of questions to be answered in the second act. And they'll be answered in short order. But first... And now, Act 2 of Murder is an Accident. Hal Bennett, the Clarion editor, has just entered Sheriff Olson's office. Donald Jordan lounges insolently against the desk.
You get the photographs developed, Bennett?
Right. And the numbers check.
88 Y 783. Just like on the car Paulson drove away in.
Yeah.
I hollered at the blame fool to stop. He should have known I would chase him in my car.
You fired the shot?
Sure. I drove up alongside of him and yelled like anything. He wouldn't stop, so I had to shoot.
Then why did you let him make that scene at Mother's? Why didn't you take him right to jail?
Are you trying to be funny? His car went off the road down into a ditch. By the time I climbed down there, Paulson was gone.
You must be a very fast man.
Not fast, maybe, but I'm doing a lot better than Paulson.
Cut the clowning, Olson. I'm going out and get my mother right now, before something happens to her.
Just a minute, young man.
Just a minute, nothing. She's in danger.
Wait a minute, relax, Jordan. My wife's with her. And Pam can take care of any murderer in the world barehanded.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Photographed car and the one Paulson drove away in both had the same license plates. And they're yours, Jordan.
Mr. Jordan, where were you when Paulson escaped?
Why, how should I know?
You weren't on your mother's farm.
I was in town, making a call to the city, trying to hire some competent detectives.
And before, where were you when Mr. Bennett came to the farm?
Out riding. I've told you that a dozen times.
I guess I have to lock you up until you decide to talk straight.
You half-baked clown, you can't frame me. You bungled this thing from the start.
Now, look, Donald. All the sheriff wants is a reasonable explanation of your actions.
Reasonable?
Yeah.
Reason would be quite a novelty around here. I'll give him some reasoning. The kind we use in the mining camp. Oh, no, you don't, Sheriff. Give me that gun.
Bennett, grab his legs. I got the...
Oh, no.
Your gun, Olson. He's got your gun. Look out.
And I know how to shoot it, too, Bennett. You have any ideas of coming after me?
What's the matter with you, Jordan? Get down from that window ledge, you fool.
I've had enough of this. The man who killed my father is dead now, and that's all I'm interested in. That and getting my mother away from here.
Come away from that window. You will get hurt.
Thanks for worrying about me, Sheriff. I'm going back to South America where they're more interested in justice than in theory.
Jordan, Come away from that window. Come on now, give me that gun.
You can't jump from that window, Jordan. You'll be killed.
The ivy on the wall will get me to the ground, Bennett. So long, you chumps.
Jordan, you're crazy. Come back.
Still alive, huh?
Yeah, but the doctor says most of his bones are broken. He won't live long. Have you called his mother, Hal?
Yeah, she'll be here in a minute.
She better hurry if she wants to see him before he dies. Oh, such a fool. Oh, come in, Mrs. Jordan. I'm sorry this happened.
Hey, wait a minute. Where's Pam? Didn't she come with you?
My son. Where is he? My poor son.
Well, he's in pretty bad shape, Mrs. Jordan. Doctors are doing all they can.
You're trying to tell me Oh.
Oh, that's another one to take care of. We better call a nurse and get her into bed, Hal. Just fainted, I guess.
Yeah, she dropped her purse.
Well, pick it up while I find the nurse.
Okay. It's open. Hey, wait a minute. Look at this.
What? Money, powder, papers. Like any woman's purse.
Yeah, but this. A tractor wrench. I suppose women carry tractor wrenches in their purses these days, huh?
Fire. I ain't got enough troubles without there has to be fire now. And if I ain't there... Hello, operator? This is Sheriff Olson. Where's the fire? What? What? Oh, my goodness.
Well, wherever it is, I'm not going with you, Sheriff. I've got to find Pam. I don't like this business of Mrs. Jordan coming here without her.
Just a minute, Hal. The fire's at the Jordan farm.
What? Oh, here, grab her, Sheriff.
But she's fainted. She's got to be put to bed.
Bed? Nothing. She's going to that fire. Come on, hurry, Sheriff. For the love of Mike, step on it.
Hey, step any harder and my foot goes through the floorboard. We're almost there. See the flames?
If anything's happened to Pam, I got her to stay with Mrs. Jordan. It'll be my fault.
Just don't get excited. She takes care of herself pretty good for a woman.
Oh, well, hurry up, will you? The place is practically burned down. If Pam's in there...
Just try to keep your shirt on. Getting excited won't do any good.
All right, Thompson, get that hose over in the left corner there.
Hey, Sheriff, over there with the blanket over it. Sheriff, it's a body. Pam, maybe.
No, Hal. Come on and don't get all excited.
Excited, but Pam...
We take a look, Hal.
No, I don't want to look, Sheriff. I can't. What would you tell me?
I guess I got to if that's the way you feel. You just wait right here. Oh, I hope he's wrong. Well, I guess I got to do it.
Hi, Sheriff. Isn't this the silliest thing you ever saw? Doctor said I was suffering from shock, and he insisted on wrapping me in this blanket like an Egyptian mummy. Well, can't you say something?
Say something? Sure. Mr. Bennett. Oh, Mr. Bennett.
Oh, darling. Pam, just let me look at you, will you?
I'll bet I got smudges all over my face.
Well, you look pretty wonderful to me, baby, smudges and all. But don't you ever scare me like that again.
Scare you?
Yeah.
Well, I like that. If you think I staged this performance for your benefit... And speaking of being scared, how do you think I felt?
It was all my fault, baby. I'll never leave you alone again.
Alone?
Yeah.
Oh, hell, where is that awful woman? Did she get away?
Mrs. Jordan? She's in the sheriff's car, out like a light. When she saw her son,
What about her son?
Well, he got excited and tried to climb down the ivy on the courthouse wall. Maybe dead by now.
He tried to say he didn't know anything about Paulson,
Well, of course he didn't know anything about Paulson. She did it. She's the murderer.
What? What are you talking about? The sheriff shot Paulson, and Paulson killed Carl Jordan.
No, Mrs. Jordan killed both of them. She told me.
What? That shot I fired at Paulson. Hey, my car. Somebody...
It's Mrs. Jordan. She's driving away.
Come on. We'll take the fire chief's car. The fast one.
The woman's insane. Hurry.
Yeah, well, don't worry. We'll catch her.
Horrible. I can't tell you how horrible. Well, you're gaining on her, Sheriff.
Hey, catch her. Then we talk.
Down, Pam. She's shooting at us.
No, I'm getting mad. Hal, you hold on to the wheel.
Sure, but what are you going to do? Hey, you better duck down, Sheriff.
She ain't a very good shooter so far, but I am, and I'm aiming for the tires.
Yeah, you got him.
All right now, Mrs. Jordan.
I don't remember anything, Sheriff. After my son, everything. I'm sorry.
I'm glad you've forgotten about trying to kill me, Mrs. Jordan.
No.
What happened, Pam?
Well, after you left the farm, I tried to visit with her, just to pass the time. She began to fidget around, and she was playing with her purse.
You hated me. I could see it.
Well, you didn't do much to build up any friendship, darling. I asked her to lie down, Hal, and when I tried to take her purse...
I knew what you were after. You didn't fool me.
When she wouldn't give it to me, I was disgusted, and I started to walk away from her. Right then, something hit me on the head.
That tractor wrench?
Well, I wouldn't ever have known except she missed. The blow grazed me, and I went down stunned. Then she gave me a nice, neat crack before I could get up. When I came to, I was tied up.
And then she skipped out.
No, she sat down and talked as sweet as... Well, you know how she always talked. And she asked me over and over again how I wanted to die. She said it had to be an accident. Death is an accident, she kept saying.
All deaths are accidents.
The woman is crazy.
No, just tired. Very tired. It's been so long.
So long since what?
Since Carl disappeared. My husband.
His death, that was an accident?
I never loved him, but he never knew it. The accident was that he found out.
Well, I'm afraid you're not making sense, Mrs. Jordan.
It's so simple, though. I didn't love my husband. Henry Paulson and I were very happy because we arranged everything so carefully so that no one would ever guess we were in love.
But your husband's dead, Mrs. Jordan.
Carl came home when he wasn't supposed to. He found Henry Paulson there, and he began to strike him. It was then I knew I had to kill Henry Paulson.
You mean you tried to kill Paulson and kill your husband by accident?
Yes. Isn't it funny?
She aimed the brass vase at Paulson, but it hit Jordan.
I didn't dare let Mr. Paulson know I'd meant to kill him, of course. So he and I had to put together that story about Carl's disappearance.
Yeah, but this morning, Paulson's escape...
Oh, you men are so stupid. I tricked you, Sheriff. I told Henry I'd have a car waiting on the road, and that I'd have the spark plugs disconnected on your car so you couldn't follow him. I did, of course. And I had everything all planned for Hannigan to kill him if you didn't. That's why I was talking about his gun.
Oh, yeah, I remember. You said he'd try to shoot you.
Yes. I couldn't kill him. I had to fix it so the sheriff would do it, or Hannigan. It had to be an accident.
And she tied herself up and put that gag in her mouth so nobody thinks she'd left the car for Paulson.
What about the fire?
That was no accident.
But there was an accident. The neighbors reported the fire too soon. Otherwise, Mrs. Bennett, you'd have been accidentally burned to death.
Well, there was one real accident, Mrs. Jordan. Your son.
No, don't talk about it. I've had all the accidents I can stand.
You've got one more coming, Mrs. Jordan. A trial by jury.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler? I'm the Whistler.
I get a terrible feeling of depression, and then this awful urge comes upon me. The urge to hurt someone. The urge to inflict pain. The urge to kill.
Another Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. And so I tell you tonight the unusual tale, the urge to kill. Henry Drake sits in his big office staring out over the smoking stacks of his busy factory. Production is at its peak. The demands of the past year have brought untold problems to his desk and placed heavy loads on his shoulders. Henry Drake and his partner, Philip Putnam, had started this factory 5 years ago and built it into a smooth-running, highly profitable organization. But now the added demands of war have more than trebled the production and the worries as well. Phil had put up most of the money and Henry the brains. It was Henry who always had to make the decisions. But now something is happening to Henry. He is beginning to slip. His memory is playing tricks on him.
Good morning, Mr. Drake.
Oh. Morning, Ethel.
Mr. Putnam wants to know if you studied those contracts last night.
Contracts? What contracts?
Why, the ones he gave you last night. You said you'd take them home. They must be signed by noon.
Contracts? Why, I don't know what you're talking about. When did Phil give me any contracts?
Why, just before you left last evening.
Well, that's funny.
Don't you remember?
What? Remember? Well, yes. Yes, I do remember now. Yes, of course.
Well, may I have them?
Well, let me see. What on earth did I do with them? Oh, tell Mr. Putnam to step in here.
Yes, Mr. Drake. Mr. Drake would like to see you, Mr. Putnam.
I'll be right in.
I'll ring if I need you, Ethel.
All right.
Good morning, Henry. What's up?
Why, about those contracts you gave me yesterday evening. Just what were they about?
What? What do you mean? Haven't you read them?
No. No, I haven't.
Good heavens, man. They were supposed to be signed by noon today, and it's 10 o'clock now. Now, where are they?
I don't know where they are, Phil. I can't find them. I'm sure I didn't take them home.
Oh, you must have.
Strange. I can't remember a thing about them.
Well, what did you do after you left here? Where'd you go?
Why, I went home. That is, I think I did.
Think you did? What's the matter with you, Henry?
I don't know, Phil. I can't seem to recall a thing I did last evening.
Are you kidding?
Certainly not. Why should I kid about such a thing?
Well, don't get sore about it. It's certainly ridiculous. This is a serious situation.
I know, Phil. I know that better than you do.
Well, call your home. They've got to be there. Have Rita send them over by special messenger.
Yes, sir?
Get Mrs. Drake on the phone. You don't look very well, Henry. You're as pale as a ghost. Look at the perspiration. What's wrong with you, man?
I don't know. I really don't know. I feel terrible, and my eyes are bothering me. Bright flashes keep passing in front of me, and my ears throb.
Oh, hello? Oh, Rita, this is Phil. Henry brought a contract home to study last evening. Look around and see if you can find it, It's very important. In a blue binder, about 20 pages. What? I see. Thanks. She's in the library now.
Oh.
Yes? You can't? Yes. I see. Really? Well, all right. Now, call me back.
Well, what about it?
You have no idea what happened to you after you left here last evening at 6?
Did I leave at 6?
Certainly. So did I. She said you didn't come home for dinner. She decided to go to the opera. And when she came back at 12, you didn't come in until 1. Said your shoes and trousers were all covered with mud. You went straight to bed.
Was it raining last night?
Of course it was.
I don't remember that.
Rita's going to look in the coat and suit you were wearing last night. She'll call me back.
What on earth is happening to me? Where could I have gone?
Yes? Yes, Rita. Well, you couldn't. I see. Very well, thanks. Goodbye. Not a trace of the contract. Now what?
Phil, I've got to tell you this. This isn't the first time this has happened. It's been going on for weeks. About twice every week, a terrible depression comes over me, and then when I wake up, I can't for the life of me remember what happened the night before.
Well, maybe the strain has been too much. You better see a doctor at once, Henry.
Oh, I know I should, but I'm afraid to.
Why?
I'm afraid of what he might tell me.
Nonsense. Go and see a doctor right now. I'll get down to your place and search it from top to bottom.
Very well, Phil. I'll go now. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Henry stumbles in a daze from his office and walks about the city for an hour trying to make up his mind to see a doctor. He doesn't have the courage to tell his own doctor, so he finally decides to visit a psychiatrist. Then he remembers the name of one of the most famous in the country, Dr. Schultz, the state psychiatrist.
I know you're not a general practitioner, Dr. Schultz. As a state psychiatrist, I know you're a busy man, but I've read a few of your books, and I thought you'd be willing to help me.
Well, ordinarily I wouldn't, Mr. Drake, but I know who you are and what you've been doing. I'll do what I can.
Thank you, Doctor.
You say you have lapses of memory?
Yes. I wake up in the morning and can't remember what happened the night before. In the morning I have headaches and see strange flashes before my eyes and hear throbbing noises.
How often does this occur?
About twice a week. But I remember everything I do during the day.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever had a serious ailment?
No.
Ever had an accident? Anything that might have caused a concussion?
Well, not that I remember. I may have had as a child.
Have you been working under an exceptional mental strain?
Yes, I have. The pressure's been more than doubled. For the last year, the problems have been so heavy that I've been unable to sleep. I've studied them until dawn, until finally I was unable to remember them.
You don't go to sleep easily?
No, not till very late. From all appearances, I wander about until 1 o'clock in the morning. Where, I don't know.
You're married?
Yes.
What does your wife think of your strange behavior?
Well, naturally, she doesn't like it. She says I walk in and go to bed without saying a word. So now she doesn't even ask where I've been.
Are you and your wife incompatible?
Well, somewhat.
Have you ever been interested in another woman?
I have not.
Any children?
No.
Have you ever been caught in a predicament where you were forced to do something dishonest in order to escape a severe penalty?
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I'll put it another way. Do you fear anything or anybody?
No.
Do you hate anything or anybody?
Yes. Lately, I dislike my work, my business, intensely.
Why?
I don't know why. Maybe I've had too much of it.
Who is closest to you in your work?
Well, I have a partner, and we have a secretary.
And who are they?
My partner is Philip Putnam. My secretary is Ethel Watson.
Oh, you both have the same secretary?
Yes. That way we keep things more orderly.
Could you get along without her?
Oh, I never thought of it. She's very capable, but I suppose I could get along without her.
Does your partner have as much responsibility in the business as you?
I do most of the mental work.
You resent that?
You mean, do I think he should take more responsibility? Yes, I do. But he isn't capable. He plays golf and takes days off at a time. Yes, I do resent that. But I know nothing can be done about it.
Is your partner married?
No. For a while, I thought he and our secretary were growing fond of each other, but in the last few months, it seems to have cooled.
Are your financial affairs in order?
Exceptionally so, never better.
Are you worried about the outcome of the war?
Well, no more than anyone else. I realize it'll keep every nose to the grindstone.
Did you drink?
Oh, I'm temperate. Probably a little more of late.
Never took narcotics?
No. I've tried sleeping tablets, but they did me no good.
I see. Have you anything further to add to this discussion?
No.
Then I must ask you to leave and not come back.
What? Why, what do you mean, Doctor?
Just that. Leave and don't come back until you decide to tell me the truth.
But I've been telling you everything I know.
No, you haven't. There's something you've been withholding. Good day.
Wait a minute. What are you trying to say?
I'm not trying to say anything. I've told you that you're holding something back, some fear that you don't want known. But if you want me to help you, you'll have to divulge everything.
All right. I thought maybe you could help me without my telling, but... All right. I'll tell you what it is.
That's better.
It happens on these mornings when I fail to remember what has occurred the night before. It happens during these spells of flashes and noises.
What happens?
I get this terrible feeling of depression. And then slowly, gradually, the urge comes to me.
The urge to what?
The urge to hurt someone. The urge to inflict pain, inflict injury on someone.
On whom?
Anyone. Any person who comes into my mind. Anyone I see or think about. The waitress in the cafe, my secretary, my chauffeur, my wife, my partner, a laborer. Anyone.
Have you ever killed anyone, Drake?
No, I swear never, and I don't want to. And that's why I'm here. I'm afraid. Afraid of myself. I don't want to harm anyone. I'd rather die.
Would you?
Yes. All right. Now you know. That's my great fear. Something's got to be done about it. You've got to help me.
Very well, Drake. I'm glad you finally told me. Now I know what to do, know where to start.
You don't think I'm going completely to pieces? Mentally, I mean.
No, I don't think so.
You think it's just temporary?
Let's not talk about it anymore.
But what can I do?
I want you to stay away from the business for a week. Don't go near it. Don't think about it. I want you to stay in bed as much as possible. Read something in the light vein. Putter about if you like. In the garden, say. Anything but business. At the end of the week, I want to see you again. But above all, rest. Rest your mind and your body.
Yes, I understand. And you think that will bring me out of these spells?
I think everything will turn out for the best.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Schultz. I appreciate all this, and I'll see you in a week.
Goodbye, Mr. Drake. Miss Burton.
Yes, Dr. Schultz.
Did you take down that interview, Miss Burton?
Yes, Doctor. I made a recording of it.
Thank you.
So Henry goes home and stays in bed for 3 days, according to the doctor's instructions. Then, toward midnight of the third evening, his wife Rita comes home and is startled to find him gone.
Jackson?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Drake.
Jackson, where's Mr. Drake?
Why, Mr. Drake is in his room.
But he isn't. He's gone.
Gone? But I didn't see him go out, ma'am.
When did you see him last?
Why, it was about 9:30. I looked in to see if there was anything he wanted before I retired.
What did he say? Was he dressed?
No, ma'am. He was in bed. He said he didn't want anything and that I might as well turn in.
Where on earth could he have gone on a rainy night like this?
Well, shall I go out and try to find him, ma'am?
No, never mind, Jackson. You can go back to bed.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Can't imagine why on earth he'd go out when he wasn't feeling well. Hello? Phil? This is Rita. I just came in and Henry isn't here. I don't know. The butler said he saw him at 9:30 and he was in bed. Why would he go out in a storm? What reason could he possibly have? No, I don't think so. I hope he doesn't. Yes. Good night, Phil. Yes, I'll see you tomorrow evening if possible. Good night.
As Rita hangs up the receiver, she suddenly realizes the library door is closed, but a streak of light shows beneath it. She steps quickly to the door and opens it softly.
Henry.
Huh?
What are you doing here?
Oh, hello, Rita.
Why aren't you in bed?
In bed? Why, I don't know.
Who are you phoning?
Phoning? Oh, I was just thinking about phoning the doctor. I wanted to talk to him.
At this hour of the night? It's 12 o'clock.
12? Yes, so it is.
Wait till morning.
Yes. Anyway, I can't remember what I wanted to say to him.
Where have you been?
Where have I been? I haven't been anyplace.
But you must have. Look at your topcoat. It's soaking wet. And look at your shoes. They're muddy.
That's strange. I don't remember having gone out. I thought I'd been sitting right here all evening.
But it's obvious that you haven't been here all evening. You have been out.
Perhaps so.
This is the second or third time you've come in with your shoes all muddy. Where do you go at this time of night?
I tell you, I don't remember.
I don't believe you.
Whether you do or not, I don't remember where I've been.
It's the silliest thing I ever heard of. A man like you, an intelligent man, walking around in his sleep.
But I couldn't have been asleep. I know that much.
Nonsense.
Oh, don't be so impatient, Rita. I don't like this any more than you do, but I'm sure I'll be all right in a short time. Dr. Schultz will pull me out of it.
Well, I hope so.
Have you been out, Rita?
Why, of course. I told you early in the evening I was going to play bridge with the Parkers.
Oh, Perhaps you did, but I don't remember that either.
I told you just the same.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rita. I know this must be very trying for you. It isn't very pleasant to have a man mope about the house all the time.
Better go to bed, Henry, and get off those wet clothes.
Oh, yes. Rita, why don't you go away for a few days? Take a little rest. I know you're terribly upset about all this, and, well, it would do you good.
It wouldn't be exactly right for me to go away at a time like this. What would people think of me?
Well, who cares what people think? You could go up to the mountains or down to Miami or, well, any place. Maybe by the time you come back, I'll be all right.
Do you want me to go?
Oh, I don't want you to go, but I think it would be good for you. You're becoming upset because of me, and I think you'd worry less if you got away for a few days.
Very well. Perhaps you're right. We'll talk about it in the morning.
All right. Good night, Rita.
Good night.
Henry sits for a while staring at the telephone, then gets up slowly and shuffles up the steps to his room. He pauses for a few moments before Rita's door, then goes on to his own room and goes to bed. The storm continues in its fury, and from his kennel in the backyard, Duke, Rita's Airedale, begins to howl. Finally, the storm subsides. Morning comes, and Henry joins Rita at breakfast.
What's the matter, Henry? You haven't eaten a bite.
No, I'm not hungry. I don't feel at all well this morning.
You do look pale. I've never seen you so haggard.
No?
What's the matter with your hands?
My hands?
Well, yes, you keep staring at them and flexing your fingers.
Oh, I don't know. They seem to... Well, it feels like rheumatism.
Have some coffee.
Yes, I believe I will.
Here you are. Oh, good heavens. All over the floor.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just seem to have no grip. Getting bad. I can't even hold on to a cup. Rita, what have you decided about that trip? I wish you'd take a few days' vacation.
Oh, you sound as though you want to get rid of me.
I'm only thinking of you.
Very well, if you insist. I'll go up to the mountain place. Maybe it'll do us both some good.
Oh, Mrs. Drake! Mrs. Drake!
Jackson, what on earth are you so excited about?
Something terrible has happened.
Terrible? What do you mean?
I don't know how to tell you. It's awful.
What are you trying to say?
It's Duke, your Airedale.
What's happened to him?
He's dead. I just went out to the kennel to unhook his chain, and there he was, ma'am.
Oh, good heavens. Well, what happened to him?
He's been strangled. There he was beside his house, and his tongue sticking way out. Oh, it's awful, ma'am.
Strangled? But why? Who?
Well, maybe he got tangled up in his chain, but it didn't appear so, ma'am. Somebody did it deliberately.
Oh, the poor fellow. I can't imagine such a thing.
Wait a minute, Rita. I wouldn't go out there.
Oh, but I must.
Please don't. It'll just upset you. Please don't go.
Very well. But, I'm just sick all over.
Oh, now, Rita, I know how you feel, and it's a shame. Jackson, tell the maid to pack Mrs. Drake's things. She's going to the mountains for a few days.
Henry Drake sits staring at his hands for a few moments, opening and closing them, opening and closing them. Then suddenly he leaves the house and rushes to Dr. Schultz's office.
What is wrong with you, Drake? You were to come here today after tomorrow.
I had to see you, Doctor. Something terrible has happened.
Now. Just calm down. Take it easy. Sit down, Drake.
It happened in the night.
What happened?
Duke, my wife's dog. He was killed last night.
Killed? Well, how did that happen?
He was strangled, choked to death.
Well, who did it?
I must have done it.
You? Oh, come now. What makes you think that?
I can't remember a thing about it. I can remember nothing of last night, but I must have done it because of my hands.
What's wrong with your hands?
They hurt. The muscles are terribly sore, as though I'd been doing something strenuous.
I see.
And look at this mark on my thumb. It's a long cut, as though something sharp had dragged across it.
You mean like a tooth?
Yes. Why not the dog's tooth?
Certainly does. You really think you killed the dog?
What do you think, Doctor?
Well, I suppose it's possible. But there's no proof. Could be coincidental.
I don't think so. I must have done it. He never disturbed the neighbors that I know of.
Did you like the dog?
Why, of course. I was very fond of him. Don't you see what this means? I've been afraid of something like this. Heaven knows what else I've done when I've been in these lapses. You've got to do something for me.
Drake, I'm going to have to put you through all the tests. It'll take some time, but I think we can get at the root of your trouble.
I'll do anything you say.
We'll start right now. Miss Burton, get Dr. Fenton. I want him to assist me in a complete examination.
Yes, Dr. Schultz.
Now, Drake, just relax and continue staring into this little beam of light. We want you to answer these questions as quickly as possible.
Yes.
You're crossing a street. An automobile suddenly bears down upon you, you see?
Yes.
In an effort to save yourself, you jump out of the way.
Yes.
You jump forward or backward?
Why, backward?
Why?
I can jump backward quicker than I can forward.
Repeat after me as rapidly as possible. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 8, 9.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9.
You have no children?
No.
But you are married?
Yes.
Suppose you had a child. You come home at night and discover your house is on fire. Your wife and child are alone, asleep on the second floor. Will you try to rescue them first or call the fire department?
Call the fire department?
I see. Get all that with the timing, Miss Burton?
Yes, Doctor.
Now, Drake, keep your eyes on the black dot. Follow it closely as it moves. I'm going to call out a series of words. As I call them, you will answer the word or phrase suggested by what I say.
Yes.
Green.
Grass.
Roses.
Funeral.
Orange.
Sunset.
Honeysuckle.
Home.
Violets.
Wife.
Red.
Blood.
Dog.
Hands.
Auto.
Wreck.
Rain.
Mud.
Love.
Hate.
Very well, Drake. Rest for 10 minutes, and we'll proceed to the next test. How do your hands feel?
Huh? Why, about the same.
All right. Come with me, Miss Burton.
So on through the day, at various intervals, the psychiatrist continues his examination. And finally, Drake goes home completely exhausted. For an hour or two, he dozes in the library. Then about 9:30, Jackson, the butler, steps into the room.
Beg pardon, sir.
Huh? Oh, where have you been, Jackson?
Why, no one was here, sir. I went over to visit my brother for a few hours.
Where's Mrs. Drake?
Why, she's going to Miami for a few days, sir. Said to tell you she thought she'd better go today. Took the 6 o'clock train this evening.
Oh, I see.
Anything you want, sir?
No, you can turn in if you like.
Yes, thank you, sir. Good night.
All right.
Henry sits staring into the dark for almost an hour. Then slowly he rises, as if in a daze, puts on his hat and coat, slips out of the house, and starts to walk about in the night. Finally, he comes to an apartment house, climbs to the top floor, and knocks on the door.
Henry, what are you doing here?
I want to talk to you, Phil.
Oh, come in. What's the matter with you? Sit down.
I don't want to sit down.
Well, just as you like. What do you want to talk about?
You have your bags packed. Are you going someplace?
Why, yes. I'm driving down to Boston for a week on business.
On business?
Yes, on business. I tried to reach you today, but was unable to. What on earth's wrong with you? What are you staring at?
You sure you're going to Boston?
Certainly I'm sure. What are you laughing about?
You aren't going to Boston. I know where you're going.
I tell you, I'm going to Boston.
I don't believe you.
What are you talking about?
Rita's gone to Miami. Why don't you go to Miami, too? Wouldn't you like that better? I think that'd be very jolly.
Oh, for heaven's sake, stop this nonsense.
Is Rita here?
Certainly not. Why should she be here?
I wonder. Couldn't you think of any reason?
I think you're out of your mind.
Do you? Really?
You certainly act like it.
Oh, but I'm not. I'm perfectly sane.
Oh, crazy people think they're sane.
Maybe I am crazy, but I don't feel crazy. I'm perfectly normal.
You'd better go home. You're in no condition to be wandering around.
Where's Rita?
I don't know where Rita is.
She hasn't been here?
No.
You're lying, Phil. She has been here.
That's ridiculous.
Look, here in the ashtray, one of Rita's special-made cigarettes.
Why, I put that there. I thought I'd try them.
Really? When did you take to using lipstick, Phil?
All right. She was here, but she left to catch a train at 6 o'clock.
And you'll catch the next one, is that it?
She came here to talk about you. She's terribly upset about your condition. She thinks... Well,
what does she think?
she's become afraid of you.
Oh, has she? And what caused that?
Well, Why wouldn't she be upset? You've been acting like a lunatic. She thinks you killed her dog. Did you?
I don't remember. Maybe I did.
I've got to hurry. My train leaves in half an hour.
There's no train for Boston for 3 hours, but the train to Miami leaves in half an hour.
You'd better go home, Henry.
Why don't you admit it? Why lie about it? You're meeting her in Miami.
Get out of here.
You and Rita are in love. I know it. I've known it for weeks and weeks. Last night I found out for sure.
You're crazy.
Maybe I am. But I heard you both talking on the phone. She didn't know I was listening in on the extension in the library. I heard you agree to meet at a certain time. That's what I've been waiting for. Now I know.
All right. What of it? The way you've been acting is enough to make any woman dislike you.
Oh, so you admit it?
Yes. Now get out of here. Henry, put away that gun.
All right. I'm going to leave it right here when I'm through with it. I'm going to kill you.
You insane fool. You can't get away with a thing like this. You can't prove anything about Rita and me. They'll hang you.
I don't think so. Don't you remember? I'm crazy.
I'll fix you. Police department.
Go ahead. Call them. That's fine.
Hello? This is Phil Putnam, Rexley Apartments. There's a madman in my room. He's trying to kill me. He's crazy.
What a shame, Phil. You've missed the train.
Well, it's all over, Henry. You can sit down now and wait for the police. You won't have any more mental lapses now, will you, Henry? You won't need to. A slick job, Henry, and very beautifully planned. Everyone knows about your mental lapses, your illness, your desire to harm people. Rita knows about the dog. Your secretary knows about the contracts. And most important of all, Dr. Schultz knows that you've been suffering from a mental disorder for weeks. Oh, there'll be a trial. Your plea will be insanity. You'll go away for a while, and then all of a sudden you'll be cured and walk out a free man. Now we're in the courtroom. Dr. Schultz, the psychiatrist, is speaking.
Mr. Drake came to me with his troubles some weeks ago. Later, Dr. Fenton and I psychoanalyzed him thoroughly. Here is a signed statement of our findings at that time, attached to our findings as of yesterday. Henry Drake was then, and is now, absolutely sane. The whole thing was a plan to escape the death penalty for premeditated murder.
Well, there you go, Henry. The whole thing blew up in your face. A beautiful plan gone haywire. You should have spent less time thinking about your revenge, Henry, and more time studying psychology. Too bad.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production is composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next Sunday, 9:15.
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you the strange story of death in the morning. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Mystery Award Theater. Presenting Pieces of Silver, this week's selection for Mystery Award Theater.
Lolita.
Senor Thirst. You are beautiful.
Lolita.
Father, I wanted only to touch his arm. And your hair. It is like the silk of corn. I have never seen such hair on your
Lolita, go back to the house.
No, stay where you are. Be reasonable, Simpson. They all have to come of age sometime. You're lucky she's met a man with skin the same color as your own. Come here, Lolita.
Si, senor.
And now, Dr. D.E. McHenry, Associate Professor of Political Science and Dean of the Division of Social Sciences, University of California at Los Angeles, mentor of Mystery Award Theater. Dr. McHenry.
Each week, ladies and gentlemen, my associates and I select the very best mystery story we can find in our researches in that most popular and instructive literary field. For this evening, we've chosen the fascinating story by Mr. Brett Halliday, of which you've just heard a part. Mystery Writers of America, nationally famous Authors Association, are making it possible for us to dramatize these story selections for you. Listen how this one puts a brilliant new twist on one of the great classical themes, the same which Victor Hugo used in one of his novels, and which gave Verdi the plot of the grand opera Rigoletto. See if you note how Mr. Halliday has beaten these classic masters at their own game by finishing his story more neatly than they did theirs. When the dramatization ends, I'll discuss this with you.
Pieces of Silver.
This slot machine, this one-armed bandido. Manuel has made him bleed a little. But never, as you Americanos say, the jackpot. What, senor? Oh, you are getting red in the face for my proof that the gringo Thurston is dead, huh? Insurance companies must know such things, huh? First, I wet my throat. Gracias, senor. What became of this Thurston? Well, no man can answer with a certainty. I begin when the gringo first stepped off the riverboat from Puerto Blanco.
Get away from me, you filthy mongrel! It's a little can. What a pesto.
It is wrong, senor, that you kick a dog.
You don't say. What did you say your name was again?
Pedro, senor.
Yeah, I remember now. I hired you to take care of my luggage. Didn't I?
Surely you remember, senor?
I didn't hire you to tell me what you think is right or wrong. Did I?
Well, no, senor.
See this?
See. Very large face.
In my book, that's the only difference between right and wrong. You understand? Comprendo? No? Okay, I'll show you.
You gringo pig. Look, he a pistol.
What's the matter with you, Spix? Did you ever see a man get laid out on his back before? Anyone else here want to step up and smell my fist? I'll take you on with your whole white-livered family. Now you comprendo what makes right or wrong, Pedro?
It will not be forgotten, Senor Thurston. I promise you.
Senor, such was the man who was to come face to face with Lolita Simpson in the jungle. Ah, Lolita, more beautiful than I can tell. Soft, young curves to quicken the heartbeat of any man. Simpson? Oh, I explained the name. 20 years ago, her father, a good Americano, took a wife from the Jurio tribe, Indians in the hills. Well, the very day Thorsten arrived here in Teluocan, he met Lolita's father, Senor Simpson, in this cafe. I stood as close to them then as I did 3 nights later while Lolita danced the fluencita beneath a light of flaming torches. And the warrant for the gringo Thorsten's death was signed. But that first day, the 2 Americanos were sitting at the table over there.
Simpson, they tell me you have a little 2x4 plantation up the river.
Yes. Bananas.
Well, I want you to guide me that far on my trip into the hill country.
Well, I'm just in Teluocan for supplies. I'll be starting back in the cool of the morning.
No, you're not. Just like me, you're pulling out upriver right after lunch.
Oh? I am thirsty?
Yeah. There's $10 in it for you to round up some mixed carriers and guide me as far as your place.
Well, after lunch is the siesta hour.
What's that to me?
Well, it's too hot for men to travel with packs. Tomorrow morning will be soon enough.
Curse all your siestas. If you don't want to earn $10, I'll go alone.
Well, 10 American dollars don't drop into your hands in Teluocan every day. It's a small fortune in pesos.
Yeah, that's better.
Tell me, what's so important to you back there in the hills?
Oil. I've heard of seepages up there. You ever seen any?
Never occurred to me to look.
That's the trouble with you Americans who go native. You settle down with some sloppy, fat, spick woman and lose all your American push.
I must remind you, you're referring to my wife, the mother of my children.
Just remind me? Why don't you come at me with a knife? That's how a man would act if he had any pride. Have you lost that down here, too?
I think I'll take a drink.
You know, I'd like to know something. Why did you ever marry that Indian? A real man can grab himself any woman he wants down here.
I know what we can drink to, Thurston. Your simple, uncomplicated view of life. Oh, yes. And the almost certain rewards you have coming to you. May you live to enjoy them.
Ay, senor. The gringo had his way, and there was no siesta. Pardon me, senor. Un momento. No es nada. This bandido slot machine, I do not believe there is a jackpot. You know, it's like a dream you have when you are sleeping in the shade, eh? See, senor, the story, eh? We set out for the hills. The midday heat in the jungle. It was like no heat you can find anywhere. Young Alberto, brother of Pedro, could stand it no longer. Oh, it was beautiful to see him.
Pedro.
Here, Alberto. You take hold of me.
Oh, no. I cannot go on. I'm burning in my stomach.
Manuel, what we do?
This heat will be your brother's death.
No, it is not the heat. It's like this morning when a gringo come on the river, boy. He is proving something. He makes such a hurry through the jungle to prove that we are not better than the dogs, that we cannot keep up with him. He shall be dead, that gringo.
No, not so loud, Pedro. Wait.
What's going on here?
Oh.
Who gave orders to stop? I knew I couldn't trust any of you with my back turned.
Looks like one of your carriers is sick, Thurston.
Sick?
Si, senor. Very sick.
Who do you think you're fooling, you dirty little sneak? You're just like your brother. Well, you're not going to loaf on my time.
Oh, soon the sickness will pass. It is too much heat. Have mercy, senor.
You better listen, Thurston. Even though you don't permit such things, a man can die of exhaustion in the tropics. And Alberto's hardly more than a boy.
You stay out of this, Simpson. Now get this, Alberto. It's no harder for you than for me. Now get ahead of me on the trail where I can kick your pants when you get a pain in the stomach.
You're making a mistake, Thurston. These men won't stand for talk like that.
I told you to shut up.
Senor Thurston. What Senor Simpson say is true.
What's that?
Pedro, put that knife away.
No. Let him have his fun. Come on, Pedro. I'm waiting for you with open arms.
I'm going to kill you.
Not that way you won't.
Pedro, Senor Thurston.
How would you like to have this arm to carry around in a paper bag?
No.
Suppose we turn it a little more, just for fun. Just to see how you like the feel of a knife against your face.
I don't want you to say anything.
For the love of heaven, Thurston, that's enough.
Yeah, for once you're right. We've wasted enough time. And I don't want to cripple him so he won't be any use to me. Now, you're really going to get a workout now. We have to make up for this delay. From now on, we're marching on the double quick.
You don't know what you're asking.
Only what I ask of myself. But this time you're going to stay ahead of me on the trail. And remember, I've got a gun.
You are listening to Mystery Award Theater. To this week's selection by Mr. Brett Halliday, Pieces of Silver.
A trip of 3 days, senor, made in 1.5. Every minute the feel of death in the air. If only the gringo had known where this mad race was taking him. What's that, senor? Oh, patience. I will come to the meaning of that. But now we arrived at Senor Simpson's plantation, and it was a welcome sight. Then suddenly our hearts stood still. Running toward the trail was Lolita. She stopped short and began to stare. She seemed to see no one but Thorsten. Some secret longing locked in her breast was lighted to flame by the cold, evil gaze of the gringo. She was like one hypnotized.
Okay, Simpson. I want a word alone with the young lady. You heard me. I don't need you anymore. You got your 10 good American dollars?
I'll stay and watch you till you're out of sight.
Can't you see the way she's staring at me? She wants a little privacy, too. You're not so old and dried out you can't understand that.
This is my daughter.
You don't have to tell me that. I know a half-breed when I see one. Hello, Lolita.
How do you do?
And her name's Thurston. You know, I bet you never saw a white man before. Besides your father.
No. Never. You are beautiful.
Lolita.
Father, I only wanted to touch his arm.
Thurston, please leave the kid alone. In this country, men kill for what you're doing.
And your hair. It is like the silk of corn. I have never seen such hair.
Lolita, go back to the house.
Now, stay where you are. And be reasonable, Simpson. They all have to come of age sometime. You're lucky she's met a man with skin the same color as your own. Come here, Lolita.
Si, senor.
Lolita, go back to the house. Go quickly.
I do not understand.
Go!
You can't keep her away from me, Simpson. She'll come to me whenever I crook my little finger. It's a half-breed blood in her.
Manuel, wake up.
Huh? Who is he?
Be quiet. I don't want to wake Thurston.
Oh, Senor Simpson. Is anything wrong?
Yes. I'm afraid for my Lolita.
Oh, I saw them meet today. I saw the meaning in his eyes. No longer is the gringo so anxious to race through the jungle. Now he plans to camp here 3 days near your plantation.
That man dirties everything with his unclean touch. He will rouse in Lolita all the things I've shielded her from. And she won't be able to help herself.
We must save her, senor.
We can, Manuel. If you will help.
Oh, see, anything.
I promised Lolita in marriage to Rue Oregon, whose father is chief of the Urios tribe. You will take a message to him tonight.
See, what is the message?
Tell him that the betrothal ceremony between him and my daughter must not wait until next month as we planned. It must be at once.
Ah, that is good.
Tell Rue he must come tomorrow night, lest he come too late. What do you want, Thurston?
Do you usually welcome neighbors with a shotgun, Simpson? Look, you may as well get this straight. I could have seen Lolita if I wanted it that way, and she would have listened to anything I said. But there hasn't been a woman yet who could make me chase her. And the first one isn't going to be any little half-breed. She's going to come to me all right. And you won't be able to stop her.
No, Thurston. This is one time you're not going to get what you want simply because it's you who wants it.
Yeah, we'll see. Wait a minute. Those drums, what's going on around here? What is this shindig that's coming off tonight? Can't get a word out of the Spicks or the Indians.
You may as well know. They're all coming from the hills to prepare for the baile tonight. To celebrate Lolita's betrothal to Rue Oregon of the Urios.
You're going to let her shack up with a lot of dirty, uncivilized savages?
The Urios are a noble people with a long and proud heritage. They're Lolita's people through the woman I married. And she loves this boy with all her heart.
I'm inviting myself to Lolita's engagement party tonight. You can accept that as a warning.
Patience, senor, the end is near. Oh, truly, that was a night. The fever heat of the jungle and the song of the guitars. A strange note of madness, senor, struck deep inside the man to set the pulse drumming. I can see it, I can hear it now. The fluencite, senor. The passion dance of the Urios. Faster, then more fast was the beat of the music as Lolita and Rui circled each other and seemed consumed by the fire that leaped in their eyes. It was then I saw the gringo come from the darkness of the jungle. Thorsten's eyes feasted upon Lolita's young body, yielding itself to the movements of her lover. He approached Senor Simpson, and they stood there in the shadows of the big trees.
I suppose her sweetheart will be going back into the hills after the baile, huh? Hey, he's not allowed to hang around her until they're married, is he?
Yes, back to the hills. Where you'll be going.
I'm getting an early start in the morning. I'll finish my work and be back here before you know it. Time for a little vacation before I go to the States. While the boyfriend is off with his tribe. Business before pleasure, my motto.
Let's go closer. This is something you're not likely to see again. Ever.
The stranger! I will take his heart out with my hand!
Oh, that's Rui!
Listen to Lolita, my son. Let the Americano go his way.
But my father, he has insulted my betrothed.
It can do no good. He has a gun, Rui. And he's a man who loves to kill. If you follow him...
Rui, do not leave me.
But he threw American dollars at your feet. As though you were a girl who dances for the pleasure of any man.
He goes into the hills tomorrow, exploring for oil. Maybe that will be the end of him. Yes, maybe it will.
It is indeed a strange thing, a thing unheard of, senor, when a Jurio like Rui Urigan lets such an insult supreme go unavenged. I should have known that night what the future held for the gringo Thurston. The next day we broke camp and traveled far. About noon, 2 Indians on shaggy ponies approached us. Yes, they knew where there was a spring, a bubble with the black oil at born. Yes, they would take the Americano and show him. Pedro and I watched him leave with the Indians, his eyes blazing with greed. The jungle was quiet as a tomb. We waited and waited, though we knew not for what.
Vaya con Dios.
That is it, senor. No one has ever seen the gringo Thurston again. The Indians who guided him away were Jurios. They have a tribal law which demands revenge for such insults as brought shame to Lolita. It has to do with rubbing honey on the body of their victim, stretching him with grass ropes across a nest of ants. The ants, you comprehend, are without knowledge of American insurance rules, and they leave very little that is recognizable. So, you see, there is little use to look for your proofs, senor. You say he was a fool to throw money at the feet of Lolita while she danced a fluencita with her lover? Oh, yes, senor. That would have been a very foolish thing for the gringo to do. Bandido still robbing Manuel. You know something, senor? I think you have misunderstood me. Right? Well, it was not the gringo Thurston who threw the money at Lolita's feet. Dios, no! You see, he had paid Senor Simpson, Lolita's father, with American silver dollars. Oh, the jackpot!
Now, Dr. McHenry with his analysis of tonight's story.
In tonight's story, we see that the central situation is an intensely human and natural one, which must have arisen in many thousands of homes all through the ages. It is the dilemma of a father who sees his daughter fascinated by an evil suitor. How can he make his daughter see the man as bad? How can he stop this man from ruining the girl's life? Many a father has been tortured by these questions. Now, make the father humble and almost helpless. Then make the suitor powerful and ruthless. And you have the dramatic crisis, which Victor Hugo and Giuseppe Verdi used as Bret Halliday has. But in Hugo and Verdi, the father failed to save his daughter. Rigoletto ends when the father tries to kill the suitor by a trick, but instead gets his daughter killed. The trick which Mr. Halliday's father used was a neater one, don't you think? Or shall we ask the author of himself? Mr. Halliday?
Oh, thank you, Dr. McHenry. Coming from you, such an analysis makes me quite proud of my story. And let me compliment you on its dramatization. It was beautifully done. May I speak also for some of my fellow authors?
Of course.
My association, the Mystery Writers of America, wants your listeners to know that we're going to make our very best work available to you. You see, we appreciate the fine way you're using it. Have you chosen yet for next week?
Yes, a story by Mr. Lawrence Blockman, who is so well known for his work in Collier's magazine. It's called Red Wine.
Splendid. I know that story, and it's one that any author would be proud of.
Join us again at this same time next week. Here, a manhunt. A manhunt which doesn't end until the hunter and the hunted drink to its success from a bottle of blood-red wine. Mystery Award Theater is produced by Lee Crosby and George L. Fogel.
Woodbury, for the skin you love to touch. Woodbury brings you direct from Hollywood the Woodbury double feature. First, Hollywood's best-known, best-loved reporter, Luella Parsons, with exclusive news about your favorite stars, direct from the glamour center of the world. And Hollywood Mystery Time, starring Gloria Blondell and Carlton Young. Girls, for exciting new beauty like a Hollywood star's, try Woodbury's new Film Finish Face Powder.
It's a dream gleam preferred by stars like Ava Gardner, Gloria DeHaven, Lucille Ball. Woodbury Film Finish Powder is different. 5-way blending creates colorful shades so brimming with beauty that they lend a new beauty to you. It creates smoother texture that clings longer, gives skin the satin smooth look of a Hollywood star.
Woodbury powder comes in 8 glorious new shades. Be sure to look at Champagne Rochelle. It's specially good with new spring colors. You can try Woodbury for as little as 10 cents. But right now, with the dollar size, you also get matching lipstick and rouge. Woodbury matched makeup to make you prettier. Get Woodbury Film Finish Face Powder tonight. And now here she is, Luella Parsons.
Hello to all of you from Hollywood. Here's my first news tonight. Brigadier General Elliot Roosevelt, summoned to Washington to confer informally with President Truman, is back in Hollywood to see his bride, actress Faye Emerson. I've good reason to believe that both Elliot and his sister Anna were asked if they knew anything about their father's plans at the Yalta Conference, plans that had not already been told to President Truman. My second exclusive is that Clara Bow, It Girl, and star of the silent screen, is desperately ill again at her ranch in Nevada. This time it's a complete nervous breakdown. Friends say that wedding bells will jingle merrily for Groucho Marx and Kay Gorsey just about this time next month when the lady is free. She's the youthful ex-wife of dead-ender Leo Gorcey. These dead-end kids are certainly hitting the Hollywood social columns lately. I'm sorry to say that the quarrel between Abbott and Costello has become very bitter indeed. Remember, I told you last week they were fighting. And now there is a very good, or should I say a very bad chance, that these two funny men will break up permanently. Although they're making an MGM comedy together, they do not even speak to each other. Oh, come on, boys, don't be so foolish. The Cary Grant, Betty Hensel romance is beginning to totter. How do I know? Well, Betty's been stepping out lately with attractive Major Arthur Little. I just heard that 40 important Hollywood films have been dubbed in German and will be shown to the Nazis, but immediately. They are intended to counteract the dirty work done by Goebbels, who painted all Americans as gangsters and barbarians. The dubbing job was done in Paris. I hear that cameraman Hal Rossin, once married to Jean Harlow, is about to lose his third wife, Yvonne, in the divorce courts. They've been separated for some time. If Louis B. Mayer's doctor gives him the go sign, he'll travel overseas in July to start the MGM line roaring again in Europe. The Luella Parsons Medal this week goes to Paramount's eccentric musical Out of This World. I say eccentric because out of Eddie Bracken's mouth comes Bing Crosby's gorgeous singing voice in some new and very tuneful songs. The picture has action, music galore, and believe it or not, a plot. And the medal for the best performances goes to youthful Diana Lynn, whose playing is indeed out of this world. She and Eddie Bracken both deserve first prize. She for her music and acting, and he for his comedy. Plus, of course, that help from Bing Crosby. The fourth Gale's sister, Jean, is the bride of Professor Norman Adams of the Chicago University. Jean, Joan, June, and Jane, two sets of twins, have all married very well. Joan is the wife of Lou Schreiber, general manager of 20th Century Fox. June is Mrs. Oscar Levant, and Jane is married to Barry Wood, well-known radio singer. You know, I never thought that Bob Hope, with his banana nose, would follow in the footsteps of the screen's greatest lover of them all, Rudy Valentino. Say, I'm not kidding. When Bob comes back to Paramount, his first picture will be Booth Tarkington's Monsieur Bouquet, a movie that had the girls panting when Valentino made it 20 long years ago. Who says we have no intellectuals in Hollywood? My Russian friend, Gregory Ratoff, and my English pal, Reginald Gardner, have both been asked to make a 6 weeks overseas tour with information, please. Reggie and Greg will toss the answers around, right or wrong, with John Kiernan, F.P. Adams, and Clifton Fadiman, the regulars. Last-minute news. John Garfield goes into the Navy Tuesday. And here's a surprise. Van Heflin, who received his medical discharge yesterday, takes John's role in The Postman Always Rings Twice, the next Lana Turner movie. That's all for tonight. See you next Sunday. And don't forget, before then, to buy bonds at your favorite motion picture theater.
Now, the makers of Woodbury Complete Beauty Cream for the skin you love to touch, present Hollywood Mystery Time. Tonight, the case of the glowing eyes. Being secretary to a Hollywood producer, even a quickie mystery producer like Jim Lawton, sounds like that glamour job most girls dream about. But if you're Jim's secretary, Gloria Dean, and your boss makes a habit of involving you in very real murders at the most peculiar hours, well, your dreams are likely to be filled with clutching hands and screams in the night. Right now, she's home in bed dreaming about sea breezes and swaying palms, when her very pleasant dreams are rudely interrupted at 7 a.m. by a noise that annoys all of us.
Hello, Gloria. This is your boss, remember?
I haven't any boss until 9 a.m. Please call then. Good night.
No, Gloria, wait a minute. This is important. I've got a sensational idea for a new horror mystery in Technicolor.
Oh, the pink elephant and yellow dragon? I'll go back to sleep, Jen. You'll feel much better in the morning.
But I can't. I've got to be in school by 8:30.
Is this a nightmare or am I dreaming?
Gloria, I'm serious. It's all part of the research for our next picture. Now, meet me at the USC campus at 8:25 sharp. I want you to take notes at a lecture.
Not me. I don't know my ABCs. I stop every time I get to you. If you know what I mean.
You're sweet, Gloria, even at 7 a.m. But as they title the last picture I didn't make, we've no time for love. Now, Gloria, don't let me down. This is going to be the greatest mystery since my last one.
Jim, dear, that one was so bad I really thought it was going to be your last one.
This morning, gentlemen, our subject is fluorescein, that remarkable liquid which, under ultraviolet ray, produces a strange glowing effect. Pure fluorescein will appear under the ray a ghostly green color.
You did a swell job, Gloria, taking notes. And tonight, I'll prove it to you.
Tonight?
Yes, tonight. We're going to see a practical demonstration of Professor Davidson's theories at Pierre's nightclub.
From college student to nightclub roue in one easy lesson. Jim, I don't get it.
Purely research, darling, purely research.
What do we do in the meantime?
You run ahead. I'm going back and talk to Professor Davidson. I want to pick up a few more ideas. I'll meet you tonight at Pierre's at 8 p.m. sharp.
Ah, Mr. Lawton and Miss Dean. Good evening.
Good evening, Pierre.
Pierre?
For two, eh? Right this way, please. Well, there's a good table. How is this, monsieur?
Will they give us a good view of the fluorescent dancing?
The very best, monsieur. The very best.
A dancer. Now I'm beginning to understand why we're here.
Please, Gloria. She uses fluorescent body makeup under ultraviolet light. And I'm interested in the effect. That's all.
Knowing you, I can't quite believe that's all.
No, Gloria, when I'm working on research for a picture, I'm strictly business.
And that's just what worries me. You have a habit of making business a pleasure.
Your attention, messieurs and madame. The lights grow dim. It's Mimi and her sensational fluorescent dance.
Rather attractive. Or haven't you noticed?
Yes. Fluorescein certainly gives an amazing effect.
I wasn't particularly commenting on the fluorescein.
As a special feature, Mimi introduces for the first time the most daring dance ever presented. The dance of the glowing eye.
Well, looks like we're in for a premiere performance.
I don't like this.
Don't like what?
Pierre coming on stage with that yellow liquid. He can't possibly think of putting that in her eyes.
But he is. Look, he has an eyedropper. He's dropping the liquid right into her eyes.
Stop! In heaven's name, stop!
Jim, you're not on the set now. You can't stop the act.
Stop, I say! Don't drop any more of that liquid into her eyes!
Jim,
Stop!
Jim, don't go out there on the floor.
What is the meaning of this, Monsieur Lawton?
That isn't pure fluorescein you put into her eyes. Something else has been mixed in. She's liable to be blinded.
Oh, my eyes! Oh, they're beginning to burn. Help! Help!
Somebody give me a hand.
Can I help, Jim?
Yes, Gloria. Call an ambulance at once. At last. I'll go along. You stay here, Gloria, and keep your eyes open. Search Mimi's dressing room if you possibly can.
I'll watch Pierre, too.
Be careful. Right here with that stretcher, man.
Oh, hurry. Oh, my eyes.
Easy, Mimi. Easy. Now, stand aside. Please let these men through. We've got to get this girl to the hospital.
Oh, such excitement is not good for business, Miss Dean.
Business? What about Mimi?
Oh, yes, poor Mimi. You know, I don't understand. Mimi came to me tonight. She was very excited. She has new picture for her act. Fluorescein in her eyes. It is harmless, she says.
gives a beautiful glowing color. She tells me to put it into her eyes after I introduce her. And that is all I know. I do only as she says.
Pierre, would you mind if I looked in Mimi's dressing room?
But of course, anything to help us clear up this horrible thing. This way, mademoiselle.
Wait, there's someone in Mimi's room.
I will open it very quickly. We will surprise him, yes? Saunders, what are you doing here in Mimi's room?
You know him?
Oh, of course. He's the janitor who sweeps around the nightclub. Well, answer me, Saunders. What are you doing here in Mimi's room?
I'm only sweeping up, monsieur. I always do while Mimi is out on the floor.
Well, we can't prove that by Mimi, so I guess we'll just have to take your word for it.
Can I go ahead with the cleaning now, sir?
No, you wait. We would like to look around a bit first.
This is her makeup kit, isn't it, Pierre?
Yes, as far as I know. I rarely came into Mimi's dressing room. She was, very secretive about her personal life.
Do you mind if I open this kit? I may pick up a few beauty hints. Oh, what's this?
Well, just a piece of paper. Perhaps it is only a love note from one of Mimi's many admirers, nothing more.
But what a strange love note, Pierre. Listen to this. My dear Mimi, one unbearable week has gone by without seeing you. Meet me for supper at the usual place. You must come. Your partner?
Her partner?
That's all. And look, he adds a question mark right after the word partner. Maybe the partnership is on the verge of being dissolved.
I can make no sense of this.
Just tell me, was Mimi married or about to be divorced?
No, of that I am positive.
Oh, then maybe it was a business arrangement.
That could be, oui. Yes, there was a man, a strange man, a famous makeup artist, I believe. Yes, it was he who gave Mimi the idea for her fluorescent act. Perhaps they were partners. Oh, but of course I'm just guessing.
Well, thanks, Pierre. You've been very cooperative. Almost too cooperative.
Can I start sweeping again, monsieur?
Yes, Saunders. Will that be all, Miss Dean?
Oh, just one more thing, Pierre. I'd almost forgotten. Do you happen to recall the name of this self-advertised partner of Mimi's?
Well, I should know it. You know, Mimi often said he is truly a master of the art of makeup. So delicate shading.
The name.
Oh, yes, I remember now. Yes, his name. It begins with a B. Oh, Saunders. But why do you shoot me?
Heavens, Saunders, you must be out of your mind. You killed him.
Yes, and one peep out of you and you join him.
It doesn't make sense.
This won't make sense either, Miss Dean, but I'm forced to do it.
Hollywood Mystery Time will continue in just a moment. First, ladies, let's talk about you. Have you made the mirror close-up test lately? Try it tonight. It tells exactly how your complexion looks to the man whose admiration is so important.
Even if your complexion still looks fairly smooth, you may be risking underprivileged skin. It's the tiny blemishes and ugly pores that come from halfway cleansing and care. You can help avoid that risk the way many famous Hollywood stars protect their $1 million complexion loveliness with Woodbury Complete Beauty Cream. It's like a whole beauty treatment, a triumph and tribute to the skill of the Woodbury skin scientists. It has all the cleansing, softening, smoothing, specially beautifying aids your skin needs, all in one cream. It has purifying stericin, always helping guard the cream in the jar against blemish-causing germs. Woodbury quickly coaxes your complexion to vital, smoother new beauty.
Girls, don't delay. Begin right away with Woodbury. Woodbury. Woodbury Complete Beauty Cream. And now back to Hollywood Mystery Time.
What happened? I remember now. Sanders killed Pierre, hit me on the jaw. He escaped and...
Hold on a minute. One thing at a time.
I know Pierre's dead. The coroner's examining the body now, but who is this Sanders?
He's the janitor. He was in Mimi's room when we went to look it over. Just as Pierre was about to mention the name of Mimi's partner, Sanders killed him. I saw the whole terrible thing right before my eyes.
Did Pierre manage to say the name of Mimi's partner?
Well, all he had time to say was that it began with a B.
Well, we better let the police in on this so they can start searching for this Sanders. With a star witness like you, Handy, it shouldn't be a hard case for them to solve.
Wait, did you hear anything?
Yeah, it's coming from down the hallway. I'll go see what it is.
I'm coming, too.
Let me out! Let me out! Locked in this closet.
It's Sanders.
Someone hit me over the head and locked me in here.
That's the man who killed Pierre. Jim, I saw him.
Pierre killed? Me? I tell you, I've been locked up in this closet.
That's a good alibi, Sanders. A closet with the door locked from the outside. But, of course, you could have had what the police would call an accomplice.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. I tell you, someone hit me on the head and locked me in here.
Suppose you tell that to the police. It's your alibi against this young lady's vision. And knowing her, well, I'm inclined to believe her.
I've watched criminals before, but that's the first one who's ever had the nerve to contradict an eyewitness.
I tell you, you're both crazy. I've been hit on the head and
Maybe the blow affected his memory. Or maybe that punch in the jaw affected yours, Gloria. Which could it be?
Jim, I tell you, I saw him kill Pierre.
Oh, wait a minute. I've got an idea. Let's go out in front. You too, Sanders. Here, get up on the stage, Sanders. I want to turn out the lights.
What are you going to do, play cops and robbers and give them the third degree?
No, I just want to throw a little violet light on the subject. Here goes.
Well, what do you see?
Nothing. That just about squashes your eyewitness report, Gloria.
No, I don't get it.
Well, I do. I have definite proof now this man couldn't possibly be the one we're looking for. It was too easy that way.
But I saw him.
Yes,
saw
him or a reasonable facsimile. Mimi told me at the hospital that the man she feared was an expert makeup man. And it isn't too far-fetched to believe he disguised himself as Sanders here when he committed the murder.
Makeup expert, of course.
Yes, and now that Pierre is dead, one person in all the world knows who this man really is.
Mimi?
Yes, Mimi, and her life's in danger. He's probably on his way to the hospital now. Come on.
I hope I'm not intruding, Mimi.
Oh, it's you. I can't see you, but I can tell from your voice. How did you know I was here?
I heard what happened at Pierre's tonight, and I rushed over as soon as I could.
What do you want?
You know what I came for, Mimi.
Haven't you done enough to me already? My career is ruined, and I may even be blind.
Don't say that, Mimi. Don't say that.
Oh, and the funny part of it is I'm glad. I'm glad. Yes, I'm glad.
Stop it, Mimi. You're making too much noise. You'll disturb the other patients.
I'll let the whole world know I'm glad. Glad.
Quiet, Mimi. Quiet.
We're through, I tell you, through.
You're half right, Mimi. You're through. My hand over your mouth will silence you for a moment. And this knife... will silence you for an eternity.
Help! Come quick! There's been an accident.
Gloria, what's all this crowd here in the corridor for?
Mimi, something's gone wrong.
Let me through, please. What's happened?
Jim, is she...
Gloria, I'm afraid we're too late. Say, did any of you people see a man with a... Well, I don't know what he looks like,
This
but...
fella got here first. Hey, mister, did you see anybody?
Yeah, I was down at that end of the hall. I heard a woman scream and rushed toward this door just as a man came tearing out of the room at full speed.
Did you get a chance to see him?
Yeah, he was wearing dark blue overalls.
Well, what did he look like?
Well, he had a gray beard, but from the way he ran, I'd say he was years younger than he looked.
That was him, Jim, still disguised as Sanders.
Gloria, suppose you run downstairs and check the door attendants. Find out if they've seen him.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Say, will that be all from me? I'm in kind of a hurry.
Just one more question, Mr. I don't believe I caught your name.
Forbes. Robert Forbes.
Seems rather odd to me that a man in street clothes would be walking through a hospital hall at 2 in the morning.
Well,
You're not a doctor, are you?
No, you see, my wife's having a baby on the next floor, and I just walked down here to sort of, well, relieve the tension.
Oh, I can understand that.
Do you mind if I leave now? Maybe something's happened. I've been away 10 minutes.
Sorry. Yeah, you go right ahead. By the way, I hope it's a boy.
Jim, here it is. A man answering Sanders' description entered the building at 1:45 a.m., and no one saw him leave.
We'll check maternity to see if Mrs. Forbes is having a baby. Gloria, we've got to find our criminal within the next 12 hours, or what proof I have will be gone.
Sherlock, dear, what kind of talk is that?
I can't take time to explain now, Gloria. Come on, let's get down to maternity. I want to see Mr. Forbes again. Tell me, nurse, is there a Mrs. Forbes in the delivery room?
Jim, why the sudden interest in baby?
Quiet, Gloria.
No, Mrs. Forbes already had her baby, an 8-pound boy, an hour ago.
An hour ago?
Yes.
Nurse, it's very important that I see Mr. Forbes. Where is he?
Well, you'll find him in the waiting room, I believe. He's completely recovered.
Jim, what's going on? Will somebody please explain something?
A lot of things may be explained in a minute. Anyone here named Forbes?
Yeah, that's me.
Wait a minute, Jim. That's not our Mr. Forbes.
What do you know? I just had a boy, and my first one, too. Here, have a cigar.
Thanks. By the way, are you the only Forbes having a baby here tonight?
Only one I know of. Say, what do you mean by that trick?
Nothing at all. Good night, Mr. Forbes. Thanks for the cigar and congratulations. Gloria, call me rattlebrain or stupid, and I deserve it.
Me too.
He's clever, all right, to think of an alibi like that. He's a good actor, too, as well as a good makeup artist.
He must have been pretty desperate to take the chance.
Pretty crazy, too. Let's see. I know 2 facts about Mr. What's-his-name. First of all, I know he's an expert makeup man.
And second?
1 fact at a time, Gloria. Right now, we're going to visit every makeup man in town.
Right now? It's 3 a.m. I think you're the one that's crazy.
Don't you understand, Gloria? Time is the key to this mystery. We've got to check every makeup man within 12 hours or we lose our proof entirely.
Oh, there you go again. What's all this 12-hour talk? You talk like a sailor on a shore leave.
First, we're going to stop at Professor Davidson's, the Foresian expert. I want to borrow that violet ray flashlight that he used in his lecture this morning.
Well, you go borrowing flashlights, and I get further and further in the dark.
Well, this is number 4 on our list of makeup men, and each one seems to be living in a shadier neighborhood.
This place is not only shady, it's a complete blackout. You better be careful with Professor Davidson's flashlight. I don't think the last guy believed it when you said you came to read his meter.
This is 213, all right.
Ooh, what a weird light in this hallway.
Where's the directory?
Oh, here it is on the wall. Let me see. Borgia Theatrical Makeup Room 2A.
Must be at the head of these stairs. Well, let's go.
Jim, I don't like this.
You're not scared, are you?
If I'm scared, you can call me a Dutch uncle. No!
It's only a cat.
I was only fooling. Oh, these stairs sound like they're fugitives from a Frankenstein picture.
This should be the room. Yeah, 2A, Borgia. It's funny nobody answers.
Maybe he's a sound sleeper. Borgia must be a trusting soul. He leaves his door open. I don't think we'd better disturb him. Jim, let's go.
Steady, Gloria. We're going in. That's what we came for.
Borgia's first name must have been Raymond.
It's a familiar odor.
Definitely not my favorite perfume.
Smells more like a hospital.
Somebody's locked the door. Did you, Jim?
No, did you?
You're both wrong. I locked the door.
That sounds like what's his name, Jim. How can we be sure?
This violet ray flashlight. I'm going to turn it on. Watch.
His eyes. They're glowing. What green eyes he has.
The better to kill you with, my dear. If your overly curious boyfriend would lower his light, he'd see a shining black gun pointing straight at him.
I'll lower my flashlight right into your eyes.
What are you... If I could only find the light. Here it is. Oh, they're both out. I guess you call it a draw. Oh, favor me, Jim. Darling, wake up, wake up.
Where am I?
Not you, Borgia. That should keep you quiet for a while.
Where is he?
Oh, darling, he's out.
Then he got away?
No, darling, you just go back to sleep. Let Gloria handle everything.
Hello, Jim. Did I wake you?
No. I've been up all night waiting for this thrilling moment.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear, but it's 9 o'clock and I couldn't wait any longer. You've slept enough anyhow.
Shoot. I mean, don't shoot. Oh, I don't know what I mean. My head's killing me.
Jim, listen, I figured it all out. You stopped Mimi's act last night because you saw a yellow glow, and you knew pure fluorescein under violet ray shines green.
Brilliant deduction. If you'd been listening to Professor Davidson yesterday morning instead of eyeing all the Joe colleges, you'd also have known that fluorescein can remain in the eye for only 24 hours. That's why we had to work so fast. Borgia demonstrated to Mimi how to use fluorescein by actually dropping the pure liquid into his own eye. Mimi told me that, so for 24 hours, he was a marked man.
Of course. Jim, that gives me an idea, a wonderful idea.
Yeah, for what?
For our next picture, the first killer diller in Technicolor. Imagine now, an expert makeup man who uses a series of clever disguises so the detective always thinks he's somebody else when he commits the murders. And then he finally is trapped by fluorescein in his eye.
That's too fantastic, Gloria. The public would never believe it, honestly. Now, what kind of a detective would be dumb enough to be fooled by disguises? What am I saying?
Now, Hollywood beauty news that's good news for you.
For lovely skin, glamorous Marlene Dietrich advises the beauty method made famous by many Hollywood stars. It's the Woodbury Beauty Nightcap with Woodbury Complete Beauty Cream. At bedtime, Marlene swirls on a luxurious cream that cleanses thoroughly. Next, she removes it and smooths on a fresh film of Woodbury. Leave it on overnight, Marlene says. Woodbury helps banish flaky roughness and tiny dry skin lines. By morning, skin feels wonderfully refreshed. So smooth you just can't help looking irresistible.
You can try Woodbury for as little as 10 cents. When your lovelier enchantment registers, you'll want Woodbury's $1.25 economy size. Remember, for complete beauty care, Woodbury Complete Beauty Cream. Tune in again next week at this same time for Woodbury's double feature, Luella Parsons with exclusive news about your favorite movie stars and another thrill and laugh-packed story with Carlton Young and Gloria Blondell in Hollywood Mystery Time. Be sure to listen, won't you? This is James Doyle saying goodnight for Woodbury, for the skin you love to touch.
Rapid-fire comments by Jimmy Fiddler on the news of Hollywood and the world follow over most of these stations. This is the Blue Network of the American Broadcasting Company.
Johnny Dollar.
Now, why don't you get married?
Huh?
To me.
Well, Johnny Dollar.
Well, will you marry me?
Well, sure, why not? Anytime you say. Janet?
Janet? Janet who?
Oh, sorry, I meant Carol.
Oh, you did?
Mariana?
No.
Gladys?
No.
Janie?
Now, stop that.
Well, let's try Hildy. Marilyn? How about...
No. This is Betty Lewis.
No.
Yes. And you listen,
What?
You knew it all the time, didn't you?
Yes, dear.
Just leading me on again, like you have been for all these umpteen years. But you listen to me, Johnny Dollar.
Yes, dear.
If it weren't for that crazy business of yours, jumping around all over the country, getting slugged and shot at, enough to drive a loving wife to drink.
Yes, dear.
Why, Johnny, I'd trick you into a date with a preacher. What was that?
Yes, dear?
Yes, dear. Yes, dear. It sounds like we're already tired old married folks.
Well, you wouldn't like that.
Of course I wouldn't.
Oh?
That is, I mean, well, you know what I mean, you rascal.
Oh, sure I do. You drive you to drink every time I have to be away or tangle with a killer. And if you'd just stop being so darned insistent about my popping the question, why, well, who knows? Maybe I'd, well...
Yes? If I did stop trying so hard to land you, you'd what, Johnny?
I decline to answer on the grounds it might tend to incriminate you.
Oh, honey, you're such a big, heartless dope.
Sure I am.
And I'm such a shameless hussy for admitting the way I feel. But if you ever do decide to become a normal human being, get into some safe, sane, honest business that only Johnny...
Yes, sweet?
I'm afraid it's about business that I really called you. I mean insurance business.
Oh, my entire ego just flew out the window. Well, what is it, hon?
I've got to see you right away.
Betty, I'll be out there at 13325 East Maple Drive.
No, honey, I'm not at home.
Okay, at the office. Then.
No, dear. I'm not at the office either.
Well, tell me where you are, where you want me to meet you.
Just stay right there and wait until I call you again. Will you, please, honey?
Well, now, look, I just hung up on a frantic phone call from Fritz Melchior over at Continental Insurance and Trust. Apparently the usual sort of emergency.
I know.
Huh?
No, I mean, I'm sorry, but this is so important, honey, and since it concerns me, and if anything were to happen...
Happen to you? Betty.
Johnny, dear, I can't talk anymore right now, but wait. Wait until I call you and tell you where to meet me.
Hey, now listen, Betty.
I'll call you.
No, listen. Something very funny about this.
CBS Radio brings you Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Continental Insurance and Trust Company, Home Office, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Mystery Gal matter. There was something very strange about that call from Betty Lewis. Except for the end of it, I'd almost exactly the same conversation with her only a couple of days before, almost word for word. Oh, sure, the marriage talk has been going on for a long time. And why kid about it? If it weren't for this crazy, sometimes risky job of mine, I'd ask that girl to marry me in a second. And maybe someday. But she knows all that. She knows why it just doesn't make sense right now for either of us to think about it. We've agreed to that. So why bring it up again at a time when she actually had some important matter involving insurance on her mind? Important enough to stall me on whatever it was that Melchior at Continental Insurance and Trust wanted me for. I waited for her to call me back. Yeah, I waited over an hour, and then finally, though she told me she wasn't home or at the office, I called her house. No answer. I called her office, then to see if they knew where she might be. Much to my surprise, the switchboard operator told me she was right there, had been there all day.
Betty Lewis?
Yeah, hi, hon. Listen, I thought you were going to call me back.
Johnny, hi, dear.
Well?
Fancy hearing from you at this? What was that about calling you back?
And I thought you weren't in the office.
Oh, whatever made you think a thing like that, Johnny?
Are you kidding?
Are you?
You said you weren't when I talked to you about an hour ago.
Oh, gee. I might have known this would happen sooner or later. So many girls on the string, you can't even keep track of.
Betty.
You talk to one, probably even propose to her, and then you lose track of which one it was.
Are you trying to tell me you didn't call me on the phone an hour and a half ago?
You trying to tell me...
About some insurance matter, some emergency?
Johnny, you're kidding.
You had to see me right away, that you'd call me back about where to meet you?
Well, you're serious, aren't you, hon?
I'm dead serious. So let's cut out all this nonsense and...
But I didn't call you.
You're sure of that?
Well, sure I am. The last time I talked to you was day before... What's this all about, dear?
Honey, I'm sorry, I gotta hang up.
Johnny, is something wrong?
Yeah, I'm afraid so. I'll call you later.
What, dear? What is it?
I wish to heaven I knew.
Pepsi-Cola refreshes without filling. Why? Because it's truly light.
Charlie, you're forgetting something.
Wait, Kay, there's more. Yes, ice-cold Pepsi is the delicious refreshment that goes great at a picnic or a party.
But, Charlie...
And Pepsi goes fast. People like it, so keep plenty handy. There.
Oh, you did fine, except for one thing.
Well, I mentioned lightness and how Pepsi refreshes and how fast it goes.
You left out Pepsi sociability. You know the Be Sociable song.
But, Kay, I can't sing.
I can. Listen.
Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and fair and debonair. Be sociable, have a Pepsi.
Well, at least I can say this. Pick up an extra carton of Pepsi today.
Please do.
And now, Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar and the Mystery Gal matter.
Expense account item 1, $1.15 for a taxi to Fred Melchior's office at Continental Insurance and Trust. I didn't bother phoning ahead to tell him why I was so late in responding to his call for help. I found him literally pacing the floor.
Oh,
Johnny, thank goodness.
Yeah, hiya, Fritz.
Only I didn't expect you in here so soon. Sit down. Is everything all right?
So soon, did you say?
What?
And here I was, all set to apologize for not having got here when I was supposed to, nearly 2 hours ago.
Well, as long as you called me back and asked if you might go right on over.
I called you back?
Why, yes, of course. And I agreed with you it was best not to waste time coming here for the facts on the case.
No, wait a minute, Fritz.
So I told you all about it. Though I still think it shouldn't have been gone into on the telephone.
Tell me about what?
But since time was so important, and since you're going out there right away might... Johnny, what did you say?
I didn't, but I will. Now listen to me, Fritz. There's something very screwy going on around here.
Oh? What do you mean?
You called me on the phone about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours ago.
Yes,
you
that's
asked me if I'd come on over here and see you.
Yes. Now, you said you were still in bed, but that as soon as you could get shaved and dressed and a cup of coffee, you'd come on over here.
Okay, so far so good. And then?
Well, naturally, I waited for you.
Yeah?
But then after half or 3/4 of an hour when you didn't show up, oh, and believe me, this matter is so urgent, so pressing, so important.
Matter? No, wait, let's not go into that just yet. So what happened when I didn't appear?
Well, I decided I'd better call you again, but I didn't have a chance.
Why not?
Why not? Well, you know why not. Because you called me back.
I did, huh?
Well, yes. And as I reminded you a moment ago, you suggested that instead of wasting time coming here to the office...
Only, Fritz.
Yes?
I didn't call you back.
Now, why do you say a thing like that? Of course you... Didn't?
No.
But, Johnny...
But it's pretty obvious somebody did.
Oh, but I'm sure...
Somebody who tried to make you think it was me, who must have succeeded pretty well.
But that's Johnny, I hope you're not joking.
I am not.
Because I'm certain, absolutely certain, well, how could I mistake your voice after all these years?
Well, looks like you did, though, doesn't it?
Well, then, who was it that called me and told me it was you and asked me for all the details on this case that I want you to handle for us?
Brother, I wish I knew.
And then when I told him where to go and whom to see, he agreed to get on it right away. And I, thinking it was you, oh, no. No. Oh, good heavens.
Now what?
Well, this all means that you haven't been out there to see him. Our client, out on East Maple Drive.
Who, Fritz?
Oh, good heavens, Johnny. Oh, if we're too late. Well, come on. We've got to get out there and see him. Yes, right away.
Yeah, sure. Anything you say. But first, would you mind telling me who this client is and what's bothering him?
No time, Johnny. No time. No. You just come along, and I'll tell you all about it on the way. I hope you don't mind my driving so fast, Johnny, but time is of the essence.
Time for what, Fritz? Now, why don't you just start from the beginning?
Yes, I will. Now, when I called and I talked to you the first time...
The only time, Fritz.
Oh, all right, yes. It must have been somebody else who knew I'd called you before, who found out from me that... Well, now listen.
I'm listening.
Anyhow, when I talked to you... I told you I'd had a call from one of our clients.
Yeah, only you didn't say who.
Now, the call was from Mr. John Marshall Sawyer out there on East Maple Drive.
Sawyer? The attorney?
Yes, retired.
Lives right across the street from a very good friend of mine.
I don't know about that. I don't care. The point is that Mr. Sawyer, before he retired and came up here to live...
Yeah, sure, the DA's office down in New York.
That's right.
Probably sent more hoodlums up the river than anybody else in the big town's history.
Exactly. Including Andy Rinaldi.
Andy the actor.
That's right. Confidence man and suspected killer.
Yeah, I had a hand in that case myself.
I know.
Andy the actor was a character right out of the old pulp magazine.
Yes.
And he was so clever at disguise, it's no wonder the police took so long to catch up with him.
Yes. Now,
hey, one time he did such a perfect imitation of some big financier, looks, voice, everything, that one of the big banks handed him nearly $250,000 in cash and... Wait a minute. You thought that I had called you back?
Yes, Johnny, yes. And Andy Rinaldi got out of prison only a few days ago.
So that's who it was. So Mr. Sawyer thinks he may come here and try to get even with him.
Andy disappeared, contrary to all the parole regulations and so on. But being such an actor, such a master of disguise, well, I suppose he figures he can make it just as difficult for the authorities to track him down as he did some years ago.
And he's probably right. Oh, a con like that ought to be kept in the clink forever.
Oh, of course, he's been reported here and there. Half a dozen innocent people have been picked up, all over. Why, as far west as Los Angeles.
Ah, he's too smart to travel far. The longer the trail, usually, the easier it is to pick up.
The point is, Mr. Sawyer was awakened last night by somebody prowling around outside his home, apparently just casing it.
Well, it could have been a common burglar.
He thinks it must have been Andy the actor.
Did he notify the police?
No, he wants you on the job. You know Andy, and you're on to some of his tricks.
Well, maybe some of them.
What's more, Andy may have reason to feel the same way about you as he does about Mr. Sawyer.
That phone call to you pretending to be me. Somehow he must have found out you'd call me.
But how, Johnny?
But that girl who called me.
Girl? Who?
A perfect imitation of Betty Lewis.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Hey, Fritz, you better step on it.
You say a girl called you?
Yeah, to stall me off. It had to be. To maybe keep me away just long enough for him to get out here. Come on, faster, Fritz.
Anything you say, but listen, Johnny. The point is that if Andy comes around again
The point
tonight...
is that he may have decided not to wait until tonight.
What?
Come on, let me take the wheel, Fritz. We gotta make time. We made time, all right. But all along the way, I kept reminding myself that if those phony calls had been meant to delay me, they couldn't have hoped to keep me away for long. In other words, Andy the actor was ready to take care of Mr. Sawyer right now. I hoped and prayed we wouldn't be too late. Sawyer was an old man, hardly a match for a killer.
All right, now, here we are. And now look, Johnny, the front door of his house is wide open. Now, that isn't right.
Come on, Fritz, don't waste time talking about it.
Oh, no, we're too late.
Fritz, flat against the wall. Stay flat against the wall.
No. Look.
What?
The body. Fallen there in the doorway.
Yeah.
Have a real cigarette. Have a Camel. Have a Camel cigarette. Have a real cigarette. Have a Camel. Have a Camel cigarette. Best tobacco makes the best smoke. Have a Camel cigarette. Best tobacco makes the best smoke. Have a Camel cigarette.
If you're smoking more these days, but enjoying it less, change to Camels. The Camel blend of costly tobaccos has never been equaled for real smoking satisfaction. Have a real cigarette.
Have a Camel.
Start to really enjoy smoking again. Now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
It was not the body of Mr. Sawyer lying there in the doorway of his home. But then it was Sawyer who slowly stepped out onto the porch where Fritz and I were still flat against the wall. He stood there quietly for a brief moment, then handed the still-smoking .38 to me.
Here, Johnny.
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Sawyer. Only one shot?
The first one you heard was from his gun. I'm sorry about this, about killing a man, but I'm afraid he gave me no choice. It's Andy the actor, all right, Johnny.
Yeah.
Look, here, these false sideburns, the mustache.
Is he still alive, Fritz?
Yes, he's still alive. Thank you.
Then you better call an ambulance and the police.
Yes, sure.
Well, Mr. Sawyer? Hey, and you know something? You may have saved my life, too. I followed the ambulance into the hospital in the hope Andy the actor would come too. There were some things I wanted to ask him about the girl, the actress, who'd call me on the phone to hold me at my apartment until he could carry out his plan against Mr. Sawyer. But Rinaldi stayed unconscious, so I took a cab back to my place. That's item 3, $1.50. As I walked up to the door, a man from the phone company came around the side of the building.
Hey, excuse me, aren't you Mr. Johnny Dollar?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, been hoping you'd come home. You want to check your phone for me now?
Oh, something the matter with my phone?
Oh, there sure was.
Oh?
Yeah, somebody put a tap on that line of yours. You wouldn't have any way of knowing it, but
So that's
we
it.
have ways of knowing down at the phone company.
Yeah, so that's how Andy and the girl, whoever she is, got to know our voices.
Yeah, a lot of people think they can get away with tapping a phone line,
Yeah,
but
sure.
believe me, Mr. Dollar, they can't get away with it for long. They took off the line in the basement. Do you have any idea who might have done it?
Yeah, and no.
What?
Well, Andy the actor, for one,
What's
But
that?
who the girl is?
Hey, Mr. Dollar, what are you talking about?
Oh, nothing you need to worry about.
Oh, sure, whatever you say. But now if you'll go inside and dial somebody and see if you get them okay. You see, I got a handset still hooked up to it.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Oh, and the cops have already been notified, so if they come around asking questions...
Okay, thanks.
Hello?
Okay, fella, you can get off this line. It's all right now.
Yeah, sure.
What? Is that you, Johnny?
Yeah, Betty.
Oh, thank goodness.
Now listen, tell me one thing.
No, you listen, Johnny. Can you come out here to my house right away?
Betty, listen to me. Night before last, we went to the movies.
I know, but Johnny...
We got there in the middle of the picture.
I know.
What part of the picture?
What?
If it was you with me, you know what part of the picture.
Well, it was right when Jimmy Stewart walked up to the front of the courtroom to the judge.
Okay, you're you, all right.
Oh, Johnny, I haven't the least idea what this is all about, but can you come out here and see me right away? I've got a surprise for you, and honest, honey, it's a really important one.
Betty.
I mean, she's a really important one.
She?
Yes, dear.
Well, you don't mean to say that you... I'm on my way.
Hi, dear. Come on, into the house.
Now listen, Betty, if this is some kind of a
Oh,
gag...
honest engine, honey, cross my heart, but listen.
Yeah?
I came home from the office early.
Uh-huh.
I had to walk the last couple of blocks because I ran out of gas.
Yeah?
All of a sudden, you and somebody else came charging up in a car to that house across the street.
You were here
where
then?
that nice old Mr. Sawyer.
You were right here?
Yes, but I suddenly got too busy to call at you or anything. You see, I was just letting myself in through the back door.
Okay, now, this surprise you talked
see,
about.
I'd forgotten my key to the front door, so I had to sneak in the back one. I always leave that key under the mat.
Honey, will you get to the point?
But the key wasn't there. And the back door was already open.
Oh, go on.
I started in quietly, and then I heard a couple of shots over there at Mr. Sawyer's house.
Yeah?
And Johnny.
Yeah.
There in my living room, standing behind the drapes of the front window and with a gun in her hand was this girl.
The girl.
Standing there watching across the street so intently that she didn't hear me come in. She started aiming the gun over at you and that man who was with you and Mr. Sawyer who'd come to the door.
Yeah, well, listen, look,
so
let's go
I sneaked
inside.
up behind her and... Well, I'm afraid I kind of ruined one of my nicest vases on her head.
And you've got her? You've got her inside?
All tied up with all the clothesline I could find.
Oh, honey, I love you dearly. Where is she?
Here. Right here in the living room.
Oh, great. What a girl you... Oh, you must have really clouded her.
Well, I did. But when she came to and started talking, well, honey, this burglar or whatever she is, well, she started talking her head off, trying to tell me I didn't understand.
Well, how could she with that gag?
And you know something? She sounded so much like me, and I got so tired of listening to that voice. Well, that's the reason I put that gag in her mouth. Well, are you proud of me? Don't you agree? She must have had something to do with it. Oh, Johnny.
You know something? I love you, gal.
Oh, no, that's what I like to... Oh, honey. Why don't you and I just...
And you preach to me about getting mixed up with people like this? Any sense I'd turn you over my knee and I'd... Yeah, rascal.
This is much more fun, isn't it?
What a gal. And maybe someday... Yeah. Expense account total including... That's funny. Something or someone seems to have somehow diverted my attention for the moment from anything as trivial as an expense account. Trivial? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Hi. Maybe you'll recall this tuneful reminder of times past. This is Dennis James with something else worth remembering. It's this. You're so right to stay regular with Kellogg's All Bran. See, it's the normal, natural way to useful regularity. The whole brand content of Kellogg's All Bran supplies your system with all the bulk-forming food that you need every day. There's only one All Bran. It's Kellogg's All Bran. So relieve irregularity from lack of bulk, as millions do, with a bowl full of Kellogg's All Bran each morning. ALL-BRAN. It's Kellogg's All Bran.
Now here's our star to tell you about next week's program.
Next week, I'll tell you about the biggest deception that was ever pulled. By me. So join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood and is written, produced, and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Virginia Gregg, Jerry Hausner, Harley Bear, and Peter Leeds. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is John Wall speaking. Suspense is next on the CBS Radio Network.
You know, Dooley, I've been reading up on hypnosis. Come here and let me try it on you.
I'm an officer of the law and don't approve of making a man divulge his secrets. However, I'll stand by in case there's criminology involved.
I just want to clear up some of his problems, Officer Suggs.
But I haven't got any problems. I'm the soul of contentment.
Maybe that's your trouble. You're too contented. Lie down, Dooley. You're going to sleep.
I feel so good.
He's under my influence. Now, little tyke, get up. Go straight to the beer of your choice.
Astounding. He's heading for Utica Club. 'Cause Utica Club will still take the trouble to age beer the natural way. Utica Club, you see. He's got no problem. He's a happy, well-adjusted beer mug.
Brewed by the West End Brewing Company of Utica, New York.
Radio 59, WROW Albany, New York.